said during that update this morning. The biggest thing they're saying is the first thing is if you have any damage that you can safely take pictures of your home and kind of start the cleanup process, recovery process, take those photos and upload them to damage@la.gov. The other thing they want to do right now is to everyone who's left. I know a lot of people are watching us, watching these updates from afar, trying to see what's going on with their family, their friends, their homes. City officials are saying, first and foremost, take a breath. They want everyone to take a breath, and they encourage everyone that we're going to get through this together. The other big thing they're saying, and we've been kind of saying it already, but they're saying it now, is that now is not the time to return to the city of New Orleans. Specifically, they're saying not much is open right now. Resources are few and far between, including fuel. And they also remind that if you come in town and unfortunately you're hurt due to the ongoing pandemic, the COVID situation, it may become an issue as far as getting treatment at area hospitals are concerned. So they're asking people to stay away from the city for now until you get the all clear to come back in. I know I've had a couple of friends who are from New Orleans or from the South Louisiana area who already want to know how they can help. They have friends who know they're from this region who want to know how they can help. The city is saying, again, this is still kind of an assessment process we're in right now, but right now you can go to ready.nola.gov for information on donating to groups that are already on the ground. Another big thing, this was kind of encouraging, city officials are saying that today is the day after Hurricane Ida, on August 30th. August 30th, 2005 was the day after Hurricane Katrina, but they're saying these are two totally different days. They're saying, as far as they can see, the infrastructure that was put in place post-Katrina, it did its job yesterday. It worked. Of course, there is some minor street flooding. We do have debris. We have damage, but nothing like the Monday morning after Hurricane Katrina in the city of New Orleans right now. Again, debris all over the city. They said, I named some of it, trees.
Right, when the police chief at the time said the city of New Orleans is destroyed.
Right. That is totally different news conference this morning we just had.
In that sense, it's not an optimistic moment in the sense of we have many days of suffering and many days of no air conditioning. We have a good bit. We'll talk to Zach Friedel in just a bit about it's not so unpleasant today, but there's a lot of heat to endure here in Baton Rouge, 81 degrees, fortunately. So.
Right. And the other thing, this was also interesting from NOPD, from the police chief. I saw video circulating on social media. I'm sure some of you did as well about possible looting. He did confirm that there were reports of looting in the city of New Orleans. However, while he did not specify, he said arrests have been made, and he said it's something that will not be tolerated. So they did have to make some arrests because of reports of looting, but he says it's not something that will be tolerated, and they will, he says, continue to make arrests. Right now, again, the 911 system is down in the city of New Orleans, and they're saying that's because of an issue, not with the city's system, but because of the service provider. They're saying it's because of AT&T, an issue with that company that's causing that issue there, and in some other parts of the Metro New Orleans area as far as 911 systems are concerned. So they're asking people, if you do have an emergency, right now you can contact a fire station. If you can safely get to a fire station in your area, do that, or flag down a police officer that might be patrolling. They say they will soon have information on how you can text 911 with those emergency details, but they don't have that set up just yet. They will get that out to us just soon. Another really interesting thing, people don't have power right now, and everyone's freaking out about their phones dying, and they can't get in contact with family and friends or stay up to date with what's going on. Pretty soon the city will also have a network set up of businesses where you can go and charge your devices. Right now they're asking businesses who are interested in being those device charging stations to contact the city, and they're working on getting that set up.
Imagine the line for that.
Oh, that's going to be a long line.
If it's a business issue, it could be a great way to draw people too, depending upon how they do it.
Right. So they just want people to be patient all around with that. One more thing, John, and then we can move on to the other part. I know people had questions about Entergy and Sewage and Water Board. Really quickly with Entergy, they are just starting the assessment process of all these damaged pieces of equipment, which could take an unknown amount of time to assess and then repair. So they cannot put a timeline on how long it will take to restore power to most of Orleans Parish, which is currently dealing with an outage. Sewage and Water Board says they have one issue. They have an issue with one station on the West Bank. They're working on fixing that. They are saying that if you have any standing water in your area, to report that. They're concerned it might be an issue with debris blocking catch basins, drains, what have you. And this was really interesting too. Of the 84 sewage pumps Powered by Entergy, they're saying that 80 lost power yesterday. So that's a concerning thing, but again, they're saying they're working really hard to try to fix that situation.
An important,
Very
obviously,
important.
piece of infrastructure. So here's where we are from a statewide standpoint. There is one confirmed death, according to the governor's office, a person who died when a tree fell on them not far from Baton Rouge. The governor's office has said that they do anticipate that number is going to rise. They don't know how significantly, given the devastation in some of these areas. So there is a massive effort. Jefferson Parish was dispatching dozens and dozens of boats to try to get out in the Lafitte area. There were helicopters dispatched by the state today to be involved in search and rescue. It really is kind of the day after. Lafourche Parish was saying this is not the day to,
They're saying re-entry.
This is not the day for re-entry and the curfew. So here's, there's the situation in New Orleans, but statewide, more than 1 million customers. When you think of that number, who are in, and a lot of it in many of the most populated areas. Let's go to Zach Fradella now and get an update on not just where we've been, but where we're going here with the forecast.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. The weather is settling down. That's good news, at least from a local standpoint, but it's what's coming ahead when we're not going to have power. And there's just a reality that you have to face yourself where you say, okay, we're definitely not going to have power in the next few days, and it's probably going to be a long duration power loss that's going to last all week long, possibly beyond next weekend. So here's the forecast over the coming days. Now today we have a nice breeze, okay? That breeze is the bad part. That's the one that flooded us yesterday because pushing that water into the coast. But that breeze today, the sun's coming out, the breeze is helping. So you can open the windows, you can let the air flow through your house. But going forward, the breeze is going to go away. We are going to have some storm chances coming in. Look, this is a very generic forecast. I let the automation go at it on its own. This is not my forecast, but we'll pretend it's my forecast for today. Look at these temperatures. We're going to get into the upper 80s with humidity. We have to remind ourselves we're about to enter September now. So the 90-degree plus temperatures, it might not be there anymore, but still upper 80s with humidity. We're going to be feeling like 100 to 105. It's not heat advisory criteria, but they are probably going to issue those heat advisories a lot more fluidly going forward because they know nobody has power.
Let's revisit the rivers for just people who are not in a position, to be around a television set for obvious reasons at their home. And I think that if you're on the North Shore and you have found us online because you managed to get a connection somehow, this is important. We're looking here at some serious flooding on the rivers, though generally not as bad as 2016.
Not by much, though. They're going to get close. So if you flooded in 2016, this is going to likely come close to you.
All right, that's a great message. Let me ask this. Is there a possibility of some future rain to impact that over the next 48 hours?
I don't think the next 24 hours.
Okay.
All of the flooding that I'm seeing, all of the crests are within the next 12 to 24 hours. So what's going to happen is this is going to be a rapid rise, and then it's going to be a rapid fall in most of these rivers, and that's good news because we're going to get more rain later this week. So the sooner we can get that crest and get it out of here, the better. Let me show you what some of those numbers are. This is the Bogafalaya River. This is at Camp Covington, so this is north of Covington. It's going to be a moderate flood, around 58 feet tonight. $1 Million Road does see some water in this case. It doesn't totally flood certain sections of $1 Million Road. Water does approach some homes along Highway 25. When I say that, it's a very generic term. Not all homes, if you live along Highway 25, I don't want you to think, oh my God, I'm going to flood. That's not what that means. You know the areas that have seen water prior in various floods. You know those certain areas. The water's going to come close, but it's not going to be 61.14. It's going to be 3 feet shy of that. That was the March 2016 record crest at Camp Covington. Coming down through actual Covington, we're going to have major flooding around 17 feet. That's going to happen tonight. One of those quick jumps up, back flooding into the Abita River. If you live along the Abita River, that is going to be a problem. That water is going to keep getting backed up because of the fact that the Bogafalaya is so high. Boston Street Bridge, that area is going to flood. You know that area very well if you've ever driven underneath the bridge there and you're going into downtown Covington. You do know that the water does rise there, and that's what's going to happen as we play this out. A look at the Tchefuncte. The Tchefuncte at Folsom will be around 23 feet tonight. Water will inundate Highway 1077. And looking at everything I'm seeing, this is probably the most extensive flood that we're going to see is along the Tchefuncte. It's not going to hit those 2016 levels, but it's going to come close. In 2016, many areas saw water in homes. And so it's not going to be at that level, but because so many areas saw water in homes, you got to think that some homes might actually deal with flooding as this plays out. So if you live anywhere along 1077, which I'm trying to get my bearings here, it's hard to see it on the map. 1077 runs north. If you've ever been to the Global Wildlife Center, once you get far north and you go through those big curves in the road, it gets very low down over there, and that's what starts to go underwater first. 2016
was a rain event. 2021 is a rain event and a surge event.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Do the models account for the fact that the lake is still up?
They
and
do.
They do.
They
Okay.
do. They know that they can run those models with the rain they're expecting and now has fallen, in addition to the fact that there is surge in the lake that still remains. So as that goes down, obviously the river's going to be able to flow faster and everything's going to be helped out. And one good thing that's happening for the lake right now is the fact that we have a southwesterly wind. So it is starting to try and nudge that water back out of the Wrigley's. It's not a west wind. A west wind would be great because that would push the water totally out. But a southwesterly wind might force that water out the Wrigley's just a little bit quicker. And then it will go more westerly as the week goes on. So we're going to slowly drain all of the water that's in the lake right now.
And that's going to help, too.
That'll allow
with the
those
rivers
rivers
themselves, because right now they're pushing up against a big bathtub.
Exactly.
They're like hoses pushing up against a big bathtub,
Yep.
and they can't go anywhere. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so I just had a quick
But I'll step out of this and let you do
quick
your thing.
updates for you guys. Again, we're getting information in really quickly and rapidly, but we want to make sure it's getting back to you. An update from the airport. The airport officials say they continue to assess damage at the airport after Ida. Again, they're still expecting flights to be canceled all day tomorrow. The new thing, they're today also expecting tomorrow morning's flights possibly being canceled. So they're asking passengers to not come to the airport today and make arrangements to check with your airline directly about your flight status for tomorrow. So that's the update from the airport. Out of Hancock County, a new update for you guys. That curfew that was in place, it has been lifted. That's effective immediately. So there's no longer a curfew in Hancock County, Mississippi. Back to Metro New Orleans. New Orleans Public Schools just put out a statement regarding classes for the rest of this week. They're saying facilities and schools will be closed until further notice while they assess damage to the various school campuses. They've had power outages and other problems at the schools. So again, right now, all NOLA public schools will be closed until further notice. So of course, as soon as we get updates from the school district on damage to different campuses, and of course, when classes will resume, we'll bring those updates to you here.
Is this the Ready for Air chat? Is that what they're calling this?
It is.
So this is the, just to explain.
Ready for Air chat.
This is a messaging system that we use to get information out, and I think this particular category is not for planning purposes. This is a go with this.
Right.
We've confirmed this.
Right.
But over here, so if you're reading, somebody at home is obviously on a big screen TV saying, Rob Krieger saying, yep, but whatever that was.
But it was also from
the yup was, yep, we could confirm that and we're ready to go.
It's from August 27th, so it's on something else. But yeah, we made categories specifically for today.
You gotta have a little levity here after, you need a little fun because it's a little exhausting.
Kelsey made a good point
I have no doubt.
Earlier about, people are trying to compare, Zeta and this. We know
winds,
how long were we out of power for Zeta? How long are we going to be out of power for this? How did the winds compare?
Yes.
And I told her that the winds were, it doesn't matter because the storm hit farther west of us, so we had more impacts from the storm and a broader scale, and the infrastructure is obviously, we know that now, that the infrastructure have taken a much greater beating than what happened with Zeta.
Right.
So if it took you multiple days to get power back for Zeta, you can guarantee that it's going to take even longer than that for this storm.
And the thing about, Zeta, if you were on the part of what you guys explained in the Weather Center, you folks, is Zeta was moving so quickly that if you were on the west side of the storm, you were actually, it was beefing up the winds on the right side, but if you were on the left side of the storm, you actually maybe had a counter force. So, I happened to be 2 miles maybe outside the eye wall, and I got virtually nothing, fortunately.
The city of New Orleans, it
the
went right on top
storm went
of us.
right over New Orleans. This storm went where Zeta didn't. It went more so through Houma and then up through north through the river parishes. There was no storm. There was no Zeta for the river parish.
Right.
Took a drive up Louisiana Highway 1 is what it did, and it was uncanny until it got to in the Houma area where it made that right turn, which is why, you know, we're still waiting to get part of this assessment is what happens with Grand Isle. And Zach, I know you were saying yesterday, one of the lessons of Laura was that everybody thinks, oh my gosh, surge, surge, surge. Lake Charles was in for it last year. The big surge isn't here, it's over there.
Yeah, because in last year with Lake Charles, the eye went right over Lake Charles, but they had no surge. It was all in Rockefeller Refuge. So that's the interesting part about how these surge events happen and how they unfold. You might think the center, as it comes near me, I'm going to get that biggest surge, and it's just to the right of that eye. That's where that 140, we actually had gusts to 170. That's when that water was forced right up Barataria Bay, and that's why we've seen so many incredible videos and pictures, and we've heard the terrible reports of how bad our coastline is and how bad it's going to be as we try and clean up and figure out what's exactly going on.
So we're expecting a phone call here any minute to get an update, and we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way and actually put the phone up. So I got an alert that my phone had rung because my watch
On your
vibrated.
watch.
So
On your
I
watch.
run out here, and it's somebody confirming some reservation. I don't even know what it's for. So that's kind of some little behind-the-scenes thing
Yes.
for you there.
It is. We're again, like you said,
And
we have to
John-
have moments to.
And
chuckle
John,
a
you
little bit
also
on
ran
this.
into the wall too.
Yes,
while
well,
you-
That's what I thought he was going to say.
Well, I thought I'd explain that, you know, we're in a different place. By the way, it's maybe a good opportunity to thank once again our friends at WAFB in Baton Rouge, who are part of our company, and they have welcomed us with open arms, and I think it's part of their dedication as broadcasters to making sure that the people in New Orleans get as much information as they can. But we are using this little corner of their newsroom where they have this
Awesome setup. I love
awesome
it here.
setup for us that we are still getting used to, and doing things like stepping in front of Zach's camera because it's only a pace and a half and that sort of thing. But if you'll indulge us, that's why we're not operating at full thrusters here today, but we're working on it and getting used to this new little temporary home.
And just trying to make sure we're getting information out to people because it was kind of a scary time that of course we want to be able to communicate with you guys, and we don't like when we can't do that. So we love that we are having this ability, and it's just a different way of doing it right
Exactly. Zach, I noticed you've got the track up, and you know, you mentioned a couple of times a Category 2 storm coming in at that track
Yeah.
and still having that strength at Hammond.
And I also think these wind gusts that were coming over the lake, remember, the winds were blowing like that as they came over the lake. They were probably enhanced because on an open body of water, the wind just stays. Okay, once the wind starts to hit land, it hits buildings, it hits homes, it hits trees, it starts to lift off the surface. But when it goes over the lake, it gets down to the surface, and that's why we saw that 111 wind gust at the Mandeville lakefront. That 100 plus miles per hour winds, that's why, I mean, the North Shore really took a beating during the overnight hours last night. But a Cat 4, I mean, this is the strongest storm. It's stronger than Betsy. It goes back to the 1800s. So we've had 3 now. The last island hurricane was a 150 miles per hour Cat 4. Laura last year, 150 miles per hour Cat 4, and now Ida.
Camille, people don't talk about Camille. Camille technically brushed the southern part of Plaquemines Parish, and it was a 5.
It was a 5, and there were Category 5 winds right at that tip of Plaquemines Parish, but technically it never made landfall, so it's not
Okay.
a Louisiana landfalling Cat 4.
Well,
or higher.
I've talked to some people who went through Camille in lower Plaquemines Parish, southern
Yeah.
Plaquemines Parish.
It was a Cat 5 for them.
It was a Cat 5 to them,
Yeah.
absolutely. And some people in extreme eastern St. Bernard Parish, and even in Slidell, I've talked to some folks who, you know, Katrina, I was on the West Bank at the sheriff's office when Katrina came in, and it felt like a 2, maybe, Katrina there,
Yeah.
but it was something different on, you know, farther
And you know,
east.
we throw out all of these names, and it's just a reminder that no storm is like another one, and they're all different. And when we're preparing for one, we always say, don't sit here and compare to what I've been through or compare to what's in. And I think what's going to happen now is so many people stayed for this storm and realized, I never want to go through this again, that in this generation, Ida's going to set the benchmark to, okay, if a storm's coming to this size that Ida was or this strength that Ida was, I'm out of here. And maybe even a less strength now
Right.
because of what you've been through. You might be
For-
like, I'm out of here if a Category 1's
For
coming.
decades and decades,
Yes.
people will
Yes.
talk about this storm.
All right, Zach, we'll get another update with you in just a second, but we want to check in with Caitlin Rush. She has a report on a levee breach in the viewing area.
We're back where we were around 11:30 last night on LA 23 near Alliance in Lower Plaquemines, where there was a major breach in this temporary sandbag levee they set up across the highway. The sheriff's office had to come out here and try to rescue some people because there was a decent amount of people in the area that stayed behind. They were able to get some people out of their homes and get them into a shelter. The rest just got in a caravan and left on their own. But today it seems a lot better. They're making a lot of progress here. We have the Air National Guard as well as some average citizens hopping on some cats and helping out, trying to get this all plugged up. And the water is already starting to recede. It really hasn't gotten into too many homes around here, maybe a few. It didn't really get too far up LA 23. The sheriff's office has deputies on boats checking on Ironton and Myrtle Grove, seeing if anyone is stuck down there because there is a significant amount of flooding on the other side of this levee. And that's because it may be an actual breach in the levee system. This is actually part of what's going to be the Venice to New Orleans system that the Corps is working on, but they haven't begun work on this section just yet. So officials out here worry that there must be some before it started getting to this home and creating a dire situation where they needed to get the men that lived inside out. We're going to continue to keep you updated on the work out here and the situation around Plaquemines. But for now, reporting from Belle Chase, Caitlin Russ, Fox 8 Local First.
So that's that temporary levee that they built down there. People hear levees in Plaquemines, they think the Mississippi River levee, right. Or sometimes they've had issues with these so-called back levees between the marsh and between the highway and the marsh on the other side. In this case, it was that temporary levee.
Right. We also have some new images in from the viewers. Again, we love that you all are sending us pictures and videos of what's happening near you. Just want to reiterate, though, if you're going to do that, if you're going to send us pictures and videos, just please, please, please put your safety first. Do not put yourself in harm's way to get pictures to us or to take pictures in general. This is a brand new picture we have in. This is from Michael Roberts. He says this is in Marigny, shows a tree branch broken and across the roadway there. So that's in Marigny for folks who are trying to get an update on what's happening in their neighborhood. Another one from Marigny, kind of hard to see what's going on there. Let's see if we got some other ones we can show you. Another tree down there. I think that's the same picture. Looks like some kind of pipe of some sort cracked off of the side of this house and is not upright as it used to be. Street sign. This is also the Marigny district. Yeah, from Michael Roberts. Spain and Royal Streets, and those signs just twisted and mangled all up. So just kind of showing you the strength of the wind, even in certain parts of New Orleans. Another picture from the Marigny. Michael Roberts sent us several photographs in. Also shows, it looks like the National Guard there, some National Guard vehicles there. He said this is French Quarter in Marigny, but they're lined up in. We've been hearing reports that National Guard has been activated to come in and assist with whatever help people need as they start the, number one, the cleanup process, the assessment process, and try to move forward now that this storm has passed. This is an image here from Dana Wise in Covington. She says this is near the Covington Country Club. This tree is down, looks like over a carport here. Maybe I'll zoom in to see if, looks like a car may be parked inside there. Kind of hard to tell, but some kids there in the front of the picture. So you can see just how big that tree is that fell down in that driveway and on top of that carport. And this picture, this is a stroller or a bike that is under this, looks like a stroller actually, under this tree that went down in this driveway here. So again, just kind of showing you the strength of the winds and the damage across the metro. This is again from Covington, from Dana Wise. Let's see if we can get one more photo in. Another one just from the driveway there of the damage from Covington. These photos in from Dana Wise. Again, we're starting to get a lot more video in, a lot more images in, not only from you all, but from our crews that are spread out all over Southeast Louisiana tracking the damage from Hurricane Ida. I believe we have this is Natasha Robin filed this report from St. Bernard Parish where she spoke to a person who went through the storm.
We are here in St. Bernard Parish, and I want to show you some of the damage left behind from Ida's winds. We're here on Center Street in Araby, and you can see at the gathering and also the coffee house, the roof was ripped off and kind of tossed into a nearby neighborhood here. Now, across the parish, we've driven around. There's debris throughout the area. There's some trees down, a lot of fences that were knocked down from Ida's winds. Here along Center Street last night, it was flooding. The neighborhood, you know, was flooding from all of the torrential rain that came down, but that water, as you can see, is gone today. We've seen several people out just cleaning up their property and getting things together. Parish workers out all along Judge Perez and St. Bernard Highway where trees came down and were blocking roadways. The parish workers are out and about. Those roadways, from what we can tell, are pretty clear today. Now the traffic lights are out. Also, the parish's 911 system is out because of the AT&T outage here, and parish leaders are asking people if there is an emergency. They say you can call two different numbers, 579-488 or 442-5739 if there is an emergency, because that 911 system is out here today in St. Parish. But I can tell you, a lot of people out and about. There are a lot of people on the roadways. The roadways, for the most part, along Judge Perez and St. Bernard Highway are clear. So a lot of people are riding around, and a lot of people who stayed to ride out Ida here in St. Bernard Parish are out and about today cleaning up their property. That's the very latest here in St. Bernard. Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
And that's kind of reflective of what we saw this morning as we were taking an unintended tour around parts of metropolitan New Orleans,
Right.
trying to find a way to get from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, which at the time this morning turned out to be through Slidell, but the damage is widespread over a large swath of land.
That's right. Well, we want to get a check now, I believe, on, can we check in on Jefferson Parish? What's been happening out that way, and see, as I believe Sabrina Wilson was in Jefferson Parish, and she has an update on assessing the damage, at least starting that process there.
We're here at the Jefferson Parish Emergency Operations Center, and of course Jefferson Parish was portions of it really hard hit by Hurricane Ida. Get an update right now from Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang. So what do you know about Grand Isle and Lafitte, for starters?
Well, we still haven't heard from Grand Isle, but the good news is Mayor Carmidale, right before the storm, he was probably the last citizen to leave Grand Isle, moved to Galliano, which is just on the outskirts, obviously north of Grand Isle. I'm hearing that the state police is getting him a helicopter ride in. So once he gets into Grand Isle, we'll have communication in Grand Isle. But of course, he told me there were about 40 people that were left on the island. So, you know, complete concern for them. But it'll be good to know when he gets on the island, he'll be able to call us and tell us what's going on.
Now, what about Jean Lafitte and Barataria? We heard yesterday water was rising there.
Yeah, our first responders, our sheriff's office, our firefighters, the National Guard is right now bringing boats back and forth into the Grand Isle. You can't get into the Lafitte as you know it. They have to station further out because there's standing water, so you can't drive all the way into Lafitte. Usually you can drive into Lafitte and go for a while before you get stopped, but there's so much water on Lafitte that the command post is even closer to the city than you would think. But we're taking those folks in buses to Pard, and then I just got confirmation that they'll be moved out of the area to, I think, Alexandria. The state's going to move them to another shelter.
What's considered as so much water in Lafitte? How high?
So I think it's the tidal surge. You know, we got word that it was up to the roofs. They had people in attics. So Mayor Kerner talked to me in the afternoon, and he got word that the water was rising. And then throughout the night, we got rescue requests from that area, and that's why, you know, we knew our first responders, our sheriff's office, our firefighters were working on a strategy tonight. So as soon as the sun came up, they were out there trying to rescue those people.
What's the situation with the collapsed transmission tower, as you know?
Right, so the collapsed transmission tower served a lot of New Orleans and served a lot of the East Bank of Jefferson Parish. So I'd say within the hurricane protection system, the buildings held, you know, you're still going to have some roof damage, but overall, overwhelmingly, the structures were good, right? The hurricane protection system stayed solid for us. It is the system breakdown of electricity, of water, of no communication that we're dealing with today.
And given the scope of power outages around Jefferson Parish, parish leaders are urging patience from the public. Reporting from Jefferson Parish, Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
The thing that really jumps out on you here is the water level was so high in Lafitte that the command center is closer to the city than you would expect. And you don't have to go that far up the highway before you get to the hurricane protection system.
Right.
So, just an enormous amount of water.
And you heard her say that they're going to have to get the mayor of Grand Isle back into the island. He was in Galliano during the storm where he was able to keep in contact with everyone, but they lost contact with the 40 or so people who stayed back on the island, and they have to get him on a state police helicopter back to the island so they can check out the damage there and figure out if they can get
Part
back
of
in
this,
communication with these
the
people.
dozens of helicopters and police vehicles and boats that are
Right.
going out to these two areas to try to get boats by the dozens and dozens, actually, to try in Jefferson Parish to get out to the Lafitte area, for example. The concern that, what these folks went through, and they were not in the worst of the winds in Grand Isle. The very worst of the winds, probably in the whole event, were in Fouchon, but they were close enough.
Right.
I mean, what
Have we
over the
heard
wind,
anything
guys?
from Grand Isle? Like,
The
what'd she say?
parish president Cynthia Lee Shang just said that they lost communication with the 40 or so people who stayed behind. I think it was the approximate number, and they have not been able to get in communication.
And that could be a communication issue, just
Right.
simply,
Yeah.
there's just
Right,
no way to
lines were
get it,
cut. Right.
short of having a satellite phone, which,
Which we're going to get
Which-
video because aren't they going to fly some helicopters out there later today?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like they're trying to
that's
get.
the
They're
plan
trying to get
anyway.
planned to
Yeah.
do.
but I mean, sure, the only way that you can, there's no cell phone tower that's working around there. And
they still
hopefully-
have the gates closed in Golden Meadow, right?
They do,
Because the
right.
water's still high. I mean,
Right.
the water doesn't just go away.
So you're looking at, short of a satellite phone, there's simply no way to communicate in any kind of a reliable sense.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future somebody get a satellite phone, but literally,
Right.
Yep.
that was one of the criticisms of FEMA in the wake of Katrina, is that national media people were running around with satellite phones because they're used to covering major catastrophes and wars and whatnot around the globe, and FEMA, wanted
There for a
basically wanted to
disaster.
borrow some guy's satellite phone because
Right.
they didn't have that capability on a wide scale. All right, in the meantime, we'll wait to see that it really is a day of assessing. Lafourche Parish, the message there, as it is in so many parishes, is that today is not the day to come home, and in fact, a lot of the officials are anticipating that a lot of people are probably going to want to leave,
Right.
who have the means to do so.
Right.
If they don't have, there may not be office work normally this week.
That's true.
There may not, for a couple of days anyway, if not a lot longer, so
And-
people
and-
may just hit the road.
And I was going to say, for the officials have been saying, for people who want to come back and assess the damage, today is not the day to do that. Even if you want to be one of the people who leaves, they're saying even still wait a little while longer. Don't get out on the roads right away because, again, debris on the roads, power lines are down. So just wait a minute before you get out on the road and in the way of the first responders who are trying to. You heard we had a state trooper on earlier. The troopers are out there with chainsaws themselves, working with different crews trying to get the roadways cleared. So let them do that first, and then of course it'll be okay for you to get out.
And they were a mess. All right, we've been talking about the rivers on the North Shore, and Rob Masson has been following that story too.
We are on Three Rivers Road in Covington, and we're talking to Yvonne Downs. As you can see behind us, there are downed power lines and trees here, and over here there's wires too. And the big story is the Tchefuncte River is way up above its banks, right, Yvonne?
Right. It's on Three Rivers Road down here as you go back into that subdivision behind Versailles, Three Rivers Road, and it's flooded out. They're trying to walk out and be. They had a couple of people just walked out from back there.
Any medical emergencies or anything like that you're aware of?
No, it's none that I'm aware of.
Were you surprised at how quick the river came up?
Yes, very surprised. Yeah, but most of the time it does flood back there.
What'd you think last night as this storm roared through?
Oh, it was frightening. It was frightening. I decided to stay home, something I usually don't do, because my husband was on call, and it was horrible. I have trees down right in the neighborhood, Versailles neighborhood.
Your house okay?
Yes, it's fine. Nothing but a gate. Nothing but a gate.
How bad do you miss electricity right now? And
I'm missing it pretty bad. I'm hoping that they can pull up some of these lines out here That's down in the back there.
Okay. Yvonne Downs, thanks for talking to me.
You're welcome, sir.
And that's the story here on Three Rivers Road as Covington sort of assesses the damage and watches its defuncta keep rising. Rob Masson, Fox.
All right, Rob Masson with that report. Josh Robertson spent the last couple of days, a good bit of it in Houma, and you've had quite an experience.
Yeah, a lot of our lack of sleep. It was a whirlwind, and that, you know, I know that's kind of a pun, but it was a whirlwind. And really the most impactful thing I would say is not really the wind. It was really this morning, the damage when the sun came up was really more impactful to me.
Really? Than living through the wind.
I stood out. You know, you're not supposed to do that, I hate to admit it, but we were out in a very safe house, the Terrebonne Homeland Security building, which is built like a fortress. That's where we hunkered down during the worst of it. But right out the door, you could kind of stand out in it if you wanted to. And we felt those winds. I was more shocked by the damage I saw this morning when I was out.
I don't want to break away from you too early here, but do you have any idea, Zach, the kinds of winds they got in Houma?
130.
So in the 130 range on the, quote, weak side of the system.
Exactly. That goes to show you how intense the storm was, where the 150 was more so on the right side.
So how extensive is the damage?
Well, I mean, we got to go through some of Thibodaux. Gray is where the fortress, I keep calling it, is where that was located. We went south into Houma, went all the way through downtown Houma to the other side, and you know, I've only been through, obviously a lot of people in this business have been through a lot more storms than I have. I have been through a few. I will say the thing that made this one different is that, you know, usually when a storm comes through, there are specific areas where the worst damage is. This was the entire area. Every street I turned on, every business, every home had something had been done to it. That's downtown Houma you're looking at right there. I mean, it was, and if it wasn't a commercial area like that, it was trees, it was limbs, it was power lines cracked in half. I mean, power lines were literally laying all over in some neighborhoods, and people were out walking around.
It looks like if you had an awning, it took some issue.
Yeah, I mean, it was as widespread as I've personally ever seen, just how extensive the damage was and how widespread it was across the area.
Were there people, well, and you can see that that's a partial brick structure. I guess, you know, once you lose some windows and you lose the roof, then things can really get compromised.
Yeah, people definitely came out as the sun came out today. Obviously, there was a lot of issues with cars on the road in Houma because obviously there was no power, there's no traffic lights. People are just trying to make their way as they go, you know, not really following a lot of the typical laws because they kind of don't feel like they need to, and at that point they're trying to get where they need to go, but there's a lot of like issues with traffic and that kind of thing. But people were just walking around downtown Houma, and we talked to many of them that were just completely in awe of what they were seeing.
We've used different numbers for different areas. Do you have any idea how many people stayed overall?
I got some unofficial numbers because, like you said, they don't have an official count. I was told about 50 to 60% evacuated, which would mean about half.
And a good number of people. I mean, I have friends in Lafourche Parish who kind of at the last minute said, you know, maybe not, and took off. So there were a number of people.
Yeah, I mean, if I can brag on our photographer, and we talked about it, it was the day before it got there, or early yesterday morning before it got really bad. A woman did make that decision, actually watching Fox 8, and made the decision to leave. She didn't have gas or gas money, and we kind of, our photog helped her out.
So sometimes we talk about these areas and throughout different parishes, and people think more about communities sometimes than they think about parishes. So we're talking about Houma and the areas south of Houma, the sort of five fingers of Terrebonne Parish, as they call it, as opposed to Lafourche Parish, primarily here down toward southern Jefferson, as it turns out, Grand Isle. So that's the geography, if you will, from New Orleans. And again, it came up this way. So you're on the, quote, weak side of the system here.
Right. We were well aware. I was watching the track the entire time, always trying to, on my phone, listen to Zach or whoever was up there giving the updates. I'll tell you the lowest we ever got before, literally, we went into the eye of the storm for just a moment. When I say a moment, I mean it was 3 minutes. We drove down. You can maybe point it out. It was Montague Road, which was one of these fingers.
Right, that would be in this area.
Yeah, we went all the way down Montague Road until you can't go anymore. Right as the storm was ramping up, with an official, wanted to show it, and then it started ramping up, and it was 3 minutes of us standing there looking at it and realizing how bad it was about to get, and he turned on his like, whoop, whoop, it was time to go. And it was literally that quick.
So you were in the kind of the edge of the eye wall?
Yeah, right at the edge, and it was very brief, and it was time for us.
And not, a lot of people saw the eye wall last year in Zeta.
Yeah.
So you saw kind of the blue sky, or
well,
just
looking
right
at it, yeah, we saw it coming, and then literally when we got back and retreated back to where, I keep calling it the fortress, where all the big command center. When it got really bad, we never actually saw the eye because, again, we were on the weak side, so it didn't pass right over us.
How hard was it to get back? The roads were passable?
I wasn't driving. I was in the passenger seat, but I can tell you our photographer had both hands on the wheel, very aware of it, kept mentioning, oh, the winds are whipping. I could tell they were whipping. And then it was, debris literally starting to fall. Some branches, smaller branches starting to fall early in the storm when we were on our way back, and it was kind of dodging it. Yeah.
And how long would you estimate? You may have to go back in time to think when you did your first reports.
I was going to say it's been a blur of a few days, but the extent, it's hard to say the extent because it ramps up slowly like this one did. So when it got really, really bad, I was at that home base. I did not leave the building. I would say it's probably 4 hours or so.
Now, Josh, did you come across any people that did stay that talked to you and maybe said, we'll never do this again?
I will say this morning downtown Houma, there were some people that were like, kind of that, not saying they made a mistake in staying, saying that if they could do it again, they would definitely think about it. They knew it was coming. I mean, the people, they do pay attention to the weather reports, and they choose to stay anyway, but they were aware this was going to be bad. I think there are definitely some, and we spoke to some this morning, that were not aware of how bad it was going to be, maybe, and especially the winds.
Yeah, I think that's going to be probably a big thing across Southeast Louisiana as this all plays out, where people say, I'm not doing this again.
Yeah.
You've covered a few of these things in your day.
Yeah,
this one probably rates above
for
the
me,
all.
For me, it was 100% the worst I've ever been in myself, and stood and actually felt the winds, and then seen, and like I said, today was the day when I saw the damage where it was very much the worst I'd ever seen. And again, it was the magnitude and how it was just, it was everywhere you looked.
Well, that's the thing, because you could stop on the side of the road and get a picture of an awning down and somebody else
might be the
make
one
it
awning.
seem as though, it's a big deal. But you're saying it.
That's what impressed me. I wouldn't want to say impressed, but that's what shocked me this morning was how it was literally everywhere I looked.
Does the video capture it? In your sense?
It's hard for the video to capture it, I think, is when you're there. But yeah, I mean, our photographer did a good job of, we stopped, we made about, I'll say about 25 to 30 pit stops. Every time we went, whoa, we stopped, got out, and shot video of it. So yeah, I mean,
which was often.
It was very often, yes.
Wow. All right.
Absolutely.
All right, Josh Robertson with his story of his experience over the course of the last couple of days in Houma. We appreciate that. It really is true that every one of these things has different impacts. This one had elements, sometimes you'll get a big wind maker and it doesn't really do much in terms of rain.
That's almost the question for Josh again. It's, last year you were reporting in Zeta, correct?
Yeah.
So how did they compare, and would you ever try to compare both of them?
I would not try to compare either of them. I hunkered down for Zeta in my own home. Our power went out. It was very spooky when the winds came right over New Orleans like that, and the eye came over. But it was, and you've mentioned it, and everybody knows, it was so much faster. I mean, the wind for this one ramped up to the peaks that you were mentioning earlier, and it was consistent. And the building we were in is built to withstand that, so I could walk away from the window and forget there was a hurricane going on outside, and I'd be in the media room and I would hear somebody go, whoa, whoa, and then I would go, okay, and I want to go back and see what's going on. And it was hours and hours of that. It just didn't let up for a very long time.
And I think that has a cumulative effect on the damage that you see in these storms from a meteorology perspective. Zeta, it had some strong winds, but if you do 150 miles per hour gusts and do it for once, things can withstand it. But you do it multiple times, and they're not going to withstand it.
Well, that's a good point. We're just like turning on a great big fan.
Yeah. And if you just do it once, it's like, okay, yeah, you might blow some things around, but if you just then everything starts to fall apart like you're seeing in these pictures.
Well, and the thing about Zeta was it was so compact, the eye wall, and if you were on just a few miles on the western side of the system, the left side of the system.
When we were on air with Zeta last year, we literally had a camera that was in, I want to say it was Dulac, and they were in the eye wall. Houma wasn't, and Houma never really got in the eye wall of this storm. Not this storm. Houma never got in the eye wall of Zeta last year, while this storm, they took a direct hit from a Category 4 major hurricane. And I mean, the people that have left, and when they eventually come back, it's going to be like, you know, when you see your local corner store and whatnot, and those things have all changed. I think that's kind of when they're, you know, pictures don't capture it, John. Like you said, pictures don't capture the real thing until you go back and you see where you eat lunch every day, where you see you go to the movie theater and you see the damage. Now that's what I remember from Katrina so much, is how those things, that's when reality sets in, like, wow, this is real. For the people that have left, the people that will live through it, we know their response at this point.
Will this change anything about weather forecasting, methodology, how
The
things
communication. The communication and weather there's a big push right now on how do we communicate these massive, major threats to people, and it's an art. And look, we're all in the business of communication. You know you know, I'm a meteorologist, but I need to be a very good communicator to be good at my job.
Right.
And I think that's where we have to learn the most as far as transferring that weather knowledge into the communication.
Excuse me one second. As we work in this new studio, I have to step out for just 1 second and take care of something. I'll be right back.
He ran into the door again.
I need to learn where that wall is. Okay.
Oh boy.
In the meantime, I
right-
guess we can
it's
take
right
a look
there.
at. We can take a look at some of the pictures that you guys have been submitting to us. Let me close out of this first. Oh Lordy, what's going on? Again, we're dealing with technology, and it sometimes has a mind of its own. But it looks like it was kind of.
If someone could
reloading
hold
on
on to
its own
this,
here.
because
So we
I
have
think
some
he'll be
more
calling
photographs that have been
imminently, and
sent
I don't
in
want
by
to answer the
viewers.
phone
This
for
one's coming in
Philip
from
May
Tracy
from
Jackson sent this
Entergy.
photo in, and these two homes here, I'm going to zoom in. Pretty mangled there. Again, this is in the Metairie area. She didn't say exactly where in Metairie, but
Stay on that picture.
On this
because
picture?
This is a classic example.
and I think I can put it full screen for you there.
Yeah.
There you go.
That is a classic example of why you do not stay in a mobile home.
Yes.
Number one, for a tornado. Number two, for any type of tropical system, whether it be a tropical storm or a hurricane. A mobile home can just be totally devastated from very weak winds. It does not have to be a cat.
He says, it's steel in forest. What would you tell them?
I don't care. That is a perfect object for wind to just knock over and tear apart.
Or lift up.
Yeah, it's easier for it to do that.
Well, and you know, that's why they always say the tornado hit the mobile home park. And
Yeah.
sometimes they're just straight line winds.
That's true. I mean, usually it's not, they don't seek out that mobile home park. It's the fact that the mobile home park is the weakest aspect with those winds, so you're going to notice the damage the most.
Did anything surprise you about this?
I haven't seen enough yet. I mean, it's all still kind of a blur. That's probably part of the lack of sleep that's making it a blur. Once I get a few nights sleep, I might be able to figure something out. But right now, looking back at some of my posts and looking back at the things I said it earlier, that, you know, I feel like, you know, we were pushing that whole, this is going to be catastrophic, and we don't use that word often. Life-threatening, catastrophic. You pick specific storms to use it for, and this one was one of those. And you hope, as a meteorologist, you hope it doesn't happen. You hope that the satellite doesn't ever come to be, but this one did it right at the coast. And in a few days, I think I'll pick up on some things that maybe we learned from.
Life-threatening storm surge is what they
Yep.
said for Laura last year.
Unsurvivable
That was the
storm
word they
surge.
used.
You know, and look, the reality is if you didn't issue an evacuation outside that levee protection and you just said, hey, y'all stay out there and just ride out the storm, it would be unsurvivable. Thankfully, we have evacuations, we have notice, and those people leave before it happens.
So let me, you know, for example, and I think that's an important point here that all of us can remember for the future. So here's Lake. I keep using the Entergy map because I think it's a great way for
It's
how
easy to
we'll
move it.
bring. It's easy to move it around. So we'll grab some other ones too that we can bring up. Here's Lake Charles up here, Calcasieu Lake. And the thought was the surge would come flying up Calcasieu Lake, but they were a little bit off, and the height, so it did come up this way, but the surge was over here in the Rockefeller State Wildlife Refuge, which is about right there,
Yep.
where you looked at 17 feet of storm surge versus what 11 or 10 or
It wasn't
12?
even that. I mean, that's Cameron right at the tip, right at the Calcasieu Pass. That's Cameron, and we can almost translate that over. What if the storm, go back? Okay, you can see Calcasieu Lake right there, and then you have the pass right to the south. Okay, that water was projected to go into the Calcasieu Pass and up Calcasieu Lake and into Lake Charles. Now let's move over to our side of the state and go by what happened yesterday. What if Ida went right up Barataria Bay? Guess what? The surge would have missed Barataria
here.
Bay. But it didn't. It went right up that finger, so to speak,
This
of
one here?
Lafourche Parish coming down to Port Fourchon, and going right up that surge went right up Barataria Bay, and it's the worst case scenario for everybody that lives around Barataria Bay, and it's also the worst case scenario for many West Bank areas, but our levee protection did its job. This was the first real test, and it did its job. Now, some areas, Lake des Allemands got a lot of flooding in those areas. It'll be interesting to see how that would exactly happen in those spots.
And they'll go back and do surge estimates, and sometimes you can do it with buildings and with topography. Part of it, you can't obviously do it.
There might,
out
it depends on what's
along Fort Livingston. It's not going to work.
Yeah, it depends on what last year with Laura, they found one high level mark based off of one house that was still standing. It was still totally devastated, but they found a high water mark. That's what they do. They go try and find high water marks. So they were going to get a total estimate of how high that surge was in the Barataria Bay, but it's going to take some time. It's not going to happen right. I mean, you see what's going on along the coast. It's going to be weeks, if not months.
It hit as a Category 4
150.
And 150.
Yeah.
160 is Cat 5.
Correct. 155 used to be, but that's been changed. I don't remember what year, but 160.
So they took a couple of storms and upped them.
They do.
Michael and more recently, and Camille. No, I'm sorry, Andrew. Excuse me. Camille was always a 5. Andrew's, for the first 20 years, people talked about Andrew. They talked about it in the context, of a Category 5.
And Hurricane Michael was a story. Now that went into the Florida Panhandle, went into just south of Pensacola, Panama City. In 2018, I want to say it was 150, maybe 155, but in reanalysis, which they're going to take a reanalysis of this storm at the end of the hurricane season. We're not going to get it until like next May. But when they do that, look, they could find something that maybe says, hey, we saw some wind data, we saw some recon data right at the coast, we feel like this is a Cat 5. I don't know if that's going to happen. They didn't do it for Laura. But they do reanalysis all the time on these storms. Every year they do it at the end of the year, and we're going to get a full report with all of those wind reports that are official, and then they'll say whether it was what they thought it was, or maybe a little higher, or maybe a little less.
Well, and David Bernard has talked since he started at Fox 8 a number of years ago about the relative inexperience with wind. And David, worked here for a while, went to Miami, and then came back, and that's been kind of his concern for a period of time, is people hadn't really experienced a lot of storms where there was major category wind.
It's true, and that's probably the biggest. Me and David have talked about this all the time, how you almost have to go back to like 1918 to see or 1940s to see like a real major storm that went over the city of New Orleans, and the city actually saw a major winds. And yes, it feels like we get hit every week with hurricanes now, but a lot of times they go left, a lot of times they go right. Now we've been hit by the Katrinas of the world. Now the Katrina winds were a lot stronger off to the east. The core of that storm missed a lot of the south shore off to the east. So this is one of those classic storms that actually moved in, and this is going to set the benchmark as we move forward. This is going to set the benchmark. I think he zoomed right back out. This is going to set the benchmark moving forward, just like you're about to show Andrew did.
Right. So everybody remembers Hurricane Andrew, which came into Louisiana, Morgan City, New Iberia, really tore that area up. And this is Hurricane Andrew when it was a Category 5 in Homestead, Florida. And I did a story of some sort on one of those hurricane surge or a hurricane Cat 5, models, the fans that what does Cat 5 do? And as part of that, we went to.
You didn't go to the Everglades.
We didn't go to the Everglades. Actually, I did go to the Everglades on that trip, but that's another story. The boss didn't pay for it. So, and we did a little story here in Homestead, Florida. And I had seen pictures for years and years of Homestead, Florida, and just mass devastation, buildings flattened. And I'd driven through Homestead, Florida, actually, on the way to the Keys on another trip. And then when doing the story, it dawned on me that where these neighborhoods were obliterated off the face of the earth was 7 miles or so from the Atlantic Ocean. And that's when the power of winds had an impression on me, because I had this impression that Homestead, Florida was some beach community, and it's really not. And I think and it went across, that's more solid land there. That's not broken marsh there.
Yeah, and the judgment for Ida is going to come on Grand Isle. That's where the Grand Isle and Fourchon is going to be that judgment. Now, the building codes are different and whatnot, but seeing the damage in Houma and all, a lot of structures are still standing. Was there anything standing in Homestead, Florida back then? I mean, some of those pictures where that real true Cat 5 rolled in, there was just total devastation where you literally just knocked the houses off their foundations.
And you talked about that, the recategorizing of storms that happens. I don't know if you mentioned it, but that happened last year with Zeta, did it not? They recategorized it on the back end?
That's a perfect point. Yeah, they categorized Zeta as a Cat 3 at landfall, but they did mention in their report, they said those Cat 3 winds never really came inland. They were right at the coast, right off of Fouchon and Grand Island. It's amazing to think there was a Cat 4 winds right there, and just a few months ago there was a Cat 3 winds right there. It's those crossing paths.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the future before we head on to some of our other videos that we've got, because I think that people are wondering about the next few days.
Okay.
And what we're going to be facing in terms of heat, for example.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be the big story. You know, it's in weather. It's going to be all about the approaching heat, and of course, we are monitoring those rivers on the North Shore. I've kind of gone over that. I'm gonna skip right through that here and show you what's going on. There's Ida, still a 40 miles per hour tropical storm. It's almost right over Jackson now, and it's going to be downgraded to a depression within the next several hours. But here's the track of Ida, and you can see the wiggle and wobble that it took north through the local area. But radar showing we are clear. This is great to see. I mean, yes, there's some downpours crossing the mouth of the river. Venice, Venice. I keep starting to say things that just are, I don't know where they're coming from, so that is the lack of sleep. Home is over there, obviously.
Well, I'm running into walls over here on the way out the door, so I wouldn't sweat it.
All right, but we are still under a flash flood watch. That's interesting, okay? We're going to keep that flash flood watch on the South Shore and also for St. Tammany and our coastal Mississippi counties, because we have the tail of moisture that we have to watch in the next 24 to 48 hours and see how it plays out. But right now we're dry, so we're drying things out, and this is the tail of moisture I'm talking about. All that deep tropical moisture has almost been pushed offshore, as it's almost like a cold front that's swept through. As the storm lifts north, this is going to just weaken, and as that allows the southerly winds to come back, we sometimes can get the tropical moisture back, and it refires thunderstorms. That's why we do have better rain chances, or good rain chances, the next 2 to 3 days. We could get some heavy downpours. Winds are still blowing out of the southwesterly direction, especially offshore, but the winds are going to continue to come down as we head into this afternoon. They'll still stay elevated, but it's not the tropical storm force winds that we're dealing with all this time. And look at the current temperature. It just went up 87 degrees. Now you might be like, Zach, there's 2 temperatures. We've lost all of our reporting stations basically across southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi. We only have 2 or 3 that are reporting, but this 87 is with a lot of humidity. But there is a breeze today, and that makes a huge difference for those of you that are, obviously, most people are out of power at this point. You can open your windows today, and it's not bad. The next few days, you're not going to be able to open your windows, and it's going to be very hot. Those temperatures going the next several days all the way through the weekend, upper 80s to possibly lower 90s, and we do have better rain chances at the beginning, but once we get to this, I can easily tell you those 87s might be more like 90 or 92, feeling more like the triple digits. And I would not be surprised, considering what's going on right now where nobody has power. The National Weather Service is going to be issuing those heat advisories for when we hit 100, when we hit heat index values for 100. Even though technically it's 108, there's a difference. You set a different bar when you have a situation like this where nobody has power.
Well, that's good. And, it wears on you when you can't get a break during the course of the day, too.
And the other thing, we talked about this last year with Laura. I don't know the specific number, the amount of people that died, but it was mainly all after the storm. It was this point forward where people lost their lives from generator safety, number 1, and number 2, cutting down trees, those types of things, and heat stress.
So keep all that in mind as a lot of people can't leave, so you're going to be dealing with those warmer conditions in your home. So just keep that in mind. I know communication's spotty, but if you find yourself with a moment of cell service, check in on your family members, especially elderly family members, those who have medical issues, to make sure they're okay. If you have extra water, and in a couple days, maybe if you can safely get it to them, maybe do something like that, because as Zach mentioned, it's going to be hot.
Let me step away for just a second, because I think this call we're expecting is coming in.
Okay, well, in the meantime, we're going to check back in with Natasha Robin, who has another report from St. Bernard Parish.
At the gathering that suffered some damage from Ida, a lot of damage, and I'm actually here with the founder of this place here. This is Matt Woodward. If you can just tell me what happened here and what you guys are going through.
Well, it looks like last night we had some type of tornado that came through. We had severe roof damage. It looks like the entire roof is gone, peeled back and pulled off completely. We have daylight in many spots of the building. So all of the building last night took on water, and we have standing water throughout the building. We have a daycare here. All of the places in the rest of the community center look like there's water everywhere. And so with more rain coming, we don't know what to expect. So that's pretty much where we are right now.
And as you said, this is a community center, so you guys serve the community, and there's a lot that goes on here. If you could just talk about, I know, everything from birthday parties, as you said, to a preschool.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of the place where life happens in the community. And so we start with the daycare. We have over 30-some children that come here every single day. We do a fitness center where people come every day from the morning to evening. We have birthday parties, inflatable birthday parties where people celebrate life. We do wedding receptions and all kinds of stuff for that, as well as we have a counseling department. We have 5 LPC counselors that we have that people are working with every day, and we have a spiritual community. Church meets here, and so this is where life pretty much happens for the community of St. Bernard.
A lot of work will need to be done, but we should mention that you are also on the other side of this, your home. Tell us where you lived and what happened to your property.
So I lived in Braithwaite Park, and we got reports last night that it was taking on a lot of water, and a couple of videos showed that the water was up the wall and the levee, and so we were able to go check it out this morning. Looks like some of the water had receded and gone back, but we still couldn't get to it because there was so much water back there, and it was still coming over one of the canals there, and so it's pretty bad shape. I mean, I don't think we're coming back to that.
Any idea what the future holds for you, the near future? Where do you start to pick up the pieces here?
That's a difficult question because I moved here 15 years ago to be a part of the rescue and rebuilding process after Katrina. And so that's what I've spent the last 15 years doing, is helping people get back on their feet. And now we have to start over with ourselves in this building too. And so where do we start? Just like we eat an elephant one bite at a time, I guess, and just keep moving forward and do what we can. I mean, I live in a community that's resilient, and people are always working hard and helping each other, and the community is a big part of what I love here. And so I'm just, I'm happy to be in this place because of that idea, but what that holds, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Okay, well, we wish you luck. There's a lot of work ahead. I know for you and for other people in this community who lost a lot for Ida. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
In St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, and our thoughts for the people in St. Bernard. We have with us on the phone Philip May, from the CEO of Entergy Louisiana, and we're in this kind of makeshift studio that we've designed, or our friends at WFB have designed for us here in Baton Rouge. So we're going to do this old school, and you'll hear them through the speakerphone with us because we want to get the information on rather than try to jump through hoops. Mr. May, good afternoon to you, sir. I know statewide there are more than 1 million customers who are without electricity through you, Clico, Washington, St. Tammany. And I know that there was an assessment being done earlier today or throughout the day. What do you know, sir, now that you didn't know at the beginning of the day? Where do things stand?
Yeah, so where we are at this point is the assessment crews begin doing their work at first light. And so what that involves, we have a couple of helicopters there inspecting our transmission lines. We also have drone crews, those are folks who operate aerial drones who can provide inspection of transmission lines and other lines as well. And then we also have people who are on the ground who are visually inspecting those lines from the ground. And so the major focus right now are those major transmission lines that have created some challenges to us serving the New Orleans areas. So that is a major focus. We also are doing assessments on our generation fleet to make sure those things are ready to run and ready to operate. And of course, the distribution assessment is ongoing.
Obviously, everybody always wants to know the question that you probably can't answer for me, but we have to ask it, and that is, how long before this is fixed?
Yeah, so from what we learned so far, we cannot provide any updated assessments as of yet in terms of estimates of time to restoration. What we know from historical storms is that the majority of customers will be on, where we'll strive to get them on within 7 to 10 days following us being able to go out and start doing bucket trucks assessments and those kinds of things. In the hardest hit areas, that could extend to 3 weeks or more.
Well, all right. Meg has a question here. Hold on.
Well, my question, Mr. May, was sort of following up with what John asked. I mean, we've heard from a lot of people that say, look, I stayed behind in my home. You know, I can, of course, ride this out for a couple of days, maybe even a week without power. But then you start getting into, is this too dangerous, you know, with these high temperatures that we're having? So I guess at this point, you really can't say, unless it's by, you know, individual area. If you get a crew out to an area that's not as badly affected, they perhaps will have, you know, await those residents of 7 to 10 days, but other folks, you said it could be up to 3 weeks.
Yeah, and we really do not have any ability to advise within a specific geographic region of how quickly that power will come back on. Now, as you get a little further away from the hurricane impact, those we will be able to provide clear estimates soon as you get further away from that. But those areas that were directly impacted, it's going to be several days of assessment before we can begin to provide general ideas of that. So if you are unable, if you need power to be comfortable, if you need power for health, if you need power for whatever it is that you need to do not anticipate that that power will be on quickly, and so you may need to make other plans. As I said, we strive for a 7 to 10 day restoration, but obviously we can't provide specific estimation times.
Sure.
Restoration times at this time.
Would you say this is the worst challenge to your infrastructure that you have ever seen before from previous storms?
So I would say for the New Orleans region, this is one of the worst that we've seen. You know, in terms of, if you compare this to Katrina, this storm was a major wind event, and we are seeing the devastating impact of wind, unlike what we saw in Katrina. Katrina was a wind event that was primarily damage to our system, was primarily driven by water. So this is worse from a wind perspective than Katrina. Now, comparing last year to Laura, the lessons learned and the challenges we had there are going to serve us well as we go about and leverage those experiences to put the lights back on in the New Orleans metro region.
One follow-up question for you. When you say 7 to 10 days, this may be a silly question, but does that begin the the count start when the assessment is done? I mean, I know you're just in the process now of assessing the situation, so does that count start today because the storm was yesterday, or after the assessment is done?
Yeah, generally it will start when we can start having bucket trucks in the air, when the wind speeds die below 30 miles an hour. So day one is not quite started, but it will either be by the end of today or tomorrow.
You know, in the, I believe it was the wake of Gustav in 2008, there was a push after a similar event and a lot of damage to the high voltage transmission lines out in the marsh and even to the infrastructure in the city. There was a push in some corners to bury the power lines or to in some way harden the structure. You know, you may find that's the case again. Is that feasible? Is that something that could even be done where we wouldn't be faced with this kind of time and again event where it just happens every several years to part of our area?
No, and John, that's a very good question. You know, following Katrina, following Gustav, we have continued to make investments in upgrading our system. So, you know, since that time, when we build the transmission line, it is designed to a higher wind standard, 150 miles an hour. Substations have the critical components elevated so they're out of harm's way from water and so forth. Existing substations, we've gone back and elevated those critical components. We have, in some cases, built seawalls around those substations, and for some, the temporary solutions like ESCO baskets and that kind of thing. So those investments are ongoing, but the reality is the cost to bury what in Louisiana is 6,000 miles of transmission line and probably six-fold that for distribution lines would be extraordinarily expensive.
I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions or billions of dollars?
I would think that it's going to run in the many tens of billions of dollars, if not approaching 100 billion.
Wow.
So, I mean, one of the things you're assessing is the fact that these high voltage transmission lines, which were so much of a problem in Gustav, you know, I've been out in the marsh, I've seen some concrete bases and some steel structures. They certainly look sturdier, but this was a major test for them, and I gather you really can't answer at this point how well they have done or what kind of shape that's in?
Yeah, so we are in the process of doing those assessments now, and that will gain some more intelligence as the day goes on and over the next couple of days. We know that during Hurricane Laura, the new higher standard infrastructure fared very well during that storm. This storm had a little higher winds. I know, for instance, you may have saw photographs of a tower that collapsed that crosses the Mississippi River. That is a 400-foot tall tower with a 3,800-foot spanlet. It is one of the most robustly engineered structures on our system. It did not waver during Katrina, and it failed during the storm. So we are seeing a kind of extreme test of infrastructure with some of these storms are now coming out of the Gulf. And so we will look at whether or not the infrastructure we have, the standards we have are adequate. But I'll note again that that new infrastructure that was tested during Hurricane Laura in Lake Charles fared very, very well. We'll do our assessments on that infrastructure here and see how it fares.
And we have just a couple more things. We don't have the normal ability to put up what we call supers, titles for people. So this is Philip May, the CEO of Entergy Louisiana, and Meg has another question for you, sir.
Mr. May, the tower that you were just referencing, we've seen pictures and video of it that has collapsed. When people see that, you know, that's when I think the rumors kind of started flying. Okay, if this tower went down, it's going to be weeks, you know, obviously before we have power. But is that tower the one that, is it true that it provides power to Orleans and Jefferson Parish, and that's why people in those two parishes are so concerned it could take weeks and not days for the power to be restored?
Yeah, Meg, that's a great question. That tower is a single component of 8 different transmission lines that come into the city. If you've ever driven across the Bonnie Carey Spillway, you'll see a transmission line that runs through the Bonnie Carey Spillway. You see a transmission line that runs up to Tangiboa Parish from that Bonnie Carey Spillway. We have lines that run on the west bank of the Mississippi River. We have lines that run on the east bank of Mississippi River, and we have a line that runs from New Orleans east to Slidell. That is 8 separate paths into the city. It's a very robust and redundant system. That tower is a single component of one of those paths. And so what we have to do is go and inspect all 8 paths to see if we have similar damage elsewhere. We know during the storm that each of those components went off during the storm, so we have to go out and inspect and see what's wrong with them. Best case scenario going forward, we can find a path for one of those lines to begin to relight and repower the New Orleans metro area. We can add another line to build some flexibility, some optionality, serve more load, and continue to add load. If we're not able to repair those lines quickly, we also have an option of powering the city with local generation. That includes New Orleans Power Station and 9 Mile Point on the west bank of Jefferson Parish. That would be the basis for relighting, repowering the metro area if we're not able to get those transmission lines up quickly.
I'm wondering, and as I recall, there are some pretty serious transmission lines near the Huey-Helong Bridge in the Avondale area across the river. Some of what you're talking about. I'm just curious, is it your intention as going into this that you probably will build another tower in that spot? And I mean, you have obviously a challenge here that not every utility company in America has, because you have a major port that you've got to get a line across or under or something.
Right. Yeah, and that's a great question, John. All of those will be answered at, post-event. Does it go over the river? Does it go under the river? Or can we find a solution that is less vulnerable, that doesn't involve a change there? And, the specific challenge we have for the New Orleans metro area is it is the toes of the boot in the state of Louisiana. So you don't have the ability to feed from the south. You don't have the ability to feed from the east. Both of those areas, no infrastructure in the Gulf of Mexico. So all of that comes from the west, as we described, around the river and across the Bonnet Carré Spillway, as well as from Slidell. And so because of that, local generation is an important part of reliability as well. It's a very robust system when it works, but this was a catastrophic event, and we had extreme wind damage.
I can't imagine that you won't hear the kind of feedback that you normally get, to put it mildly, about how long this is going to take. What would you tell people as they get frustrated in the days and perhaps weeks to come about how long it's taking or going to take to get the AC back on, the lights back on?
Yeah, and listen, we get it. Our workers are there in the metro area, working out of places that are often, not lit and so forth, working with cell phones, charging in the cars, that kind of thing. We get it. We know how challenging that is. We have a team of more than 20,000 line workers and support crews that are coming in to restore power as safely and as quickly as is possible. We understand that returning power to a community is one of the first steps to getting that power, getting that community back up again. We understand challenges this presents, and our efforts will not end until all the lights are restored.
All right, well, we appreciate your time, sir, on this day when you're still assessing where we stand. Philip May, the CEO of Entergy Louisiana, on the line with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a frustrating situation because, everybody wants answers. We want to know, is it going to be a couple days? Is it going to be a couple weeks?
Sure,
and
want the lights on.
He really can't say. He can't give those answers because they haven't even completed the assessment yet.
Well, the frustrating thing is the first thing that has to happen is the winds have to die down to under 30 miles an hour before they can even go out and do something simple. Mm-hmm. Then they say their higher priority is to go to a place where there's a life-threatening situation. They can't they can do some of these things simultaneously, obviously, but we drove across power lines over the interstate. So one of their priorities will be get the power lines off the interstate, get the power lines out of a particular neighborhood. If there's one that might be live in a school system, that sort of life-threatening thing.
Or hospitals that need power, that are currently running on generator power that maybe only had a few days left of generator power.
And then they begin the assessment of where they are. So they're just now sort of getting these answers, but I think the sort of a news here was that you were talking days and weeks at the outset would be the estimate.
It sounds like the least amount of time, it's going to be 7 to 10 days or weeks. It could be weeks.
All right, so we will keep an update on that. The situation, I know a lot of people, our biggest concern obviously is loss of life. Yeah. And we heard today from the state that there's one confirmed death. That is a person in the Baton Rouge area, not far from Baton Rouge, who was had a tree fall on them, tragically. That is the only confirmed death when last I checked about an hour ago, so it was about an hour ago. Yeah. However, the governor's office is saying that they do anticipate there would be a number more deaths in some of these areas, in these low-lying areas or in places that were hit very hard where they simply haven't gotten to people yet.
And Rob Krieger was reporting, all morning long for us in Laplace, a place where they said the water came in, according to the residents there, in just 1 minute's time. It went from no water to 6 feet. So when you think about that, someone who may have been elderly or, maybe can't swim, they're sitting inside their home, and within 1 minute to have 6 feet of water in your home, then you understand how these drownings happen, how people get trapped and cannot get out. You're taking a look now at some video that Brian Sharp took. That is of the interstate. You can see the Laplace exit there, New Orleans as well. We also have some, our reporters, are out and about in the field today trying to gather the latest on the situation. Let's send it over to Olivia Vidal, who is in Mandeville, with a look at how things are there.
right, we are not working with our normal communication system, so we don't have Olivia, and never did.
But she did take this video.
She did, right.
We can tell you
It's
that.
not that Olivia wasn't where she was supposed to be. So we just let the sound tells the story, and I think, unfortunately, out in neighborhoods, that's going to be a very familiar sound. You know, they've got so many trees on the North Shore, and another layer of this was there were so many, you know, you cover these things, you'll see the tree get snapped. That's one thing. But to see these giant 200-year-old oak trees in some places
it's
that
astonishing,
are
really.
pulled from the ground from their roots, partly because of the saturation of the ground. On the day after Katrina in Waveland, Mississippi, there were two kinds of things that were standing. Some maybe something that wrapped around a post that was in concrete, or an oak tree. And the oak trees were the only thing natural for a quarter mile from the beach.
And to see now these oak trees ripped up from Ida, that just gives you an idea of the strength of the storm. It's pretty powerful.
That oak tree went through Betsy when it was, you know, just a little bit younger, and probably who knows how many countless other storms over the last, well, the one we were showing earlier, over the last couple of centuries.
You know, something else we've been talking about, obviously Ida has already passed through here, the weather improving today, but the rivers on the North Shore are going to be a problem. Zach Friedel has been telling us about that all morning long, about how the rivers are rising, and for a lot of people who live along the rivers are going to see flooding there tomorrow and perhaps in the days to come. We have video to show you of the Chifuncta River rising here that our Rob Masson actually shot for us a little while ago. I'm trying to pull up that video. Okay, I'm sorry, here's a report from Rob Masson.
North Shore rivers rose rapidly last night as Ida dumped massive amounts of rain on this region. This is the beautiful Chifuncta River. Normally, it's hardly visible here at the access road along I-12, but you can see it is all the way up to this side of the road. It's actually covering the other side. That's the side that accesses Target, the movie theater, all at Highway 21 and I-12. The river is causing problems. It jumped up 15 feet last night and is now in moderate flood stage. And tonight it's expected to rise another 9 feet more, and it will be in major flood stage. That is causing problems for a lot of residents who live out on Three Rivers Road, who aren't able to access their homes to go check for damage. They also have a lot of problems with down trees and down power lines in those neighborhoods. So the good news is I-12 is passable. Road crews were out very early this morning, clearing a lot of debris that was on that highway here in St. Tammany Parish. But the bad news is, because of the Chifuncta River, a lot of roadways like this one are going underwater, and that.
All right, Rob Masson with that report on the Chifuncta. The Chifuncta, the Bogafalaya, the Tangipahoa River, all concerns, and it varies from river to river. You know, along the Tangipahoa, for example, Zach was telling us it will be significant flooding. It will not be as bad as 2016, which is sort of the gauge. And another thing Zach pointed out earlier is in the extreme western part of St. Tammany, they actually had two floods that year. They had I think it was the March flood, and then another one several months later in August. In that portion of St. Tammany, the March flood was actually the more significant one. That's kind of the standard people have before that one later in the year that just bombed Baton Rouge. So at the moment, it appears, I would keep an eye on the forecast if you're in that area, but it appears as though it will not be quite as bad as it was in 2016,
which is certainly a glimmer of hope here as we deal with the situation. All right, we want to show you some pictures and videos that we've been getting in from our viewers. They've been submitting them via the Fox 8 News app, which we so greatly appreciate. This is actually the burst function where you can upload your pictures and videos so we can see. All right, I'm going to get out of here. Let me just escape out of here so I can kind of refresh it for you. Oh, if it's going to escape here, just bear with me 1 second, please. Okay, that doesn't want to work, but that's okay. We'll do it up here. All right, so let's see what new pictures and videos we have coming in here. We've been getting them all day long, and we so greatly appreciate everyone who's been sending them to us. Okay. We will just start with this one. Tracy Jackson sent this picture from Metairie. Take a look at this house. I'm going to expand it so you can see a little bit better. First of all, you've got a portion of a roof missing. Okay, those are the exposed wooden beams of the roof. Over here, what looked like a trailer or a mobile home that someone was living in. Look at how it was just completely shredded, ripped apart from this storm. You know, and those were the warnings that we were giving, you know, our viewers ahead of time. If you lived in a mobile home, if you lived in a structure that was maybe not as sturdy that you needed to get out, and I'm hoping that the folks that lived in this had evacuated to a sturdier structure. But look at the damage to this home as a result of Ida. Not only is the roof missing here, portion of the carport and the awning there ripped apart. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Here's another tree uprooted. We're seeing so many trees and so much tree damage. That is also from Tracy. Some signs missing here. Tracy sent this from Metairie. It looks like it's outside of a school. I can't make out what school that is, but part of the signs are missing. Okay, so here is River Ridge. This is across from John Curtis Lower School. Tracy Jackson also sent this in. Take a look at this. This is inside, it looks like inside of a garage, because here's the garage door and a portion of the roof ripped off here. Look, you could see the sun coming in. The ceiling just ripped apart, like basically ripped open from the storm. Okay, look at that. Wow. Take a look at that damage. Pretty incredible. And there's an outside view of that garage, it looks like, or shed structure. Here's a law enforcement vehicle. This is Gretna Police in water, sent in by Paul. This was sent in at about 1:30 this afternoon, about an hour ago, and trying to make their way through, a flooded street. That's something we've been talking about, that it's been so difficult for law enforcement and first responders to even get out to assess the situation. That's something that Mr. May from Entergy kind of referenced about how it's been challenging for them to really assess the situation of how bad things are because there are so many down lines and so many down trees. And that's why they're asking people to stay off the roads. If you don't have to be outside, I know it's sunny in New Orleans right now in the surrounding areas. It seems like, an okay day, but please don't go outside if you don't have to. Take a look. This is the Marigny. Michael Roberts sent this in just a short time ago, and you can see a tree that's cracked from its branches, and the branches are here on the street. And wow, look at these leaning power poles, also in the Marigny, sent by Michael Roberts. So some pretty impressive images, and again, we want to thank everybody for sending those in to us via the Fox 8 News app. If you do have internet capabilities, if you're able to get cell phone service, we'd appreciate it so that we can pass along to our viewers what the situation looks like, because as we know, there are people tuning in to us not just from the New Orleans area, but really from around the country and around the world, trying to get a sense of what's going on and maybe checking on their loved ones that they can't get a hold of. Let's show you some pictures now from Ormond, Destrehan, of some of the damage there. We've seen a lot of images there, and you can see that looks like the roof of a shed, I believe, that kind of got ripped off in the storm. There's another one of a huge, massive tree. John talked about those old oak trees that cracked and landed on people's homes, unfortunately, and driveways and neighborhoods. And
well, that one
was
was ripped apart. I mean, that one was snapped, which is normally what you kind of expect to see. But I think what has happened with some of these oak trees, as opposed to some of the pine trees, they could split or just yanked up by the roots. And we saw that happen last year in, forgive me, Zach, what was the one that hit Mobile, the Mobile area?
Oh, Sally.
Sally.
They all run together now.
I mean, it was like a graveyard of oak trees down the road to the beach.
The very first picture we saw of that this morning, I think Olivia Vidal sent that in from Mandeville. And it was incredible, the amount of grass, too, that came up with the roots. I mean, it was like this huge, big circle, the roots from this old oak tree and the grass that came up with it. It almost didn't even look real. But it's incredible when you think of the sheer force of those winds to get those old roots out of the ground.
And it's crazy to think of how the trees that are supposed to be here grow a certain way and that aren't supposed to be.
Right.
I mean, you see all the palm trees? They're still standing. They lose those palm fronds, but they're still standing, and that's because they're tropical plants, But pine trees usually they don't uproot. They either splinter and crack, or they just bend way over. And I mean, that
is true. Where a big giant oak sometimes will get pulled out of the ground.
Exactly.
Especially if the moisture is.
Now, a pine tree is very skinny in nature, so there's not much. Those big oak trees, they have a huge canopy, and that the wind just grabs that and dumps it over.
That's a very good point. All right, so, I think a lot of people probably have questions about when can I travel? And, we've said, if you are just joining us, we welcome you back to Fox 8 because we were knocked off the air for a little while. John Snell along with Meg Gatto and Zach Pradella here at our studios temporarily in Baton Rouge at our friends from WAFB who have rolled out the red carpet for us here and set a portion of their newsroom aside for us to use to bring you information this dedicated group of broadcasters who, I mean, you would have thought that the head of the company had said, do it and do it now.
I know.
Or the general had said, because we have this army of people in here trying to pull off a minor miracle of rigging this up in a way that it doesn't normally work, that we could get it on the air.
You know, we're used to this big old studio, you know, at Fox 8 in New Orleans. Right now, we're like shoulder to shoulder. I can touch Zach with my left hand. So, I mean, it's cozy, you know? It's nice and cozy here.
This is a wonderful facility. It's a really magical little studio that they have in the corner of their newsroom, from which they do a lot of their live and internet material. But I have had bedrooms that are larger than this too.
Yeah, right.
I will say that. You know, a lot of people are wondering, and as we got here today to take this trip, this 4-hour trip that we had to take to get up here.
In the middle of the night.
If you're watching or listening from out of town, we certainly understand that that's nothing compared to what you had to endure. But quite an interesting in-the-dark trip, and one that I don't want to do tomorrow by any stretch of the imagination.
We can actually probably show some of those videos that I took. If we could call up some of those videos, and in fact, the most recent one was pretty good.
And as we do so, I think the important thing is, and Maggie, you can talk about what you've seen there, is, I guess I saw it too, but you were rolling video.
You were driving, I was taking the video.
I was driving rather slowly, by the way,
were.
as Meg looked up and said, tree, huh? But, and there were a lot of trees in the roadway, and that's why if you are talking about possibly getting home, the issue is the roads just aren't safe, and they're not in a position yet where they can let people in some cases they're flooded, so it's the officials telling us this is not the day to come home.
And you're seeing here, this is on I-10 as we were heading toward Baton Rouge. I mean, look at those massive trees that were down. You know, in some places there were 2 lanes of traffic, or 2 lanes I should say on the interstate, or other places 3 lanes. Sometimes we were on the shoulder because all 3 lanes were covered by these trees, and you could see the other debris there on the ground. Nola Reddy, by the way, just put out a tweet saying, do not come. Don't come to the city of New Orleans, and that was something that was echoed by Colin Arnold in the press conference that the city had a little while ago. He said, this is not the time to come back to New Orleans. If you've evacuated, you need to stay out, and you could see the tweet right there. Stay out because there is widespread debris. The power is out. Emergency services, there's no 911. They can't answer your call right now, not only in New Orleans, but in other places across the region.
It's been a while since we were on the roads, obviously, from the video. I'm sure some of it has been cleared, but by no means all. They're really still in sort of assessment phase in some places. And if you had a lot of people on the roadways trying to get home, I can't imagine what it would have been like. In fact, we did see one scene where for about a mile or so in both lanes of the I-12 going out of Baton Rouge, in fact 3 lanes, there were just one 18-wheeler after another that couldn't get by power lines. So that's one aspect of it, is you'll have a very unpleasant trip. You will come home to no air conditioning. You will come home to a toilet.
Look at the cars stopped along the interstate, John, not to interrupt you, but you could see the cars beached along the interstate there in New Orleans.
Why would you want to come home right now? I mean, there's no service.
The natural curiosity of just my house.
Well, they want to check on
one thing
their
I did see last night when we were driving is one of the biggest things I think people say when it's like, I want to come home because I want to protect my property. I saw a lot of police officers out during the middle of the night, and this was right after the storm ended, with their lights on. They're patrolling, So if you're just one of those people that, I want to protect my property, the police, I think, they're doing their jobs. And we saw them last night, and that was right at the storm ending.
Well, and I think maybe a way to approach it from the standpoint of people are adults, they make their own decisions. I think the way to say it is to say the officials are telling us don't come home. If you come home, you're not coming home to much, including if everybody comes home, very possibly toilets that won't function. Just be blunt about it.
Some people can't afford to stay away. I mean, there are some people that either have businesses here, they need to, operate, or they can't afford to pay for a hotel room, or, wherever they're staying, a condo, what have you. Some people need to come home because they cannot afford to stay out on the road, which is understandable. We talked earlier about other agencies, outside agencies coming to help with this massive, massive recovery. NYPD is actually sending their special ops convoy. The NYPD is now on its way, the special ops convoy, to help with the recovery. They're actually heading toward Jackson and then making their way down to this region with search and rescue crews. They're bringing canine dogs. They're bringing all kinds of specially trained, over 80 personnel coming to help.
Right, and then Zach, of course, you've been telling us the other layer of all of these modern conveniences that you won't have, like good roads and electricity, is there won't be any AC.
Exactly,
right.
and it's going to get worse and worse every day that progresses from here on out. the non-AC is going to become a bigger deal as our temperatures start trending back to where they should be at this time of year. Remember, we're still in summer. Meteorological summer ends at the end of August, and it's still I don't even know what day it is, honestly. It's August 30th. There I go. But we're coming up to September, but there's no fall cold front coming anytime soon. I'm going to do a quick little kind of tour of some graphics I have of what's going on with Ida, what went on with Ida, how the track went. And these are some of the preliminary wind gusts that we got. Now, this is preliminary data, okay? This is not an all-inclusive list by any means, and a lot of these, I think these two sites are automatic. They failed before they actually hit the peak wind gusts because the winds were certainly stronger than 79 miles per hour in reserve. But some of these coastal numbers look right to me, okay? A 172 miles per hour gust in Fouchon. Now, that was likely a gust. That was not a sustained wind, but I mean, that's intense wind. Now, that wind does not penetrate very far inland, but it certainly did come far enough where Grand Isle 146, Golden Meadow 125, Galliano 122, and then 138 for those of you in Dulac. Now, in the city, we had a gust to 110 on the anemometer at Fox 8. I looked at the gusts at the airport, and they were only about 90, and I say only. It's interesting to note that there is some discrepancy. You would think that Kenner was closer to the eye, so they should obviously have a higher wind gust than in the middle, basically mid-city. When you go east, though, not as strong. Shell Beach only recorded 84 miles per hour with the wind gust. Southwest Pass was close enough to the center of this storm as it was a Category 4 to get a wind gust of 128. And there's that 111 on the North Shore, Mandeville. Now, that's partially because that wind was able to go right over the lake with nothing to really impact it or slow it down. And right once it moves off the lake, it moves right into that anemometer that's located at the north end of the causeway in Mandeville. Here's a look at some of the rainfall totals, and it just jumped right through it. So we'll go back to it, and you can clearly see where the track went. Okay, the track was right here, and everything to the east is the heavy rain threat. Everything to the west, absolutely nothing. And you know, these are how these things play out. There's such a small margin for error. I mean, here in Baton Rouge, they were preparing for, you know, a Category 1, Category 2 hurricane. Thankfully, that didn't come to fruition where they did get a direct impact. It went just off to their east. So their impacts were there, but it wasn't hurricane force winds into the Baton Rouge area. They have experienced a ton of power outages. At least, I think, 50% of the area is without power. Now, there's all your heavy rainfall. About 6 inches closer to the coast. When you go where the eye actually went over, about 4 inches south of Houma. And that 4-inch rain total amount went straight north with that eye. So the heavier rainfall is always on the right side of these storms. You can see in the city about 8 inches or so. A lot heavier right here in this little corner, right in LaPlace. Not only was LaPlace getting significant storm surge getting pushed in from east to west across Lake Pontchartrain, it was pouring as they were stuck in that eye wall. They were stuck in those very strong winds as the eye wall moved over them. 14.4 inches, and that's where the heaviest rain actually fell with this entire event. From Hammond to about Covington, all along I-12, all along US 190, and down to Highway 22 that goes all the way to Ponchatoula. That's where the heaviest rainfall fell. In northern areas, it did look like the rain subsided just a little bit as you went north and east towards portions of Washington Parish. Let me talk about the rivers real quick and let you know what's going on, because if you live along these rivers, you know who you are. In 2016, you might have seen water. Now, every river I'm looking at will not hit 2016 levels, okay? So just want to reiterate that 2016 levels, it's going to be less than that, but some of them are going to get close. So if you're one of those people that you easily got water in 2016, this one could come close to your house as well, just because these numbers are going to be close to what they were. Moderate flooding expected around 58 feet tonight on the Bogafly River at Camp Covington. $1 Million Road sees some water. Water approaches homes along Highway 25. That is not an all-inclusive, though. It's not every home on Highway 25. You know the areas that sometimes can get that water. The Tchefuncte River at Folsom, we're going to see extensive flooding along the Tchefuncte River once you get east on Highway 1077 on the east side of Highway 1077, especially north of 190. Those neighborhoods, you know who you are. And just to kind of give you a reference here, they're expecting a crest tonight at 23 feet. At this point, at the crest for this location at Folsom was 25.25. That's the record crest in March 2016. So this is a good 2 feet below that. So like I said, we're getting close, but we're not there. We're not going to totally surpass those flooding numbers. Tangipahoa River at Robert, this is another one that's going to get in a major flood around 23 feet on Tuesday. That's going to be tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon. Water gets close to going over Highway 190. When you get that water at 23 feet, areas around Highway 445 and Highway 190, you know those areas by the Roberts Supermarket going towards I-12, they start to get water when you get to these levels. And these levels are going to come up very quickly because it's almost like a 24-hour flood here, where the water is going to come up, it's going to crest, and then it's going to go down as we go into the middle of the week. To give you a reference for Robert, on the Tangipahoa River, 27.33 was the August 2016 record. We are nowhere near that. Okay, so this is at least 4 feet below that number. So I know that year was just the most extensive flood the Robert area has seen. This is not going to be anything like that, but you are going to have to worry about some rising water if you're in and around Robert along the Tangipahoa River. There's the latest information, 40 miles per hour on Ida, which is continuing to move inland, and there's the track. And this is a big deal. We're going to analyze this track over the coming days, the coming weeks, and as we get more and more data, we can figure things out. But Category 4, right across Port Fourchon, then right over places like Matthews, Lockport, along LA1, and then it took that right jog, and that right jog is what brought huge implications to everybody on the South Shore. Originally, we were always talking about the catastrophic wind going up this way from Houma through the river parishes. We were always very concerned about you getting that catastrophic wind and then moving towards Baton Rouge. But it did take that right jog, and when it took that right jog, instead of bringing that core this way, it brought the core right here and then straight north, and that put all of southeast Louisiana into some of those significant impacts. So, you know, like I said, we'll be analyzing this data and this track and see, you know, what exactly Ida had to offer and how. I mean, we talked about it earlier. They analyze these things after the year, so it's going to be until next year before we get the full report. But it'll be one that we're very interested in because it was the first big storm, I think, to really test our levee system, and our levee system passed, at least with the risk reduction system.
Yes, it did, which is good for sure.
Now,
a lot of people were worried about that.
The people in Laplace sometimes would say, there are those voices in Laplace who say, wait, you built those levees for New Orleans, and look what you're doing to us. The Corps and some hydrologists say it's not a significant amount of water. We're talking, you know, very inches spread out over the basin of the lake versus feet, and that it's a function of the winds. But there are those voices, nevertheless, who aren't convinced of that. They will get their own levees in Laplace, and that won't be an issue anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, they're not there yet, and what they just dealt with is just, I mean, absolutely terrible.
And I mean, I just want to acknowledge that from the standpoint of you know, we'll report what the experts say, which is that it's not significant, that the footprint of the levee system is the same. The levees are bigger and more robust, but if water from some random 1994 storm didn't push water that way, that's not what happened. But I do think it's important to acknowledge the very heartfelt and emotional sentiment on the part of people whose homes have flooded for a second time here, just as a point of acknowledgement.
Yeah, absolutely.
One bit of good news, the Causeway Bridge has reopened.
That is good, because earlier we'd heard that they were out there assessing damage to see if the bridge was damaged in the storm, but obviously they did not have any significant damage, so they were able to reopen. All right, also some good news. FEMA is on the ground right now. Look, we've got this picture here of one of the FEMA trucks. FEMA actually put this update up on Facebook saying that they are on the ground. As of today, they've got 3,600 staff members already here. Over 3.5 million meals have been provided. 2 million liters of water, 35,000 tarps have been brought to the area to help people whose roofs may have blown off or shingles gone, you know, anything of that nature with roof damage. They also brought 184 generators. I've got one more picture to show you here. Let me see if I can get out of here. Oops, made it a little bit too big. Close that. Okay, here's our other picture from FEMA. Okay, and that's a look at all of the FEMA trucks with the supplies that were brought down to this region.
The storm damage assessment has begun in Houma and Terrebonne, and from the EOC we have information that they've begun that process. Water is still high. Now this is as of 11:30 this morning, so some time has passed, but not enough to make a huge difference.
Sure.
Water's still high in the southern part of the parish outside the Morganza levee system, their hurricane protection that they have built largely through their own money in Terrebonne and in Lafourche Parish too, for that matter. They say that the EOC, the emergency operations folks, say that before they can begin the systemic process of letting residents and evacuees back into the parish, roads must be cleared, the power lines have to be checked. They are saying that they're hearing from a lot of people on social media, when can I come home? And the word is no decision has been made on when this will happen. Again, we're talking in Terrebonne Parish, the Houma area, and to the south of that. In addition to safety concerns and clearing the roadways, they say that water service must be restored along with the sewer system and communications. So that gets back to what Zach was saying, is that it's natural for people who want to come back to check out their place.
Right.
But they're trying to get the word out that you're not coming back to what you normally think of as a normal life.
And I think that's kind of the overwhelming, resounding thing that we've been hearing from parish leaders really across the area, that if you don't have to come back, please don't, because not only is it going to be treacherous driving in some places, but you are going to have issues with no power, no water, no 911 services. Now, you're taking a look here at some video. This was shot by Claudio Cepeda, New Orleans resident, driving around checking out the situation. Look at those utility poles that were completely just pushed over, basically, in the wind. And those are all going to have to be repaired.
And when you think about it, they literally have to get bucket trucks on every one of those. And I know we're going to have hundreds of linemen come in to do this job. It's great what they do with every storm that comes, but the amount of time that's going to, with the amount of infrastructure damage, the amount of time that goes into having to fix each one of those poles, having to rerun wires, miles and miles of wire. And now you see the big telephone poles on the left. Those are some of those. I don't know if that's transmission lines. I'm not an energy person at all, and I don't know much about the electrical grid, but I think that's the ones that transport the power far, and we probably have those down in many areas.
So think of, I'm sure there's logistical support involved, but more than 20,000 of those crews. So think of 20,000 man hours, each hour of the day that they're working, dedicated to trying to bring that back. It's just a massive undertaking.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, now we want to let you know that LSU has just announced that it will be closed tomorrow because of the storm. LSU President Dr. William Tate, he's actually got a message that he put out via Twitter. I think we're going to take a listen to that video.
Hi, I'm William Tate, president of LSU. And in the aftermath of the hurricane, I wanted to come and just reassure you that we have appropriate protocols in place to keep our students and university community safe. In this aftermath, we're asking that our students, staff, and faculty not rush back to campus, but wait until they've been alerted and all clear has been given, so that you give our emergency protocols an opportunity to clear the way and make sure the campus is safe for your return. I want to offer our sincere thoughts and prayers to those who have been impacted by this hurricane. Please know that we will be supportive of communities across the state of Louisiana as we prepare to go forward and make sure that all are safe and we can return to normal operation. Thank you. Hi, I'm William Tate, president of LSU. And in the aftermath of the hurricane,
Loyola, Tulane, Xavier, UNO, and we just mentioned the 911 services. Mayor Cantrell just tweeted 37 minutes ago, 911 has been restored for the city of New Orleans. Now, if you don't need 911, don't call it, because of course emergency responders are so busy responding to other things, the pandemic included, but that is good to know that 911 has been restored in the city of New Orleans.
And we'll just kind of creep back to some semblance of normal, but it's a creeping process.
It's going to be a slow process.
Now, forgive me, guys, do we have Real One Belogan ready? It's in Teams. It's over here.
Okay, let's pull up Teams here. Our Teams message, and this one? All right, let's see what we've got from Real One.
We are using a different
this video right
sort
here?
of...
The one right below it. That one. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's a Twitter.
There
okay.
we go. Here we go.
Let's see what Real One has for us. All right, so Real One has a video here. This is the side of a home in Lafourche that has been ripped off. Look at that. You could see inside. You could see the furniture inside that home. Wow. Look at the side of the building that just kind of fell backwards, if you will.
And who knows how long that home had stood. It looks like a traditional structure, right? So
yes.
And you've covered those stories over the years, Meg, where you get this cross-section of a building, and it's always weird, Zach, how this will happen sometimes, where the next door neighbor won't have this. A house that might be pretty much intact.
And a part of it goes to, and look, part of it's the engineering of certain houses and whatnot, and the structure of certain houses. But with hurricanes, with tornadoes, it's the same type of thing. A lot of people, when they come home during with these big storms, they're like, "Oh, that must have been a tornado." No, when you get these strong wind gusts, like I've shown you some of these behind you, 138 miles per hour is not running in an entire 3-mile across span. What's happening is, does that 138 miles per hour gust hit that specific location? It might just be down your street. And if anybody stayed during this storm or any other storm, you might have noticed that you'll just be sitting there and you'll have a constant wind blowing at 40 or 50 miles per hour, and then all of a sudden you'll get one of those gusts, and you can hear it coming, and when it moves, it comes flying down your street, and you just see all the trees get blown all which way. That's those gusts. And with the hurricane, when you see the damage, you realize one house could get that gust hitting it almost right in its face, causing the extensive damage, while maybe somebody next door, the gust missed them.
I want to show you some more pictures that we're getting in. And first, I apologize for, we're looking at our phones just because this is kind of the way that we're connecting with the folks back at our station in New Orleans, and obviously how we're kind of connecting everything together here. So that's kind of what we're doing when you see us looking down at our phones. All these pictures were just sent in by Claudia Cepeda, who was that New Orleans resident who just took that video we showed you a second ago, driving around. All right, so this looks like, this might be uptown. I'm not quite sure what part of the city is, but look at the tree that's fallen over the fence here and into this person's front yard. Pretty impressive sight. Let's see what other pictures Claudia also provided us with. Wow, okay, we talked about the roots of trees being ripped up. Look at that one. I mean, John, how old do you think that tree is? Let's see, is that an oak? It's not an oak, but it is still.
Almost looks like a willow.
Yeah,
with the way
really
that coloring
big
is.
old tree.
I'm over here in the corner. But it's clearly decades old.
There we go.
Willows grow pretty quickly, but
yeah.
But still, yeah, I mean, to imagine the force of these winds to rip that thing right up out of the ground, and then
you do realize that somebody who knows something about trees is sitting
it's probably like,
saying,
what are they talking about? I know.
I'm a meteorologist, so that's not my science.
Yeah. So sorry, but anyways, those are some good pictures
I
around
should know
New
that,
Orleans.
sort of, I guess. But at any rate,
it illustrates the damage that we're seeing.
Right, and it was, I know somebody who had a whole bunch of beautiful pine trees in their front yard and took them down, some of them, precisely because he was worried about them falling, and trees were falling all around his home over the course of yesterday. So,
yeah. All right, let's see if we have some more maybe pictures and videos coming in from our Burst app via the Fox 8 News app. We've been getting
and these
some
are
good
viewer-submitted
stuff there.
Pictures and videos.
Yep. All right, let's see if we can get back to the home screen here. We'll refresh it. And we love when our viewers send us pictures and videos that we can show, everybody what's going on here.
While you're doing that, I'm going to close out some of these windows. Well,
okay.
I won't.
You know
I'll
what?
wait
I'm
to
gonna.
do that.
I'll step over here then. Alrighty.
It's mainly because you got to realize how many people aren't they left, they evacuated, and
They're
maybe your
going on.
picture is that street that they know or whatnot,
Yes.
and they can see that damage. That's why people. That's why if you're out there and you're taking these pictures, of course do it safely, but make sure you submit them through. You can submit them through the Fox 8 weather app. You can submit them through the actual news app because we can share them, and people are out there watching and they want to see what's going on in my town.
I've had so many people text me, what about this street? What about that part of the city? I'm like, I can't respond to all these texts right now, but just, we'll try to get all these pictures and stuff on to show you. All right, this is flooding at the Maritime Museum and Madisonville Library that was sent in by Justin Dennis. Let's take a look at that. This was sent in just a short time ago, and
That's
wow.
That's now. That's today.
Yes.
That's That's not yesterday.
I think this was taken this morning.
Yeah, that's now. We still have high water in many locations, especially around the lake and also along the coast.
Wow. All right, let's see. I think he sent another video in here too. Yep. This is along the Tramfuncta right there in Madisonville.
And this is a prime example of why the water is struggling to get out of the Tramfuncta, because it's trying to get into the lake.
There's nowhere to go.
And there's nowhere to go. There's so much water in the lake. It's just piling the water back. It's called back flooding in the hydrology sense.
Sure. I want to ask you, Zach, about the storm surge. We talked a lot about the North Shore seeing potentially 9 feet of storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain. Did that happen? Do we have a gauge on that?
I don't know about the North Shore, but I did see at least 10 feet in Laplace. Okay, right there on the lake. There was 10 feet in La Place. I have not seen anything on the North Shore yet, specifically what happened last night when those southerly winds crossed the lake and they were coming right up the causeway towards the North Shore. I don't know how the water levels rose. If anybody, I mean, tweet me or send me a message on Facebook if you are on the Mandeville lakefront last night and you kind of saw how high that water got. It would be good to know how high that surge was on the north side of the lake.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, John, you want to see if we have another picture here maybe, or video? Here's a picture. All right, this is sent in by Renee, our backyard in Palm Lake around noon today. Look at part of their boat slip here, the roof gone. Down tree. Not quite sure what that is, but there's flooding. Okay, about Palm Lake and Slidell.
Is that a watermark?
They say it's about, this is from Renee again, was about a foot higher this morning. Haven't seen or heard anything. Okay, about Slidell. Zach, do you have an update on Slidell?
I did see the southwesterly winds right now. Well, I can show you. Let me put this into play mode real quick. And I'm going to jump ahead real quick. So give me 1 second as what's happening is the lake is so high that those in Eden Isles and Slidell, you haven't really experienced, even when you had a southeasterly wind yesterday, the water didn't rise, and it was more so getting pushed to the western half of the lake. But do you see these winds today? It's almost, I mean, every single, it's hard to imagine, every single area that's along a body of water, when a storm comes in, every wind direction happens, so everybody gets a surge at some point. And right now, the biggest surge, or it's not drastic by any means, it's not what happened in La Place, but the Wrigley's is southwesterly, the Lakefront Airport's southwesterly at 22, so you still have those good wind gusts, and there's a ton of water that's sitting in that lake right now. So any type of wind that's blowing across the lake, it's blowing it right into Eden Isles, it's blowing it right into Slidell, and that's why they're seeing the highest water that probably they experienced through this entire event, even offshore. I mean, it's still gusting 36, 32, and so all of that water is still being pushed into the eastern side, at least the east bank of LA 23 in Plaquemines Parish. So that's what we're going to be watching as these winds shift. Now, I have a graph on here that's going to show you how the wind gusts go. They're southwesterly through tonight, southwesterly into tomorrow. Eventually, they will go west. Okay, I think by later tomorrow they'll go west, and they are going to take a dip. They're not going to keep blowing as hard as they're blowing right now. But in general, we are going to keep a breeze. If we blow westerly, that's going to blow the water out of the lake. Now, you're also going to back flood the Wrigley's, because right now the water is stuck, and when you push the water from westerly direction across to the east side, the backside of the Wrigley's, the backside of Venetian Isles, that will pick up some water as that water tries to get out of Lake Pontchartrain.
Well, and we've had a couple of events where you'll start to get the shift of the winds, and I'll think, oh, okay, let me go to Lake Road in Lacombe and take some pictures, for example. And you get there and it's still flooded, and the reason is the lake is so full that there's nowhere for the water to go. And you really kind of need those westerly winds sometime to drive it out.
Totally empty it out. Now, a lot of times you do get westerly winds as storms depart, the winds go west, and this one will be the same way. As long as it doesn't blow too strong. If it blows too strong, then you take all of that water and you push it real fast. If you gradually blow the wind, it'll gradually allow the actual water to exit Lake Pontchartrain with time.
We are anticipating, by the way, a press conference from St. Bernard Parish at about 3:30 today, and then the latest from Governor Edwards. And we may get a lot of news out of Governor Edwards at 4 o'clock, because you would assume that they, at the state level, will have done some of the assessments. We hope to hear more about Grand Isle and about Lafitte specifically, Lock areas, Golden Meadow, the area in southern, Lafourche Parish up to Lockport over to Houma. Some of those areas that were Houma kind of missed the worst, even though it was very bad in Houma. Right. It could have been even worse. So hopefully we'll get some more information about some of those really impacted areas. And then I'm sure some guidance on questions like, when do you come home?
Yeah, absolutely. A few minutes ago I mentioned other outside agencies coming in to help. We talked about FEMA. We also talked about the NYPD. Our crew, Shelley Brown and Liz Reyes, they've been actually up in Birmingham broadcasting from there. And look at this convoy this week. We can show you that they encountered of those NYPD crews and other agencies coming to help. And I had mentioned that they're bringing canine dogs and special equipment, different things to try to help with the rescue effort here and also just the recovery effort. And so they kind of ran into this convoy already on its way, which is great. And they're also on their way here to Baton Rouge.
I'll be honest with you, I'm just watching TV
station.
right now. It's such a sight, such a dramatic sight,
and we're
so good to see that help
Yeah.
coming, and it means so much. You know, the NYPD and the NOPD and the Louisiana firefighters and all the rest have such a relationship over the years of helping one another back and forth. The 9/11 happened. Louisiana sent a fire truck to the NOFD, built in Holden, Louisiana. I think they called it the Spirit of Louisiana. Governor Mike Foster at the time was involved in that. During Katrina, the NYPD was among those many agencies that came from around the country. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of first responders and police officers who descended on the city to help out the local police who were just overwhelmed with the task.
You know, and especially now during the pandemic, so many police departments and so many first responders are really stretched so thin, and they're dealing with COVID and different issues in their own communities. So again, that is good to see that they're able to sacrifice some people, if you will. About 80 personnel from NYPD on their way down here. We were talking about the situation in Slidell. We've got some new pictures in here. This is damage to a house in Slidell. We got these pictures from Andrew Rumor, and look at this tree that again got completely uprooted here with the roots, landed on top of the house.
Who's that? Thank you, Andrew, a former Fox 8
A
staffer.
former Fox 8 staffer,
or
yes.
somebody who happens to have the same name. We're assuming.
No, I think it's probably him.
Andrew.
Helping us out here today with some content, which we appreciate. Okay, look at the tree going right into the roof. You hate to see that.
No, absolutely.
All right, let's see. He's got a couple more pictures here. There's the bottom of the tree, the roots all ripped out. And then lastly, he sent us a picture inside. Look at the damage in the home.
You know, and you make light of it, and then you think what it means to people.
Yeah,
don't mean to make light of it by any stretch.
No, but we are appreciative for sending us the pictures.
Glad you're okay.
Yes.
That's the main thing. And,
absolutely.
And I don't know if that's his place or someone else's who's close to him, or a neighbor or something, so we're not sure what the circumstances are. It's his parents' house. So we're terribly sorry to hear that, and we appreciate you sending that in. I did a story on Michael in Florida a few years ago and talked to a lady who had two houses, both heavily damaged, one destroyed. Her second house, and I think she was going to be moving from one to the other, that's what the story was. So she found a way to live in her one partially rebuilt house, and the other one was just, you know, basically demolished. And there were so many stories like that, and I suspect, Zach, that we will see, you know, and hear some crazy stories when we haven't really begun to touch on the level of the human cost of this.
And we haven't been in the places that were the biggest impacted areas, and that's in southern Lafourche, southern Terrebonne. As we start to work down Golden Meadow, Galliano, and then eventually you get out of the risk reduction. Well, that's not really the risk reduction system. That's the levee right there in Golden Meadow, and we know that Grand Isle is going to be the worst. Fourchon is going to be the worst with this whole entire storm. And go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I think that's an excellent point, and we don't do news about what didn't happen. If this storm had hit 15 years ago, I cannot tell you the damage that it would have done to South Lafourche and to areas around, you know, the Five Fingers of Terrebonne Parish, Montague, and Pointe-aux-Chenes, and some of those areas, because they've made such dramatic improvements in their levee system. In fact, I'll bring up a map and you can kind of talk about that. But the first, really, the South Lafourche levee district went out there and on its own built their own levees without the help of the federal government, and it was kind of used as a model, and the officials in Lafourche and in Terrebonne, well, I guess we could use that as, sure, we could use that. The energy map, because I think the red lines are kind of dramatic in this sense because they tell a story of these affected areas. So here is Galliano down to Golden Meadow. So if you've taken Highway 1 and 32, 35 down, you know, to Grand Isle,
Leeville.
And here's Leeville, a community that's kind of a shell of its former self as people had to move north from there. The levee system begins here at Golden Meadow. They went out and taxed themselves and built and used their own land, or their own money, excuse me, to build this levee system, which is in this area here on the southern part of the levee protection system, 18 feet. We'll see, you know, when we get the assessments. We've heard more from kind of the flood protection authorities in New Orleans, but it appears that a lot of these tests have passed. Oh, I did it again. Sorry, guys.
It's so sensitive, and we're still getting used to all this new equipment
We have one of these at work, but it's not nearly, or at real work, but it's not nearly as sensitive as this one.
This is our pretend work today.
Yes, we're in a virtual place today. Believe me, we are.
I want to go back to real work.
Yes,
I know.
All right. You and the rest of Metro New Orleans. So here's the levee system down in this area. It's called Morganza to the Gulf, and they kind of fed off one another and the energy off one another, and there have been dramatic improvements. Can you imagine if you hadn't had an 18-foot levee here, if you had kind of the old footprint, or in some of these places where they had little speed bumps of levees 15, 20 years ago, what would have happened to these communities?
It makes you proud that maybe we're doing this right, and maybe we're making this happen where we're protecting ourselves. Now look, you're never going to be able to protect against the wind. I mean, yeah, we can build some pretty strong infrastructure, but that's always going to cause damage. But you know, maybe this is working right. Now we still need to keep improving, because this was that first big test. But like you said, 15 years ago, if Katrina would have went farther west, say did this track 15 years ago, our coastline would be totally different, and who lives along our coastline would be totally different as well.
I think you talked earlier about Lily, a storm of four, I believe, that fizzled near the end, and I believe there was another one, Isidore. And those were the two storms many years ago that they sort of happened, and the media kind of went to local officials and says, is this what you mean by losing, you know, your wetlands? Look, you can put broken marsh here and it's not going to stop an 18 or a 28-foot storm surge. It's just not.
Yeah, it's not.
But you had ridges and other features that were you know, a part of this. Grand Isle is hurricane protection for these folks, and depending on the system, the Mississippi River levees over here are some protection for Lafourche Parish.
And we see that. You can point out to the east that when we get a southeasterly wind, that does protect, the mouth of the river does get protected from that southeasterly wind, especially Barataria Bay. But this storm went right around that. And what I'm going to do is, here, I can pull up a map on my end.
The one that won't jiggle around?
Yeah. Okay, so when we get that southeasterly wind, and I've talked to Tim Kerner in Lafitte all the time, and I feel terrible because what he's going through with his residents right now. But he said with Gustav, it was Gustav. Gustav went like this. Now Gustav was a weakening 2, a totally different storm. But Gustav went like this, and he said we really didn't have any surge in Lafitte.
Zach, we don't mean to cut you off, but we're actually going to listen into a press conference from St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis.
Thank you guys for attending the press conference today. We are post-storm here in St. Bernard Parish. Today is Monday, August 30th. We are blessed here in St. Bernard Parish on the inside of our levee system with a 14-hour relentless hurricane that I've never seen before in my life. The amount of debris on the ground, the amount of electrical poles down was minimal compared to what we thought we were going to see. So for those of you who aren't here, it's about what happened, it's about exactly what happened in Zeta. So we expect to have all of this debris picked up. And one of the problems we have is most of you are not here, but you need to get back here, and we need to get your debris to the street, and we need to pick that up. So we have a few challenges. One of them is power, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. So first of all, I would like to call up our Sheriff Jimmy Pullman to give us an update.
Thank you, Guy. Yes, I am wearing shorts. The sheriff does not have electricity yet, but working with my friends at Entergy, they said it shouldn't be too long. Thank y'all for that, my friends. So, first, let's keep our thoughts and our prayers with our friends who just to the west of us that really got hit hard from the hurricane last night. I spoke to many of my sheriff friends, and they going through some tough times, Lafourche and Terrebonne, St. Charles, St. James, St. John, and we kind of feel a little guilty on our end that we fared out pretty good here in St. Bernard Parish. But nonetheless, we had a very scary night, a very long night, and including today was a very busy day. I spent my morning working along with our fire chief and AT&T trying to get our 911 system up. It was out throughout most of the night and most of the day today, and I just couldn't imagine that somebody needed to call for help and call 911 and not able to reach us. I can't imagine what they went through. But nonetheless, we did respond to several life-threatening emergencies last night, including 2 calls where people were supposed to be trapped in houses. It didn't turn out that way, thank God, but we had a special team of deputies that respond to those calls along with our fire department, and we owe them a deep gratitude and thank you for risking their lives to go out to try to save someone else's lives through this very horrific event that we had last night. But most of the remainder of my day, I spent some time just correcting stuff on Facebook. As people are saying St. Bernard Parish is shut down. People are saying the state is shut down and that they can't get back home. But that's all false information. If you can come home and you have a generator and you think you can be comfortable without electricity for at least a few days and come on back, we're here to protect you and we want you back. But if you're not comfortable by doing that, you may as well just spend a couple more days like my family. And actually they're trying to extend it even further than that because they're in Florida. But if you don't feel comfortable coming back, just stay away a few days. We're still cleaning some things up and getting some things straight. So in a discussion with our parish president, we decided to have a parish-wide curfew tonight from dusk to dawn. The reason being, without electricity, it's very dark out there, and in the early morning hours, we discovered a couple of business burglaries overnight. During the storm, some punks went out there and burglarized a couple of our businesses, and I want to tell those punks, keep looking over your shoulder every moment, because I guarantee it's not going to be long before one of these deputies snatch you up and put you in handcuffs and put you in my jail out on Parish Road, so, which don't have air conditioning either. So be on the lookout for us. But, all in all, things went well for us here in St. Bernard Parish. I finished my evening up by dealing with some things in the eastern part of the parish. As y'all know, outside our levee protection system had a lot of water. And this afternoon, was able to send a couple of sheriff's boats out, airboats out, to do an assessment both on the Delacruz side, the Waclosky, Hopedale, Shell Beach, and Florissant as well. Now, I do understand and do sympathize with our commercial fishermen who have some big investments down there, whether it's a dock, a fishing boat, or business interest down there, and they really want to get down there to go check on their business. But it's my job as sheriff, as in charge of public safety, is to make sure that you can do that safely. And sometimes these commercial fishermen and others come to the wall and I'm wasting a lot of time arguing with my deputies about when they can go down there and when they can't. So when my deputies deemed it safe to let these guys down there, they will let them down there. But until then, you're not going. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with the councilman. I just want to let you know that if I'm going to be in charge of that mission down there, with my guys say you can go, that's when you can go. Other than that, you're simply not going. Don't get mad at anybody else. Get mad at your sheriff. He's the one that makes that call. Thank you very much.
Well, Sheriff, you pretty much just said everything I wanted to say to wrap it up, so I have nothing to say at the end. Thank you, Sheriff. Your service has been great. Please extend our thanks and gratitude to your deputies for the fine job that they're doing. Right now, I would like to call up our council chair at the moment, Councilmember Richie Lewis.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First, let me just say that, these guys behind me working tirelessly 24 hours to keep us safe and to keep our parish on track through this event, and they did an amazing job. I know a lot of people that evacuated are trying to get back home, and President McGinnis touched a bit on the roads being open, but when you come back home, you need to know what to expect here in St. Bernard Parish. We still have debris on the roads. We still have power lines down in the streets. We have Cox cable lines down in the streets. So you have to take the utmost caution when you come back into St. Bernard Parish. Don't be in a rush. The sheriff's doing a good job of keeping everything safe. And we don't want anybody to get hurt or injured when they come back home. I think we have 1 or 2 gas stations that are open, and it's probably a 4 or 5 hour wait to get gas. I don't know if they're limiting on how much gas each customer can get, but I can tell you the lines are long. We don't have a grocery store open just yet. So when you're coming home, get your supplies together, get what you're gonna need for a week or so, and be prepared to settle in with those things until we can get a few more of our businesses up and running. I can tell you from the business community, every one of these local business owners are doing everything they can to get up and service our community. And that's a real special thing to see happen as well. Also, I wanted to address the water in St. Bernard Parish. Our water systems are on generator backup. We have clean and safe water for you to, take a bath in. We blessed a little bit more than some of the other parishes to have that. I've gotten a lot of phone calls today asking about what the water situation was in St. Bernard Parish. Our administration has done a super job. You did not see an interruption in water at all, and we do not expect you to see an interruption in water at all. So with those things being said, I just want to say God bless us all, and St. Bernard strong. God bless.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. The eastern part of our parish has been devastated outside of our levee system. The representative from that area does a great job, has been engaged from the beginning, and she is not arguing with the sheriff about getting down to Delacroix and Hopedale. So I would like to bring up at this time Council Member at Large, Eastern District, Kerry Kelly.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate what Sheriff Pullman said. Really, the biggest issue we have seen in this storm is the effects that we have and are still having outside of our levee system. We fared well. Our levee system held up. It was the first or the biggest test, I believe, we've had on this levee system, and we are so happy in the results of how that went, and it did its job in the levied part of St. Bernard Parish. However, we knew the storm surge was going to be significant outside of the levee, and that's definitely what we saw. Still now, and President McGinnis touched on this on social media, we have the MRGO rock system that is holding water in. So we are not able to have that water flow out quickly, so we are still seeing that elevated water sitting on the roads in the eastern part of the parish. So everything outside of the levee system right now is not drivable. Sheriff Pullman said he had, trucks down there, and it's absolutely everything past the junction, past last stop. You cannot get anywhere down there. As soon as it is possible and safe for us to let residents down there, you all will be the first to know. We want to get everyone to their camps, to their boats, to their property outside of the levee as soon as possible. So as soon as we can safely do that, we will. The sheriff has started doing assessments down there. As soon as we can get that information to you about the extent of the damage, we certainly will. From what he has seen with his crew down there, the water is still on the roads, and completely impassable once you get past the levee. So that levee wall is going to stay closed, and we're going to keep people from traveling down there. And just please caution everybody, if you're coming down here to check on your boats, check on your camps, please just wait. Please give us some time, let the water go down, let us make sure it's safe, and as soon as that is possible, we will let y'all know. I just want to thank all of our commercial fishermen and all of our residents that live and work and play outside of the levee system for their support and their help during this whole thing. They know what to do. They got as much of their assets out as possible, and as far as we've seen, most of them came in for the event, and it went as smoothly as possible. So we just need that water to go down, and we can get out there and get back to work on putting our community out there back together. And we know how to do it. We've been through it many a times, and as soon as that's possible, we'll be out there to be able to do that again. So thank you to the sheriff. Thank you for President McGinnis and the council and the administration for working with us and doing everything we can to make that possible. So God bless y'all, and I hope to see y'all back here soon, and us rebuilding and putting everything back together outside of the wall as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. You know, the first thing we think about and the last thing we think about during these storms and the aftermath is power. And here to represent Entergy, which is probably the largest task that we have going region-wise and St. Bernard Parish-wise, is getting our power turned back on. Here to represent Entergy today is Joni Bethel and Curtis Navis.
Hello. First of all, let me thank each and every one of our services, President Ms. McGinnis, the sheriff, the fire department, and everybody in between. It was a long day and a long night. Things just seemed like they wouldn't go away. As bad as it might seem, no lights, no electricity, tree limbs all over the place. At the end of the day, we're in a good place. Most of it's been through worse, so be grateful for what you have. You know, please say prayers for our neighbors just across the river and down the bayou, because they don't have the same situation. We've been doing assessments. We've been working out plans since last night. We've been assessing the damage. There is some damage out in the community. Our guys are addressing it as we speak. We will have more resources rolling in. Please be vigilant with, you know, the work that's going on. Please stay out of their way. We do have COVID restrictions at this point, so the more people who come up and ask when the lights are coming on, the longer it's actually going to take. When these guys come in, they know what they're doing. We're probably the best at what we do. That's what we train for. We're trained professionals. So they're going to come in. We're going to put everything back together. You hear a lot of horror stories on Facebook, social media about what's true, what's not. Just recently, somebody addressed a post from last year from Zeta that said we wouldn't get power back until November. So yeah, there is a lot of challenges out there on the distribution side and the transmission side. Everybody's working to do the best they can. We don't want to have our community without power. You know, I personally don't have power. Most of my guys don't have power. So, you know, they work 16 hours a day. They go home, they sleep in a dark, non-air conditioned house, and they come back once again tomorrow morning to complete the task that we've been handed. We will do that. We'll do it safely. You know, just think about what you're doing around your house, because, you know, my guys have to take the time to perform a task, but if they don't get to come back the next day, they can't help anymore. So they will do it safely. We'll do it efficiently, and we'll get through this before, you know, hopefully the next event comes, but we don't know how that turns out every day. So thank you.
He did so well. I really don't have much to add, though, just to let y'all know that while the assessments are being done and while they're working on the transmission, we are making repairs to distribution. Everything's being done simultaneously, and while we have no estimated times to share with you, we will have them as soon as the assessments are complete and everybody has a chance to develop the plan and provide those information. Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. We were expecting y'all to tell us it was going to be turned on next week. I was joking, Curtis. I was joking.
My goal is today.
I know that. I know that. You know, going through this and working with Entergy to try to get our power on, remember we have, I think it's 8 parishes, maybe 9, that are totally without power. Don't know if that was the first time that this ever happened, but there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen with that. Senator Bowie has been calling us off and on for the last 3 days. Senator Hewitt, already before the storm came in, working on getting St. Bernard Parish power turned back on. So, you know, what we're trying to tell through our representatives to the governor, to the leadership at Entergy, is that we believe we're low-hanging fruit here in St. Bernard Parish. It's easy. Our system is fairly easy to put back together, and we were blessed. So the sooner they get us up and running, the sooner we can help some of these other parishes in southeast Louisiana get going. So we're asking them to get us up and going so we can help others. And at this time, I want to recognize our state representative, Ray Garofalo.
Thanks, President McGinnis. I've been speaking to my colleagues from around the state pretty much all day when I wasn't touring the parish, and it seems like we were truly blessed. There's no question. We had, I believe, the third test of our wall. Was this the third test? We had Isaac, last year we had Zeta, and this year we had Ida. And we had no flooding. And there was a possibility with all the rain bands that were coming in that we could have had some rain flooding, but that wall stops the storm surge. So I want everybody to know that we are blessed in St. Bernard Parish to have that, and that if you're considering St. Bernard, you want to come down here, and this is the prime example, where it could have been a lot worse depending on how the hurricane came in, but because we're protected by that blessing, that wall out there, we had virtually no flooding. So please keep that in mind when you're looking for a good place to live. But before I go, I don't want to take a lot of time, but I want to thank everyone behind me. I want to thank all the parish employees, all of our deputies, all of our firefighters. All night long, I could hear them on the radio. They were talking, they were out monitoring, they were watching people, they were watching our businesses. And that's exactly what a community needs. You need to feel safe when you go to sleep at night, even when there's a hurricane in the Gulf. And I felt very, very, very safe, even though I didn't go to sleep. So thank you guys very much, and please keep up the good work. And of course, our friends at Entergy, I know you guys were out too, and I appreciate what you guys did for us, and I know you're going to get the power back on soon. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you, Representative. All right, so we're going to summarize it up. I hope I don't double up on anything here. You know, when you're out and about, thank an employee of St. Bernard Parish government and thank a lineman without interrupting their work, right? So, you know, these guys are going to work for the next days and maybe weeks to get us back up and going. Your employees and the linemen are going to be out there working hard, so please show your appreciation to them. A lot of people went over a lot of these things. Our main thoroughfares are basically open, especially after the end of today, but you still need to be careful. Our sewer lift stations will be manned, if you will, with vacuum trucks. They will be coming in today and tomorrow. And once we make one circle on all of our lift stations, we will be up to date. And if there are any problems, please call 278-4200. Our residents' safety is our #1 concern, and that's what Councilman Lewis, Sheriff Pullman was talking about earlier today, that we still need to be careful if we're in and about St. Bernard Parish. We have extremely limited services here in St. Bernard at this time, food and restaurants. We have maybe 3 or 4 with a few coming back on, and fuel is limited at this time. So we're hoping to get that up and going a little more as we go down the road here. If you know some elderly residents, or if there's family members that you know of, please go check on them. Right now is the time to check on them. It's hot, they don't have power, and they may be in need of assistance. And if there's something we can do to help in that situation, please call, again, 504-278-4200. There are no shelters open in St. Bernard Parish at this time. We have had no requests. That means our citizens heeded the advice of our leaders. And, you know, you guys did a great job by evacuating, by getting with family, and getting to a place where you were safe. So we appreciate that. As of now, garbage collection will resume Thursday. Any update on that, Ronnie? Okay. All right. So Thursday, we will resume garbage collection. All non-essential government offices will be closed until further notice. Public schools are closed until further notice. And Nunez Community College.
All right, you were listening to St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis. You know, one of the bigger messages he had there, he is encouraging people, if you are ready to deal with, no power, that type of situation, if maybe you have a generator, you can kind of get through this, come back to St. Bernard. He's saying maybe help pick up your debris, get it to the curb so the cleanup process can begin there.
So I'm a little surprised there, but
Right.
they're saying come on home if you can. All right, Zach Fridella, let's get an update now on the temperatures, because it's going to get hotter as time goes on.
You know how it's interesting, you go from tracking a hurricane to tracking the temperatures, because the temperatures are going to be the big story moving forward, because now nobody has power, nobody has AC, and any type of heat is going to cause heat exhaustion, because not only do you not have power and you might be sitting in your house, you're also trying to pick up debris, and all of those things are very strenuous activities on your body. So right now it's 87 degrees at the airport. Now we've lost all of our sensors, so even Baton Rouge has been out, and this is going to be like this for really a couple of weeks most likely. 86 in Slidell. Now it's feeling closer to the upper 90s to near the triple digits. So expect those heat advisories to start coming out daily because of the fact that we're in a situation that we're in with no power across southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi. I don't want this to run all the way through that fast. I want to show you how the high-resolution model plays this out. We have these little fingers. It's the tail moisture. So we're getting a shower or downpour that could pass from time to time through the afternoon hours. But as we put this into motion, watch what happens tomorrow morning possibly. This is in the middle of the night, coming into 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. We could have thunderstorms forming, especially south of the lake. This is where the tail of the moisture gets caught up from. That's still technically associated with Ida. So we could have some heavy downpours that stretch across the region. I'm not expecting any type of severe weather or anything like that. But just having rain around, it's not good rain. You want sunny days just so we can start putting the pieces back together, but you don't want sunny days because we know the sun is going to make it very hot across southeast Louisiana. But watch as this plays out. We could get some training of heavy rain tomorrow, so that's something we'll watch, and that pushes offshore. And then we even have rain chances going into Wednesday. I think as we go into late this week, the rain chances are going to start to come down just a little bit, and this is actually how the winds are going to play out as we go over the next really 24 hours. So right now we have a southwesterly wind that's still pretty brisk. You can see that. That southwesterly wind is pushing the water in the lake towards Slidell. That's where you're seeing that water level rise right now in Slidell. It's also helping to move the water out of the lake slowly as it comes through the Wrigley's, as it comes through Chef Pass. The winds are going to subside but still not go calm. So we're going to keep a little bit of a breeze around into tonight, even into tomorrow. It's not until we get to probably Wednesday that's when we'll start to see those winds settle down. I can't even remember the day I'm at anymore, so I'm trying to.
Monday.
Yeah, it's Monday. That's where we're at, Monday, and we're going to be going over the next 7 days. You can see how we're going to trend those temperatures upwards. We do have good rain chances in the forecast through Tuesday and Wednesday into Thursday, and then I think it's going to dry out as we head into next week. And I would expect these temperatures. I've not really looked at the forecast. I've not really looked at the models really closely, but those temperatures will be going up as we go over the next several days. So the heat's the big story, John and Meg. We're going to have to watch that very closely.
It's Fry Sats on Mun, I think.
Yeah.
So, otherwise known as
That's a new one, John.
That's a perfect
Groundhog Day.
Yeah,
something
really.
like that.
All right, well, we are, okay, we're going to take this live now. Press conference from St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper. Let's listen in.
Parish President for St. Tammany Parish. And this is Monday afternoon, August 30th, the aftermath of Hurricane Ida here in St. Tammany Parish.
If it's a famous hurricane that you've heard of that's threatened the U.S. since 1976, one of our P-3 aircraft has...
Frankie Jabbia, Superintendent, St. Tammany Parish Schools. Clarence Poe, Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for St. Tammany Parish Government. As I said, this is the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, which passed through St. Tammany Parish, or actually passed on the western side of St. Tammany Parish last night, bringing 70 to 90 mile per hour winds and wind gusts, sustaining winds that affected our parish, and also heavy rainfall, 10 to 15 inches or more in some areas. And it was a pretty incredible night for our citizens who endured this, those who stayed and endured the high winds and the heavy rains. And we received calls throughout the night reporting downed trees, down power lines, rising water in low-lying areas, into homes, into neighborhoods, and we recorded that information, and first thing this morning, we began to make an assessment of trees, down power lines, and high water so that we could get roadways, major roadways, opened so that emergency providers and the electrical contractors as well could have free access to our roadways to be able to begin planning for restoring power. I'm going to refer to my notes a little bit. So as a result of some of the power outages last night, we called for a precautionary boil water advisory in the Tammany Utilities system. Tammany Utilities is our public water and sewer utility systems that serve many neighborhoods throughout St. Tammany Parish. And out of an abundance of caution, we have called for this boil water advisory because when water pressures drop to a certain level, it's advised that water be boiled for at least 1 minute. So we ask our citizens to do so. Other private utility systems have followed suit and done the same, and some of our municipalities have done so as well. Our curfew is still in effect. We have a curfew that asks our citizens to please stay off the roadways during the day and in the evenings. We did that before the storm and even after the storm. At this point, we're simply doing that because it is still dangerous to be out on the roadways, as there are still power lines down, trees down, and obstacles in the roadway that make it difficult for our emergency providers and our utility contractors to move freely on our roadways. So it is still advisable that we stay off the roadways. First thing this morning, we made efforts to clear our major roadways, as I mentioned, and St. Tammany Parish Public Works, the National Guard, and volunteers were all a part of that effort. Also, the municipalities have their own crews, their own push crews, and doing the same, and we saw a lot of coordination in getting our roadways open. I made a visual assessment of the low-lying areas between here and Covington and Slidell, and witnessed many trees and power lines down throughout St. Tammany, as well as roads still inundated with water. I saw and witnessed high water rescues today with the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office, the Slidell Police Department, Fire District 1 in Slidell, and Fire District 4 in Mandeville. And I know that there are other agencies that have been participating and cooperating in these efforts, and we want to thank them. Of course, after the hurricane has passed and power is out, many of our citizens are using portable generators. And we ask that they use these portable generators outside only and not within the garages or within their homes. So I ask that our citizens please take caution to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. And please avoid sightseeing now, as again, the high water, down power lines, and down trees can be a hazard and cause more damage or injury than the hurricane itself. Please help your neighbors in time of need, and you may contact our Emergency Operations Center here in Covington with our emergency number to provide your situation. If you have a downed tree in your home or have other issues that you want to report to St. Tammany Parish government, you may call 985-898-2323. Our 911 system is still down, as it is in other jurisdictions because of the strong force winds. Our 911 system is down. I'd like to give a brief update on our rivers. As we know, I've mentioned the last two times we've met here that our rivers were at normal stages before the storm. The latest numbers for our rivers after receiving this heavy rainfall, the Tchefuncte River near Folsom is now at 17.32 feet and is expected to crest at 22.98 feet, which is major status. In the March of 2016, that level was 25 feet, so it is below the March 2016 level. The Tchefuncte River near Covington, now it's 2602, and it will crest, expected to crest tomorrow morning at 30, a little over 30 feet, still below the March 2016 level. The Bogafly River at Boston Street here in Covington, it's currently at 13.78, expected to crest at 17.01 later tonight or early tomorrow morning, and that is below the crest in March of 2016. The Bogafly River near Camp Covington, it is currently 56.4 feet with a crest expected at 58.02, and that is expected to crest later today, still below the 2016 crest. The Bogachita River near Bush is now at 8.63, expected to crest at 16.49 Tuesday afternoon, below the 2016 flood. And the Pearl River at Pearl River is now at 13.03, expected to crest at 17.5 next Sunday, or this coming Sunday, September 5th. It usually takes quite a few days to crest, and that is below the March 2016 crest as well. So we like to keep our citizens informed about those numbers because it gives them an idea of how to plan and protect their properties. Today, Monday, all of our schools were closed as were announced before the storm. North Shore Technical Community College, parish government offices, the Justice Center, and parish libraries, and I'm sure other agencies were closed. As far as St. Tammany Parish government is concerned, we are going to extend those closures until further notice. A lot will depend upon getting power restored, and we'll get updates on that in just a second. But for the time being, our St. Tammany Parish government offices will be closed to the public as we're all working feverishly to get restoration of our services and get our roads cleared before opening back up. To report damage, our citizens who may have received or trees in their homes or experienced damage to trees in their homes or other damage to their private property, they may report that so that we can keep track of it for FEMA purposes. However, we encourage our citizens that have received damage to report it to their insurance companies. They must do that first. It may be reported to an email address, damage@stpgov.org, damage@stpgov.org. I have a few closing notes and we'll answer questions. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Eric Schwest with CLECO to give a very extensive report on what CLECO is doing, because they have been working feverishly before, during, and after the storm to quickly restore power to us. And he's going to be able to give you that report. As you all know, I've been giving updates on closures or outages over the past few days, and Mr. Schwest will be able to give us an update on that as well to get us up to date on CLECO. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Parish President Cooper. My name is Eric Schwest. I'm the Vice President of Governmental Affairs for CLECO for the state of Louisiana. I am based here. My office is in Mandeville, Louisiana. I'm going to touch on a few things, and then I'll try to give you just a little bit more insight. As President Cooper mentioned, we started the process of preparing for this, obviously, days ago, but we actually prepare and run through training relative to storm restoration all year long. So we've added additional workers to the teams, as well as specialized equipment based on the flooding that's happening in this region, in this area. We are seeing widespread flooding that's affecting our system across St. Tammany and Washington parishes. So we have on hand or have secured the specialized equipment, and it's en route. We have drones that are heading this way. Helicopters began landing this afternoon to start assessment when it was safe for them to fly and come into the region. Airboats are here, as well as marsh buggies to access the areas that could be difficult to reach with regular bucket trucks and the normal equipment that we keep here in the region. In addition to CLECO personnel, the company has secured over 2,000 contractors, mutual assistant teams, including damage assessors, which are out there on the ground today, distribution line mechanics, distribution and transmission vegetation, and transmission contractors to help with clearing debris off of our system, assessing the damage, system repairs, and ultimately power restoration. Those teams that are coming in to support us are from Florida, Texas, Kentucky, Virginia, and Alabama at this time. CLECO has also set up multiple staging locations. We have several of them in St. Tammany that are being basically to handle all of the fueling, feeding, lodging, laundry services for the crews, etc. We have 2 sites that are large ones that we locate here, one on the east and one on the west side. Right now, we're capable of lodging 2,000 people that will be coming in. CLECO does have a storm restoration plan. There is a process in how we do this. Once conditions are safe, the company's focus is on responding to unsafe electrical situations, which has been ongoing since last night and this morning and today, and critical infrastructure such as the water and sewage systems, the hospitals, the medical facilities, and then moving to the circuits with the largest number of customers until power is ultimately restored to all affected customers. Right now, our crews are working on restoring power to critical infrastructure, like those hospitals. What I can report is we're very close to restoring power to Slidell Memorial Hospital along the Gauze Corridor, and I'll explain why that one was likely to come on before some of the others on the west side. Those damage assessments will continue. The helicopters are up in the air today. It will take us 2 to 3 days to fully assess all the damage. It takes that type of time when you have the type of storm that came in and sat on us to the west side of the parish for a number of hours. We should have a restoration in plan that I can share with you with Parish President tomorrow on how we're going to go about restoring power to the area and to the region. The Covington, Mandeville, and Slidell customer service offices will remain closed tomorrow, Tuesday, August 31st, due to the Hurricane Ida loss of communication and power. Before I get to some of the safety components, what I would like to share is just a little bit more detail. So if you split the parish, how CLECO's operations center here looks at the parish as 2 pieces. If you go from basically Lacombe to the east, we consider that the eastern operations side of our parish. So west of Lacombe, heading all the way to the parish line meeting Tangipahoa, is what we call the west system. So the west system sustained most of the damage. As a matter of fact, the amount of assessment we've done today, from Highway 59 to the parish line meeting Tangipahoa, 80% of the damage is in that area on the west side. As you move from Highway 59 to the east towards Lacombe, it progressively lessens as far as damage to our distribution and transmission system, working all the way into the Slidell area. So what does that mean? It means that most of our focus and attention, obviously, as far as resources, will be split more to this side of the parish to handle what's impacting us as far as damage. The damage is significant. The amount of poles that we're seeing broken very early on, and we're not available to share numbers quite yet, but just by driving and sensing what our operations managers and mechanics are reporting back is significant, more on the west side than the east side. So this is, for our viewers that experienced Katrina, kind of the opposite of reverse. Most of our damage was on the Slidell side for Katrina, with the west side receiving a bit less damage. The good news that I can report is, unlike Katrina, for Katrina we lost all of our transmission systems coming into this area from both the east, the west, and the north side. Right now, we do have transmission systems that are up and running and available to serve power once we make the restorations on both sides of the parish. That is significant compared to not having any transmission at all. So that's a key item that we want to make sure that you are aware of, that will assist us and support us, that as the restoration is taking place on the distribution system, those systems will also be being repaired, but we have some of them heated up and actually ready to go. Areas that we'll be focusing on in the coming days, including today, obviously the 2112 corridor, where we have St. Tammany Parish Hospital and an intense level of medical support in that region. Also the Highway 190 corridor. Obviously it also has a medical component, but a lot of services to this area. We have a process of ranking that we go through and we update it every year. So those two corridors are primary on this side of the parish. We also are very focused along the lakefront. Mandeville, Madisonville. Madisonville was impacted significantly, both with wind damage and water, as well as Mandeville. So it takes a little time to get that specialized equipment out in the marsh, the swamp areas, to do restorations. Same thing on the Slidell side. Over there, a little bit less wind damage to our system and more flooding has come in and basically inundated a couple of the big substations. So it takes a little time for that to go back down before we can get in and restore. We are familiar with it. We've dealt with saltwater intrusion before from Katrina with the amount of push and drive that came up. So we're in a good shape. We understand how the equipment responds to salt water as far as restoring both overhead and underground systems. With that, I'd like to share just a little bit related to safety. Generator safety is critical. I know you hear it over and over again from officials. You need to heed the warnings that generators must not be in closed areas or in garages. They must be outside. Also, you need to make sure, this is extremely important to the safety of our linemen and mechanics that are working in the system, you cannot have generators backfeeding into our system, which means you have to plug the appliance into the generator and not plug the generator into a wall outlet. That allows a backfeeding to occur behind the meter and goes back into the system, whereby our mechanics believe a system to be de-energized, it can actually be energized. That's very important to understand because it can also affect the public. Contractors, electrical contractors that are making repairs on houses that have to have systems replaced all the way up to, including the meters, so that they too are not at risk. Also, down power line safety. We've seen a few examples today where we've had some vehicles that are returning to the region and getting out very early that have come into contact with both our transmission system as well as our distribution system. So one of the most dangerous parts of the storm, oftentimes right after it, that's today and the next couple of days, those down power lines and areas of debris should absolutely be avoided. Assume that every down power line is alive and energized and stay away from it. Report all down power lines immediately by calling 1-800-622-6537 if you can get through, or 911 when that system is restored and up and running. Don't step in any puddles or attempt to move any objects that come into contact with the down power line. And with that, Parish President, glad to stay here and answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Really appreciate that update. I know our citizens and our business citizens, institutional citizens appreciate that as well. That's all very good and complete information. Now I know our citizens is anxious to hear about our school system, and here with us is St. Tammany Parish School Superintendent Frankie Jabbia, who's going to give us an update on our schools.
Thank you, President Cooper. I appreciate you having me. We all know how important it is to get our schools back open and to get our community back in this area, but we are in no means ready to get that done yet. So I want the citizens to be very, very patient with us. I am not going to spring some quick date on the public. It's going to take some time, just like Mr. Schwest talked about. It's going to take time to get this parish energized again. Once that takes place, then we'll be able to clearly assess our schools completely and then give you a projection date so that we can get open. We're just not ready and not able to do that at this point. Our maintenance department, our principals, our custodians, they're all assessing the physical plant, but we cannot do a complete assessment until we have power returned. So as soon as we're able to energize this system in this community, we'll be able to clearly assess, and then we'll be able to get you a date of when we will start back with our educational process. But I just want to make sure that everyone's aware. Please, if you are out away from this area, please stay there. If you have the ability, please stay where you are. There is no gas. There is nothing open at this point. You coming back is not going to make anything any better at this point. I was able to tour the Slidell area and take a look at 7 schools today physically, and there's, like was said earlier, there's down power lines, there's down trees, there's dangerous situations already. There is no power, there is water you have to boil, so please stay where you are. The school system, please stay in touch with us through our social media sites, through our website, and we will get the information out to you and keep you very aware of what's going on in the status of our school system. But like I said, it's extremely important to get our public schools back open. They are the heartline of this parish, and we will get them back open as soon as it's safe to do so. But please, right now, just focus on your safety and your safety of your family. Let the professionals do what they need to do to get the parish back up safely running, and then we will absolutely get back into school and get back after it. We had such a great start to the school year, and we are looking forward to getting right back at it as soon as it's safe to do so. So, Mr. Cooper, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Javier. Thank you, sir. Mr. Javier brought up a point I was going to bring up about as I was assessing the situation out on the roadways today. I noticed all of the gas stations had the orange bags on the gas pumps, and that's another reason we have to clear our roadways and make sure that we're able to allow our gas providers to come back and refill the gas stations with fuel. The rush before the evacuation has caused all of our service stations. So there's no reason to be out driving around, because you're going to find it a hard time to get gassed up again. So Clarence, you'll give us an update too with regard to what's going on in Homeland Security.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I can't elaborate a lot on exactly what's been said here. There's a lot been put to you, okay? Some of those things are so important. One is the conditions of the parish right now. Those resources that you are accustomed to, those comfort items, guess what? They're not here right now. So like the school superintendent said, if you're safe right now, stay there for right now. Give us time to get things done. We're looking at different things. The assessment teams are out. I definitely have to take my hat off to the National Guards. They were out at 5 o'clock this morning doing an assessment of the parish. Okay, and they were followed by our Public Works Department, and they're out there clearing those main arteries to ensure that that flow of traffic continues to roll. Our electrical company, CLECO and WST, is out there too, and they're going to get those grids back up. Our community partners that's on those grids that we partner with a lot, as fast as those grids come up, if they are those items like your Walmart, your department stores, and different things like that on that grid, we want them to come back up too, because those are the things that you need, especially the ones that did not evacuate. Our shelters are still open, and Creekside is one of them that's out on the east side of the parish in Pearl River, and Lee Road is also in Covington, is still open. Our search and rescue teams are actually out, deployed, and other agencies, our first responders are out, deployed, and doing what they do here for the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. We want everybody to stay safe and don't take any chances. When you see these power lines down, now I know when CLECO was saying that, hey, so much is out, 97% of the parish is out of power right now. Don't take a chance to go out there and start walking around the power lines and different things like that, because as they come back up, we want to make sure that everybody's safe. All right. So give us a little bit of time to get our feet back up on this. It's going to come back up. I promise you that. Just stay tuned, be safe, and don't take any chances. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to close out by saying we've had calls about how can we help with Ida Relief Fund. And we've got two agencies, the North Shore Community Foundation, northshorefoundation.org, and the United Way of Southeast Louisiana. That website is unitedway.sela, SELA.org/Ida Relief. These are two that are already set up, ready to accept any help and support and funding to support those who are affected by Hurricane Ida here in St. Tammany Parish and other jurisdictions. So in closing, I want to thank our law enforcement agencies, fire departments, emergency responders, healthcare professionals, our utility providers, and all that are affected by this this Hurricane Ida that has come through, this storm that has really set us back. Our school systems that, as Mr. Jabia said, had just opened up and got started and had to shut down due to this storm. I know our educators are ready to get back in educating our students. I want to thank St. Tammany Parish Government, Team Tammany, all of our departments that work each and every day, and particularly during this storm, to get our services back up and running. And on behalf of our parish council members, I know that they're itching to get out and about and get back at work and conducting business with meetings and such. On behalf of them, I thank our citizens too, and I know that they want to thank you all for being understanding and having just being cautious during this time. And as we've asked you to be prepared before the storm, we've been prepared to serve you before the storm, and we're prepared as we in this recovery mode now, and we thank you for allowing us to serve you. So with that, I'll answer any questions from the media that's here. Let's see, we've got Olivia with Fox 8.
Thank you. For the folks who are asking, when can I return home? Is it safe for me to come back and see the parents? What's your message to them?
Well, we've already noted that schools are closed, no power. We're still clearing the roads. The rivers are rising. We recommend that those who have evacuated have gone to other jurisdictions or other areas, that they really consider waiting a few days before coming back when our grocery stores are opening and when our businesses are opening and we've got gasoline at our service stations. We're certainly recommending that. Now, we know some may have just left for a few days and maybe not in a position to stay out of town several days, and they'll be coming back. But the longer you can stay out, it gives us time to get services restored.
I have a question for Mr. Sweat, real quick, on the power restoration efforts. I know it's just, the storm just passed and y'all are assessing damage. What is a reasonable timeline for restoration to give people who are wondering, is it going to be a couple weeks? Is it going to be a month? What can we tell those folks?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, probably by this time tomorrow, we're going to have a plan related to the assessment, what it looks like. The reference that I can give you is Katrina was a month type of event. This does not look to be quite like a Katrina type of event, but this is not a days type of event. This is going to go beyond that. It's going to take us just several days to do the assessment. So tomorrow, we should have a better idea after the helicopters have been up for about a 24-hour period, being able to review and assess from transmission forward. That'll give us a better idea of how we're going to restore, meaning will we come from the west to the east? Will we go from the east to the west? We don't know that yet, based on that transmission infrastructure and how much it can support relative to what has been damaged. So the assessment that's happening today is really around critical corridors, hospitals, critical care. but it's really focusing on transmission to get as much of that up and running as possible, what type of equipment and where we've got to drag it into and off-road. That type of equipment is very difficult to repair because of the heights and the widths that you've got to get to. So I think we can better provide that tomorrow, and it'll keep honing in. We'll continue to be able to provide all the way down to corridors, then it'll ultimately get to subdivisions. That's typically how we do it. So transmission to distribution, corridors that are coming back in wind, and then subdivisions in areas that people are familiar with, that they'll hear, you know, Lakeshore Estates, they'll know what that is. Eden Isles, they'll know what that is. When they hear us talk about Beauchene, they'll know what that is. So that'll give a better feel. We'll be reporting those things on our pressers as it gets more detailed and on our website. We know people are struggling to be able to access and get to that data and information. So I've committed to Parish President Cooper to be here every day as long as he'd like us to provide as much detail as we can. We are 99% of our customers out of power. 99%, 100% out of power in Washington Parish. So it is a major, major event for us.
Any other questions? Justin?
All right, that's the update. Ready for his scheduled update here at 4 o'clock. We anticipate maybe a lot of news where he's standing.
Separate white goods from limbs and debris and from white goods.
Not getting audio.
All day and quite frankly for as long as necessary. And I want to pause just for a moment and really thank all of the men and women who are working so hard to make this happen. This really has been a partnership between the local level first responders, states, federal government has put assets into this effort as well. And when I say state, it really is about 16 different states, including Louisiana, that have been engaged in search and rescue today. And as much as I wanted to get out and survey the damage for myself today, I did not do so because all of our air assets were needed today for search and rescue, because the affected portion of our state was so large, and many of those areas were not accessible by ground, at least not until late into the day. So I hope to be able to get out and about tomorrow. As was forecasted, Hurricane Ida delivered catastrophic wind, surge, and rain across southeast Louisiana. Almost the entire southeastern part of our state is without power presently. And sometimes you hear it, you know, a million people without power. It's about 1.1 million homes and businesses. It's well over a million people. I don't have a precise number for you. We do have about 25,000 linemen in the state engaged in the effort to restore power, and several thousand more are en route. Obviously, we need to have the power restored just as quickly as possible. And for that restoration process, there's going to be some priorities so that the most critical infrastructure comes up first. And quite frankly, we're talking about things like our hospitals, dialysis centers, and so forth. And while this was an extremely catastrophic storm, and again, the surge, the wind, the rain was all as advertised. If there is a silver lining, and today it's kind of hard to see one, it is that our levee systems really did perform extremely well. our federal, non-federal levee systems, particularly the hurricane and storm risk reduction system in the metropolitan New Orleans area, all performed as intended. I can tell you that there's been a preliminary damage assessment of levees today, people getting eyes on those levees. We don't believe there was a single levee anywhere now that actually breached, that failed. There were a few smaller levees that were overtopped to some degree and for some duration of time, and that did result in some people's homes being flooded. But they did not fail. They overtopped in a few areas. And I want to thank all of the people across the country who have been very generous in their support in terms of the investment made in that hurricane risk reduction system.
So what are we going to be doing here?
CPRA is working to deploy portable pumps and flood fighting assets to Lafourche and Plaquemines Parish, to St. Bernard, to Lafitte, to Laplace, to Grand Isle, and to St. Charles to assist with some dewatering efforts that are necessary. This morning, I conducted a unified command group meeting. FEMA representatives were on hand, National Guard, Corps of Engineers, all of our state agencies as well, to ensure that all the partners across the state are coordinating, getting help to our people just as quickly as possible. I was also able to participate in a call with President Biden and the FEMA administrator and other state and local officials, both in Louisiana and in Mississippi. I appreciated the President's time today. As you may have heard, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and the FEMA Administrator will be in Louisiana tomorrow. I look forward to meeting with them to further explain to them what the situation is here and the needs that we have that they can assist with. And I hope to also visit several of the affected parishes tomorrow. We're putting that schedule together as we speak. There are more than 5,000 National Guardsmen activated and responding to this disaster, and more are on the way from sister states. We've known since before this hurricane hit that additional assistance would be needed in terms of soldiers of different military occupational specialties, such as MPs and engineers and so forth. And I can tell you we've received commitments from 13 additional states, and these soldiers from these other states will start rolling into Louisiana within the next couple of days. The National Guard search and rescue assets already engaged, and in fact the engagement area is about 29 parishes, but they've got 195 high water vehicles, 79 boats, and 34 helicopters, all conducting search and rescue since very early this morning. One of the numbers that I got earlier today, the National Guard had rescued 191 citizens and 27 pets across Jefferson, St. John the Baptist, and Orleans parishes, but also conducted helicopter hoist and lift operations in Laplace and Jean Lafitte, I should say. The State Fire Marshal's Office is leading a task force of about 900 individuals from 15 different states. They've been conducting primary search and rescue operations in collaboration with local first responders. Worked a little differently today because for the first part of the day they were responding to 911 calls and calls for help that had come in overnight that could not be responded to because the weather just wouldn't allow first responders to go out. The mission now is to go back and do the very organized grid search where they do a primary search and then they'll come back and do a secondary search to make sure that any survivors who need to be rescued are in fact rescued. In addition to the task force currently on the ground, we have 200 additional individuals on the way from New York and from Massachusetts. I can tell you that task force checked on more than 400 homes today. The vast majority of people were found to be okay and unharmed, but a number of individuals did require rescuing, and then there was actually one that had a life-threatening emergency. Due to physical damage and to water and electric issues, 3 hospitals have been evacuated since the storm hit us yesterday. Those are Chabert and Homa, St. Anne's in Raceland, and Our Lady of the Sea in Galliano. A 4th hospital, Terrebonne General, is in the process of being evacuated tonight. The Department of Transportation and Development has 177 buses in operation, and so far they have evacuated more than 400 people from various locations in the affected parishes. There are 18 water system outages impacting more than 312,000 people, and 14 boil water advisories impacting more than 329,000 people. And we've talked about electricity, we've talked about water. It's pretty clear that if you have evacuated, now is not the time to return unless and until your parish informs you that it is okay to do so. Businesses aren't open, stores aren't open, schools aren't open, and quite frankly, we need to put as little demand on our water systems and on our electric grid as possible. So please, before you return, contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness or listen to the guidance that's being issued by your parish. Tragically, we can confirm 1 storm-related death so far, a 60-year-old man from Ascension Parish who died after a tree fell on his home off of Highway 621. And it's a good time to remind people that just because the storm has passed, it doesn't mean the dangers have not. As we've talked about before, in almost all of these storms, more people are killed after the storm passes. So with all of the people without electricity tonight and for some time to come, there will be a lot of generators in use. Please make sure you operate those generators outside in a well-ventilated area away from your home, not under windows and doors, not in crawl spaces or garages. Carbon monoxide poisoning is absolutely deadly. Please pace yourself when you go out to clean up your yard or remove debris. Heat indexes will reach 100 degrees or more over the next 2 weeks at least. We're also asking that you don't get on the road unless it is absolutely necessary. And many parishes have curfews in place, so please follow the directions of your local elected officials. There are currently 76 weather-related road outages. DOTD crews have been out since very early this morning assessing roads and clearing those roads of debris, principally things like trees that have fallen on the roads because of the high winds. And I can tell you that I-10 westbound in the capital region is open. However, I-10 is closed in Ascension Parish due to downed trees that have not yet been removed. That work is ongoing. Crews are also working to clear portions of I-12 that are blocked in multiple areas. Because of runaway vessels in Bayou Barataria, Colonel Bridge in Jefferson Parish in the Lafitte area is damaged to the point where it will be closed for some period of time. If you have to get on the road, please check 511la.org for road closure information and other travel-related information as well. It is still the case that there are downed trees and power lines and other debris and standing water as well on many roadways in southeast Louisiana. As of 2:30 today, there were just shy of 2,000 people sheltered in 36 different locations across Louisiana. For the latest shelter information, text LA Shelter to 898-211 or you can call 211. I have to keep reminding people that whether we like it or not, we're still in a COVID environment. It is a very difficult COVID environment where 100% of our cases today are attributable to the Delta variant, which is highly transmissible. So please make sure that that you're as safe as possible wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And these sheltering operations and transportation and evacuation operations, everything we're doing needs to be done with COVID in mind. So it's important that we mask, that we distance, that we wash our hands, do all of these things to the maximum extent possible. Last night, President Biden approved my request for a major disaster declaration. We made that request yesterday before lunch, and he approved it last night. And I want to thank him for his prompt attention and his favorable response to that request. Specifically, he granted to Southeast Louisiana individual assistance and public assistance, as well as Category A, which is debris removal. And for the state as a whole, he granted Category B, emergency protective measures. The Category A and B is for 100% federal cost share for 30 days from the start of the incident. For the public assistance is at 75% for the federal government. I feel quite certain we will cross the threshold necessary to request that be increased to 90%. All of this assistance is going to be extremely helpful because people can now register for individual FEMA assistance if they live in one of the affected parishes. Already, more than 18,000 people have taken advantage of the opportunity to register for individual assistance. And so if you live in one of the following parishes, please register for FEMA aid if you were impacted by Hurricane Ida. And those parishes are Ascension, Assumption, East Baton Rouge, East Feliciana, Iberia, Iberville, Jefferson, Lafourche, Livingston, Orleans, Plaquemines, Point Capee, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. Helena, St. James, St. John the Baptist, St. Martin, St. Mary, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Terrebonne, Washington, West Baton Rouge, and West Feliciana parishes. For many people, the fastest and easiest way to apply for FEMA assistance is by visiting disasterassistance.gov. If it isn't possible to apply online, you can call 800-621-3362. The toll-free telephone lines operate from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. And I know that cell phone coverage has been very spotty today. Electricity is practically non-existent for most people in Southeast Louisiana, and so the internet may be a problem. But you have several ways to register for aid, and certainly you have an extended period of time in which to do so. But as soon as you're able, and if you've been impacted by the hurricane and live in one of these parishes, we encourage you to register for aid. The Division of Administration has also announced that it's closed state offices tomorrow in the same 25 parishes. We will let you know if there are additional closures in the future. In closing, I want to ask the people of Louisiana to do what you always do best, and that is to be a good neighbor. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Reach out to the elderly couple next door across the road. Make sure that to the extent that you can, you're checking on family members who may be elderly or have special needs. There are an awful lot of unknowns right now. There are certainly more questions than answers. I can't tell you when the power is going to be restored. I can't tell you when all the debris is going to be cleaned up and repairs made and so forth. But what I can tell you is we're going to work hard every single day to deliver as much assistance as we possibly can. And I can tell you we're going to push Entergy and all the other electric companies to restore power just as soon as they can. And they are busy doing that. Again, with more than 25,000 linemen on the job as we speak. Those linemen, by the way, come from 22 different states. Can't tell you when your cell service is going to be restored if it's currently out, although I can tell you that AT&T made tremendous progress earlier this afternoon. And so hopefully your cell phone coverage is back or will soon be back. And I know that cell phones have become the preferred method of making phone calls for many people. There are a lot of individuals who don't even have landlines, and this made communication very difficult and frustrating today. Not just difficult and frustrating, but if you needed help, it might have been very difficult for you to call for that help. But we do believe that this situation is going to improve very, very quickly if your phone service hasn't yet been restored. And I know that a lot of people out there are tired. And sometimes this can be, too much to bear. It's a lot to deal with. But I know the people of our state are stronger than the strongest of storms. Our spirit is unbreakable. And we're going to embark on this road to recovery together. Don't know yet if we will have a press conference tomorrow. I do hope to visit, as I said, with the DHS Secretary and the FEMA Administrator, and then travel across southeast Louisiana and visit several of the parishes as well. And we may just make ourselves available to the press as we make those stops, or at least one of those stops, as we travel. But we will give you more information later. So at this point, I'm going to pause and take questions. We've got a lot of people here who can answer questions and so forth. And so if you feel like you need to direct a question to one of them, please feel free to do so. And certainly, if I feel like one of them would be better able to answer a question, I'll ask them to come up and respond. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and look, it's very difficult to be without power, whether it's because you want lights or an air-conditioned home, or because you're trying to run a business, or you're trying to run a hospital or dialysis center and save people's lives. The storm came through yesterday. It exited our state very, very late yesterday, almost still at hurricane strength. It tied for, as best we can tell, the strongest hurricanes that have ever impacted the state of Louisiana. The winds were extremely strong and sustained at 150 miles per hour for a long period of time. And I've been seeing reports that gusts got into the 170s, maybe the lower 180s in different places. This wreaks havoc on infrastructure, and that includes on the electric grid. And, there are 8 transmission lines that feed the New Orleans area. All of them failed. And I can tell you Entergy has been out, and not just Entergy, all of the electric companies and working with the Public Service Commission, they have been out doing their damage assessments today, figuring out the best strategy to start to restore power and giving preference to those critical infrastructure pieces that have to be powered up first. We really need our hospitals more than anything else to come back up so that people who are in ICU rooms and on ventilators and so forth can continue to receive the life-saving care that they need. That's important all the time. It's certainly important even more so because of the COVID situation and the number of people in the hospital, and many of whom are on mechanical ventilators. So, I expect that in the not too distant future there will be announcements by Entergy and others as to when they believe power will be restored. But quite frankly, we're just not there yet. people are impatient. I get it. I am too. But the storm was still ravaging our area yesterday. It hadn't even reached I-10 24 hours ago. And so it's just too soon right now to say when that power is going to be restored. But trust me, I'll be pushing them to get it done as soon as possible. And quite frankly, I don't need to. They're out there working extremely hard. They had more linemen committed to this effort before the storm ever made landfall than we've ever seen in Louisiana. So I'm optimistic sooner than later it'll be restored, but I can't be more definite than that. Melinda? Yeah, a bunch. I didn't, and I have received that information. I didn't bring it, but I can tell you in the LDH regions 1, 3, and 9, an awful lot of the hospitals are on generator power. And there may actually be a couple left in Region 2 here in the Baton Rouge area, although the power has been coming back on here fairly quickly. And this is a real issue for us, and we're working very hard with LDH, with the Corps of Engineers and the Public Service Commission, so that restoration of power to the hospitals is prioritized. But the Corps of Engineers is helping FEMA and GOSEP work to make sure that we are putting technicians at all of these hospitals to keep these generators running as long as possible, but also to identify exactly the size generator that is needed so that we can get a backup on site in case that one should fail and we need to transition to a new generator. These things are happening as we speak, and I'll get you a better number than a lot of them, but for now I can just tell you it's more than not. Yes?
From your vantage point, can you help explain the scope of the search and rescue efforts that remain? What's outstanding? What do you all need to do?
Yeah, well, so search and rescue, typically when the state forces come in for the urban search and rescue, we go in and do a grid search where we're going to go down and search every single home on every street, and we do that primary search. And then that's done pretty quickly to try to figure out whether someone is in the house and so forth and needs assistance. And then to make sure that we've adequately covered the area, we'll go back and do a secondary search. Well, what we did most of the day today was try to catch up on the 911 calls. So we were actually partnering with local authorities and going out and doing search and rescue at individual addresses where we know people had called for help. And so that occupied most of the day. And I'm looking over. I don't see Butch, but the Butch Browning, the state fire marshal, leads this effort for us. And so that's what we're doing now. We're going to have to transition into that grid search that I just mentioned. And because we have so many populated areas in southeast Louisiana that received such damage, whether it was from the wind or from the rain or the storm surge, this is going to take quite some time. It's why we have so much of our National Guard dedicated to it, while we have this 900-person task force with more on the way, because we want to make sure that anyone who is in their home who needs help is going to receive it, and they got to receive it in a timely fashion. Yes, ma'am.
Have you been in contact with the people in Grand Isle? Last
Yeah.
we heard there was still some trouble, obviously, getting to Grand Isle. So you know if everybody's
Yeah, there have been some rescues made from Grand Isle. As best we can tell, about 40 people stayed on the island, and probably not a good decision. But there were efforts made earlier today in and around Jean Lafitte and Grand Isle. And does anybody here have any more specific information, Jim, on? Yeah. Yeah, and we're not aware of any loss of life in Grand Isle, but it was only accessible by air today, and so we were able to finally get some air assets up. And I know that we've been able to get some people on the ground to inspect facilities there as well. And so I'm quite certain that any needed rescues have been made, and we will get back with you if for some reason that's not the case. Yes, sir.
This morning on Makeshift, you mentioned that you expected that toll from
Yeah.
the right considerably. Can you talk about why you made that comment?
Yeah.
Or also ask the authorities in the class if they had any sort of death toll or any sort of fatalities that were reported in non-service silence. We're wondering,
Yeah. Well, first of all, any additional deaths would be unconfirmed, and until a coroner officially confirms the death and attributes that death to the hurricane, I'm not going to get in front of them. I will just tell you that I had a number of conversations overnight and today with parish presidents and other officials who believe that the death count attributable to the hurricane will go up because they see catastrophic damage in certain places that they have every reason to believe were inhabited at the time the damage occurred. And it is certainly possible, and I'm praying for it, that by some miracle individuals had left or did survive and so forth. But I think that's what you're hearing out there, and I would be surprised, but obviously very pleasantly surprised if the confirmed death toll doesn't go up considerably over the next couple of days. But what we want to make sure of is that the death toll doesn't go up for things that are entirely preventable, like carbon monoxide poisoning, like heat exhaustion, like falling off the roof or injuring yourself when you use a chainsaw or driving into water, something like that. That's typically where we see the most deaths associated with a hurricane. It's in the recovery, not in the actual storm itself. Melinda?
Are there places where y'all are still concerned that there is a potential for new flooding? I know obviously the water is still rising in some places, but are y'all seeing that in like Ascension, Livingston, any other areas where there are points of concern?
No, and one of the good things about a hurricane, and there aren't many, is that when the hurricane passes, the wind changes direction and it'll blow the water out, just like it blew it in, and we saw that happen. And so in most places, the water began receding pretty quickly. Now, there are a few areas where they received a lot of rain inside protected levees where that water isn't going to drain out, and it ultimately has to be pumped out, and there are some pumping issues even in New Orleans, but we're very pleased to say that New Orleans actually withstood the rain quite well, and no storm surge got into that area, and so very limited number of structures actually took on any water in New Orleans, but there may be some pumping that's needed to get that water in the Lakeview area, for example, out and back into the lake. The other thing that's helping us is the weather forecast today from the National Weather Service doesn't call for a great deal of rain over the coming week, and so we are going to dry out as well. And might there be an isolated area or two where something could happen and there be a little more water than they currently have? That's always possible, but that's not something that we are particularly concerned about at the present. Yes, sir.
Governor Edwards, we've seen destruction to this magnitude in your building halls. My understanding in running out of New Orleans and other parts of the state, honestly, for the U.S. government, the state police, what is your reaction to this? Honestly, how do you feel? And when you tell the people who are crying out for help, you get reassurance that everything will be okay?
Yeah. Well, first of all, this is a tough blow. I mean, but things are going to be okay. It's hard to see that today, but we are going to get through this, and we've been through these times before. We're going to get through this one. One thing I can tell you is nothing is ever perfect. It doesn't happen as fast as you want it to happen, and it's a very little consolation to someone that the levees held up if in fact their homes took water. And if your home didn't take water, but you lost your roof or your walls because of the wind, but at the end of the day, this was a catastrophic storm. We're going to work as hard as we can every day to make people's lives just a little bit better. to deliver all of the assistance that we can possibly deliver and to do it as soon as possible. And we're here less than 24 hours after the hurricane passed through our state. We're still in a search and rescue mode. We're not recovering yet. We're still responding and trying to save lives. And then we will be transitioning into to the response mode as well. But I just want to reassure the people that we are going to get through this. And we're a good, strong, resilient, faithful people, and we know how to be good to one another, no matter what our political philosophies might be or divisions we might have about other things. When it comes to natural disasters, we do see one another as brothers and sisters. For me, as a Catholic Christian, brothers and sisters in Christ, and we respond that way. And that's going to continue, and we're going to work just as hard as we can every single day. But it isn't going to be fast, and it's not going to be perfect. Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the communication system, and there were 911 outages or cell phone outages, I mean, that is very reminiscent of Katrina, that's reminiscent of the 2016 floods. I guess I'm just wondering if you were disappointed that every time it seems as though those communication structures are supposed to be upgraded, that we still have these failures repeatedly.
Yeah. Well, what I can tell you is that it was very frustrating. Probably nobody was more frustrated than I was when I couldn't get firsthand reports from mayors and parish presidents earlier today. But I think you're going to see one of the differences is that we had enough redundant means of communication that we never lost all communication. For example, when the email system went down, we couldn't do the web EOC requests that we typically receive from the parishes, but we very quickly had a workaround where they could continue to request assistance. Another difference, I think you're going to see these systems back up much, much quicker. I haven't confirmed it yet, but on my way in, I got a message from AT&T, and they believe their system is back up. And since 911 systems in many cases are pegged to that system, I think you're going to see that that's back up. So things are coming back up much faster than we've seen before as well. But yeah, it's frustrating because you put in communications infrastructure to assist you all the time, but especially when you have a disaster. And when a disaster renders that communication ineffective, it is extremely frustrating. But we have enough redundancy in the system, and the system is hardened enough that we can get it back online much faster. And I expect that right now, for example, the overwhelming majority of communications that need to take place are absolutely happening between GOSEP and all of the parishes. Well, look, thank you all very much. I do appreciate you all for working to continue to provide coverage for this. I do want to ask one more time for the people of Southeast Louisiana to do everything you can to follow the guidance that you're given from your local officials. Make sure you are aware of and that you conform to whatever curfews may be in place, that you don't come back until it is safe for you to do so, and that you'll actually have some of the basic necessities of life, like electricity and water and so forth, and that we all check on our neighbors and our family, especially those who are elderly or have special needs, and then let's work together and let's lift one another up in prayer. We're going to get through this, and it may not seem like it, but every single day will be a day where we take a step forward, and we will be making improvements. And that's going to happen all across Southeast Louisiana with the partnership of the federal government and the state and all of our folks around the various parishes, especially those local first responders, and the volunteer groups, the faith-based organizations, the nonprofits, all of whom step up and move extremely fast, and that's all going to come online very quickly too. So thank you all very much. We will announce our next press conference at some point in the future. Thank you, ma'am.
On Governor John Bel Edwards giving us his latest update on the state of Louisiana recovering from Hurricane Ida. Really just talking about how, he doesn't have a whole lot that he can tell us the answers to at this point. He's got a lot of questions that still have to be answered. But the biggest thing is that just be patient and know that the recovery is underway. One of the most important things I think he said, Lee, is now is not the time to return to your parish unless your parish tells you it is okay.
And we probably should say, our morning crew has been here for a long time. Kim Holden, Lee Zurich back here. We are at our sister station in Baton Rouge right now. We continue to, just as many as you are recovering from the damage from the storm, we are recovering from the damage at our facility. Hope to be back there in a few days, but we have reporters all throughout the area. We're getting information here, and we will continue to stay with you to bring you all the latest information. One other thing he said too, Kim, it was obviously a catastrophic storm, but the silver lining, if you will, is that the levee systems performed well.
And the officials talked a lot about that throughout the storm. Look, we have full confidence in this levee system. We don't believe that there will be a failure of the levees, and overtopping is a whole different ballgame than a failure. And so we did have some overtopping. We reported on some of those overtoppings in Braithwaite, down in Alliance on the west bank of Jefferson Parish, Plaquemines Parish, I should say. And those are things that you expect in a storm of this magnitude, but the levees did hold up, and I think he's right. That is a silver lining here.
Just to be transparent with you, like you're going to see us looking at our cell phones a lot, things like that. This is literally how our team behind the scenes right over there is giving us information about what's coming up next and things like that. So this is a raw type of news coverage. We are making it work just like all of you are making it work without AC and different things like that. So just bear with us. It's raw. We're going to be looking at this. It's no big deal. We're not like, we're not texting. Well, we may text. I may text my wife a couple times. I'm fine and all that. But seriously, no, it's all part of our job today.
And, he did talk a lot about AT&T because AT&T was out, but just this afternoon things started coming in, and I was really happy to see how quickly that happened, because it was all of AT&T in our area.
My parents are both AT&T, so like from last night till this morning, I couldn't get in touch with them. So I was nervous. My parents are my dad in his 80s, my mom in her 70s. So I got up. If I didn't really sleep, but I got up and went to their place and banged on the door. And my dad opens it. He's fine. So and both of them are fine. So it's just they don't have water. So but everybody's good. So that's good.
And just for people who. I had 30 texts about 2 hours ago from yesterday, and so people aren't going to respond. I mean, they're starting to come in, and we'll respond as we can.
Yeah, actually, I don't even want to know how many unread texts. Power outages, a big deal here.
Yes,
this is the Entergy map, and you can see a lot of red. Look, we're in Baton Rouge, and they're dealing with power outages here. We're at our sister station, WAFB in Baton Rouge, and even talking to a lot of the employees in the newsroom. A lot of them don't have power at their houses too, but obviously the New Orleans area, and I think we can zoom a little more. That's Orleans Jefferson Parish, and you can see
just a little bit of green, very little spots here and there that you can see. But
that's probably is that the French Quarter area? Probably there's some green there.
Yeah, that's the Crescent City connection right there. So that would be it sure would be.
So it just shows you, and actually we can bring up it's this one, and we can go through some of the parishes now if you want to, Kim, but. This is a power outage map that shows all of the power outages by parish. You want to start with, what do you want to start with?
Start here,
Okay, Plaquemines Parish. So basically 12,631 customers, and how many are out?
11,945 of them are out.
All right, so we were going to regroup. You want to go somewhere else?
Here to St. Bernard. St. Bernard is almost everyone in St. Bernard. There's 20,654. 20,246 are out.
Trying to make that bigger, but that doesn't work. So hopefully you're able to see that. Lafourche Parish, basically almost everyone out in Lafourche as well too.
98%.
Yes, actually that's good. And then we can keep going through this because I know everybody is interested. Terrebonne Parish.
98%. Yeah, and so the 98% is probably going to be the theme here.
actually in Jefferson.
In Jefferson. You know, we saw some on the West Bank, you know, obviously the East Bank of Jefferson Parish because of the situations with the Entergy transmission tower and lines. All of the East Bank is out, but there is some of the West Bank of Jefferson Parish that does have power. You did St. Bernard. It's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's the only mistake you just make today. That's not fine. 92% in Orleans. So, we saw, if we go back to this map, we saw some green there and some green in that area. So that probably explains why in Orleans Parish it's 92%. St. Charles Parish, 94%. Yes. And again, Entergy is telling us, as Kim, and look, some of you are obviously CLECO customers as well too, but Entergy is telling us, you know, they're assessing it today, and they're going to eventually figure out, probably give us a better timeline. Of,
This was Jefferson. I already did that. You know,
Okay.
Entergy, I think, said they were looking at some sort of workaround.
Yes, they are. Yes, and they were talking about how where it comes in, so that there are ways for them to work around it. But like even for Orleans Parish, there are issues because you can't feed the parish from a couple of directions just because of the water and things like that. So they can realistically only get to Orleans Parish and Jefferson on the East Bank too, a couple of directions. Let's do the North Shore too before we go. I don't know if you can kind of see. What's that? Is it not working? There we go. St. Tammany.
98%.
98% of St. Tammany. So it shows you that power outages throughout. We'll continue to look at this and update this and see if those numbers. Hopefully, we will start to see them going down soon. Why don't we? You know, we had we talked about the West Bank, and Sabrina Wilson had a report from Gretna about some
so many trees down.
Yes.
In so many places, but you know, she was in Gretna just recently with this report.
We all know that Hurricane Ida packed some strong winds. We're on Gretna Boulevard, and take a look at what Ida's potent winds did to this tree. Now, the people who live behind this tree are so happy it didn't fall their way.
What do you think of this storm?
It was rough. We kind of sat through most of it. Some winds were crazy. Just glad it wasn't a Katrina.
What did it sound like?
You know that it was just nonstop, relentless for a good 12 hours. You know, I couldn't tell you what the gusts were, but they were at least, 60 to 80 mile an hour.
So when you came outside, what were you expecting to see?
Well, we're just hoping no trees would fall through the house. But we were expecting to see some major damage, and we were fortunate.
Yeah, so it looks like what? You got
some roof damage. Trees fell in the right direction, so it looks like none of the houses were hit. So that's good news for us.
Now, even though people in southeast Louisiana, many of them are dealing with catastrophic hurricane damage, some we talk to say this is home and they plan to keep it that way. Reporting from Jefferson Parish, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
Sabrina, and that is a scene that we see play out over and over again all over southeast Louisiana. Another problem that a lot of folks are seeing, no water. And Jefferson Parish did issue a boil water advisory, which means you have to boil your water for at least a minute before you use it to cook, to make, well, you're not making ice because you don't have
power, yes.
To brush your teeth, things like that. So Bruce, we're going to bring Bruce Katz in now to talk a little bit about his situation, just because he lives in Jefferson Parish and has dealt with this no water situation.
Right. Last night, leaving the station when we were out of power, I decided to drive home to Battery, and a lot of trees down, a lot of fences down, things like that. But when I got home, checked out the house, fortunately everything is good. But the problem is, I was getting ready to take a nice hot shower. Nada, no water at all. So, I called, a lot of, neighbors and that, just, via text. And, basically they had no water as well. So
my parents didn't either.
I'm wearing the hat now. I'll show you. Look at this rug here.
Keep the hat off for this.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. But tonight, Gray Media, our parent company, they have nice hotels for us in Baton Rouge. So
you're
cannot wait
shower?
to take the shower. So, but again, all serious, you know, I mean, all silliness aside, I mean, you guys are dealing with the same thing. I mean, a lot of you all would love to take a hot shower. You would love to, you know, just be able to relax in AC. And we're dealing with the same thing you are. But, you know, we're trying to do the job, trying to keep you informed. And, you know, every step of the way, with the power issue, of course, being the biggest issue. And then, of course, we have, you know, some of the flooding and some of the rescues that we had in Lafitte and some of those areas, even around Laplace. And on top of that, you know, we had the issues of the water problems and the boil water advisory for Jefferson. So, you know, we're going to be here with you. We're in Baton Rouge, but we're broadcasting in New Orleans and, of course, online and on radio as well. So, you know, Lee and Kim, it's just one of those things that when I went to the station today, I told my bosses, I said, you know, I mean, my hair's a mess. What am I going to do? Blaine gave me a Fox 8 hat and said, go to town.
It
So
looks
that's what we're
good,
doing.
Bruce. It looks good.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right. Yes.
It's
Good.
fitting.
It is fitting.
All right. The governor did talk about, you know, search and rescue operations, and he also talked about helicopter and hoist operations where they had to go in and rescue people who were trapped because of the floodwaters. But sadly enough, there are a couple of deaths to report as a result of Hurricane Ida, and he said that the death toll may actually go up as time progresses. The first death that they reported was in Prairieville, a 64-year-old man who died after a tree fell on his house, and unfortunately that happens way too often in these storms.
It does. And then the Louisiana Department of Health sending out a little while ago the death of a male who drowned after his vehicle attempted to go through floodwater near I-10 at West End Boulevard in New Orleans. His age is unknown at this time, pending ID of the victim. But again, the second death that we've learned about, a male drowned after his vehicle attempted to go through floodwater near I-10 at West End Boulevard. And we see that, you know, unfortunately so many times, people either not knowing the area or just thinking they can drive through. And if some of this happens at dark, you know, that's why, you know, officials say stay off the roads, let us clear the roads, let us figure things out before you get out there.
Turn around, don't drown is what they say.
Yeah.
And, you know, and for a regular storm in New Orleans, we see the water piling up.
You're talking about an afternoon, like just rainstorm.
And a lot of times the NOPD will go out and put up barricades, and you'll have some notice that the water's too deep to go through. But in a storm situation, or you know, in an evacuation situation, or what have you, those warnings are just non-existent. You just have to really be smart and pay attention.
You do. Okay, we have some other reports from our reporters coming throughout the area. George, if you hear us say the word George, that's because George Gant is directing this, and he's running the show. He's running the show, and he's actually learning some new equipment. So bear with George. We are. So we know you will too. But George, Caitlin Rust, we talked about Lafitte rescues, and Caitlin Rust has a report from Lafitte that we'd like to share with you.
We're a little over 2 miles outside of Jean Lafitte, but this is as far as you can go on Lafitte-La Rose Parkway. I'm joined here by Jason Rivard with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. Jason, you've been out here all day, right?
Pretty much. We've been out here since very early this morning.
Of course. When did the water creep up this far?
So during the storm, it's probably the first time I've seen it encroach this far onto the highway. But you can see, if you look behind you, from here to the caution light, there's a raise at the caution light, and then on the other side of the caution light, it's flooded all the way down to the intercoastal waterway.
Oh my gosh, so is there any exposed road at all down there?
Past the caution light, no. Past the caution light, all the way through, down under the big bridge, all the way through, all the way around, it's all underwater.
How much water would you say is in the city right now?
I have no idea. A lot. I've never seen this much water down there. This is the highest I've seen it, and it's both in the city, inside the city limits, and outside the city limits in the rest of the area.
And we were talking a little bit before about there was a lot of people down here that were pretty confident they could ride this storm out. You guys are performing some evacuations today. Tell me a little bit about that. How many people have you been pulling out?
So I'm not sure the exact number. I actually didn't get back too much longer ago myself. This is a community that deals with these kind of things on a regular basis. Storm threats are always storm threats for an area that's surrounded by water and is outside of the hurricane levee protection. So these are people that are used to dealing with these kind of things. So it's not surprising that a few people wanted to stay, and we did see some evacuations prior to, and the sheriff's office even went door to door on Friday night to see who was staying behind. So we had a better idea of how many people were going to be there. But I mean, we did rescue quite a few people today. A lot of them were surprised at the amount of water, how quickly the water came up, and didn't want to deal with it anymore and wanted to get out.
Because this storm, it seems like none other so far.
No, I mean, this is definitely the worst I've seen it in Lafitte personally.
Of course, and I'm seeing all types of agencies out here. Is this kind of a joint effort that you guys have going?
This is a joint effort by anybody and everybody who was willing to come out and help. The fire department's here, Wildlife and Fisheries is here. We've had quite a few civilians who loaded a deputy onto their boat and took a deputy out. That way there was radio communication with the boat. And it's, we've been doing it all day. We're doing a little shift right now because the water levels are starting to recede, so we're not able to get the same number of boats in at this point. So we're just shifting a little further down the road, and we'll keep continuing to put boats in the water to get out there to pick up folks that want to come out.
Of course. Are you going to do that kind of into the night too?
I don't know if we're going to continue at night. We're starting to slow down a little bit now. We've been at it all day, so we've gotten the majority of people out that wanted to come out. But we'll continue to do it as long as we need to.
Of course, that's good news. Where are you evacuating these people to?
Right now, they're being taken from this point to the shelter that the parish has set up at Pard Playground.
Of course, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jason. I know you've been working real hard. I'll let you get back to that. All right, reporting live from Lafitte, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8, Local First.
A little low. We got a couple of texts. Kim's microphone maybe a little. Let's test it.
We should test it. It's good.
How's that? Is that better?
Is it better? You shush. You shush.
I'm shushing.
Is it better? It's good? Okay.
Okay.
All right, we got it worked out.
Shushing me. You sound like my wife, Jenny. No, it's okay. Now you know.
You like to talk.
Yes, I do. Oh, we've worked together for 11 years. What are you going to do? Exactly. All good. All right. We are back. Hopefully microphones are working. If they're not, feel free to let us know. Yes. All right.
All right. So one of the things that Mandeville was concerned about on the North Shore, and rightfully so, is the lake water just really emptying in to that north side of St. Tammany Parish, and we see it all the time, the flooding along the lakefront, but also the river flooding and just the water coming up. And so Mandeville, it wasn't as much the wind as the water I think they were concerned about.
No doubt about that. And we have a report, George. We have a report from Olivia Vidal in Mandeville with more from there.
Residents here at the Roquette Lodge Senior Living Community in Mandeville say they're waking up this morning to no electricity or running water. St. Tammany Fire Department and medics responded to the Roquette Lodge late Sunday evening after reports of roof damage. Nearly 30 residents were affected. Officials say there were no reports of injuries, but those residents were displaced. I'm told living arrangements were made for those residents. But the folks we spoke with this morning after Hurricane Ida's landfall say it was a traumatizing experience.
It's a real scary experience because it's loud. You know what's going on, what was falling, or anything like that.
Especially when it's in the middle of the night like that.
Yeah, they couldn't see nothing, but yeah, that's what it was for me. I'm running around and scared to death because the wind and the howling, and no.
My whole apartment is covered. It's all wet, everything. And now they're telling us, I'm shaking, we have to leave. And I have no place to go. They're making us get out. Where are we going to go? I don't have any place to go.
Take a look over here and you can see the roof that just peeled off this wing of the Roquette Lodge. It's a tin roof, and residents say it was loud, scary, and it just, you can't see it from this angle, but it literally just peeled off the top of the building, exposing those apartments to the sky. So again, 30 residents were displaced. No injuries were reported. We were told that those 30 residents did find alternative housing for the time being. But for now, reporting in Mandeville, Olivia Vidal, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks a lot, Olivia. It is the top of 5 o'clock, so typically it is Monday, right? It is Monday, yeah. So typically on a day like this, we would have Fox 8 News at 5 o'clock, but we are going to continue to take you through our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
And we are still gathering what exactly has happened as a result of the storm. We are still out with crews all over the place trying to assess the damage, just like everybody is at this point. But what we do know is that the power is out in most of southeast Louisiana, as you can see from this Entergy map behind us, and it could take a while for that to get rectified. We also know that there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage, whether it's roof damage, whether it's, we've had buildings collapse, we've had trees down, just the water damage that has gone in and flooded communities where people actually had to be rescued from their attics. There is widespread damage across Louisiana.
These are some pictures from Tangipahoa Parish. You want to close out of that one, Kim? There you go. And we can kind of take you through some of these to just show you. I don't think you're going to want a smiley face that, but that shows you just the significance of the damage in some of these areas. We're just using our app here, so you're going to see some messages potentially pop up, but that's the way it is. So power poles down there, and actually we have a video to play. Let me, I think the video is down here. This is at Southeastern in Hammond, and we can show you this video to just show you the, you know, a lot of people on the North Shore are worried about tree damages because of the winds, some significant winds going there.
All of these trees, I mean, it's just in a straight line, all of them. I mean, it's
Down.
kind of like what we saw on the interstate driving in.
Yeah.
You know, when you're driving in towards, on I-12 towards Baton Rouge, it's just tree after tree blocking the right-hand lane in a big stretch of that roadway.
And you know, you heard Governor Edwards say I-10 at Ascension Parish is closed. So actually, you know, I came in from New Orleans, from the station actually in Mid-City, and actually had to come up the causeway and then go I-12, and there was a lot of backup traffic around Walker, as you said, and you were in that too, I know, Kim, because there were some trees down on I-12, so only one lane was open. So it was a pretty big backup there.
It was a big backup, and again, you know, it's a situation where you just have to be patient. They're out there, they're trying, they're starting to clear the roadways, but it is going to take time because there's so much debris. And when this storm hit, debris was just flying, and it's not just the trees being knocked over, debris was flying everywhere.
Let's, why don't we do this, because I'm getting reports that your microphone is still faint. If maybe there's a way for you to step off for a second and maybe switch microphones with Bruce. That may be better. And then, okay, we're on the same mic, so we can't do that. Well, we're going to figure that out. Let's just keep going. You're faint, but we can hear you, and then we'll figure out the microphone at some point, I guess. Okay. Right? What do you think? All right. Let's go through some of the other stuff. So we're talking about damage and pictures and things like that, and we're just going to kind of take you through some of the pictures, hopefully, that we've been getting into our newsroom. This is an uprooted, what is that, Kim?
It says uprooted oak tree in Old Metairie with a close-up view of the size of the root ball. I mean, you can see how gigantic that is. This one,
That's the same thing.
Picture, just a different angle.
And these are sent in from some viewers, so you're seeing these as we are. This is outside the house.
In Algiers, luckily not a lot of damage, but a lot of flooding on the streets.
And then we'll show you another video.
This is in Robert. This is Highway 190 in Robert.
Look at this.
Wow.
Talk about all the downed trees and everything. We'll let this go. This video is, what, 39 seconds, so we'll kind of let it go. There's a tree in the road right there.
And that's what we see a lot of, at least for today. I feel like after today, maybe tomorrow, you won't see as many of those trees blocking roadways.
And if you have video like this you want to share, go to our website, go to our news app. You'll see where you can upload it to us, and you'll literally see us use it. I got it. Okay. Well, I don't have it. What did you do, Kim? Where did we leave off? How about this one? Let's see this.
All right, this is flooding at the Maritime Museum and Madisonville Library.
Look at that. All the water there. Let's do this. We'll let that go for a second. This is captured by Justin Dennis.
Goodness, yeah. And some of these structures are built up, but it looks like the one that we see, some of these are not.
Want to go to the next one? Let's go to the next one. This is, yeah.
Flooding along the Chafuncta River in Madisonville. And this is where, you know, we talked about this. These rivers, the water has nowhere to go. So once the lake water starts piling up and it goes into the rivers, they have nowhere to go.
Right. We are going to, okay, we're going to go to an interview in a little bit, but let's continue to go with some of this. All right, this is Palm Lake.
Palm Lake, and we will have a report from Palm Lake coming up in just a few minutes. That's in Slidell, by the way.
Yes, and here's another one in Palm Lake, just backyard. And Kim, you kind of know about the damage in Slidell area, you know, from the storm and the effects there.
You know, and a lot of areas closer to the lake are right there on the water. The houses all back up to water. They all have docks. A lot of people have boats. I can tell you that today, well, Palm Lake is one of those subdivisions that always floods. A lot of those houses have been raised over the years. elevated just to keep them from filing so many insurance claims every time they flood. But Eden Isles took a lot of water. All that water in those canals just came up over the roadways. Even this afternoon, when we left to come to Baton Rouge, there was still water on the roads in Eden Isles, some of it impassable. And so it just goes to show you that that water is going down very slowly, and that typically happens during a storm of this size. During a tropical storm, not so much. But the water is definitely an issue there. Palm Lake, always an issue.
Let's do this. Let's bring up the CLECO map right now just to show you the amount of outages with CLECO customers. And we are going to attempt to do an interview with Jennifer Cahill of CLECO, who is joining us via the phone. Actually, we're going to see her too. Are you able to hear us right now? Okay, let's see. We didn't hear you there for a second, I think. So let's try. Are you able to hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Yes, it's a success. We're learning this new equipment, so thank you for bearing with us.
Jennifer, tell us, what is the situation with CLECO customers on the North Shore?
Sure. So as of about 4 p.m. today, we had about 95,000 customers in St. Tammany without power, and that's about 98% of all of our customers there in the parish. We are working right now. We have crews that are out assessing damage, and we really follow our restoration plan during times like this. So once conditions are safe, the company's focus is on responding to unsafe electrical situations and critical infrastructure. So right now we have 90% of Slidell Memorial Hospital back on, and crews are working on the other 10% right now, which comes from a different feed, and they should be restored today. We also have crews working at Lakeview Hospital and St. Tammany Hospital. So again, it's really looking at that critical infrastructure, hospitals, water and sewage first, and then we'll move on to circuits that serve the largest number of customers and start working to restore them. But right now, our focus is on critical infrastructure and assessing the damage. And tomorrow we should have a lot more information on our restoration efforts after we've gotten some information back in from our assessments.
And the big question, of course, and I know you're getting it a lot already, is how long is this going to take? I mean, we know that the important structures need to be brought up to speed a lot faster, but for just the regular customer out there, what are they looking at? Are they looking at a couple of days? Are they looking at a week, 2 weeks?
Like I said, right now it's a little too difficult to tell because we don't have all of our assessments in. There were some communication challenges earlier today statewide with getting some of our damage assessments back in, but they've still been happening and manually, and we're going to download tonight and get more information on that. But what we're finding right now is flooding and high water has been a challenge for travel conditions, as well as impassable roads because of debris and downed trees. We're finding a lot of broken poles, so that's going to be a big issue for us as well. But we have the crews. In addition to our CLECO team, we have secured over 2,000 contractor workers and mutual assistance workers, and those mutual assistance teams have come from Florida, Texas, Kentucky, Virginia. So they are all here. We have 2 staging sites in St. Tammany right now with other locations across the state, and that's really where we house all of our supplies, our materials, our fuel. It's where we feed our teams, provide laundry services, lodging. So we have that all ready to go. We have all of our teams ready. And then in addition to those CLECO resources and contractor crews, we have other areas around the state that weren't as impacted as we had originally planned for. So we're redirecting those crews to the St. Tammany area as well. So we're getting everybody down there and out and ready to work first thing tomorrow once we get our damage assessments in. But long story short, that's, it's at least a multi-day week event, but we'll know a lot more tomorrow.
How does the staffing that you are getting, where you're getting help, the 2,000 or so in, how does that compare to other storms?
That's probably on par with what we brought. That's probably more than we brought in for Zeta, actually. Those resources are always changing as we plan for a storm, and even after the storm passes, once we assess the damage, if we need to add to the crews, we'll do that. If we feel like we can release some of the crews, we'll do that as well. But right now, we're holding tight at that 2,000 mark, and won't make any changes until we get those damage assessments in.
Okay, so, a lot of people are impatient. They want to get out there and start clearing the trees and making way to start doing things. And one of the biggest challenges, I would guess, for homeowners, residents, not knowing where there is a live power line. Those live power lines could be tied up in the tree branches. So kind of just go over that with us and just kind of reiterate the message.
Sure. Oftentimes, the most dangerous part of a storm is right after it passes. Excuse me. So we ask that our customers, not get out and really try to start clearing debris yet until we can pick up all the lines. Assume that any down power lines are live and stay away. Report those to 911. Report them to CLECO, and just make sure that there could be debris out there that you might be trying to pick up that could be touching a down power line. So certainly be careful there. And, also generator safety is very important. Make sure you are only operating outdoors in a well-ventilated area, and, try not to overload the generator, and just, read your manual, and please be careful with that as well. We would also like our customers to yield to CLECO and other utility trucks. Right now, there are a lot of, lights that are out, and, it's becoming a four-way stop. So if they could yield to our crews, that would help, because we could get them to where they need to be a lot quicker. And we also ask that they don't stop our crews. If you have questions about your bill or about restoration, to please look at our outage map at cleco.com, or to contact a customer service rep at 1-800-622-6537. And that would really help our crews out a lot.
All right, Jennifer Cahill, sounds like you have the crews, you have the equipment, all you need is a little time to get this.
That's right, and like I said, tomorrow we'll have a lot more information, and we really appreciate our customers' patience. We know it's not easy.
All right, go get that call that you missed, and keep us posted. If you need to get anything else across, please give us a call and let us know.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I will. Thank you.
All right. Again, there's the map. 90-something% of St. Tammany, really, 98%. So I mean, it sounds like tomorrow we'll have a better idea of when that will happen.
To survey the damage, and
obviously you're hearing some stuff in the background right now. We're trying to get that audio figured out. And we'll continue to kind of take a look at some of these other pictures that we've been going. We already showed that. That's the Palm Lake. This is
Palm Lake again. Another Palm Lake.
A foot higher this morning, they were saying.
Wow.
Look at that, Kim.
See, but that's an unusual site in Palm Lake. I believe most of the houses, or many of the houses, are raised. So to see a house on a slab, that's very unfortunate.
All right, well, let's go. You want to go through some more, or do you want to go to Rob's report?
Let's go to Rob Masson. He's actually got a report on Mandeville and some of the boats that were damaged there.
We are here at Bayou Castine, and you can see most of these boats are in pretty good shape, but right over here, not so much. That one's mine. That's Sela. We've had her for about 10 years. She survived Hurricane Katrina right there, and she's still floating, but she took a direct hit from this big old tree that got uprooted, just like one did at my house, coming down and causing a little bit of damage on a neighbor's home. This storm was a beast as it roared through St. Tammany and the North Shore. Certainly a lot of people have much bigger problems than I do, but this couldn't have been a more direct hit. As you can see, some of the railings are bent, but she's still floating, and we will try and get her to float another day. Back over there, you can see a lot of debris up there in the front part of the bayou. That is normally about a half acre of open water down there, but it's just filled with vegetation from this storm. But Ida has taken a toll. There are plenty of other boats that have sustained some damage here in some of these marinas below Mandeville, but this one hits especially close to home. Anyway, good luck to everybody as they recover from this very, very dangerous storm, and we're all glad she's gone away. From Mandeville, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks a lot for thanks for that report, Rob. We can go through some other stuff we're getting into the newsroom. This is a block entrance to a neighborhood near Madisonville. Look at all those down trees.
Wow. Yeah, I think this is actually the entrance there.
Claiborne Oaks.
Claiborne Oaks.
And then this is Pine Street in Madisonville. Let's see what this looks like. We're looking at it right with you. I'll move out of the way so you can see it. And the water down.
This is near downtown Madisonville, it looks like.
I think we actually got one more in. This is Brad Hawkins, and he lives near downtown Madisonville. He says the water from the Chifuncta River came in quickly by his home. So let's take a look at this.
Yep. People pulling out the boats.
Pulling out the boats. I mean, this was obviously, you know, a concern. When we were talking about the North Shore, last night, when the rain moving up there, this was one of the concerns we had.
Right, but when that storm took a little bit of a jog,
Yes.
that's when Madison and Mandeville, they were always going to get a little bit of the right side of the storm, but when it didn't head towards Baton Rouge the way it was supposed to, they really took a beating.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I was talking to some people today, just that storm and how it, you know, it took that jog in and what that did. It's just, yeah.
And at some point we'll bring back in Bruce to talk about that. Like, how unprecedented is that for once it's on land? I know we see the little jogs, and maybe we can talk to you now.
Sure.
Maybe
Actually,
Bruce,
yeah.
We see the little jogs, you know, when it's approaching.
Right. Well, you know, that ridge of high pressure was steering this thing, and as it moved inland, it was expected to be on that northwestward track.
We're great.
Let's see. Can you hear
You're
me
good.
now? Okay, all right, we're just getting this all together for you. So basically, when the storm moved inland, it was on that track, basically off to the northwest. But then, as it moved inland, it slowed down, and storms like to slow down as they move inland. But then, the ridge of high pressure to the east that we're watching kind of broke down a little bit. So it turned direction more northerly a little bit earlier, where the models were saying that the high would hold in just long enough to really bring it basically off to the northwest, heading over toward the Baton Rouge area and well away from the North Shore. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. So basically, it came in right around Port Fourchon here, and then as it moved inland over areas from Dulac to Golden Meadow, we were expecting it to basically do more like this. But unfortunately, it came in, and it came more so like this, just to the west of Lake Oropah. So it can certainly happen. And, you know, we talk about these storms have a mind of their own, and they can, you know, jog, they can wobble. And, you know, the models had it right on pretty much for landfall. But after landfall, that's when everything kind of fell apart, where we saw that weakening in the steering, and of course, that's when we saw that big shift. So I wouldn't say unprecedented, but again, I think it was a little bit of a surprise where the models were so good at landfall, and they nailed it. We were thinking, okay, everything's going to work. The ensembles were showing that, but at the last minute, steering collapsed, slowed down, and then it moved inland. So coming up in a couple of minutes, we're going to talk about.
Why don't you do it right? Why don't you do it right now? Yeah, go through it right now, Bruce.
All right. So here's what we're looking at right now. And again, use the hat. Ready for a shower. We're here in Baton Rouge tonight, so that's good. But nevertheless, the highest wind gust was 172 miles per hour. That was down at Port Fourchon. Look at Grand Isle at 146. Golden Meadow 125. Dulac pretty much on that western side, but in the eye, basically at 138. 122 at Galliano, and then we saw Fox 8 110. That's the highest wind speed gust that we've seen probably ever at Fox 8. And it looks like a reserve. You got still hurricane force winds, but not quite as bad. Hammond up to 71. But look at Mandeville. When we saw the eye move northward, we had that spin off of all of those storms and those squalls, and that brought those winds up to 111, and even up in Covington at about 79.
Well, let me say, I think from what I'm hearing, we can barely hear Bruce. So if we can, yeah, let's try to get his mic up a little bit.
So we're going to stand by here real quick. Again, we are live.
No, we'll try that now, Bruce.
Okay, how about now? Sound better? All right, we're going to go through it, and they'll let me know if it doesn't sound. So 14.4 inches near Gramercy, 9.9 to the east. New Orleans, just about 7.5 inches. Remember that feeder band that set up last night? We were concerned about it coming in near Picayune and also near Slidell. You can see that feeder band just kind of fed in and trained. So some of the higher numbers on the Mississippi Gulf Coast came in just under a foot of rain. Once again, Houma, not too much. You were on the drier side where we saw just about 5 inches. South of Houma at about 4.1 and 6.5 inches near Grand Isle. So as you can see, wherever those bands set up, that's where we saw double-digit numbers. Now, latest on Ida, right now, fortunately down to a depression. Ida is right now just north of Jackson. It is moving basically off to the north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour, and the winds are down to 35. So basically, it's starting to lose its identity. And notice, look how far removed a lot of the storms are to the northeast. Where the center is, we're not seeing any wraparound storms. Of course, where a center or an eye would be, it's kind of really spreading out and kind of washing out pretty good. Now, behind this with the rain, we've got issues with flooding. The Bogafalaya River, Camp Covington, we're looking at impacts coming in around 58 feet tonight. $1 Million Road and some areas around $1 Million Road, we'll see some water.
There's feedback coming in when you do that.
Oh, okay.
There we go. They're trying to get Bruce's audio a little better.
We're trying to get all this together. So again, just bear with us. We're trying to bring you the information you need. Let's go now to another area at the Bogafalaya. Bogafalaya River at Covington. Major flooding around 17 feet tonight. Now, back flooding into the Abita River is going to cause a rise on the Abita River, and that's going to cause issues right around the Boston Street Bridge area. That area is going to flood. So tonight, any interest in those areas, it is going to happen pretty soon. Now, the Chafuncta River, right at Folsom, major flooding coming in around 23 feet tonight. Water will inundate Highway 1077 north of I-190. So again, we'll say it again, right around Highway 1077 of Highway 190, major flooding there, and also neighborhoods along 1077 will be threatened with flooding of structures. So again, this is going to be a really close call tonight. The Chafuncta coming in at Folsom. Let's move on now to the Chafuncta River as we look at Covington. Major flooding around 30.5 feet. Again, that's going to occur tomorrow. Highway 190 inundated at Covington. So tomorrow, right around Highway 190 at Covington, you're not going to have any chance to cross that area. It is expected to be flooded by a couple of feet of water, and also the multiple subdivisions around that area could certainly see some water too. Let's look at the Tangipahoa River at Robert. Once again, Robert near Lee's Landing in that area, we're looking at major flooding, 23 feet tomorrow, and water gets close to Highway 190 at that 23-foot mark. So again, it's going to be a very close call to see whether or not water gets there. Areas around Highway 445 and Highway 190 will more than likely see some water. So again, if you're watching down in New Orleans, you may be saying, well, I don't know where this is. I can promise you, people in this area of Tangipahoa Parish, they know what we're talking about, and they know their streets very, very well. Let's move on. Here is that track, and as Lee and Kim were mentioning, look at the wobble. Came in right on target, which it was expected to do. Coming in over Port Fourchon, moving westward toward Golden Meadow, but then it kind of stalled out in this area and slowed down a bit, and then it began to wobble off to the east, and then back to the northwest. But the problem is, we were expecting it to move in this direction, way over to Baton Rouge. Look at the difference. We were talking before the storm moved in, we were splitting hairs. I mean, 15, 20, 25 miles, where the center moves in, that would definitely make a difference. So if the eye were basically here, we would get more over toward Lake Maurepas. But with the eye here, we saw it in the city and the North Shore. So
Bruce, make sure your mic is on.
The mic is... Okay, how about now? Now? Okay. Is it not? No? Kim, do you hear me? You hear me? Okay.
So Bruce, you know what that means? It was your fault.
No one heard.
It was your fault, Bruce.
I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame. All right, so I don't know if I was picking up over my... Right,
you were picking up from my microphone.
We're going to continue with this deal, okay?
Brucey.
I know.
It's all good.
It's all good. All right. So
I just got to get to blame you.
I know. That was the big jog that came in and brought that Category 4 to a 2. Now, look at this. Even a Category 2 right over Lake Maurepas and to the eastern areas, that's where we saw a lot of those inundation and also a lot of that wind. Now, right now, we're seeing a couple of those bands. We talked about that little tail, and you can see some of that rain moving in, but really overall, we're mostly dry at this hour. and the only flash flood watches that we have now way over to Mobile. So fortunately, we don't have really a whole lot going on. And even down south, a couple of little showers moving in south of Galliano to Grand Isle. And of course, those will be dying down. A little bit closer in along I-59, we had some showers, but even that line is beginning to move eastward. This is the last tail coming in of Ida, and after that begins to move off to the north and west, we will finally say good riddance and get this thing out of here. So here's a really nice shot. Once again, just north of Jackson, we're seeing the actual center. On the eastern side, we have lots of training going on and lots of rain coming in now to Destin, just to the west of Panama City. Montgomery, you're in an area that on the northeastern quadrant, we're continuing to see quite a bit of rainfall. The good news, the tornado watches have been canceled now throughout much of this area. So if you have any, friends that maybe went to Jackson, they're seeing it, breezy conditions, but winds are 35, so not that bad. And then it will continue to move basically off to the north, heading off toward Memphis. Montgomery right now, some spotty showers, and once again, that's pretty much it. Here are some of the winds right now. Still a little breeze out there. On average, 15 to 25. Offshore, south of Barataria Bay, we're seeing a wind at about 28, 38 to the east of us, and right now those temperatures in the upper 70s to low 80s. And your Fox 8 forecast model continues to show tomorrow morning we may see a little more moisture from the tail of that storm. So tomorrow, plan for spotty storms. By the afternoon, rain chances coming in by 4, only at about 20 to 30%. And then on your Wednesday morning, things begin to die down a bit. And I think Wednesday should be a mostly dry day. So once again, right now we're seeing wind gusts. They will be coming down right now at about 29 to 30 miles per hour. Overnight, down to 5 to 10 to 15, and tomorrow may see some breezy conditions up to 15 to about 25 miles per hour. So again, overall things weather-wise have gotten a lot better. The winds have pretty much died down. The rain, not so much. And I do want to mention, Lee and Kim, that the Weather Service has actually put out for tomorrow a heat advisory. Now, heat index only at 100. Only at 100. Normally, that's not normal criteria. They're putting it out because, as I saw in Metairie, it was warm and muggy today, and there were a lot of people cleaning their yards. I mean, they were out and about, they were raking, they were cutting, they were really exerting a lot of energy, so you can really get overheated very quickly. So even at 95 to 100 on the heat index, you can certainly have heat stroke, and make sure you have to stay hydrated because, of course, as you drink a lot of water, that kind of helps the body, but they do have a heat advisory in effect for 100 degrees tomorrow. I mean, that's hot, but it's not 105, 110, but they're certainly bringing it in because a lot of people need to kind of slow it down and make sure when you're working the yard, you just take it easy and stay hydrated. And again, if you have heart issues or you have, some issues medically and you're out there doing it, remember, with COVID, we still have to deal with that. A lot of the hospitals are full and they're saying, please don't go to the hospital. So if you're out and about working in the yard, you really need to pay attention and make sure that you're staying hydrated. If you're feeling weak, get inside and just kind of sit down and take it easy. So kind of interesting. I mean, 100-degree heat index normally you can deal with, you take it easy, but they're actually putting the criteria where normally it would be 105 to 108 down to 100 because of the actual, cleanup efforts.
And also, Bruce, thanks for that weather report.
Sure.
But it's so hot out and people don't have air conditioning. A lot of is with no power. So
right.
I mean, that just brings a whole nother example. How's your microphone, by the way?
I'm thinking it's better. I feel like it's better, but and my apologies for walking in front of Bruce twice.
Twice.
Not once, but twice.
Kim, you can walk in front of me anytime.
What about me, Bruce?
Lee, that's a different story.
Huh? That's a different story.
Lee's,
Hey, can we pop up Bruce's camera, please?
Kim's a lot prettier than you.
Hold on, pop up Bruce's. There we go.
Okay,
Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, just all right, Lee.
There you go.
Lee got his little jog in, and all right. Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm here all night, Brucey.
I know. Well, David's going to take over too, so you can abuse him a little bit.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I will do that. We do hear Kim's microphone is not 100%, so just to let you all know that, and that is definitely feedback right there. Why don't we do this? Why don't we? We have. I think. Are we ready for this interview? This phone interview? Not yet. Well, why don't we do this? We have Natasha Robin, who has a report from Avondale of a tree down. Why don't we go to that report, and then we'll hopefully get some more microphone situations straightened out and work on some other stuff for you. Audio.
now pouring down the street here. I want to introduce you. This is Joanne Cowan. This is your son's house, and you live next door. Okay. So tell me, what happened here?
It was a mess. It was a mess. It was just so scary. But we stayed home, and we thought everything would be good. And I didn't make out too bad, I have to tell you. I did pretty good, because I have storm shutters and everything, but everybody else didn't.
But I mean, it's a mess what happened here. Did you guys hear this happen?
My brother heard it happen, and he said Billy's car is under a tree.
Okay, and yeah, that's right. You said so. Your son's car is underneath all of this.
On the other side.
I mean, and the water is now pouring into the street here.
Yeah.
So how are you guys handling this? I see a neighbor over here with a shovel because there's so much mud and everything that they're having to dig out from the street to drain this water.
There is. Well, Avondale, the fire department passed this morning, and he said, honey, they are not going to worry about that right now. They have so many gas leaks.
Wow.
And like stuff popping up out the ground and breaking gas lines. So that's what they're focusing on, I think.
How scary was the storm last night?
Bad. It was real bad. It was scary. I didn't think it was a big, it went down to a category 2, but I didn't see that was no 2. It was frightening.
Yeah, and I see by looking through the neighborhood, a lot of the neighbors stayed. So you guys really rode this thing out. Did you think it was going to be this bad?
Not really, but it was. It was bad.
A little scary. Would you leave next time?
I have protection though. I have a lot of protection on my house. I have storm shutters, I'm raised, and all those other things, and a lot of people don't. So I felt okay, but I was still scared.
Yeah, a very scary experience.
For all my neighbors, you know.
Yeah, very scary experience, and it looks like you guys are going to have to be dealing with this for quite some time. We drove through the neighborhood and we saw trees down throughout the neighborhood, and thank you, Joanne, for talking to us. And so, but you can just see, I mean, what a mess here, basically almost covering the street. And, you know, you can see cars really don't have too far to pass, and the flooding that's going on here, the water is coming down and going into a drain or some drains here along the street. But with it, the mud from underneath that tree. So it is a big, big mess here in Avondale, and this is just a little bit of the damage that Ida left behind. In Avondale, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks a lot for that report, Natasha. As we zoom in on the metro area, obviously power outages a huge concern. We're joined by Kristen Palmer, District C Councilwoman. She is, of course, she freezes once we take her. But she, of course, is Algiers on the West Bank, and then the French Quarter area on the East Bank. Look.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of movement, but it looks like it's freezing up again.
Okay, well, we'll attempt her coming up in a few minutes and see if we can get some more information from her.
You know, let's talk about the transmission tower, because we haven't really talked a whole lot about that. And I think we have some video of the transmission tower, George.
Okay, we'll get that in a second. But yeah, the transmission tower, obviously with the Entergy situation, the tower, you know, right around there on the map, it's, you know, across from Ochsner Hospital, and the tower, you know, collapsing and, you know, a significant feeds much of the West Bank and East Bank. And we can take a look at that video, and there you can see that transmission tower, that huge tower. And when you look at these pictures and think about, you know, look how long that is. I mean, look, we showed pictures, and a lot of you probably have seen it on social media too, just how tall the tower was.
Imagine the sound of that crashing down. I mean, the sound of the
Yeah.
hurricane itself was eerie enough, and then all of a sudden you hear this huge crashing noise. Now, there aren't a lot of homes around there.
No, thankfully. So, you know, but still, and
Mangled mess.
when you see that and you see that and you try to just process what is it going to take and what Entergy can do. And look, they're trying to find some workarounds for this to try to make it better. But just constructing that and crossing the river and doing it to restore the way it was before, if that's what they choose to do. I mean, that's a significant you know, project for them to take up.
Well, and you think about how long would it take to rebuild a tower like that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if Entergy hasn't said a whole lot about this.
No, they have not. John Snell interviewed Philip May earlier today, and he was saying, you know, they're still in the assessment, much like what we heard from Cleco. Entergy's also going through the assessment now to see just what the damage they have, and then they're going to have to try to figure out, you know, what they do there if there are other lines in there. So they don't know now. I mean, certainly you would think a couple of weeks, just based off of what they've said and just knowing the magnitude of what happened.
Let's see, Chris Hagan, do we have Chris Hagan? Chris Hagan was out looking at some storm damage in Kenner.
In Kenner, where unfortunately sites like this are a bit of a regular occurrence when you drive up and down the streets. This is underneath an uprooted tree and probably about a 10 by 10 foot, maybe even larger patch of grass that it took with it when it fell into this house. And what's been even more incredible is the story we're told by neighbors where the tree next to this one nearly fell on the house as well, but the wind switched directions, pushed that one back into the ground, and unfortunately took this one into the house. This is the largest instance of it that we've seen within the neighborhood. There are a number of uprooted trees, a number of branches down in the road, and a number of roofs that need attending to or are already being worked on due to the wind damage that we saw with Hurricane Ida. Winds unlike a lot of this area have ever seen before. So again, this is within Kenner, and I wouldn't be surprised if you saw things like this within other areas of the city as well. Reporting in Kenner for Fox 8 Local First, I'm Chris Hagan. Back to you.
That is really incredible. That tree trunk, not
Wow.
tree trunk, that's not a tree
Yes.
trunk. That tree
I know
root
what you
ball
meant.
higher than Chris Hagan is tall.
That shows you, yeah.
Yeah.
Chris
massive.
isn't short, but he is, you know, he's fairly tall.
Right, and I wasn't saying that he was short.
No,
but
I know. I know what you meant was like, wow, that's an impressive thing.
Yes.
Look, we tried to get Kristen Palmer, the district city councilwoman, FaceTime. She was freezing up. So we're going to do this really old school. I don't even know.
We
if you
did
could
this
do
last night.
We did do this last night. I don't even know if you could do this old school, but this is a cell phone. I don't want to share her number. This is a cell phone. We got it on speakerphone. I'm going to hold it up to my microphone. Unless you want us to share your cell phone number with everyone.
No.
It's my team's staff cell phone number.
Okay, it's your staff. Who cares? We'll share your staffer's cell phone number. Just kidding. So what can you tell us about the situation? We saw a shot of you before you froze up in Algiers, and I believe you were in Algiers, and it looks like there was some water behind you. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the canal. So in Algiers, we have two pumping stations. We have pumping number 11, Station 11, and Station 13. And as you know, when all the transmission lines went, all the Entergy power source was killed to the pumps. Normally, you have a backup generator. The backup generator was working at pump station 13, and then in the middle of the night, it went out. So they were not able to pump any of the water out of Algiers, part of Algiers, last night. And so this morning, as soon as they were able to get some folks out there to start trying to reconnect it, we had 3 pumps operating as of about 2 hours ago. And so the water had kind of substantially come down, but, you know, we still have localized flooding, and people just need to stay in. That's flooding on General de Gaulle, Wall Boulevard, MacArthur, and parts of our neighborhood in Tall Timbers. So it's just something that people need to be aware of, not to drive around. I think it's super important. As we all know, you know, we just got 911 back up, and so there have been issues. There have been issues out on the street with no lights, no stoplights, and so it has been an issue. And so I'm just asking folks to please stay in.
What can you tell us? What are you hearing from Entergy? Obviously, the power outage, you know, significant, and especially the effects on the East Bank. What are you hearing from Entergy right now?
We were briefed at about 2:30. So we've been averaging about every 3 hours. They've been trying to update us on the transmission system and on the distribution system. Their assessment is not complete as of this afternoon. So we still they've not been able to give us a time frame on when the power can come back on. As you know, they have over 4,500 people now inside of, you know, Orange Parish, this area, looking at the distribution system and beginning to work on that, right? So they can do the work on the distribution system at the same time they're trying to focus on the transmission system. So the good news is we don't have to wait for one for the other, right? But we still do not have a timeline.
And Councilwoman Palmer, what are you hearing from your constituents? I'm sure you've been out talking to them, and you know, just kind of give us a sense of how they're coping today.
Well, I think right now people are relieved, right? It's kind of like your adrenaline rush is over, and we don't have, you know, significant water damage. We don't have significant damage in our properties. As I think people are pleased, especially with the ferocity of the winds last night that we came out of this. I think we also, it shows that the $14 billion investment in our infrastructure in this region did keep us safe from a Category 4. I think that is cause for, I don't want to say celebration right now. I think tomorrow people are going to be more hot, less excited, and I think it's going to get worse during the week, quite frankly. I mean, we're going to have some highs with a heat index over 100. I think y'all know that. And I think we have to really start paying attention to our neighbors. Now, with that being said, we're going to stand up a food distribution site and water distribution site tomorrow in Algiers at the Arthur Monday Center from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. We'll also have World Central Kitchen. We'll be distributing meals as well as, and we'll have water and a charging station. So, you know, these will be starting to be set up throughout the city, and I think that's going to go quite a long way. I know I'm also asking people that do have generators, so I can be careful with them to also set up their own mini charging stations. I know we're working with our neighbors in Algiers to kind of create information on where all those sites are, those community charging stations, that people have access to that. And so, once again, you know, citizens of New Orleans know kind of how to step up to make sure everybody has the resources that they need.
Do you expect the power to be restored to your West Bank part of the district, the Algiers area, before the East Bank for the most part?
No, I don't. I don't want to have any. I can't really sit here and say which side is going to be more than another.
And the reason I asked that is obviously because it appears, you know, the eastern side could be more significant with that the transmission lines. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I do know that that certain parts of Algiers, though, were out before a lot of parts of the East Bank had lost power. So, you know, the French Quarter and the CBD stayed online the longest, I think, yesterday. So, and I think we didn't lose power until the late afternoon, early evening. Meanwhile, we had parts in Algiers that were out at like 10, 11 o'clock. So again, but I also don't use that as a measuring stick either, right? So I'm really not sure. I think once we get the assessment back for how the transmission lines are, then we'll have a clearer picture.
And I think with every storm, with every hurricane, we all learn lessons. So is there a lesson that you think comes out of this for the city of New Orleans and how the response is being handled, or how the preparations were handled?
Well, yes. I actually think that we need to come to grips with the fact that these storms are moving in faster and they accelerate faster. I think it gave everybody pause when the governor felt that we did not have time to put in contraflow. And I think it's important that we have to understand that the ferocity of these storms and the speed of them are preventing the ways that we used to look at planning. And so I really think we need to start reassessing contraflow. And I think we also have to start looking at the way our systems are hardened from Entergy, quite frankly, and sewage and water boards. You know, they did fine with keeping these the alternative power sources going, right? Which was impressive. But I think that we also saw, through having all 8 transmission lines down at the same time, that we were supposed to have, you know, duplication. I mean, I'm a little anxious. We're talking about building that other power plant at the Carrollton site that was going to be tied directly into one of those MISO transmission lines. And that was supposed to give us a lot more comfort level. I think we have to really look at this very closely and make sure that we're making the right decisions here.
Is the infrastructure part of this the important piece? And the reason I ask that is because, I mean, look, we could say, hey, these storms are intensifying more, so we have to bring in contraflow more often and things like that. But, like, look at last year, how many times we were in the cone, and it's expensive for people to evacuate, and a lot of people don't have the means. So doing that so many times in a year is impossible for some people. So is solidifying the infrastructure more important in some ways?
I agree with you, especially if you look into the poverty rate that we have in this town. But with that being said, then we also have to look at certain shelters in areas that are hardened even more so, right? Like we're still waiting on generators to come for the convention center as a potential. So I think when we look at that, do we also have to look and change the concept? I know people don't want it for sheltering in place because we might also need cooling centers. And if that's, and that's a whole other piece to this. If we're going to have longer outages, we're going to have to provide other resources in other parts. And even if it's not going to be a shelter, it could be a temporary shelter. We saw these cooling stations that kind of erupted throughout the Pacific Northwest when they couldn't deal with it. So I think there are going to have to be multiple approaches to this. I absolutely think hardening is one of them. We also see how neighborhoods with buried power lines do better. I don't understand why we're not focusing on one neighborhood a year to try to do that. That's something that I think we should really look hard at. If Entergy is willing to shell out for, we've got 4,500 people here for this, and then 21,000 for the state to fix the areas. That's a pretty substantial payout. So I think we have to figure out too, just like you said, how are we going to harden the system in a way that makes a lot of sense.
Are you trying to? You mentioned the convention center and generators. Is there any talk about opening the convention center as a cooling center or something else?
I can't speak to that. I would have to wait and see what the administration is thinking. I know they have been, and we talked about that. The mayor talked about that at the press conference today. That they're looking at all different options. And again, the options have to be weighed in. Just like we said, we need to have some more clarity on the transmission system and what our timeline is.
All right. Well, we appreciate you joining us and giving us some insight into what's going on in your district. And please keep us posted on things.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. Be safe. All right. That's Councilwoman Kristen Palmer giving us an update. And look, that infrastructure, the longer picture, longer term infrastructure topic is certainly something that will need to be discussed after this.
It just seems every storm, that is the discussion. And that's why I asked the question. We do learn new lessons. We learn new lessons just in our jobs with every storm, with every hurricane coverage that we do. And so, you always want to know, well, okay, what did you learn from this, and what can we do differently the next time to make it better? And I think she brought up a good point. There were a lot of people questioning, why not do the contraflow?
Yeah.
Why not get these people out of town faster? And of course, there's a lot that goes into that behind the scenes, we know. No doubt.
All right, let's go through, we have some more stuff that's coming into the newsroom. We can go, here's the Entergy crews on Norman C. Francis Parkway. Actually, I saw them around there earlier. So the Entergy crews are out and about.
There you go. Oh, this is right across from Fox 8,
yeah.
Actually.
And no, we don't have power at Fox 8. That's why we're here in Baton Rouge. So just to be transparent, they're not working on us first.
I mean, anybody would be happy to see this in their neighborhood, though.
Yes, and there were some crews. I saw them around the streets in New Orleans. And look, there's a lot of trees to be cleared out in a large portion of our viewing area. This is a home in Lafourche with a roof ripped off.
Oh, goodness.
Look at that.
Wow. Well,
Lafourche
that's
got
more than a roof.
Yeah, that's
That's
side.
the entire side of the house.
Look at the side down there. It almost like fell off. It looks like, right? That just shows you, the power of that storm. Lafourche, obviously, it came up right through a lot of Lafourche Parish.
And I remember David talking about, these older houses. That's the risk that you run with some of these older houses. The building codes were a lot different when they were built.
This is, let's see if we know where this is. This is in Covington, the corner of Jenke and 4th Avenue.
I think we're looking at this twisted mess right here.
Twisted mess. Why don't you close it out, Kim, and we can do the other one as well, too. That's probably just a little...
It's a close-up of it.
Yeah, close-up. We'll show the close-up right there. You can kind of take a look at that.
That's a lot to sort through.
You know,
Look at that. Is
maybe
that a
not,
structure it's on top of too? Do you see that?
or
Look at that.
It's hard to tell.
It
Looks
definitely
like,
is.
It looks like something came over the power lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's-
this is what you want to stay away from.
No doubt about that. And then we do have a little more. Here's Nashville and Clare, 2400 block of Nashville Stria, tree down.
That's going to take a while.
That's
I
a
would think.
big tree.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. All right, let's see what else we have. We actually have Juan Kincaid. Do we have that, George? Okay, Juan Kincaid went to Kenner and found an apartment with some damage.
When Moniz Hassan returned to his apartment in Kenner this morning, he was floored with what was there to greet him.
In the room, I saw that this happened, and I was like astonished. I did not expect that, you know.
This is the gift that Hurricane Ida left him and many like him that evacuated and later returned to Windsong Apartments. Roofs severely damaged, siding ripped off, debris on the community grounds everywhere. Hassan's friend, Akhtar Bhutan, also lives at Windsong, on the first floor of this heavily damaged 3-story building.
The kitchen room was fully flooded, and also the washroom has fully flooded. I have also the water on my bedroom side, and there are too much the glass broken in front of my apartment. If you look at down the top, the glass has already broken from the top, and everything was in here. It's very risky to walk in here because it could happen any kind of accident anytime.
And just as their lives are being turned upside down, just across the street, a massive fire at the Relius Apartments on Esplanade. On this night, Hurricane Ida showed no favorites, but she did leave residents wondering what their next move would be.
I have I'm staying with one of my friends at New Orleans, but you know this is temporary, so they also affected. So I don't know how many days I can stay with them.
Windsong certainly has its share of problems following Hurricane Ida, but the big question remains, when will those problems be addressed? Based on what we're hearing from the local residents, they don't expect anytime soon. In Kenner, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8, Local First.
And I used to live at the
You said
Windsong
that.
Apartments many.
You're only 25.
years ago.
Come on.
That's what I said. Wait, did he just say Windsong
Yes.
Apartments? And it's unfortunate because these fires happen during a storm, and there's not a whole lot you can do.
No.
You know, we saw several fires happen yesterday. I think there was one in Algiers. There was another one in
In
Metairie,
Metairie,
on Mayu
yes.
Street,
Mhm.
near the lake, and you know, it's just a matter of letting the fires burn themselves out, pretty much.
We want to tell you about a boil water advisory. The city of Amite is under a boil water advisory until 8 a.m. Friday. Also, Club Deluxe Road and Veterans Boulevard, that area. So please boil water for 2 minutes with a rapid boil before you use it.
And that is coming from the Tangipahoa Water District and the city of Amite. We do want to show you some other videos that we've
Let's do that.
gotten in, or other pictures,
This
I should
is
say,
Lafitte residents
being saved.
It's not a video, but it just shows you.
It just shows you how high the water.
Look at the water in Lafitte. This is probably more Lafitte. Yeah, this is from Vincent, or captured by Shaney, it looks like. Or being saved, they're saved by Vincent Ocella.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of that. Look at the water coming up in Lafitte.
And in Lafitte, we know some people did stay behind and ride out the storm.
We do have some Lafitte storm videos. We do?
Cynthia Lee Shang, parish president in Jefferson Parish, was very concerned about those people, knowing that the water was coming up so fast and knowing that they were going to have to do water rescues at some point. And this is what it looked like in Lafitte. It was very scary there. I mean, you can see the debris flying and the sheets of wind and rain. Just, I mean, this was, when we say relentless, this went on for a long time in the town of Jean Lafitte.
It was relentless everywhere, but you know, when you don't have a lot of protection and things like that, I mean, can you imagine riding out the storm there?
And then to find out that the bridge, the swing bridge, really the only bridge that these residents use to get in and out of Jean Lafitte, is hit by a barge, damaged, and is no longer structurally sound. And they were so concerned that people were going to try to evacuate and get out of town across that bridge, and they were just really trying to get the message out, do not cross the Kerner swing bridge. And that's a situation where they may actually have to ferry people, well, they will have to ferry people back and forth.
Yeah, the governor actually said the bridge will be closed for a period of time, I think was the quote he said, which obviously it leads you to believe it's going to take a while.
It usually does when,
Yes.
when that sort of bridge goes out.
All right, we'll continue to go through some of these pictures. Let's do that, or let's try that instead. This is more Lafitte. Getting a lot of Lafitte pictures in. Let's go do this.
Vincent Ocello was busy.
Vincent was saving a lot of people. Thank you for that. That's in Metairie.
This is in Metairie.
A tree down. Look at this.
Look
A
at roof
shed,
damage.
roof damage. Tracy Jackson capturing these pictures. That's in Metairie as well too. What school is that? Looks like a school. I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
Sure.
Sure someone recognized it. This is River Ridge across from John Curtis Lower School. Pretty damaged there. That's Tracy Jackson sending in a lot. Again, if you can go to our news app or our website, upload pictures, we'll share them right here on the air as well. That's more damage by
Looks
John
like a
Curtis
garage
Lower School.
door.
Yeah.
Blown in or blown out.
Where's that? Marrero.
This is in Marrero again, another one of those power poles, light poles.
And that's in the Marigny in Orleans Parish.
Can't read that.
That's a tree down.
Walter
That looks like
Petrolia.
yeah.
Walter Petrolia Beer Parlor.
It's hard, and even we got this one from a viewer, Clancy. That's a tree down at St. Charles in Nashville.
Another huge tree, and that's the thing about uptown New Orleans. In that area, you're going to see the trees that go down there are usually the really old, gigantic trees. So they cause a little bit more damage and take a lot longer to clear.
And there are a lot of those big trees that are down in a lot of parts of New Orleans. And again, as you said, those are going to take some time.
And it's interesting where I live. It's a newer area and the newer development, and so the trees are a lot smaller. But
Yes.
we did see smaller trees, but they were the water oaks. But they weren't huge. But a lot of the water oaks just toppled over, and so the size difference, just based on the different areas and how long the trees have been there, they still toppled over, but they didn't damage anything.
That is good. Look at those power lines right there in the Marigny in Orleans Parish.
And what do they just go in and straighten those up?
I don't think they
works.
do. I've seen them
replace
working. I think they usually replace those. Usually they put another one, I think, like right next to it, and then move the lines over. But that's extensive damage. I mean, that's why when you think about restoration of power, you have those the transmission towers and the feeder lines. But then you also have all of these other poles and things like that you see from your typical storm damage. So it's fixing both, and we don't know how many transformers have been blown. Pick up your microphone, Kim. It's okay. She dropped her microphone.
It's okay.
You were trying to be all smooth,
good.
picking it up, right? Yeah, did not really
You're
work.
out the
It's all right.
way.
Not that I would do that in a smooth way. Here's some more power lines in Marigny. And look, to be honest with you, we know everyone's going through a lot right now. It's hard, but sometimes you just have to joke around with each other and try to.
And we're not joking around about the situation
No,
at all.
exactly.
That's one thing.
That's because we know, but
more of the same.
Yeah, more
All right, so
of
we're
the
getting-
same. We actually have another report too, I believe, back on the North Shore in
Madisonville. Looks like Olivia Vidal is standing by with a report from there on the flooding.
For the town of Madisonville, many trees and power lines came down during Hurricane Ida. They're used to tropical storms and hurricanes, but this time around it's the river flooding that is causing concern. Here on Highway 22 in Madisonville, high water has caused issues with traffic. Police officers warn drivers to take it slow when traveling through flooded areas. St. Tammany Parish officials say the Chafuncta River at Madisonville is expected to crest Tuesday at a little over 30 feet. Parish President Mike Cooper calls it a major status, but not the highest the river has been. That would be March 2016. But to Pete Chacona, owner of Scooter's Ice Cream Shop in downtown Madisonville, to him, this is the highest it's ever been.
This ain't our first rodeo. We're from Katrina. We have 16 feet of water on our first location in New Orleans. Moved here after Katrina. 2012, went through Isaac. We've been here for 1 year, and we had 4 feet of water in here. Same scenario. We came here, cleaned it out, back in business. 10 years later, doing the same thing. And hopefully we can accomplish our goal here and get back on its feet again. Because each time it's more of a struggle to make it work, but with God's help, we can provide.
An officer near the Madisonville Bridge tells me it's rare to see flooding like this on Highway 22 because it's higher ground. Officers plan to barricade both east and westbound lanes of the highway near the flooded areas and divert traffic northbound. I'm Olivia Vidal reporting. Back to you.
All right, so we also have another report out of Lafitte. We just did a report out of Lafitte, but we also have another report out of Lafitte with Caitlin Rust.
The latest numbers from the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, 106 rescues, 86 boats went out today, 50 of them civilian led by deputies. It was all hands on deck, all different kinds of agencies out here. I spoke with a group of guys from out of state that got rescued. They took an ill-timed fishing trip, but they weathered the storm and took this incredible video during and even after as they woke up to see just how high the water had gotten. While a lot of people around here are used to weathering the storms down here, I don't think anyone expected the water levels we're seeing. Everyone I've spoken with said they've never seen the water come this far up Lafitte-La Rose Parkway. All the evacuees will be taken to Pard Playground. Reporting from just outside Lafitte, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks a lot, Caitlin. Again, it's the top of the 6 o'clock hour now as we continue to look at the recovery from Hurricane Ida. You know, power outages, one of the big stories. You can see a lot of red. This is the Entergy map, and even we talked to Clico a little while ago. What was it, 98?
It's 98%. I mean, for most areas, you're looking at between 92 and 98% of residents without power. So it's high, and you know, hopefully today is really an assessment day.
It is
for the power companies.
And this is, we can, you know, if you want to click on some more parishes just to show. I mean, honestly, most of the numbers are the same. Plaquemines Parish, what, 90, almost 95%, and that's basically what we're seeing in almost every parish around the area.
And this will be good when we start tracking how many people are getting their power back on. I don't know.
There you go. Jefferson, 93%.
What did you do?
Let's just do this.
This is why you operate the computer.
I do? Okay. What's that one? Because that's like so that's Point Capee Parish, 15%. And I think the reason I'm sure this is obviously not in our viewing area, but it just shows you, you know, the storm coming up there. That's Ascension Parish, 76%. So you can kind of see, you know, where the damage was. You do that one?
That's probably.
So that's Iberville Parish, 53%.
So as you move a little bit more to the west, you're seeing those percentages go down.
Terrebonne, 98%. We've seen a lot of pictures of Terrebonne. We showed you Lafourche a little while ago with some significant damage as well there. Let's go. You want to go through some more pictures? Let's do this. This is French Quarter. Did we show this one already?
We did.
Okay. Let's keep going through some of this. Look at that. Royal and Spain Street. Just the winds last night. This is the French Quarter and the Marigny.
I mean, the power lines, just a tangled mess. This is French Quarter and Marigny. You can see National Guard troops here, and there are thousands of them that have been called to help out with the recovery. Oh, this guy. Oh, you see, I've heard a lot of people joking about Vienna sausage.
Vienna sausage? What's the joke?
I mean, just people saying, I don't care how strong this hurricane gets, I'm not eating Vienna sausage.
Oh, okay,
I mean, people,
I see. Okay.
You know, I mean, that's one of the, I'm not going to say staples of hurricane food, but it's one of those things that it never goes bad, I don't think.
It doesn't.
Right? And so a lot of people joke about it. Now, he may have eaten it.
It's not open. I bet that's open. Maybe?
Probably.
Probably. Covington Country Club after Hurricane Ida from Dana Rice. The kids down there too. Yeah, I mean that's again same area, and we've talked about it. The wind damage with the trees on the North Shore. Look at that tree and the house right there again in Covington Country Club, and some more wind damage and tree damage there.
Messed up.
Tree on the house right here.
And I just missed the chimney, which would have.
Boy, it sure did, didn't it? We love this, by the way. I mean, this is literally from our view. We have reporters all over the place, but in a sense, our viewers are playing reporters too. getting us information.
We can't get everywhere.
We can't get anywhere, and this is a system where you upload on our website or our news app, and we can just show it to you right here. So that's pretty cool. This is actually some video. Let's take a look at this, a 20-second video of the branch down, or the big tree down there.
It's a huge pine tree.
Look at that. I mean, how tall is that? Look how tall that is.
And that's, you know, when the meteorologists were talking last night about, look, if you are in a home where you have trees all around, I want you to pay attention to where those trees are, know where the wind is coming from.
That's a great point.
And get out of the part of the home where if that tree were to fall, it would fall directly on you.
Look
and
at
that's
that one.
so important to
Split
really.
in half.
Yeah. I mean, that's unusual unless that was.
Really is. Look at her face. Can you see that face?
She is not happy.
I wish I could make that bigger, but I can't. But let me see if you can see that face. You can kind of see that face. Yeah.
This is Dana Wise, so maybe this was Dana Wise
It's
and her
probably her
children,
kids,
and she
yeah.
probably said, "Okay, kids, I want you to go stand on the down tree and let me take a picture." And one of them's kind of happy, the other one's kind of just doing it, you know, the obligatory picture, and this one is really mad. The other one is not.
I kind of like. That's how I am.
She's like, when is this
I'm just
going to
saying.
end?
I agree with you. That is.
That's a blurry.
That's a blurry picture. Don't send us blurry pictures if you can.
Go right
No,
past
we
that.
appreciate it.
Well,
More trees.
Some people try to get
Yeah,
creative.
they do. They do. That's
that's a
in
tree on a
Ponchatoula.
car.
Look at that. It hit the car. It's on top of the car there. There's another tree. Look at that. Again, that's in Ponchatoula.
And I mean, is this just wind? Is this just the wind snapping that
That's
tree?
got to be
Goodness.
wind, right? Yeah, because it looks like the tree was like this and then snapped that way.
Right.
Oh, you see?
Oh,
I'm making fun of you, by the way.
You know what? This is not a blurry picture.
That is
what
not.
I just realized, this is a wet
Yeah.
camera. This is just.
Oh, it is a wet camera.
This is a little bit of rain on the camera. I think we have a video here.
Okay, let's see how that is.
This is Ponchatoula, Main Street to Highway 51, right past North Oaks Hospital.
This is a pretty lengthy video. Let me see if this works. That helps, right?
Oh, okay. Oh no.
It's okay.
I mean, everybody who lives in Ponchatoula knows.
I know.
obviously.
Everybody turn your
Knows
head so you
exactly.
can
Turn
watch
your
it.
head
Sorry.
sideways.
That's what I'm doing.
This is Main Street. This is right down Main Street in Ponchatoula, where you can't
All right.
tell how much damage. I can't look sideways.
I don't see. I did what you did. Make fun of me. Yeah, we're not gonna.
We're not gonna watch.
We don't want to
sideways.
make y'all get dizzy. So I think. Do we have more? There we go. All right.
Ooh.
That is Mobile Bay.
Morning after the storm. This is the outer bands, and you can see this line right here. That almost looks like a little funnel right
It
there
does.
too.
You know, a lot of people, evacuated and decided to go.
Is it the battleship?
That sure looks like the
Is it the
battleship right
battleship?
there.
Okay.
But a lot of people decided to go to, Pensacola, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, even as far away as Destin. And when we were showing the radar and everything last night, they were still getting some
They had
pretty
some
good,
very big waves
Yeah, they
coming
did.
into Destin. I had some friends who ended up there, and it was not a pretty day on the beach by any means.
This is Mandeville, Mulberry Avenue. Skip Weber sending this one in. Look at that tree, right? You can push that. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Is that a kayak he's
We
in?
lost our large pine in Mandeville, but the 500-year live oak survived. So they're
Wow.
showing us that this 500 years old. Goodness. I bet that tree has some stories to tell.
Let me see if we can do this. Watch this, and then push that there. We're learning this equipment with you.
There we go.
We don't have the description. Actually, Aftermath on the North Shore. That shows you.
Acquired new. Something.
But this helps you. Look at that, old Mandeville.
This is okay. So this is huge, right along the side of this car, and then in. Yeah, I would say that's not repairable. I'm not a repair
person.
But I would say that's a big deal.
If you owned it, you would not.
I would not want it repaired.
This is Airline Park area.
I mean, you see scattered
down.
branches. Nothing major. Whoa. This looks like the tree that Chris Hagan was standing near.
Look how
this is tall. I mean, it just goes to show the root systems on these trees, but it also shows the ground was so saturated that when those winds came through, it just pulled them right out.
I think we have another report. We're looking at things like this. This is uprooted tree in Harvey. just missed the house. Sabrina Wilson has been in Jefferson Parish for much of the day and has a report on cleanup efforts there.
This is one of the many trees uprooted by Hurricane Ida's strong winds throughout the New Orleans area. The hurricane's devastating impact is obvious. The day after Hurricane Ida pummeled southeast Louisiana, the gift of sunshine didn't obscure the storm's aftermath. On the west bank of New Orleans and Algiers, flooding made some streets impassable. Transit lane under the West Bank Expressway, and also along De Gaulle at Shirley Drive. Some drivers inched through it. The flooding, along with the lack of electricity, has some residents speaking out.
This is the worst I ever seen it. I don't know how these people gonna survive 3 weeks with no electric, water. I don't see how they're gonna do it.
Not far away, Timothy Bush had made progress covering his damaged roof.
No, I'm patching it now just in case we get more rain. But there is a hole that's directly into the kitchen.
He led our camera inside, evidence of what happens when hurricane weather outside makes it inside.
It started off as a small leak, and I put a can down to catch the water, and all the drywall was up at the time. And I didn't think that it would cave in as bad as it was.
In neighboring Jefferson Parish on Gretna Boulevard, a tree shows signs of being ripped apart by Ida's winds.
It was rough. We kind of sat through most of it. Some winds were crazy. Just glad it wasn't a Katrina.
What did it sound like?
It was just nonstop, relentless for a good 12 hours.
Fortunately, the tree in the yard behind him didn't fall his way.
Trees fell in the right direction, so it looks like none of the houses were hit. So that's good news for us.
And with so much cleanup to be done, and of course the restoration of power, public officials are urging people to be patient. Reporting from Gretna, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Sabrina, so I think, again, the big story, in the aftermath, at least initially, we'll say at least initially.
Yes.
Is the tree damage, and that is something that's going to be taken care of pretty quickly. The long-term effect is what we're going to start seeing as we move from here on out. The power needs to be restored, obviously. The homes need to be repaired, and we know that anytime a storm like this, of this magnitude, with this much damage, those repairs can take a long time. Look at Lake Charles. Look at the people who are still trying to rebuild down there.
But there's a this year too, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but think about the supply issues already.
The pandemic.
For the pandemic. So you already have huge issues with that. So if you do need to repair, if you need to, roof and other significant, or even buying a car, we saw some cars that were damaged, and you said that, I'm no auto mechanic, but that's done. I mean, just trying to buy our car, even if, you may not be able to get the car that you want because of supply issues. So there's, for some people, it's going to be a frustrating road to recovery.
Yeah, I mean, I still see, even in the Slidell area, we've seen roofs still being repaired from last year, and it just goes to show, because a lot of the roofers went to Lake Charles.
That's true.
And so, the folks in our area kind of got put on the back burner until they took care of some of the bigger jobs there. Well, now they're fixing some of the things here, and now this happens. So yeah, it's gonna be a longer road to recovery. Hopefully not as long as Katrina. I heard that guy say, this is no Katrina. I mean, I feel like it was years and years and years before we felt like, okay, we've gotten past that point.
Well, I mean, you think about, Katrina, you had so much flooding and homes gutted, and then remember we had the FEMA trailers in front of homes and all of that. So, I mean, again, we haven't seen everything, but there's not the widespread around large metropolitan areas.
The water.
Like we saw from Katrina. That is, and the governor said, what did he say, the silver lining in this storm, look, it was bad, and anyone, if you're watching us online and decided to evacuate, and I know some of you are watching us in town on Rabbit Ears, or maybe you have a generator, but it was a powerful storm, and it was like getting punched and punched again for hours and hours and hours. So it's going to take a while to repair.
Yeah, I mean, you think about most of these big storms that come through, and they just really kind of move through, and it's like, okay, that was all right. It's over. Good. It just moved on through. This one, you kept asking, when are we going to be done with this? When is this going to end? How much longer? And it just kept getting extended.
I remember we were on the air last night, and we'd go to weather for a while, and we'd be like, come on, let's go look outside and just kind of see what it's like, so we can get a sense of it, because we're tied to the studio, so we don't get sometimes to see what it's like outside, but we like to know so we can report on it. And every time we went out, it was like same thing.
Right, not letting up.
No. So it was tough. You want to go through some more of these pictures? Okay.
Okay, this is wow.
I just got and you may have gotten this text too, but I just got a text from Entergy, not you, but Entergy customers.
Right.
That's why she's not, But anyway, significant damage, flooding, and accessibility challenges due to the storm will affect our ability to reach some areas of our territory right away and could delay restoration in those communities.
Okay.
So we all, actually, an important thing, so John Snell, who was here earlier today for a long time, interviewed Philip May, the head of Entergy, extensive interview with our morning team, and we're going to play that interview coming up in a few minutes. So if you want to know the extent of the damage, timeline, all of that kind of stuff, John and I think Megan Kelsey were in this too from the morning show, had an extensive interview, about a 13, 14-minute interview with the head of Entergy, and we're going to play that interview coming up for you probably in about 10 minutes.
And that's what people want to know
They
more
do.
than anything, because look, here's the bottom line. You can live with a little bit of roof damage, you can live with a little bit of fence damage, you can live with a little bit here and there. Power is
critical.
It's so hard to live without power unless you have a whole home generator, which not everybody can afford a whole home generator, and the portable generators only can take you so far. And so, power is one of those things that you really can't live without.
And think about it, you want schools to open, you want kids to go back to school. The last couple of years for school has been a mess for kids, so we want them to have a real school year in person and things like that. So you don't have power, schools can't get powered up, and then parents, where are they going to live? It's just,
Right.
there's a lot to it.
I heard somebody say, oh, well, it looks like we'll just have to do, virtual, longer virtual. And I thought, well, virtual, you need electricity still to do virtual. You need cable. You need your systems to all come back up. So it's not just that easy, like, oh, we'll just do virtual.
No.
And like you said, these kids are behind. They're already behind because of the pandemic. And so you don't want this to really drag out too much longer. We need to get them back in school, back in the routine. I mean, think about Hurricane Katrina when, I know my son had to go, he had to go to a whole different school while his school was being repaired. A lot of kids had to go out of state, out of town, just to get an education while their schools were being repaired. It's so disruptive, and it has long-lasting impacts.
It really does. We want to continue to take you through the area. We've talked about St. John Parish, LaPlace really took a big punch from this storm. Rob Krieger has a report from the I-10 exit.
Hey everyone, we are here on the side of I-10 right now, in between the two LaPlace exits, Belterre to my left, and over I-55 over here to my right as you approach the Bonnie Carey Spillway. And you can see water is just completely covered the eastbound side of I-10 here, making it virtually impassable for most cars. Right in the center lane, it is fairly passable, but clearly this was a situation that actually was much deeper here earlier in the morning when we passed through. We saw some wild things on the road, not just debris, an alligator lying on the interstate, nutria earlier this morning, and then just take a look behind me here. This is LaPlace, and those are the neighborhoods that are just on the other side of the interstate there, and we had reports of just a massive amount of flooding that impacted potentially some of those homes. We spoke with people in the River Forest subdivision, a subdivision that flooded back in 2012 during Isaac, and they tell us that some of that floodwater came up so quickly, almost 6 feet in 15 minutes for some folks. One woman said it was 5 minutes from her knees to her chest, and they went in the attic waited out there until a family member was able to come and get them. And so there were a lot of rescues that we heard about throughout the night. We actually just left Belterre. Over there, we saw several first responders gearing up to go out, potentially for more water rescues. Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, State Fire Marshal's Office. We saw fire departments from around the area, from Monroe, Central, just north of Baton Rouge. I'm sure there's a lot more out here right now that are helping with this effort. And what we heard from someone with the State Fire Marshal's Office at one point last night was that they had completed all of the emergency rescues. Now there's folks that are just stuck in houses with feet of water in some places, and some of those roads are impassable, so they're going to have to use some sort of big heavy machinery to try and pull some of those logs and really trees that are in the road. But again, I mean, you can see, look, I'm walking, and I am on the side of the interstate, but this is the interstate right here, and it's covered in water. So certainly a dangerous situation, something you certainly want to avoid. But I want to give you one last look before we let you go here. On the opposite side, the westbound side of I-10, that shows you kind of the wind field as it came through. The storm blowing almost a east to west. Likely when, you know, the eye was coming through. These are just heavy winds that were blowing on the top of that hurricane as it came through, and Ida made her mark here on southeast Louisiana. And you can even see, I'm not sure if you're able to actually see that's an interstate sign that was toppled over by one of the trees that came down. So you can see several folks were out here with boats helping out, trying to see if there's anything they could do to alleviate this situation. It appears, at least right now, in the majority of the bulk of LaPlace that we have driven through, most of those roads wouldn't even be able to take a boat like that at this point. So hopefully most of the folks that were in an emergency situation were cleared out, and there's several crews right here that are ready to assess the scene. Obviously, this is a situation that we're still learning what's happening here. We did hear that some of the folks who were rescued were taken to New Wine Church on Airline Highway, but when we actually saw the St. John the Baptist Parish Sheriff's Office out along the way, that they were making water rescues in a high water vehicle and clearing logs and really doing good work out here for their community. One guy told me that they had been on since noon yesterday, and we talked to him just a couple hours ago. So a lot of work happening out here. A lot more work needs to be done, and we still are starting just to scratch the surface about what Ida did to this area here in St. John. Reporting from LaPlace, Rob Krieger, Fox 8, Local First.
And St. John was just so hard hit, and the flooding that started coming in there so late at night in the dark, and the text messages started coming in to my phone, to Nakandra Norwood's phone. She has family there. She lives there.
What were some of the people telling you in those texts?
They were trapped in their attics, and the floodwaters were coming up, and they had medical issues. They were in medical need, so it just became really frantic. And when the rescue started, one of the things that they were told was, for us to rescue you, you kind of have to get out of your attic, and if you have a flashlight, you need to wave the flashlight so we can find you. It's dark.
It's dark.
I mean, can you imagine? The power is out, the water's coming up, it's dark, and you have to go into an attic, a closed
so scary.
attic.
You know, I don't know if your parents told. My parents used to tell me stories about Betsy and how people, you know, were in their attics and things like that, and you know, some people actually had axes in their attics.
And that happened during Katrina
as
well.
Yeah, it did happen during Katrina too. So it's, I can't imagine just the fear that goes through people when they, in being in that position, seeing that water coming up and literally having to go into your attic.
Not knowing if the water is going to keep rising into the attic, and then you're in a closed space, and that's where the axes had come in. But if you don't have an axe, you're really in trouble.
And I think that this is, you know, as we go through the aftermath of this storm and the lessons learned part of this, and it's a question you brought up, actually. We were talking to the New Orleans Councilwoman Kristen Palmer a while ago about evacuations and things like that. You know, St. Charles Parish called a mandatory evacuation. St. John did not. Do we need to evaluate better, you know, in some of these areas when mandatory evacuations are closed, and what determines that?
And you know, I got to say, even if a mandatory evacuation had been called, there were a lot of people who would have looked at that track and said,
I'm not
it's
going
not coming here. I'm not leaving. I'm not spending the money to get a hotel. I'm not getting on the road with all that traffic. It's too disruptive to my life, and I'm just going to ride it out because, look, it's going to Baton Rouge, and that's the way it was supposed to go. And it didn't.
It did not.
And none of that matters till it doesn't go where it's supposed to go.
Because you know what, like even like the last couple of years, we've been so fortunate to miss a lot of these storms. And Joe Giarrusso, the New Orleans councilman, said it earlier today when he was on with John and them on the morning show. He was saying, you don't want to be like crying wolf, like evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. And the one they really need to evacuate for, they don't because they've done it. So in fairness, I guess, if you will, it does. I mean, it's a tricky situation when to make that call.
What else is tricky is social media, because once you get one person on social media basically saying, oh, it's going to be fine, it's not coming here, and even bashing the media for overplaying the storm. My husband was telling me he saw some posts on Facebook where people were critical of the media for making such a big deal about this, and he said
we did not.
He said I felt like going back and saying, well, what do you think now?
Yeah.
It's just. It's a fine line sometimes that we walk, but it's better to err on the side of caution.
Well, we're all meteorologists now because we have the apps, we have social media,
and so are viewers.
Yeah,
everybody's a meteorologist now.
Yeah, but David and the team are the true meteorologists, I guess. We have another report. Natasha Robin in St. Bernard want to share that report. Actually, we don't have that report in yet. You going to get it in there in a second, George? Okay. So yeah, the St. Bernard Parish. Natasha was embedded there during the storm and shared many stories about concerns there. We saw some powerful video from the Delacroix area last night, and here's Natasha's report.
I'm here in St. Bernard Parish at the gathering that suffered some damage from Ida, a lot of damage, and I'm actually here with the founder of this place here. This is Matt Woodward. If you can just tell me what happened here and what you guys are going through.
Well, it looks like last night we had some type of tornado that came through. We had severe roof damage. It looks like the entire roof is gone, peeled back and pulled off completely. We have daylight in many spots of the building. So all of the building last night took on water, and we have standing water throughout the building. We have a daycare here. All of the places in the rest of the community center look like there's water everywhere. And so with more rain coming, we don't know what to expect. So that's pretty much where we are right now.
And as you said, this is a community center, so you guys serve the community, and there's a lot that goes on here. If you could just talk about, I know, everything from birthday parties, as you said, to a preschool.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of the place where life happens in the community. And so we start with the daycare. We have over 30-some children that come here every single day. We do a fitness center where people come every day from the morning to evening. We have birthday parties, inflatable birthday parties where people celebrate life. We do wedding receptions and all kinds of stuff for that, as well as we have a counseling department. We have 5 LPC counselors that we have that people are working with every day, and we have a spiritual community. Church meets here, and so this is where life pretty much happens for the community of St. Bernard.
A lot of work will need to be, but we should mention that you are also on the other side of this, your home. Tell us where you lived and what happened to your property.
So I lived in Braithwaite Park, and we got reports last night that it was taking on a lot of water, and a couple of videos showed that the water was up the wall and the levee, and so we were able to go check it out this morning. It looks like some of the water had receded and gone back, but we still couldn't get to it because there was so much water back there, and it was still coming over one of the canals there, and so it's pretty bad shape. I mean, I don't think we're coming back to that.
Any idea what the future holds for you, the near future? Where do you start to pick up the pieces here?
That's a difficult question because I moved here 15 years ago to be a part of the rescue and rebuilding process after Katrina. And so that's what I've spent the last 15 years doing, is helping people get back on their feet. And now we have to start over with ourselves in this building too. And so where do we start? Just like we eat an elephant one bite at a time, I guess, and just keep moving forward and do what we can. I mean, I live in a community that's resilient, and people are always working hard and helping each other, and the community is a big part of what I love here. And so I'm just, I'm happy to be in this place because of that idea, but what that holds, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we wish you luck. There's a lot of work ahead. I know for you and for other people in this community who lost a lot for Ida. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
In St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
Right, Natasha, and as we told you, we want to give you more insight into the Entergy situation and the 98% of people without power in Orleans and Jefferson Parish.
Yeah, this is the story that many of you want to know about because you want your power back or you know people who don't have power. Philip May, who's the head of Entergy, spoke earlier today with our morning team, and we thought the interview was so important. Just in case you didn't hear it, or quite frankly, if you want to hear it again, because there's a lot of important information in there, we wanted to replay that interview.
Obviously, everybody always wants to know the question that you probably can't answer for me, but we have to ask it, and that is, how long before this is fixed?
Yeah, so from what we learned so far, we cannot provide any updated assessments as of yet in terms of estimates of time to restoration. What we know from historical storms is that the majority of customers will be on, where we'll strive to get them on within 7 days following us being able to go out and start doing bucket trucks assessments and those kinds of things. In the hardest hit areas, that could extend to 3 weeks or more.
Well, all right, Meg has a question here. Hold on.
Well, my question, Mr. May, was sort of following up with what John asked. I mean, we've heard from a lot of people that say, look, I stayed behind in my home. You know, I can, of course, ride this out for a couple of days, maybe even a week without power. But then you start getting into, is this too dangerous, you know, with these high temperatures that we're having? So I guess at this point, you really can't say, unless it's by, you know, individual area. If you get a crew out to an area that's not as badly affected, they perhaps will have, you know, await those residents of 7 to 10 days, but other folks, you said it could be up to 3 weeks.
Yeah, and we really do not have any ability to advise within a specific geographic region of how quickly that power will come back on. Now, as you get a little further away from the hurricane impact, those we will be able to provide clear estimates soon as you get further away from that. But those areas that were directly impacted, it's going to be several days of assessments before we can begin to provide general ideas of that. So if you are unable, if you need power to be comfortable, you need power for health, if you need power for whatever it is that you need to do not anticipate that power will be on quickly, and so you may need to make other plans. As I said, we strive for a 7 to 10 day restoration, but obviously we can't provide specific estimation times.
Sure.
Restoration times at that.
Would you say this is the worst challenge to your infrastructure that you have ever seen before from previous storms?
So I would say for the New Orleans region, this is one of the worst that we've seen. You know, in terms of, if you compare this to Katrina, this storm was a major wind event, and we are seeing the devastating impact of wind, unlike what we saw in Katrina. Katrina was a wind event that was primarily damage to our system, was primarily driven by water. So this is worse from a wind perspective than Katrina. Now, comparing last year to Laura, the lessons learned and the challenges we had there are going to serve us well as we go about and leverage those experiences to put the lights back on in the New Orleans metro region.
One follow-up question for you. When you say 7 to 10 days, this may be a silly question, but does that begin the the count start when the assessment is done? I mean, I know you're just in the process now of assessing the situation, so does that count start today because the storm was yesterday, or after the assessment is done?
Yeah, generally it will start when we can start having bucket trucks in the air, when the wind speeds die below 30 miles an hour. So day one is not quite started, but it will either be by the end of today or tomorrow.
You know, I believe it was the wake of Gustav in 2008, there was a push after a similar event and a lot of damage to the high voltage transmission lines out in the marsh and even to the infrastructure in the city. There was a push in some corners to bury the power lines or to in some way harden the structure. you know, you may find that's the case again. Is that feasible? Is that something that could even be done where we wouldn't be faced with this kind of time and again event where it just happens every several years to part of our area?
No, and John, that's a very good question. You know, following Katrina, following Gustav, we have continued to make investments in upgrading our system. So, you know, since that time, when we build the transmission line, it is designed to a higher wind standard, 150 miles an hour. Substations have the critical components elevated so they're out of harm's way from water and so forth. Existing substations, we've gone back and elevated those critical components. We have, in some cases, built seawalls around those substations, and for some, the temporary solutions like HESCO baskets and that kind of thing. So those investments are ongoing, but the reality is the cost to bury what in Louisiana is 6,000 miles of transmission line and probably six-fold that for distribution lines would be extraordinarily expensive.
I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions or billions of dollars?
I would think that it's going to run in the many tens of billions of dollars, if not approaching 100 billion.
Wow. So, I mean, one of the things you're assessing is the fact that these high voltage transmission lines, which were so much of a problem in Gustav, were, you know, I've been out in the marsh, I've seen some concrete bases and some steel structures. They certainly look sturdier. But this was a major test for them, and I gather you really can't answer at this point how well they have done or what kind of shape that's in?
Yeah, so we are in the process of doing those assessments now, and that will gain some more intelligence as the day goes on and over the next couple of days. We know that during Hurricane Laura, the new higher standard infrastructure fared very well during that storm. This storm had a little higher wind. I know, for instance, you may have saw a photograph of a tower that collapsed across the Mississippi River. That is a 400-foot tall tower with a 3,800-foot span length. It is one of the most robustly engineered structures on our system. It did not waver during Katrina, and it failed during the storm. So we are seeing a kind of extreme test of infrastructure with some of these storms are now coming out of the Gulf. And so we will look at whether or not the infrastructure we have, the standards we have are adequate. But I'll note again that that new infrastructure that was tested during Hurricane Laura in Lake Charles fared very, very well. We'll do our assessments on that infrastructure here and see how it fares.
And we have just a couple more things. We don't have the normal ability to put up what we call supers, titles for people. So this is Philip May, the CEO of Entergy Louisiana, and Meg has another question for you, sir.
Mr. May, the tower that you were just referencing, we've seen pictures and video of it that has collapsed. When people see that, you know, that's when I think the rumors kind of started flying. Okay, if this tower went down, it's going to be weeks, you know, obviously before we have power. But is that tower the one that, is it true that it provides power to Orleans and Jefferson Parish, and that's why people in those two parishes are so concerned it could take weeks and not days for the power to be restored?
Yeah, Meg, that's a great question. That tower is a single component of 8 different transmission lines that come into the city. If you've ever driven across the Baton Rouge Spillway, you'll see a transmission line that runs through the Baton Rouge Spillway. You see a transmission line that runs up to Tangipahoa Parish from that Baton Rouge Spillway. We have lines that run on the west bank of the Mississippi River. We have lines that run on the east bank of Mississippi River, and we have a line that runs from New Orleans east to Slidell. That is 8 separate paths into the city. It's a very robust and redundant system. That tower is a single component of one of those paths. And so what we have to do is go and inspect all 8 paths to see if we have similar damage elsewhere. We know during the storm that each of those components went off during the storm, so we have to go out and inspect and see what's wrong with them. Best case scenario going forward, we can find a path for one of those lines to begin to relight and repower the New Orleans metro area. We can add another line to build some flexibility, some optionality, serve more load, and continue to add load. If we're not able to repair those lines quickly, we also have an option of powering the city with local generation. That includes New Orleans Power Station and 9 Mile Point on the west bank of Jesperson Parish. That would be the basis for relighting, repowering the metro area if we're not able to get those transmission lines up quickly.
I'm wondering, and as I recall, there are some pretty serious transmission lines near the Huey-P-Long Bridge in the Avondale area across the river. Some of what you're talking about. I'm just curious, is it your intention as going into this that you probably will build another tower in that spot? And I mean, you have obviously a challenge here that not every utility company in America has, because you have a major port that you've got to get a line across or under or something.
Right. Yeah, and that's a great question, John. All of those will be answered at, post-event. Does it go over the river? Does it go under the river? Or can we find a solution that is less vulnerable, that doesn't involve a change there? And, the specific challenge we have for the New Orleans metro area is it is the toes of the boot in the state of Louisiana. So you don't have the ability to feed from the south. You don't have the ability to feed from the east in both of those areas. No infrastructure in the Gulf of Mexico. So all of that comes from the west, as we described, around the river and across the Bonnet Carey Spillway, as well as from Slidell. And so because of that, local generation is an important part of reliability as well. It's a very robust system when it works, but this was a catastrophic event, and we had extreme wind damage.
I can't imagine that you won't hear the kind of feedback that you normally get, to put it mildly, about how long this is going to take. What would you tell people as they get frustrated in the days and perhaps weeks to come about how long it's taking or going to take to get the AC back on, the lights back on?
Yeah, and listen, we get it. Our workers are there in the metro area, working out of places that are often, not lit and so forth, working with cell phones, charging in the cars, that kind of thing. We get it. We know how challenging that is. We have a team of more than 20,000 line workers and support crews that are coming in to restore power as safely and as quickly as is possible. We understand that returning power to a community is one of the first steps to getting that power, getting that community back up again. We understand challenges this presents, and our efforts will not end until all the lights are restored.
All right, well, we appreciate your time, sir, on this day when you're still assessing where we stand. Philip May, the CEO of Entergy Louisiana, on the line with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a frustrating situation because, everybody wants answers. We want to know, is it going to be a couple days? Is it going to be a couple weeks?
Sure,
and
he
really can't say. He can't give those answers because they haven't even completed the assessment yet.
Well, the frustrating thing is the first thing that has to happen is that the winds have to die down to under 30 miles an hour before they can even go out and do something simple. Then they say their higher priority is to go to a place where there's a life-threatening situation. They can't they can do some of these things simultaneously, obviously, but we drove across power lines over the interstate. So one of their priorities will be get the power lines off the interstate, get the power lines out of a particular neighborhood. If there's one that might be live in a school system, that sort of life-threatening thing.
Or hospitals that need power, that are currently running on generator power that maybe only had a few days left of generator power.
And then they begin the assessment of where they are. So they're just now sort of getting these answers, but I think that the sort of a news here was that you were talking days and weeks at the outset would be the estimate.
It sounds like the least amount of time, it's going to be 7 to 10 days or weeks. It could be weeks.
All right, so we will keep an update.
And that was John Snell and Meg Gatto interviewing Philip May with Entergy New Orleans, and just really diving into exactly what the problem is, how long it will take to get fixed, and what the long-term issues are as we face just a major power outage as a result of Hurricane Ida. And I'm glad John mentioned driving across power lines on the interstate, because that brings us to our next kind of breaking story out from the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development. They are closing Interstate 55 North at University Avenue all the way to the Louisiana-Mississippi line because of debris in the roadway and hazardous conditions. They tell us that interstate will be reassessed at first light. Again, that is I-55 North at University Avenue all the way to the Louisiana-Mississippi line. They just want to make sure the roadway is safe. Driving across debris on an interstate is never good, and we know that. So they're going to try to get that situation handled for us. Meanwhile, let's go to Josh Robertson, who was in Houma checking out the gas situation, something that has affected a lot of people too, just the shortage of gas after the storm.
Well, we are here in Houma early Monday morning, and it is still very dark out. Power is out to almost all of the area, and the only reason we're here at this gas station, which you can see, also took the full force of Ida as she made her way through. The reason why we stopped here is this is one of the only buildings that we could find that actually had light, and so we wanted to be able to show you in the darkness with the light from the store here just how bad the devastation was. You can see just how it destroyed and mangled these gas pumps, which is obviously an incredibly dangerous thing to happen, which is why you see those gas pumps always getting blocked off and roped off before a storm. And just, again, looking at the extensive damage, this is what it looks like all throughout the area, and really everywhere that was in Ida's path at her strength. She really just devastated the area here. And as we've driven through Houma on the roadways, it is incredibly treacherous, having to weave in and out around trees, around power lines, around wreckage from homes. And as you see here, the wind at some point strong enough to break this window here, and as you saw earlier, tear up the sign up on the very top. And again, as you just look around, it is just so easy to find the devastation from Ida. And you know, we were speaking to parish leaders. He said, yeah, they're obviously power outages are extensive. He said that they have obviously seen the worst of Ida. She has passed, and we're actually pretty calm right now, early Monday morning. And he said, you know, at first light, their first responders will get out on the roadways, and then it is really just going to be a long time of just clearing the roadways, assessing the damage, making sure it is safe for people who evacuated to come back, and also making sure that it's safe for the people who stayed to venture outside of their homes. And a lot of those homes also taking damage, obviously, so people are going to be spending the day taking stock of all of the things in their home as well that need to be fixed. But it's a long recovery ahead all throughout the area, not just here in Terrebonne Parish, but all throughout the region, southeast Louisiana, where Ida made landfall. But just a little bit of the damage, even just at the very early start of the day here Monday morning after Ida made her way out of the area. But for now, we will go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, that is Josh Robertson in Houma. We want to check in with Sean Fazan, who visited a different gas station, the Discount Zone on Veterans in Metairie.
So it is the day after Hurricane Ida's made landfall. Those that are here in the city, in the metro area, are finding a few places open for business. This is the Discount Zone here on Veterans, right by the I-10. There is a line, a mile long, down Veterans to get in to this gas station to get gas. There's only 4 pumps available, and that's where we found this gentleman. Sir, what is your name?
Ian Burke.
Ian Burke?
Yeah.
How long have you been in line?
I've been in line for like an hour, 30 minutes, almost 2 hours.
So when you heard that this business was open, you knew you had to get some supplies. You came in and basically said it was worth to wait that long?
Yeah, it was. I stayed around with my grandma, and my little brother. So this was destined that I had to wait in line just so they could get the gas.
What was your experience like last night during the hurricane?
Last night was one of the worst experiences I've felt. I stayed every hurricane besides Katrina. And with this hurricane, I decided I would never stay again. This is the worst disaster I've been through so far.
When you woke up this morning, were you expecting a lot of damage? How did you make out, I guess I should say, with the storm?
It was already decided that I knew it was going to be bad. Like, I've been riding around all night, you know, helping people out, trying to get whoever I could help. And it been bad all night, so I knew it was going to be worse. When I came outside, the water was up to my knees.
So as you can see, everyone here that stuck around are now trying to kind of regather themselves, get some supplies, get some gas, get some stuff from inside the discount zone where it doesn't look like the electricity's on, but people are waiting outside, going in, getting whatever they can get to last them for the next few days. So it's been an interesting 24 hours, and it looks like it's going to be that way for quite some time. Back to you.
All right, Sean, we'll pack your patience if you are in need of gas or any other supplies. It is going to take a while, and it is going to be a longer road to recovery. We want to check in with Chief Meteorologist David Bernard now on the day after Ida.
All right, thanks a lot, Kim. And we're going to take a look at a little bit of weather here and what we're expecting in the next 24 hours. We have to talk about the tropics as well, because the tropics are not stopping just because we just had this hurricane. Now, I know Bruce has been stressing this all afternoon, and it's pretty obvious, right? The heat is going to be a problem. In fact, when we look at the winds tomorrow, this is our wind gust forecast. So here's 6 in the morning, and we've got a 20-mile-per-hour gust, 27 around 9 a.m. But notice the winds are coming from the west. That's a hot wind. And that means tomorrow is going to be even hotter than what we had for today. And that means the feels like reading is going to be over 100. Now you're saying that's not a big deal. Typically we have a heat index or a heat advisory when it's over 108 degrees, but we don't have air conditioning. And so this heat stress level is much higher than it would typically be. And so for that reason, we're all going to be under a heat advisory during the day on Tuesday, and I have a feeling more of that is going to be coming up over the next 7 days. I do want to talk briefly about the tropics, all right, and there's nothing immediately that we need to super be concerned about. The only thing close by is we're going to be watching the Western Caribbean Sea for some possible development there over the next 5 days. Notice right now it's in yellow, and that's a low chance for develop. There's nothing there right now, but we could see a disturbance start to develop in the next 5 days there. Otherwise, while we were dealing with Ida, Julian formed. That's not affecting us. That's in the North Atlantic. Tropical Storm Kate is way out here in the North Atlantic. We're not worried about that. Our next big Africa system, though, is likely going to be developing in the next 24 to 48 hours. Again, when it's coming off the coast of Africa, it's 10 to 14 days away from the United States, if it even gets there. But this will probably be the next name, and that is going to be Larry. But obviously the area we'll watch the most is what's in the Southwest Caribbean right now. Again, Ida's track, we've been talking to you about that all day today, and last night live you were watching it with us on Fox 8, where it took this dramatic swing to the east across north central Lafourche Parish right into St. Charles Parish. And look, when you're talking about the radius of maximum winds on a hurricane that may be 30 or 40 miles across, and you shift that 20 or 30 or even 40 miles, then the impact of those winds are going to shift significantly, and that brought those severe winds, especially into Jefferson, Orleans, and to some extent St. Bernard. But Jefferson's winds and St. Charles winds were much higher than they were to the east, say in St. Bernard Parish, even though we know that we had hurricane conditions there. Then it resumed that north-northwest track right through the middle of Livingston Parish, going well to the east of Baton Rouge, where we are now. You know, the expectation was that Baton Rouge was going to bear the brunt of this storm, and the river parishes and the bayou parishes, but areas on the immediate north and south shore were going to be on the far east of it. That did not turn out that way, but that was within the cone of error for what we would expect on a 48-hour forecast. So look at the Ida rain accumulations, these rainfall estimates, just incredible totals in Tangipahoa Parish, radar indicating 10 to 15 inches of rain falling there last night. Also another bullseye in Hancock County with nearly a foot. And same for portions of the Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine, nearly a foot of rain. Fortunately, most of this fell over marshes and also over parts of the water. Across the city, we averaged around 6 to 8 inches of rain during the entire event, but it kind of came spread out over time. So because of that, we were able to not have extensive flooding across the area, and that made a big difference. All right, here's the latest on Ida, just if you want the latest position. It's just north of Jackson, and it's moving to the north-northeast at 9. Winds are 35 miles per hour. So any impacts from Ida, that's finally moving out. But as is the case, as often is the case, it's going to be hot. behind the hurricane. And today was hot, but tomorrow, as I mentioned, is going to be hotter. Here's a look at live radar right now. We've got a few showers scooting across Lake Pontchartrain. It looks like Madisonville, Mandeville, a little bit of rain there, and a small little band of showers across Grand Isle and Lower Plaquemines, but it's not a big deal, so we don't have that much rain out there. Here's the big picture right now, and there you can see that circulation over Mississippi moving to the north and the east. The tornado watches for the Panhandle that were in effect earlier today, those have now been dropped, and if you look behind it, we don't see any activity, but we're still going to have the chance of a few spotty showers and storms tomorrow across the area. So, Kim, that's how things are looking right now. These west winds tomorrow are not going to be our friend. It's going to be a much hotter day than it was, and we've got this heat advisory issued because almost all of us do not have air conditioning, or if we do, it's for a very limited amount of time, and that's going to create some really dangerous conditions, really excess stress on folks, especially older folks and people with health conditions, and those that are going to be working very hard outside to help begin the cleanup process and begin that restoration of power.
That's exactly why parish leaders say don't come back unless we tell you to, because exactly what you said, older people and people who have no business being without power, and we just can't seem to stress that enough.
Well, and you know, I've said this for years, and I've seen it. The worst part of the hurricane is after the hurricane, and unfortunately, that's what we're going through right now.
And you know, David, you've had a kind of a day to decompress a little bit from the storm, and I always like to ask, and I think I asked Kristen Palmer, Councilwoman Kristen Palmer, what are the lessons learned from this? Is there anything about the storm that you look back and say, okay, this is different, this is something that we can learn from Ida?
You know, I don't know if I've gone to that place yet in my head on what those lessons are, because quite honestly, we still don't know the full ramifications of this hurricane. We still don't have a full assessment of everything that went wrong that may have been able to be prevented. I do think her point, and I was listening, that this problem, and we talked about it this year on our Weathering the Storm special, this problem we're having, we saw it last year with Laura, we saw it a couple of years ago with Hurricane Michael, even Sally last year, these rapidly intensifying storms right at the coast. In the last 24 hours, we see these storms go from a 1 or a 2 to a Category 4. And so why that's important for us, and especially on the immediate South Shore, and for folks, well, really all the way to the coast that are in the storm surge prone area, is that we need 60 hours to evacuate South Louisiana. We need 60 hours to evacuate completely from the coast all the way to the city. And if the expectation is this is going to be a Category 2 or a fast-moving 3, you're not going to call for that contraflow, and you're not going to call for that evacuation. And so where is the midpoint on that? Where can we make some adjustments so we can be a little bit more nimble? Maybe we can't order full evacuations, but maybe we order assisted evacuations a little bit earlier, and we're going to have to factor in a different margin of error. The problem is you hear us all the time say, well, the forecast is for a Category 2. We need to expect a Category 3, right? Because 72 hours out, the error rate on intensity these days is about 20 miles per hour. So if we're forecasting a 100-mile-per-hour storm, in reality, it could be 120, which is a Category 3, which in some cases would call for an evacuation. In this particular case, Kim, let me see if I can go forward to a couple more slides here. Okay, this would be a good one to use. In this particular case, we weren't calling for an evacuation of the city, of the South Shore, because of this anticipated track, all right? The worst case scenario for storm surge for metropolitan New Orleans, so we're talking about the immediate South Shore, is for a track east of Grand Isle, and even worse, one coming from Breton Sound. All right, so if the track was coming from this way, we would have really been in trouble as far as the potential for overtopping over an even wider area than what we experienced in our bayou parishes to the south. So that was the one thing as far as the population centers of Jefferson and Orleans and St. Bernard that made this, I don't even want to use, what kept it from being even worse than what we've experienced was the track a little bit farther to the west, because the storm surge modeling was not showing the potential for overtopping of levees in our area.
And I mean, you run the risk of, you know, you can't necessarily call for a mandatory evacuation on the original track of this storm, and if you do, people don't heed it because they're looking at the track and saying, no, that's not coming here.
Right, and you know, we have to emphasize the cone. We do it all the time. I wish that the skinny line was correct all the time. It's not. The closer we get, the skinny line becomes more realistic. But even 24 hours out, you can be talking about an error of 30 or 40 miles in track, and that's basically what happened here. And that's why once you go under the hurricane warning or the storm surge warning for dangerous rising water, you have to assume it's going to happen, and you have to heed what emergency managers are advising as far as evacuations. But that's the big problem, these rapidly intensifying storms. The Gulf of Mexico, since 1982, we've had an accurate mapping of all the Gulf temperatures out there because we have satellite sensors that can sense the temperature of the sea surface, right? So we know how warm the Gulf has been on a wide-scale basis since the early 80s. So we're talking 38, 39 years of data. The top 6 hottest years have all been since 2015 on average in the Gulf. And that's one reason that's been contributing to our heavier rain events, our hotter overnight lows, and these rapidly intensifying hurricanes that put us in great danger, just like it did last year in Lake Charles with Laura, and just to our east with Michael a couple of years ago that went to a Category 5.
So when you have a storm that may be coming off the coast of Africa, like we're seeing, this could be a possible development. That is not a situation where we would have a rapidly intensifying storm.
Well, you could. I mean, we can have storms rapidly intensify anywhere in the Atlantic, but as far as our particular problem goes, we're starting to see these storms strengthen all the way up until landfall and at a very rapid pace. That's somewhat of a new development in recent years, and that's what complicates the evacuation because we don't have the skill yet to forecast those intensities on that short of a time scale. We're just not that good at that yet.
Okay. It improves every year, so.
It's getting there. The track's improving, the intensity's not, but that's what my story was on this year in the special is what happens if we don't call an evacuation and we are expecting a Category 1 or 2, and the next thing you know, it's a 4 or a 5. We're not going to be able to get people out. We need 60 hours to clear out South Louisiana.
I think a lot of people are second-guessing their decisions today.
Well, hopefully those people that are second-guessing it got through it okay, and next time, you know, I've had to learn lessons over the years. We all have, but that's life. That's part of it.
Yeah. All right, David, thank you. We're going to continue to look at damage around the metro area the day after Hurricane Ida. Sabrina Wilson brings us to Algiers, which saw some flooding. Actually, I'm told that we don't have that ready yet, so let's do, how about if we go to Josh Robertson in Homa. Not at the gas station, but he was giving us a little tour of the Homa damage.
Well, the aftermath of Hurricane Ida is very, very apparent. You can see, though, one of the good things that is happening is the cleanup is already underway just the morning right after the storm passes. Now, it is going to cause a lot of traffic issues, a lot of gridlock in the town of Homa, a lot of cars having issues kind of navigating this morning. You know, there's some frustration. It's very, you can feel it driving around, not just because of the cars driving around, but also just, you know, the feeling of seeing all of this damage. And many of the people we've spoken to say that they are happy just to be alive, but it is good to see crews out here moving. I know we were here actually before the storm yesterday, and only one power line had fallen, and that was about 2-3 hours before the hardest part of the storm came through Terrebonne Parish. And you can see when those really strong winds, 100 plus, 110 plus miles per hour winds came through this area, it caused devastation throughout. Everywhere we have been in Terrebonne Parish since the storm has been just like this. Very devastating. Homes with roofs torn off, entire buildings just turned into nothing but piles of wood. We've seen the tin roofs flying off, going through neighborhoods, seeing trees down, entire homes wrecked, you name it. And everybody is out and about this morning. Now that the skies have cleared up a little bit, the storm has passed, people are really out and about, but that is causing a lot of traffic, foot traffic and vehicle traffic all throughout the town. But again, crews already out. They're going to continue to assess the damage and make sure that it is safe to travel. But again, with no power, no traffic lights, you want to be very, very aware of the dangers, and there are a lot of them here in Houma. But for now, reporting here in Terrebonne Parish, Josh Robertson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, I want to welcome Lee back to the little studio we have set up here. You took a little break, and
I did. I was working there for part of it.
I know.
I was actually we're at our sister station WAFB here in Baton Rouge, and actually did an interview with them on the newscast to talk about the state of affairs in the New Orleans area as well. And when David was talking, I actually had a little bite to eat.
A little food
a little
too.
Food,
and
yes.
Baton Rouge fared a whole lot better than they expected.
They really did. And actually, George, is there a way to put up David's graphic right there? Because we can just, he doesn't have, no, just the shot, you can just put up the camera. Yeah, just put up the camera. George gave me this look. I do not know how to do this. This is all new equipment we're working on.
You got it.
Don't be scared, George. It's okay. Anyway, you can see by that. I mean, look, Baton Rouge to the west, and that clearly. And David had talked about the concern it was going to go farther west and didn't. And Baton Rouge, there are power outages issues here as we take us back up. You can see, just on the energy map here, there are certainly some power outage issues in the Baton Rouge area. Actually, if we can try to find East Baton Rouge Parish on here, where's that going to be?
Let's guess.
Is it that?
Ascension?
That's going to be Ascension, so it's
You're
near there.
getting
But
close.
Ascension, that's the area, 88%. So which one did I just pick? Is that going to be it? East Baton Rouge, there you go, 65%. So it just shows you, where's our area?
98%.
Yeah, 65%. So I mean, they had some damage here, obviously, but not close to the extent of the damage we had in New Orleans. We're going to go to another report now, right? Sabrina Wilson.
Sabrina Wilson she took a little tour of Algiers where they did see some flooding.
It's the day after powerful Hurricane Ida roared through the New Orleans area, and there are plenty of signs she passed through. Just take a look at all of this street flooding in the Algiers section of New Orleans. It shows signs of Ida's strong rains. This is General de Gaulle as Shirley Drive, and some parts of the road are completely impassable.
This the worst I ever seen it. I don't know how these people gonna survive 3 weeks with no electric, water. I don't see how they gonna do it. You talking about like a month, the water gonna be off, the electric gonna be, I don't see how these people gonna do it.
The drivers are inching down General de Gaulle. People we talk to who are trying to get through the water say it's frustrating. They say not only the flooding is irritating, but they also say they want water, they want food, and of course they want electricity. Now, some drivers are inching down General de Gaulle through the water, but suffice it to say, people should be careful in this area. Public officials are urging people to actually stay off the roads because they're down power lines, and as you can see behind me, lots of street flooding in some areas. Reporting from Algiers, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
And yeah, it is, a little jarring to still see water on the streets long after the storm has passed. I told you we had water still in the streets in Slidell, but we're on the water in Slidell, and so that's the water that has just come out of the canals in Eden
How
Islands.
bad, the Slidell water, is there anything that you can compare it to the water you saw in the streets there? I don't know, I guess it's like another storm, or is it, how significant was it? Was this like the worst you've seen in a while?
Yeah,
or?
this was definitely the worst we've seen in a while. You're used to the water coming up over the docks. You're used to the water maybe even coming up a little bit onto the grassy area, but to be standing in the streets for as long as it's been there, and it was starting to recede. I told you when I headed up here to Baton Rouge, but it's definitely worse than we are used to seeing in Slidell.
All right, we want to continue going to reporters and taking you around the area. We're going to go, our sister station, as we said, we're here working out at WAFB in Baton Rouge. They sent a reporter, Chris Rosado, who, if you watch our newscast, you've seen his reports in our newscasts on some Houma damage.
We've never experienced anything like this.
That was Melanie Mahler as she returned home for the first time following Hurricane Ida.
If I had cell service, I would not even have come over here. I would have called and they would have assured me that everything was fine.
Riding out the storm in her sister's house, Leanne Duty says the experience was very scary.
Last night, when we were going through, the eye of the hurricane, it was very scary. The winds were very rough and lots of noises. We heard We heard lots of what we think were tornadoes.
David Quinn also had damages to his home.
Yes, I had a pine tree go through my house last night about probably 1 o'clock. And we lost like 15 big trees in my yard, but the main one was the one that went through the house, and it's really messed it up.
Quinn, a business owner, says it's stressful to balance both his work and his personal life.
You're overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed running this and trying to take care of my house. My poor wife is overwhelmed. It's not a good time.
And just wonder, that was a story on Hammond in the situation there in Tangipahoa Parish.
Now let's get to Chris Rosado, who has an update for us in Houma.
There were no rules for Mother Nature as she changed the face of Houma. The wrath of Hurricane Ida left most of the city and Terrebonne Parish in shambles. Her roaring winds picking things up and throwing them wherever she wanted. Folks from that area either came home or woke up to an unfamiliar looking city.
Stay strong. We'll make it.
Frank Marshall has lived in his trailer for 21 years, but now what he calls home is only a shell of its former self, and the road ahead is unclear.
No, I don't. That's what scares me, you know. No family.
Making our way down the road, dodging trees and hanging power lines, we found some others who lost their home as well.
You could hear the wind hitting against the house. We were standing on the back patio, and all we saw was just insulation fly by us. And when we walked in the house, you could see a crack between the wall and the roof. And I mean, a split second later, it ripped back.
For Devin Forbes, leaving home wasn't an option. He and his family decided to ride out the storm.
It was nerve-wracking, you know. We were trying to just grab all the pictures and mementos and stuff like that and get them to try to find a dry place for them. We did lose a lot, but we were able to get a lot, you know, tucked away.
And just 2 doors down from Devin.
This is my parents' house right here. I was actually staying at my uncle's for the hurricane. I just came back over here to check it out. They're in Lafayette right now. As you can see, the side wall is falling off. There's a big tree back there that's falling down. The garage is all messed up and the roof. Trying to give them a call to let them know that I probably should just stay in Lafayette for a little while longer, but there's no service right now. I don't really know what to do right now because I don't got a phone to call anybody.
Like many affected by a natural disaster of this magnitude, we're reminded of the things that are most important.
Cherish your family. It's good to have family. We'll make it though. I know somebody will be there to give me a hand. So, excuse me, guys. God bless y'all.
Do you mind if All right, we want to give you an update, and Jefferson Parish should have a news conference coming up at 7:15 tonight. Let's kind of focus in a little more on the, can we do that? On the metro area. Obviously, you see a lot of red in Jefferson Parish. Scott Walker, Councilman at Large, did say just a few minutes ago he spoke to our energy contact, and hopefully we'll hear more about this in the news conference. The transmission tower that collapsed into the river was obviously important, but losing it is not a catastrophe. Entergy will reconfigure its power distribution and get around losing that particular tower. Contrary to false information circulating in social media, it is not expected to impact restoration time. Okay. After the initial crew assessment and crew fan out, which is happening now, restoration will begin. Critical services like hospitals will be restored first, followed by emergency services, and the large number of customers that it can get on at once, and so on. Here's the important part to know for many people. The time frame is expected to be 3 weeks for 90% of the customers who can receive power to have it restored. That doesn't mean it will take 3 weeks for power to be restored. Some will have power in a day or two, while others will take longer depending on the extent of damage. If power connections were ripped from the side of a home, an electrician will have to address the problem before Entergy can restore power. So I mean, look,
that's really good information.
That's important information and a big deal for people, because the transmission tower going down here into the river, and there was concern. That's right across from Oshner Hospital on the West Bank. There was concern it would be a significant amount of time to get it restored, but Scott Walker saying that they can work on, I guess, a workaround plan. I'm trying to find exactly, get around losing that, but they can work around it. And it'll be 3 weeks for 90%, but many people will have it before then. So hopefully, hopefully the Jefferson Parish News Conference coming up in about 15 minutes.
Is it 7:30?
Yeah, I think 7:30.
7:30.
So it's 15 minutes. And look, that could impact. We don't know, and if we can get an energy spokesman or someone else at some point, or maybe even New Orleans council members heard from Entergy, but maybe they have a more concrete answer now on the Entergy point of view in Orleans Parish, and maybe the news could be, it's certainly our question, does that apply to Orleans Parish too? So we will be asking those questions as well coming up.
And you would think maybe that's something they planned for. What if a transmission tower goes down in a Cat 4 or Cat 5 storm? What is the plan for that? So maybe that's something that was already in the works, and we just had to give them time to really assess what exactly happened.
And look, no one can be critical of we want answers, we want answers. We get you have to assess the situation, see what happened. Look, we were frustrated the other night because we wanted something from Entergy, like what happened, what do you know, what do you don't know, things like that. David, are you trying to?
I'm just gonna. I'll tell you, Tangipahoe's 911 system is operating again.
Okay, that's good to know. That's important information. David Bernard told us. You want to repeat that?
Tangipaho Parish's 911 system is operational again. Again, that's progress. I mean, we are less than a day out from this storm making landfall and hitting Tangipaho Parish, and to have the 911 system back up and running is huge.
Also, if you can't get through, you can text 911. That's normally reserved for deaf or hard of hearing, but they're opening it up, and you can text 911 if you can't get through on the phone line, because obviously.
Yes. Text if you need to. Text 911.
Okay.
What do we have? Next, we want to go to some video we have, and this is down
video
trees
out of
in
Covington.
This is technology, folks. We are doing this, just figuring out how to put pictures and video on TV. This is, see the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff there down.
Looks like they're doing some work there.
And then close that out, and I'll do the next one, Kim. This is the Bogafalaya River rising.
It's literally looks like the water's just rising.
Exactly.
It just goes to show you there's a lot of there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of movement there.
Yeah, there is. We can get out of that. And again, what time is 7:17? We expect the Jefferson Parish News Conference coming up in about 13 minutes. Really important update, hopefully, from Entergy. And again, Orleans Parish residents, we're going to try to get someone from the New Orleans City Council. For those who don't know, New Orleans City Council oversees Entergy New Orleans, so they regulate them. So we'll try to get some information from them. If Jefferson Parish heard from Entergy, hopefully the New Orleans Council has an update as well too.
In the meantime, let's look at Rob Masson really assessing some of the boat damage, sailboat damage in Mandeville at one of the marinas there.
We are here at Bayou Castine, and you can see most of these boats are in pretty good shape, but right over here, not so much. That one's mine. That's Sela. We've had her for about 10 years. She survived Hurricane Katrina right there, and she's still floating, but she took a direct hit from this big old tree that got uprooted, just like one did at my house, coming down and causing a little bit of damage on a neighbor's home. This storm was a beast as it roared through St. Tammany and the North Shore. Certainly a lot of people have much bigger problems than I do, but this couldn't have been a more direct hit. As you can see, some of the railings are bent, but she's still floating, and we will try and get her to float another day. Back over there, you can see a lot of debris up there in the front part of the bayou. That is normally about a half acre of open water down there, but it's just filled with vegetation from this storm. But Ida has taken a toll. There are plenty of other boats that have sustained some damage here in some of these marinas below Mandeville, but this one hits especially close to home. Anyway, good luck to everybody as they recover from this very, very dangerous storm, and we're all glad she's gone away. From Mandeville, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, a lot of boat owners, if you don't take your boat out the water, and sometimes you can't, depending on the size of the boat, that's, you run the risk of the damage that's going to follow.
What do you feel like? We were talking to Natasha Robin, I think, last night in the St. Bernard area, and there were, shrimpers out there, they make their money. That's how they make their money, doing different things. And wasn't she saying people didn't have time to bring them out? I think she was telling us.
Yeah, I remember one of the storms, I think it was last year, maybe it was Zeta. We saw someone in the Slidell area. It was a big boat. It was a 48-foot yacht, basically. And he was afraid to keep his boat near his dock because he thought the damage was going to be so great. And he actually got out in that boat, and I know fishermen do this, and so it's really easy for them to do this, and it's not that easy. But he got out there and rode the storm out in that boat to make sure that it didn't hit anything. Wow. And it was scary. I mean, we saw him behind the house, and we thought, who in the world is out in their boat in the height of a storm? And it was to save the boat. Wow. When you can't get it to protected water. So, we talked a lot about St. John Parish. St. John Parish had so many people who flooded, who ended up getting in their attics to escape the flood waters, just water over the roadways, over the interstate system there. And Amanda Roberts, I think, visited St. John Parish today and filed this report.
Well, we are here off of US 51, where Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries is just helping a whole lot of families here who have left their homes, as describing extreme flooding situations, dangerous wind conditions, collapsing houses, and flooding inside their homes. They say that they were lucky to get out, feeling so lucky that their family members are also okay, and describing to us how fortunate they feel to now finally be getting to some rescue.
The water started coming in, and I am not exaggerating. When that water started flowing through, my front window that you could see out into the street, it looked like rapids. The water was literally doing this. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. This water was flowing so fast, and then it started coming underneath the baseboards and started seeping in. And me, dummy, I'd get towels, okay, like I'm gonna stop it, okay? And before you know it, it was 3 feet and then 4 feet. I just thank God we survived. My mom and dad, that's all I cared about, saving them.
From what we understand, these families are going to be transported to a shelter on Airline Drive, where they will hopefully receive some help, water, and food at that point. So for now, reporting, I'm Amanda Roberts, Fox 8 Local First.
Whew, that was...
It breaks your heart. I mean, it's so overwhelming and so nice to see that they were rescued and they're all okay, but it just breaks your heart to think about what they went through while waiting.
It's just, I mean, it's hard to put in words. All right, let's take a look at some more pictures and videos that we got in. This is...
Oh, wow, look at that. After the hurricane comes the rainbow. We could use some rainbows around here.
We got some video of that, too. That was quick.
2 rainbows.
All right, we'll go past the rainbows.
A lot of people got the rainbows.
This is Franklin Avenue at 610.
This is an area that floods during a regular rainstorm. Maybe not that bad, but...
St. Helena. So it just shows you, how far west, too. Significant
big trees uprooted.
By the way, if you hear some background noise in here, we're actually at our sister station in Baton Rouge, and we're in their, studio in their newsroom.
We've invaded their place.
We're taking over their spot, so that's why.
They're probably wanting us to be quiet.
Yeah, probably. They're like, be quiet, we're trying to get our work done. And if you're wondering why we're on our cell phones all the time, it's because this is where we're getting a lot of information from our team. We have a crew in a room right next to us gathering information, and we're getting that. So we're not just, texting friends and things like that. Although I did just text my daughter, who asked me how I was doing.
Aww.
So isn't that nice?
That is.
Yes.
This is a high water vehicle here, right?
Yes. Look at that. These are pictures in Hammond near Sanderson Farm.
Any way to get around.
Let's see that one right there. That's a car. That one is from Brian Harrison, and that is
Another
also in Hammond. So some significant water coming up. That's another one in Hammond.
Lita Street in Hammond. So you can see, look at this. Wow.
Look at this. And again, if you have pictures or video that you want to share, please send them to us. You can go to our website or our news app and find a place there to upload them to us. So these
make sure you give us a description.
Yes, give us a description. These just came in, so this is we're refreshing these, and we're able to put these on. So literally, these have come in the last few hours or so. So we want to show all of the damage and things like that. I know. Look, For those of you who are in town still or in the area still, and you took pictures probably to send to people out of town or post on social media, we'd love to get them to share with people.
Another one from Hammond. This is Upper Little Caillou School in Chauvin. You can see the roof just ripped off, just peeled off.
And again, we're awaiting a Jefferson Parish news conference coming up hopefully in about 5 minutes, where we'll have an update on conditions in Jefferson Parish, but also the latest on the situation with Entergy Louisiana. This is Des Allemands and Bayou Gosh.
And the dashboard.
And the dashboard of a car. If you send us stuff, try not to shoot your dashboard. Now there we go. That's significant. Trees down there. All right, let's, as he turns his camera, this one is Des Allemands. And that is another one. As we continue to go through, look, we're kind of taking you a tour around the area to show you, different.
That might be it. Nope, got a couple more.
There we go.
You can see those shingles all over the ground. More big trees.
The water there.
This is Penn's Chapel. That's in Mandeville. Another one, Penn's Chapel. This is actually a road that floods a lot. Going into Penn's Chapel, you're always going to see water on the road there.
More Penn's Chapel, more Penn's Chapel. All right, why don't we go, as we take you around, one parish we haven't talked about in a little while is St. James Parish. Yeah.
You're talking Gramercy, Vacherie, and they were a little bit to the north and got the storm a little bit later, but it was super intense there. And let's listen to one of the storm victims describe the situation.
But it came so fast, you didn't have time to even prepare yourself. But yes, we heard it was a hurricane and such. But I'm going to tell you something. You never know if your roof is put on right until you get a good hard rain. And so come to find out, it just didn't work.
Take me through a little bit about what happened last night with the roof when everything started coming off.
Well, we didn't know, but we kept hearing something flapping. And we kept hearing things hitting, and we're going, well, what's going on? And my daughter said, Mom, the shingles. I said, no. It was the shingles, and they were all, we picked them. In fact, there they are piled over there. That's some of them. And some was still in the neighbor's yard. But it had took it all off to where all of a sudden we heard something falling. And it was like Niagara Falls. The rain was just coming in like Niagara Falls. So I have stuff still in my house that I got to get out because it's soaked. It's soaked, and you can't do anything because there was no electricity and it was night. You know what I'm saying? So we get up this morning, and sure enough, my daughter looks up and she said, I can see the sky. Now I'm scared. So they said if it rains, it's going to make the hole bigger. So like I said, the neighbor over there said, I have some tarp. And then the neighbor across the street said, you know what? And I said, how do you put tarp up? Because I didn't know. He said, just get the tarp, and then they put it up, and they put it up. So we do have some good neighbors. Yep. So he said it covered the majority of it. So, but I know I need a roof job. Yeah, so, and he said whoever put them tarps up. So.
How are you feeling right now?
Scared. And how am I going to get that replaced? So, it's hard. The roof hasn't been replaced since we lost my mom, so it's like I didn't have to deal with that. So, it's hard.
Now you have a family to keep safe.
Yeah. And you always try to let them think you're not worried. Because if they see me worried, then everybody else can worry. So, and I'm a firm believer in God. And I pray. So I tell them, we're all good. But I know my human side of me is still worried. You know what I mean? You're still worried about what's going to happen, but you, like I said, you don't want to let them know. So, I'm trying not to do that. So.
Wow.
There's so much raw emotion, and you can only imagine when it's actually happening. But now she's kind of stepping back a day later and thinking about golly, you do. You try to be the hero. You try to be strong. I remember you telling me your kids were scared. And,
they were.
And you try to be strong for them. And so
it's hard, yeah. And you want to show them because look, everything's going to be okay. We're going to be fine. But look, you don't know what kind of damage there's going to be and things like that. So it's scary, especially when you got a Category 4 storm coming close to you like that. Yeah. All right, we are awaiting the start of the Jefferson Parish news conference that should start in any moment, and we will bring that to you live so we can get an update on the situation in Jefferson Parish, but also the situation with Entergy as well too. We expect an update about Entergy from that news conference as well.
All right, let's take a look at some more videos while we wait for that.
And pictures.
And pictures, yeah. So this is Mandeville, intersection of Highway 59 and 1088. Again, it's just looks like some maybe power line damage, and this is Penn's Chapel again in Mandeville. Skip ahead and let's see,
There's
Sullivan
Slidell.
Drive in Slidell, captured by Pam Johnson.
Some more Sullivan Drive in Slidell. Oh, we've seen that one. We
did,
saw that earlier, but that just shows you wow.
Right, and these are starting to, we've seen some of these.
Yeah,
So,
so we'll refresh that so we can look at it later. We can take a look at the Entergy map. This is the metro area to show you a lot of red. And, hopefully, again, we're hearing it'll be 90% within,
restoration.
Yeah, within, a week or so. So let me get the exact. David, were you going to say something?
I would stress that he's speaking for Jefferson.
It says Jefferson, yeah.
That coastal areas.
So the time frame is expected to be 3 weeks for 90% of the areas, and as David is saying, for areas that where the coast and where the extensive damage is a lot more, it could take longer. So that is just an overall thing. But he's also saying that just because it's 3 weeks for 90%, it doesn't mean everyone's going to have to wait 3 weeks or something like that.
Exactly.
It could be quicker for some. There appears to be a workaround about the power transmission.
And quite frankly, places like Port Fourchon, where we know there's extensive damage, and places like Grand Isle, where we know what we will likely see when we go there, they just haven't been able to get there to assess things. And that's what it's going to take a couple of days to get there. They can assess by helicopter,
yes,
but actually to get on the ground and go in there and see exactly what's happening and what needs to be done just takes a little bit of time.
All right, we again are awaiting the Jefferson Parish News Conference to see. It's not ready yet, but it should be starting any moment. Yep, any moment it should be starting. We'll give you an update on that. But again, power outages, all red on the East Bank. There's a pocket here in the French Quarter. There's some on the West Bank right there. But if you look around the area, for Entergy customers, it is all red. It's going to take some time to. We're getting down there in Lafitte, Lower Jefferson. It's going to take some time to restore all of this power.
And I think it's worth mentioning again, Lee. Just a little while ago, we announced this. Interstate 55 North at the University Avenue exit, all the way to the Louisiana-Mississippi line, is going to be closed. Is now closed. It's closing because of debris on the roadway, hazardous conditions. They will reassess the situation at first light. Okay. Interstate 55 is a major thoroughfare, so you need to know if you are headed north on I-55 that you are going to run into a pretty big detour. And we know, just driving here from Slidell to Baton Rouge, from Mandeville to Baton Rouge on I-12, there was still a lot of debris in the roadway.
There was a backup. If we were going west, and there was a backup right around Walker because there were trees still on the interstate. And I know the governor said they were trying to clear those up. So hopefully they will, as more people start to make their way back on the streets and assess damages and travel and things like that. So hopefully they'll start to address that as well too.
Also, yes, we are just getting word from Waste Management. Now pay attention to this, because when the garbage piles up, we know how it stinks after a storm, especially if you lose power. They're going to resume garbage collection services in St. Tammany, the surrounding areas, beginning this Wednesday.
Let's, can we take this full, George? We're going to go to the Jefferson Parish News Conference, which is about to start. We'll kind of try to talk over this a second. There's Cynthia Lee Shang, who's going to be walking up to the podium. Let's make sure we have the audio there too. And we will take a listen to Jefferson Parish. I think I hear it. We're going west, and hear an update. There's actually something else too. It's not just the news conference, George. You get something other audio. The governor said they were trying to clear those up, so hopefully they will. As more people start to make their way back on the streets.
Sounds like you have an
assess
earlier
damages
something
and
from
travel
us,
and things
too.
like that. So hopefully they'll start to address that as well. So.
Also, yes, we are just getting word from Waste Management. Now pay attention to this, because when the garbage
There's Cynthia Lee Shang, who's going to be walking up to the podium. Let's make sure we have the audio there too.
and many other issues in the parish. But we started this morning on the search and rescue efforts in Lafitte. I have to give thanks to our first responder teams. We were embedded with many of these folks throughout the night. They were planning this mission. They were working it. They were waiting for sunlight to get out there and do their work. And I am personally very proud to work alongside of these departments and the efforts they made today. So I was there down in Lafitte. Mayor Tim Kerner Jr. was down there. Lafitte is underwater in ways that we have never seen before. I go there for every storm. The water is actually beyond Lafitte, and it leads to the highway that leads to Lafitte by a mile. Unheard of kind of water that we have never seen before. Somebody that I knew who was 40 years old says in his lifetime he's never seen water rise that high. And we will learn more about what happened. My understanding, Councilman Temple told me he was there last night. It wasn't there last night. It started rising to our first responder team. So we want to thank them. Mayor Kerner and his team yesterday, when he told me that he thought the water was rising in Lower Lafitte, as soon as the winds died down a little bit, he went in. Last night they saved 27 people, and then at last count today, with the many teams that were there today, another 108. This is a scene where boats were just going in and out of Lafitte all day long. So we have to thank ways that we have never seen before. I go there for every storm. The water is actually beyond Lafitte, and it leads to the highway that leads to Lafitte by a mile. Unheard of kind of water that we have never seen before. Somebody that I knew who was 40 years old says in his lifetime he's never seen water rise that high. And we will learn more about what happened. My understanding, Councilman Temple told me he was there last night. It wasn't there last night. It started rising to our first responder team. So we want to thank them. Mayor Kerner and his team yesterday, when he told me that he thought the water was rising in Lower Lafitte, as soon as the winds died down a little bit, he went in. Last night they saved 27 people, and then at last count today, with the many teams that were there today, another 108. This is a scene where boats were just going in and out of Lafitte all day long. So we have to thank ways that we have never seen before. I go there for every storm. The water is actually beyond Lafitte, and it leads to the highway that leads to Lafitte by a mile. Unheard of kind of water that we have never seen before. Somebody that I knew who was 40 years old says in his lifetime he's never seen water rise that high. And we will learn more about what happened. My understanding, Councilman Temple told me he was there last night. It wasn't there Last night, it started rising to our first responder team. So we want to thank them. Mayor Kerner and his team yesterday, when he told me that he thought the water was rising in Lower Lafitte, as soon as the winds died down a little bit, he went in. Last night, they saved 27 people. And then at last count today, with the many teams that were there today, another 108. This is a scene where boats were just going in and out of Lafitte. All day long. So we have to thank ways that we have never seen before. I go there for every storm. The water is actually beyond Lafitte, and it leads to the highway that leads to Lafitte by a mile. Unheard of kind of water that we have never seen before. Somebody that I knew who was 40 years old says in his lifetime he's never seen water rise that high. And we will learn more about what happened.
We're figuring out.
At the moment, but we're figuring it out.
I think we got it, and we're going to get this logged in. If we can get, we're going to knock on here to get Rhonda back in here to kind of help. Yes. So we are going to get this hopefully figured out and let you know the latest.
You could hear Cynthia Lee Shane basically talking about Lafitte and how they've never seen the water this high. And she goes down to Lafitte a lot during storms, and a lot of the Jefferson Parish officials do.
Yeah.
And whenever she talked about how scared she was for the people of Lafitte during the storm, that's why, because she knew the water was rising so fast. And so that's kind of what she's talking about in this news conference, but she's going to give an update for all of Jefferson Parish, not just the lower lying areas.
Yeah, because there's significant damage, and obviously we've been talking about it, but the power situation obviously in Jefferson Parish, it's significant. There is a lot of red on that map, so they're going to address that. We're going to get that to you. We're working on some things behind the scenes right now, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get that figured out.
And she does have a lot of other officials with her.
She does.
And so we're assuming that some of those other officials will be speaking as well as to the state of Jefferson Parish, and we are trying to get that news conference back up and running.
There we go.
The other issue we're facing is electricity, and Patrick Hamby is usually the representative for our electrical department, Energy, and he is not able to be with us today, but I did get a message from him. Essentially, we are 100% out of electricity. As you know, a very large transmission tower near Avondale collapsed that served Orleans and the East Bank of Jefferson Parish, but if you drive around, you can see poles in all neighborhoods that need attention. So Entergy is now going through a damage assessment portion, the damage assessment portion of the restoration process. They'll have this assessment done in 3 to 5 days, which will include the initial estimated restoration times for general geographic areas in the parish. A key factor in this assessment process is looking at critical facilities such as hospitals and nursing homes. In terms of telecommunications, as those of you know who have been trying to reach everyone, this is very spotty. Our level of communication is extremely limited. So obviously those of us know that sometimes we're able to make calls, sometimes they go through text, sometimes they're not going through. So I was able to be on a call today with the White House, and I know there was some agreements signed at the FCC to have these agreements between carriers so that you could get on a line that even you're not a customer of one carrier, you're able to use another carrier's line. So that is being done at this time. Okay, the next issue when I talk about a broken system is our sewer system. Our sewer system in Jefferson Parish relies on electricity at the lift stations. We're asking everyone to limit the amount that you put into that sewer system. We're talking about washing dishes, washing your clothes, taking your baths. This is about limiting your water usage. I'm told some areas in the parish don't even have running water, but it's about preserving your water and not putting too much into a very fragile system. We all know on rain events, we can easily get sewer backups in our neighborhoods, sometimes in our homes. So this is the issue we're talking about. It is very fragile right now, so we need everybody to cooperate with us and minimize that usage. The next thing I'm asking, and if many of you are watching Facebook Live, I don't know if people locally can be watching this, but if you're away from home, many of you have evacuated, and we're glad you did, and you're probably glad you did. I know you're anxious to be here. I know you're anxious to check your homes, but we are asking that everybody not come home yet. We cannot provide you the modern amenities that you're used to. You are more comfortable where you are. We have a very fragile, a very vulnerable community. You heard me say we have no electricity. We don't have, you have a boil water advisory. We have problems with the sewer system. On top of that, remember, our hospital systems were already at capacity. They were overworked with staffing issues, capacity issues due to COVID. Now these hospital systems are relying on generator power. They're concerned about clean water. The gas station nearby that was one of the few gas stations open, the line was 5 blocks long for this one gas station. And I'm told that no stores are open. And when I was driving around today, I did not see anything open. So this is not the community that you left. So we're asking that you stay away until you get further notice. And I promise you we're working very hard so that you can come back. Okay, I'm talking in conjunction with our sheriff. We have a curfew in effect now. It is in effect now until 6 a.m. Tomorrow, we're going to do a nighttime curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. For now, offices are closed. Our government offices are going to be closed through Friday. We will continually update it. Garbage pickup is suspended tomorrow or through Wednesday, I believe. We were trying, but garbage pickup is suspended tomorrow and Wednesday. Transit will not run buses, or paratransit will not run tomorrow either. They're assisting with evacuations. Services are going to resume once the debris is cleared and the street lights are operational. Dr. Gray will give his update on the school systems, and I'll let him do that. So many of you understand when this Hurricane Ida hit us. It hit us on the 16-year anniversary of Katrina. Many people who worked Katrina are here with us working this storm. And many people are commenting about how we were so much better prepared to handle this storm than Katrina, that we learned lessons for Katrina that benefited us now. That is certainly the case in the building that you're standing in here right now at the EOC. We were able to stand here. Our teams were able to strategize so that when the sun came up, everybody knew where they had to go, but we didn't have to worry about if we were safe or not. We were in here during the storm. From our pumping systems, our pumping stations, our levees that are higher, we're so happy to know that all of the levees held. The system worked as designed. The safe houses were there. They had people in it co-located by the pumping stations. So the investments our taxpayers have paid into a drainage system and all these improvements, and had we not had these systems in place, I do believe we would have had much more loss of life and much, much more to repair. So I know we have been through a lot as a community. I know sometimes I think we're feeling like we're tested. But make no mistake, we are battered, but we will not be broken. I've worked alongside incredible teams, these people behind me, but so many more teams, our mayors, so many other partner agencies. We have had people come in from outside communities to help us. We are as determined as we ever have been to build back stronger. We're just asking for your patience in this matter, but I promise you, I've worked along these men and women all day long, but even before this and even before that, even through COVID and everything, we will build back stronger, but we're just asking for your patience. Okay, so with that, I'm going to introduce Sheriff Joseph Lapinto.
Thank you, Madam President. What a difference a day makes. It's been a rough 24 hours. I can't say how proud I am of the men and women of the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. Last night we sheltered in place until about 3 a.m. this morning. 3 a.m. Our deputies started going back out in the street, catching up on the calls for service and the emergency calls that came in during the storm itself, putting them in priority. Happy to say that all the calls for service received last night have been caught up today, so we're back to our regular schedule of any calls that are coming in. I'll still say we have too many people on the street. asking you to stay in. Not only the roads aren't safe, our first responders are trying to get from call to call. They did a phenomenal job today on a whole bunch of different fronts. Whether it was search and rescue just from houses, doing dispo checks at different people's houses to check on them from family members out of state. Everybody knows communications was shut down most of the morning, so cell phones were not working, and our level of communication was really, superb. We did not lose any radio communications during the storm. Still had the ability to respond. Search and rescue efforts down in Lafitte today went really great with a whole lot of people that came and joined it, coordinated by us. We'd put deputies on each of the boats, whether they're volunteer boats, to make sure we had communications to go in and save everyone. Put our helicopter up in the air today to fly over Grand Isle, just to kind of not only get a look at what was going on the island, but also get an eye on the people out there already starting to work. Looks like some of the people that stayed in Grand Isle, they're already clearing the roads. They had front loaders out trying to clear it, giving us a thumbs up, and heading on back. The multiplex complex there is pretty much intact. They may have had a little roof damage, but it held up as expected. Haven't been inside of it yet, nor have had communications, but from the air, it looked like it held up intact and was able to house them during the storm itself. If anybody, understands we're having a curfew. Look, we're asking people not to be here. If you have the ability to get out even now, do so. Our sewage system's not going to be up to par. Our power will not be there. If you have the ability, you stayed home for the storm and still want to get out of here for your creature comforts, please do so. But your property is going to be safe. We have not had any massive looting calls whatsoever. We've probably had a few isolated incidents of theft, but nothing that is widespread by any means. As you know, living in Jefferson Parish, if you call the police, you're going to get a fast response time. Well, the reality of it is right now, you're going to have a 30-second response time. I have more deputies on the street than I know what to do with. Don't commit a crime right now, because you will absolutely go to jail. I've got every single detective that's normally handling other calls out there working night watch. We'll have detectives from other places. We have National Guard at static locations around the parish, protecting some of the bigger stores and gun stores and all that type of stuff. If you want to commit a crime, go someplace else, because there's no chance for you to do it in Jefferson Parish right now. My jail is still open and taking reservations if you need it. My thoughts to the people that are outside, looking in, trying to figure out whether they need to come back. Be rest assured, look, isolated incidents can happen, but we're going to do our best to make sure we protect the residents of Jefferson Parish. There's enough people here to keep an eye on the community, and we'll be able to respond to any calls that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Is Joe back? Yeah. Okay. Our Director of Emergency Management, Mr. Joe Valiente.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. So I just wanted to mention that as a result of the incredible efforts this morning from the interagency teams that were conducting the search and rescues, they were able to rescue 114 evacuees who had stayed behind. The Emergency Operations Center is still in full activation, and all of our ESFs are up and running so that we can support the efforts of the Public Works Department, answer questions for our school boards, and to support all these search and rescue missions that are occurring, so that in the event that they need resources, we're here to interface with Baton Rouge and GOSEP and get those resources for them. Anyone that sees anything whatsoever that's out of place as far as down power lines, down wires, trees that are blocking the roadway, please make sure you contact us at 349-5360, 349-5360. We have just started with our windshield assessments, and our teams are going to be going out in larger and larger numbers starting tomorrow and the day after to check and see exactly what we have to fix out there as far as us as a parish. And as the parish president mentioned, Energy has already conducted some aerial surveys of their transmission lines so that they can determine how they're going to reroute some of these power sources so that they can bring power back to our community quicker. We're still conducting numerous calls a day. We have a leadership call that we do once a day where we have over 100 participants and stakeholders throughout the parish agencies participating. And of course, we have our daily meeting with GOSEP, and so we're able to update what our efforts have accomplished and also information they pushed us on any changes that are made in policy or equipment that's available or any funding that's available through FEMA. One question that we got numerous calls on today was whether or not the I-10 was open. And there was some issues with the I-10 heading westbound at LaPlace, and cars were being diverted at Williams Boulevard. However, that has been resolved, and now the traffic east and westbound is open. I-55 northbound is still closed due to heavy trees and debris that's on the that part of the interstate. But from Manchac to LaPlace, the south side of I-55, it is clear and open. So again, I remind everybody to help us by calling in anything that you see out of place, any damage, especially if it's a severely damaged building or if it's a tree, a power line that's blocking the roadway. It's important that we know that. Contact us at 349-5360. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker is Chief Administrative Assistant Sarah Babcock.
Good evening. Today we've been in contact with all of our healthcare facilities. We remained in contact throughout the storm and this morning. Other than the 4 nursing homes that evacuated pre-storm, all hospitals and nursing homes have been continuing to shelter in place. We did have some hospitals in Region 3 that had to evacuate and move those patients into our region here in Orleans and Jefferson hospitals. And as of this evening, Tulane Lakeside Hospital is transporting patients into Tulane downtown campus due to ongoing water pressure issues at that facility. We've continued to work on generators and water with them throughout this. We will have a few dialysis centers that are going to be able to open tomorrow. So if you are a dialysis patient, you should have the emergency number for your dialysis company. Please call them directly to schedule your appointment, and we will be working with them to try and coordinate transit for those who need it. We currently have 2 oxygen distribution stations. One is at Fire Station 20 at 4110 Hudson Street in Metairie, and Fire Station 81 at 808 MacArthur Avenue in Harvey. Those are up and running. You may go there if you need oxygen support. If you have empty tanks at home, we ask that you bring those to the fire station so that we can refill them. Due to the current power and water concerns, we are right now transporting people who need shelter outside of the region. So this is a partnership between us and many state agencies, including DOTD, DCFS, LDH, and even AG is taking our pets to other shelters. So if you are not able to stay in your home but you cannot evacuate by yourself, you can call us here at the EOC. That number is 504-349-5360, and we will work on coordinating with you to be able to safely get out of the area. We do have buses lined up for the next few days to be able to do that. As a reminder, we are under a boil water advisory. This is extremely important if you have small children or are immunocompromised because there may be bacteria in that water that you may be more susceptible to if you have one of those conditions or have young children. So please make sure you're using bottled water, as many people will not be able to boil it right now with the power outages. I also want to remind everyone about food safety. So your refrigerator probably hasn't been working for about 24 hours. We are soon going to be nearing the end of the period where that food is safe. So I want you to remember that. And as Parish President mentioned, this is coming 16 years after the anniversary of Katrina. whether or not you have gone through those storms, there may be mental health challenges in our community for those here, as well as those who have evacuated. That gets exacerbated when we can't reach our loved ones without cell service. The Louisiana Department of Health has stood up a 24/7 mental health crisis hotline. That number is 1-800-256-2522. Again, that's 1-800-256-2522. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we're going to have the Chief of the East Bank Consolidated District, Chief Dave Tibbetts. Normally, he's joined by our Director of our West Bank Volunteer Fire Services, Brian Adams, but Mr. Adams is still in Lafitte. When I left a little while ago, he was still there, so.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. I get to be the tall guy this time. Brian's not here. I want to thank everybody for their patience that they're having with all of us, with our responses and all. We're trying to do as best we can. As the sheriff said, I want to take the same time and thank the members of the East Bank Consolidated Fire Department for such a wonderful job. We've been called out in the last 24 hours to a high number of calls. We have what we call stack these calls. We do a triage on them, and of course we go to the calls that we think we need to go to. Yesterday afternoon, in the midst of the storm, at about 2:30 p.m., the East Jefferson Fire Department went out to a fire. Unfortunately, it was not with a good result. We lost a structure due to a lot of complications. We responded to another structure fire today, and we've had numerous calls for service that we've taken that stack and gone through today and made sure we visited with each one of those addresses. As you know, when I get up, I like to talk about generator safety. Unfortunately, I have to report that we did have one individual burned while refueling a generator. So again, I'll go over it. Please be extremely careful with generators, especially portable generators. They need to be fueled when they're cool. So it's okay to let that generator off for a time period to let it cool off. 30 minutes is probably enough. You know, you put your hands by it. If you feel heat still coming off, then just don't do it. It's not worth it. Wait longer. It needs to be away from your house. We've had a couple of calls. We walked into one house with two elderly people, and our meters that we checked carbon monoxide with went to 100%. So fortunately, they called us, and we got them out, and it's very simple to fix. We take them outside, fresh air fixes it. We were able to check it. That was with a fixed generator, too. So even those with the wind blowing the way it was allowing the vapors to get back into the house. So again, please be careful. Be careful refueling them. And if you have any questions, if anybody has any questions, please reach out to us at the department, 736-6200, and we'd be glad to help you with that. So again, we want to thank everyone. Please, I want to say it too, because I've seen a lot of problems today with the people out. Please stay in if you can. Give us our room to exercise and do what we do. We really appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to echo some thank yous to. I was behind you. So the sheriff and a great partnership today with the rescues, Dan and Grand Isle, Wildlife and Fisheries, West Jefferson Ambulance Service, the National Guard. We really had a good day and saved a bunch of people, and we had some really smiling faces when they were coming out of that water today. So again, thank you, Sheriff, for your leadership with that mission today. We're going back out tomorrow to continue that mission and see if we can convince some other people to leave, because there's still some people back there that are in some waters, and the waters are still up. So again, thank you all, and I appreciate it.
Okay, speaking of tall guys, we have our very own Superintendent of the Jefferson Parish School System, Dr. James Gray.
I was wondering how long he was going to hold that title. The last time I was here, I talked about the age of our facilities, and this storm actually put our facilities to the test. Our skeleton crew that we still have here got out early this morning at 6:30. We started riding around to see what we can possibly assess, but because we're such a small crew, we were not able to get to all of our schools. We're all noticing some roof damages to many of our facilities. It goes without saying the damage that was seen in Grand Isle and Lafitte, but in our other Jefferson Parish schools, we see some significant damages. The issue that we're going to have is how can we know exactly what we have once we start opening doors? Again, once we start getting people back inside of our district, and we're kind of encouraging people not to come back at this particular time. So that can be a very, very slow process. So the things that the district, the parish is feeling as a whole, the school district is going to feel the same things too. So as long as we don't know exactly when power is going to be coming back, or what the water situation is going to be coming back, it's going to be increasingly difficult for us to be able to establish a timeline for which we're going to be able to start educating our kids again. What we want to do is start educating as soon as we possibly can. At this particular point, all school-related businesses and activities are closed at this particular time, and then we'll make sure we communicate with everybody continuously to let them know exactly when we will be reopening. We think our biggest piece to all of this is going to be constant communication with our parents, our families, the parish as a whole, keep in contact with the parish government to make sure that we get timelines when those things are established, but we know so many things have to take place. Again, the parish president talked about we want to make sure that we encourage people not to come back at this time because our system is broken and we don't want to put too much stress on it. That includes our teachers, our families, our administrators, our staff, and so because they're not in the vicinity, this may take a little bit longer than what is expected. Most people think that once the weather clears, everything just starts clicking back the way that it was prior to, and that's not necessarily the case. And then when you're dealing with 50,000 students, it becomes increasingly more complex. And so when we're riding around and we're seeing roofs peeling off or that have peeled off, we're trying to figure out what's the best course of action or what we can do to remedy that situation as quickly as we can. So when the other issues like electricity and water pressure gets resolved, we're ready to go. We did send our technology home with all of our kids, but in the haste of leaving, some of them didn't even bring them with them. So remote learning is going to be a challenge. We will use that as an option if necessary. But on conference call with board members today, that became a challenge because of some of the connectivity. So although we have the devices able to accomplish this, the infrastructure may not be able to handle it. So those are the things that we're looking at. We're going to continuously talk to our board members, talk to our administrators, get as much feedback as we possibly can. We're trying to assess where they are right now across the country to see where we can try to start leveraging when they are returning, so when we can start opening procedures for our schools. I do have to say, I have to say thank you to our board members who are still in town. Because we're such a small crew and can't get out to all the schools, board members are actually getting in their cars and riding around to try to determine where they can see visible damage and reporting that back to our operations team. My operations team is really working hard. We really want to try to get our kids back into our buildings as safely as we possibly can so we can make sure that we continue to give them the great instruction that we've been giving them all this particular time. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Gray. Our council offices, I know, as soon as the sun came up, they and their staff members started driving around their districts as well. So I want them to be able to give you an update on what they saw in their districts. So we'll start with our council chairman, Councilman Scott Walker.
Thank you, Madam President. Driving around the parish today, it's hard to wrap your head around what you see. Starting at about 6:30 this morning, getting on the road here on the West Bank and then going over to the East Bank and trying to see it all was incredibly sad and difficult to watch. And our thoughts continue to be with all the people in Grand Isle and Lafitte who are dealing with so much in the aftermath of this storm, and any community and people who are dealing with the aftermath of this. But what we are dealing with is a process that we're used to. I mean, this is what we do. We live in a place that's prone to hurricanes, and we deal with the aftermath of hurricanes. So now we do this, and we do it hopefully in a friendly way, in a positive way, and a resilient way, which is what we've come to expect of ourselves. I think when you look at what happened with our water system, I got questions everywhere I went today. How long is the water going to be out? How long is the water going to be out? And we don't know. I mean, it may be a week. It may be a little bit shorter than that. But the problem was beyond our control. The solution is within our control. And you heard the parish president say 200 breaks in the water system. I mean, that is a lot, and it's going to take some time. It was a catastrophic assault on our water system last night, with all those trees coming down, all those water lines being broken. But rest assured that it is being repaired as quickly as humanly possible. We understand the urgency of having water and why you need water. And that's the same thing with your power. I told Patrick Hamby today, I said, look, the water situation is taken away from the pressure on you. So if you get the power back in less than a week, then you're the good guy all of a sudden. So Entergy is working really hard, and they're going to get the power back up as quickly as humanly possible. That transmission tower that you saw go down into the river, had some extensive conversations about that. It was initially framed a catastrophic incident that was going to put our power restoration back into November. And there's an old graphic going around social media right now that's from Hurricane Zeta last year that says Jefferson Parish isn't going to have its power restored until November 2nd. And people are spreading it like wildfire. Please spread the right information. We're giving you the right information right now. It's on all of our social media platforms. Don't share things that are old. We have the right information for the right storm right now, and we're going to get it out to you as quickly as possible as soon as we know it. There's nobody holding anything back here. All this information is coming out of the EOC, and we're going to give it to you as soon as we have it and as soon as we know it. So please watch the information that you're spreading and know that we're doing our level best to get everything operational as quickly as possible. But this is unlike anything we've seen before. And we said last year during Hurricane Zeta that that was the worst we'd seen here since Hurricane Katrina. Well, this is the worst we've seen here since Hurricane Zeta, which was less than a year ago. So here we go again. We've been here before. This is what we do, and we're going to move forward in the best way that we can, or we're going to be a better parish after this. And to echo what others have said, if you don't need to come back, don't come back. I called my wife today and my kids. I said, stay away a few more days. There's no reason to come back yet. And people, some people on social media said, are y'all going to pay for us to stay away? No, but we're sorry. I mean, if you want to come back and not be able to flush your toilet and sweat in September in your house and not have air conditioning, not have any of the comforts you're used to, then come back. But the best move is to stay away if at all possible and give the people here the time to do the work they need to do. I've spoken too long, but I just wanted to get all those thoughts out there. Appreciate everything you all are doing to get our message out. And this group back here, the council, all the department heads, the administration, coming out of this building, we've been here constantly for the past few days, and we've been through a lot. You all have been through a lot. Everybody in the public has been through a lot. So let's just finish getting through this together and move to the other side. Thanks so much.
Again, I want to just say first thank you, because when we started riding the streets of our districts, and I'm sure this is true of everyone, we started driving around, we saw JPSO out on the streets, we saw Public Works out on the streets, we saw our parkways crews cutting trees already. Jefferson is out there. We are trying to get things back to normal. The best thing that each of you who might hear this or see this can do is please stay home. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing open. If you can stay home, imagine how much more quickly all of those crews can do their jobs. So if we can just reiterate that, that would be, I think, the single most important thing that each of you can do. As water starts to come back on, the other thing that I'll reiterate is our sewer system is not going to be operational until the power comes back on. So as you start to get water, please minimize your use, because the more you put into the wastewater system, the more likely we are to have sewer backup. So again, some of those things are going to be really important to keep in mind as you go. As the parish lifts our curfew eventually, when the parish president decides that's appropriate, and people start to get back out on the streets, again, right now we still have trees, we still have power lines down, so again, be very careful as you continue out on the roadways, and be kind to your neighbors. You know, I know I saw a lot of people out there helping each other today. We're all going to get hot, we're all going to get increasingly agitated, I know, in the days to come, but as a community, I know we're also really strong and looking out for each other, and letting us know if there's a neighbor in need is one of the most helpful things you can do. Thank you.
Just like that, in the tales of the Charles Dickens novel, was the best of times, but yes, it's the worst of times. We thank those in the listening audience and the viewing audience who are not here for heeding to us that they should leave town to avoid the worst, that conditions that we've ever seen possibly in the history of Jefferson Parish, and that our electricity is out, as well as we have challenges to our water system. It's been very bad for those people who decided to stay, but yet had to be rescued. But in that came the good and the benefits of
being citizens in a strong government, that is Jefferson Parish, and that we were able to work very hard today to get people rescued and show our humanity toward those citizens that we represent. And so what I'm asking is for those who are away, please take your time and recognize that if you were to come back, you'd be coming back in very bad conditions. And so rather than contributing to the misery of the heat and the lack of water, if you have the means, please stay where you are. FEMA has announced that it will be setting up a 1-800 number. So for all those who have needs because they cannot afford to be gone for many, many weeks or many, many days, FEMA will be providing assistance to those who need assistance with their hotels. Also, the administration, along with GOSEP, State Representative Rodney Lyons, have been working together to create a system by which those who need blue tarps, they will be made available. If you have an emergency, if there's any issues that you need from this government, please call 504-349-5360. 349-5360. Thank y'all.
Councilman Dominic Impastato for District 4. I wanted to focus my comments on the Kenner and Metairie area where we spent all day today. We started at about 6 a.m. Kenner Mayor Ben Zahn and I assessing the damage, particularly to the Kenner area, and found virtually every major thoroughfare in the city of Kenner with down power lines, power poles, along with tree damage across the city. The Kenner Mayor and his staff are currently on the street. I literally just left them where they're continuing the restoration effort and mainly debris removal at this point. One of the challenges that we saw throughout District 4 today in Metairie and Kenner is with down trees or often down power lines and power poles intertwined. So oftentimes when we see when there is a tree in the street that's blocking a street, well, until energy can come and clear that line that may be buried within or intertwined within that tree, that debris cannot be removed. That is the kind of thing we're having to deal with street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, and that is an extensive process. In addition to all the reasons why we're asking people to stay off the streets, it's also the delay that it causes in the relief. Today, again, Mayor Ben Zahn and I were together, and we were asked by relief workers if we could block streets off because the number of cars passing through the street while they're trying to address a power line issue or a debris issue, we're literally making them stop their work. So that causes not just a safety hazard, as has been identified by the people before me, but also delays our recovery effort, which is certainly the most common question all of us are getting right now. When will power be back? When will water be back? On East Jefferson, that is the primary source of concern we're getting. On the day before the storm, 2 days before the storm, Energy stood at this very podium and said with a storm of this size, their expectation statistically was 21 days without power or more. That's what they said before the storm, not to mention everything that has happened. Now, the communications that our office has gotten from Energy is they won't even estimate at this point. So that should give us an indication of the magnitude and the extent of what we're dealing with. On the water, Kenner residents and those in the North Metairie side, we are at the end of the water line. That means our water pressure, as a general rule, is often lower than other sections of the parish. So we can expect our pressure to be some of the last to come on as these water main breaks are fixed. So for those of you watching who are in that area, who are in our District 4, I will repeat to you what was told to me by our own water director, which is the expectation is 5 days potentially without water. So whatever decisions that you're making with your family, with yourselves, please operate with those expectations in mind. We hope it's better than that. And as hard as these men and women are working on the street, they're on the street working right now. I would love to believe that it's going to happen sooner, as hard as they're working. The challenge is with the magnitude and the breadth of this. I think those estimates are pretty fair, and I think everyone should make the appropriate decisions for their family based on those assumptions and based on those expectations. So please give us your assistance in that, give us your patience in that, and as Councilman Walker said, the best information that you're going to get as to what's going on in the parish is going to come from Jefferson Parish government and the individual council offices, A, B, and 1 through 5. So if you want to share something, share our Facebook post, share our Twitters, our tweets, and Instagrams, etc. That's going to be the most reliable information as to what's going on within our parish. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. All right, thank everybody for being here. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Yeah, could you confirm if there was a fatality that was flood-related today?
I don't know if it's flood related. I can, hold on. Earplugs in there. We did have a fatality down in Lafitte today that we were able to recover. Truthfully, I just don't know the circumstances. I hadn't been able to get a report or talk to a deputy on it. I know we did have a fatality down there, but I can't necessarily comment on the circumstances of it. I certainly will find out for it. I just don't know the answer to that. We had been told before with I think one of the people that were rescued, that there was a fatality in a particular house, and we went back and recovered that body. But that's about all I know about it right now. But I can follow up and get that answer for you. No problem.
Any other questions?
All right, that is the Jefferson Parish News Conference as we get an update on things. Obviously, you know, some of the critical things, the sewer system, the water. Dominic Impastato saying, 5 days without water. You know, the sewer system won't be operational until power is restored.
And they're talking about a curfew till 6 a.m. tomorrow, and then again another curfew from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. Cynthia Lee Shang basically saying, you know, we are battered but not broken, and just really give us time, we will build back. So an update there from Jefferson Parish.
And I guess it is important to point out what we heard there on the power situation was a little vaguer, if you will, than vague. I'll make sure you hear that correctly, vague, than what we heard from Scott Walker, the councilman, in a statement he put out actually on his Facebook page, where he said the time frame for power restoration is expected to be 3 weeks for 90% of the customers who can receive power to have it restored. That doesn't mean it will take 3 weeks for power to be restored. Some will have power in a day or two, while others it will actually take longer, depending on the extent of damage. He said that the energy will reconfigure its power distribution, get around losing the particular tower that we've been talking about on the west bank of Jefferson Parish that went down. So we're going to get some more information on that throughout the night as well, too.
In the meantime, we want to show you this video out of Slidell. This is Lakeview Drive, which it used to be called Rat's Nest Road years ago. A lot of people know it as that, and it really fronts Lake Pontchartrain. A lot of built up homes there, a lot of rebuilt homes. Anyway, this is just a drive down Lakeview Drive.
You may want to back up just a little, too. I was in the way a little while ago, too.
It's okay. And this is, like I said, it fronts Lake Pontchartrain, so you can see there's the twin span in the background. The water has just come over. These folks, Julie and Mark Oler, were driving down Lakeview Drive, and they were going to check on a piece of property towards the end, closer to the twin span area, and they literally had to turn around. They said this was just a couple of hours ago. They said
This was a couple hours ago.
This was a couple of hours ago. So, actually, what time is it?
It is 8:23.
It was at 6:30 tonight. And so they turned around, the water got too deep, and they are in a raised vehicle. They are in one of those big trucks. And so
they got through it.
They didn't get through it. They ended up turning around.
Oh, so they turned, I'm sorry, so they
turned around because the water was so deep. The water from Lake Pontchartrain is just still crossing that road. And then on the other side of this road is one of the canals that leads to the lake. And so you have water on both sides. But again, I mean, these houses are all built up. A lot of these places were destroyed during Katrina. You can still see a lot of the piers standing where the homes haven't been rebuilt. But there are a lot of people who are building on this road. And so
That is the situation on Lakeview Drive in Slidell tonight.
Wow, that is,
It's pretty amazing.
yeah, it really is. There you go. And then we also have, actually, we have video of a flyover in Grand Isle.
And this is what Sheriff Joe Lapinto was talking about. I think it was the sheriff talking
Yes.
about the flyover. They put helicopters up today to get
Actually,
a look.
we're going to do this a little later because we actually, we don't have it. George, are you showing that right now? Is that yours? Okay, so we have this from another output. We can show you the Grand Isle video. But were you going to say, Kim, about what Joe Lapinto said?
Oh, so Joe Lapinto, Sheriff Lapinto, said that they put the helicopter up today to get a look at Grand Isle and just got to kind of get a sense of what is happening there. And what they could see, obviously you can still see water there, but what they saw was a lot of people working already, a lot of crews clearing debris, clearing the roadways. But again, I mean, you can see still inundated with water.
But when you see the track this storm took, I mean, in the punch that Grand Isle takes, punches from every storm that comes to that area. But this was such a powerful storm, and right by Port Fourchon, Grand Isle, you would expect it to be just heavily damaged.
And it usually is. I mean, and they rebuild every year. This is a barrier island. This is, sticks out there. And, David Carmadel, who is the mayor of Grand Isle, who has been the mayor there for quite some time, every year talks about rebuilding the levee. They call it the burrito levee. We don't know the condition of that levee at this point, but we can only imagine how battered it probably is after this. They have rock jetties out there. So much effort to protect this island. And every year a storm comes through and just really tears it up again.
And we actually talked to some people who stayed on Grand Isle during the storm yesterday. We did some interviews and just describing the power of the storm which was going there. And actually there was a sequence, I don't know if you saw this, Kim, this was before we went on the air yesterday, but they were talking to the former police chief, and Bruce Katz was actually walking them through where the eye was and when the impact was going to get even worse for Grand Isle, and he was thankful just to know what was coming his way later on. But look at some of those structures, just the damage, and I can only imagine the surge that came through Grand Isle as that storm was approaching and rolling through.
But very encouraging to see some progress already being made with you can see a vehicle driving there and some progress being made to clear those roadways to allow people to come back and to assess the damage and start the rebuilding process.
And imagine, we're talking about Entergy and power restoration and things like that. Who knows? And David was making this point earlier, in some of the outlying areas, like a Grand Isle area, how long will it take for the crews to get down there and assess the damage and repair, and if there's transmission lines? I mean, it's going to take a while to get that island back up and running.
I'm trying to see if we can actually see, and it's hard, from the air it's a little bit more difficult to actually see if some of those structures have even moved a little bit, or if any of the roofs are missing.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some roofs. It's a little shaky. There's definitely some roofs missing in that shot right there at the bottom. It's shaky, so watch out, folks. But yeah, it's and look, we were up and it's still windy there, so this is a challenge for our crew to shoot. So it looks like some structures were in place and some some had some damage. There's some that looks to be what a roof pulled off there.
Yeah, you can see that one right there. You can see a lot of roof damage on those two homes. But you look at this and they're still standing, and there are a lot of structures on that island, a lot of homes, a lot of camps.
That just shows, I'm sorry to interrupt, that's just a great shot to show you the water. It's right there. I mean, this storm, there's nothing to protect Grand Isle.
No.
you're almost surprised that so much is standing with that powerful storm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
To look at these pictures, you know, sometimes you're afraid to what you're going to see when you actually get that aerial shot. Is it you've seen storms pass before where you see, you know, almost matchsticks piled up and what used to be. And think about Katrina. When Katrina hit all those camps, just like they have in Grand Isle. I can remember flying over the Wrigley's and just in disbelief that all of those were reduced to just piles of wood.
Yeah, regardless, it's going to be a long rebuilding effort in Grand Isle because, you know, even though there, you know, we showed you the structures are there. There's a lot of damage as we continue to look. A lot of damage down there, and it's going to take a while. As we said, get power restored, assess the damage, and even, you know, Kim, we've talked about this. Just get supplies and things like that. You know, people to fix roofs and things like that, to go down there and get that done. It's going to be a lengthy effort, especially with the, you know, as I just mentioned, what we were talking about, the supply issues with COVID just as it is. And then, you know, you were talking about Lake Charles still repairing there from last year. So there's a lot of issues facing hard hit communities like this post Ida.
And David Carmodell, who is the mayor of Grand Isle, actually called Ida a Katrina on steroids. So that kind of puts it a little bit in perspective coming from him, because he has ridden out just about every storm that has hit that island.
He really has. Let's continue our look around the metro area, and we want to actually get a report from Rob Krieger, who has from Slidell, the Palm Lake area.
The hours of the first day of a new reality for so many people begin to sink in Slidell, dozens and dozens of homes are underwater. Through the night Sunday into Monday, crews worked to rescue some stranded by the rapidly rising waters, plucking people off of roofs, while others remain in their homes, safely nestled in a cocoon of generated power and family.
But you got to be prepared for it. That's why we got the shutters, we got the roof. So as long as them two things stay together, your house will stay together.
But a road like this doesn't make life that much easier. So folks like Luke Traylor decided to give back.
You know, like I've never experienced anything like that.
Grabbing his boat to ferry strangers and friends to and from their homes in a moment of need.
This is about the 4th trip I've made to and from. I brought them some gas for a generator, and everybody I passed up and talked to, they said, man, we're good. You know, they kind of know the drill.
One woman, unable to reach her brother-in-law, was eager to get word back to his wife, treating COVID patients in Washington, D.C., desperate for any sign her husband was okay.
Pat is around this corner, right? Like.
Traylor offered his boat.
We just come to check.
How you doing?
Still, seeing his community sunken doesn't make these trips any easier, but he knows life here moves on in a resilient neighborhood with people who can't easily be shaken by a storm.
As long as you're above the green stuff, it's all good.
You do what you can to help people out. You know, what comes around goes around. You don't, if you know you can help somebody out, you go and do it. You know, that's just the way I was raised, and that's how we live out here. You know.
Rob Krieger, Fox 8, Local First.
There we go. Now we're on.
I thought I
we
was
were just,
talking
our
and not
mouth
hearing.
was moving, yes.
That was
Take two.
actually the Palm Lake subdivision in Slidell, an area that, you know, does tend to see a lot of water in even minor storms. So
we want to go. I said this earlier. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. If there was an old-fashioned way, we're doing phone interviews with a cell phone, on speakerphone, up next to a microphone. We got Olivia Vidal, our reporter, who spent the day in St. Tammany Parish, mainly with the western part of St. Tammany, right, Kim?
yeah, she was in Covington, Madisonville, Mandeville. Obviously, a big concern there with the water. What are you seeing, Olivia?
Yeah, so I live on the North Shore, so being able to kind of visit those communities that I'm so familiar with, it's been just devastating to see the type of impact the storm has had on my hometown, Mandeville, and then visiting Madisonville, which I frequent, and Covington too. So what we've seen today as we drove around, lots of trees down. That is the big thing here. You know, the North Shore has a ton of trees. That's kind of what it's known for, is all of its trees and just the country feel being outside of the big city, a lot of trees down. A lot of those trees took down power lines, and it made for a very dangerous driving situation in those communities because power lines were draped across major highways like 171. I'm sorry, Highway 170. I'm stuck in Lake Charles. Y'all are in this OTT at WAFB. I was there last summer.
She worked at our sister station in Lake Charles last year, and then came here. So she's got back-to-back big hurricane coverage. Just want to let our viewers know that. So keep going.
Yeah, a little bit of a flashback there. People have asked me if I've had some hurricane PTSD from Hurricane Laura and now covering Hurricane Ida, and it's all too familiar and all very too soon, in my opinion. But back to the North Shore, lots of trees down, lots of power lines. That is pretty much what I saw, and something that I saw during Hurricane Laura that I didn't see here on the North Shore. Hurricane Laura had a lot of wind, and a lot of homes were just completely just destroyed. The roofs blown away. Things were just, you couldn't recognize the location. It was hard to establish, where you were in the community. Here on the North Shore, I didn't see too much of that, which is a good thing. Sure, some homes had trees, fall on them and damage them to some extent, but it wasn't the kind of devastation that I was kind of expecting that I saw from last summer from Hurricane Laura. So I kind of think that I hate to say that we were lucky in that sense, but it almost feels that way from my perspective. I know so many people were devastated and they've lost so much. So, that still exists here on the North Shore. So for Mandeville, Madisonville, Covington, that's the story. A lot of power lines and trees down. But in Madisonville and Covington to some extent, the river flooding has been a big issue. I know the St. Tammany Parish officials, that's something they're keeping their eye on. The Boga-Falaya River in Covington is expected to crest tomorrow, as well as the Chafuncta River expected to crest. So that's something they're going to keep their eye on. The water was very high at both of those rivers, and especially in Madisonville, the roadways were somewhat covered, especially on Highway 22. I know officials there were barricading Highway 22 right there near downtown Madisonville to prevent people from driving through those floodwaters because it was pushing water into people's property. So that's something they definitely don't want to happen, and they want to prevent that by barricading it.
Let me ask you this: What are people saying out there? Are you seeing a lot of people when you're talking to them? What is their reaction?
I spoke with a man today. He owns an ice cream shop in downtown Madisonville, and when I was talking to him, he's like, you know what? We got water for Hurricane Katrina and for several other types of storms. We expect that living near the Chafuncta River, but he said this was different. It just felt different. They just seemed a little more the word I guess eerie and just unsettling would be a good way to describe it. It was just very different for a lot of people. You could see on their faces they were stressed with everything. I saw a man being rescued by boat on the Madisonville lakefront, and he looked visibly stressed as well. I just think the storm came with a different type of impact than storms of the past. It might have been some of that PTSD maybe from 16 years ago, from Hurricane Katrina. It could have been some of that resurfacing. I don't know what it is, but it just had a different impact.
And Olivia, we're seeing video of the trees crossing the highways, and we know that's one of the bigger problems, and you're talking about, some of the water from the Boga-Falaya River. What about the Mandeville lakefront? That's always one of those problem spots. Did any of those areas, any of those businesses take on water?
I couldn't get very close to the lakefront to see which businesses took on water. Where I think I was about maybe 5 blocks from the lakefront. For the folks that are watching that are from the North Shore, I was near the Nuvolari's Italian restaurant on Girard Street, which is a major street in Old Mandeville where a lot of events take place, and water was coming up. The lake was just churning something nasty out there, and it was just very rough. I did see St. Tammany fire medics have to use a boat to go evacuate a man from his home. He was stressed, did not want to be in his home, needed to be rescued, and so they had to take a boat out there and get him to safety. And I don't think he had any injuries. He was able to walk after they, helped him get off the boat, but he just looked very flustered and again, stressed. And I think that's just kind of what was going on in Mandeville, especially along the lakefront. Like I said, I couldn't get too close to the lakefront. I guess the closest I could get was the North Causeway toll booth. They let us go past the toll booth when the causeway was closed to look at the lakefront area there, but the water was coming on shore for sure.
All right, well, we appreciate that, Olivia. Thank you for the update, and try to get some rest. I know you had a busy day out there today.
Yeah, well, one more thing, Lee, before you let me go. I did speak to Parish President Mike Cooper earlier today, and they have been wonderful with keeping everyone up to date on what they were doing. I know all the parish officials, they hit the ground running before the sun even came up, really, right before sunrise, to help remove all of the debris and get all of anything in the roadways off of the major highways and roads, to allow those emergency responders to get on the roads and help the people who needed the help, and allow them to get through to the other streets to help clear debris. I mean, they were chainsaws ready to get trees off of the roads. I have to mad kudos to them for getting out there bright and early, dark and early even, to get the parish back up and running.
All right, Olivia, appreciate the information and the report on the latest in the western part of St. Tammany Parish.
All right, guys, have a good
All
night.
right, you too. Take care.
And while we're on St. Tammany Parish, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, and I'll just say it again, Waste Management announced today that it will resume all collection services in St. Tammany Parish and the surrounding areas beginning on Wednesday. So, if you had garbage that needed to go out before the storm, it didn't get out, or if you have garbage that it has accumulated because of food going bad in your refrigerator, get that out to the road. It'll be Wednesday, September 1st, when Waste Management resumes collections.
All right, we are going to go next to, again, we just talked about St. Tammany for a little while. We want to kind of keep taking it step by step for parishes to give you an idea of what is going on everywhere. And our next report is going to be from Amanda Roberts, who has this report from LaPlace.
When the sun finally came up on St. John the Baptist Parish, the destruction Ida left behind was all too evident.
You could literally feel the inside walls shaking.
Downed trees crushed homes on Ashley Street as rainfall forced itself into people's homes.
Our chimney in the back, the bricks we could hear them rumbling on top of the roof most of the night with the wind. So the chimney came down. The tree in the front of the house went through the roof. I'm just glad to be alive at this point. Like, really. Just glad to be alive. I mean, I'll never stay again.
As some families started cleaning up, others abandoned their homes altogether.
For Isaac, we had water, but this, if you'd see the destruction back there, and what it looks like is almost like a bomb went off. So we had a feeling we were going to get water. And the water started coming in, and I am not exaggerating. When that water started flowing through, my front window that you could see out into the street, it looked like rapids. The water was literally doing this. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. This water was flowing so fast. I just thank God we survived. My mom and dad, that's all I cared about, saving them. I won't ever stay here again.
Something left behind in the chaos was motivation enough for others to trudge back through the floodwaters.
So I'm just coming to their house flooded, and they wanted me to save their gecko, so I'm coming to save the gecko before, it gets too bad and it ends up dying in there. It's pretty much the same thing as when Isaac hit.
If you're familiar with video games like Super Mario, it'll be like King Koopa stopping all over the place. I'm serious. 125-mile-an-hour wind is not nice.
Families waited hours for bus evacuation to safety. James Wilson says he'll never forget the fear he felt sheltered in place with his mother as the eye wall passed over the parish.
Honestly, I had my mom and I held her hand and I thought, Mom, if this is the last time, we're going to go out together, because I had never been through a hurricane like that. She's been through Betsy, and she escaped through Katrina.
No one could have predicted how comfortable that storm was going to get over St. John, and that we would experience those types of winds for 5 and 6 hours. I've never seen anything like this. Many of the individuals who are here My utilities director, who's been here 20 years, he said, never seen anything like this. A parish-wide event where your infrastructure is just flipped upside down.
In St. John the Baptist Parish, Amanda Roberts, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks for that report, Amanda. You know, we haven't gotten an update on the weather in a while, and we want to, get an update of where the storm is now, and also take a look at our weather for right now. Can we expect any more remnants of this storm? And then also take a look at the weather for the rest of the week. Look, a lot of us don't have power. Most of us, quite frankly, don't have power. We want to see, the conditions. For those of us who are still here in the area, we want to see the conditions of what we're going to be facing the next couple of days. And then also, if anyone is thinking about returning either in the next few days or over the weekend, to know what the weather will be like. For the latest on all that, we are going to go to our chief meteorologist, David Bernard.
Okay, Lee, let's start with the latest status with the storm. Ida is now a depression, and the storm is now moving into northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. Very heavy rain there. However, and we talk about this with all the storms, we have to watch these tails. Now, there's a big one that extends down across the Florida Panhandle, but there's a secondary one that extends along the coast, and that is being monitored for possible training tonight along the Louisiana coast. Now, right now, the analysis, this is going to be through midnight, is that the highest risk is at the coast below New Orleans. But really, as we go into Tuesday, we're still going to have a marginal risk for the South Shore and everything below Interstate 12. There still could be a few spotty storms on the tail going by. Right now, I don't see any trends tonight over the next few hours that those storms that we're seeing near Grand Isle are going to turn into that much more. But let's go to the live radar and look. This is the concern. We do have this tail that is developing over Plaquemines Parish and Grand Isle. So happening right now, we do have strong storms over Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, Golden Meadow, and then you can see the middle and lower part of Plaquemines Parish has these storms. Now, is some of this going to lift to the north? The boundary might start to lift to the north overnight, but I don't think it gets past Lafitte. At least that's the way it's looking right now. Here's a close-up look at those stronger storms running between Boothville, Triumph, Port Sulphur, also, and now at Grand Isle. Heat advisory for tomorrow. Now, normally a heat advisory is only going to be issued if we have a heat index over 108, but we're going to have a heat index over 100. And because of that, we're issuing the heat advisory because we don't have air conditioning. And so we're not cooling off at night, we're heating up during the day, and as a result, we're going to go ahead and issue heat advisories for the whole area just for the mere fact that air conditioning is at a premium. People are going to be put under extra stress. A lot of people are working outside, and that's just going to cause additional problems. Wind gust forecast, we are going to have a breeze. That's going to continue tomorrow. The west breeze is going to kick in. The problem is that's usually a hot wind for us, and it's usually very hot after a hurricane. We sort of got a little bit of a break today because some of those showers are moving through on the back end, but tomorrow I think it is going to feel extra hot with those west winds moving through the area. But you want some good news. I've got to deliver some good news. Okay, are you ready for this? Here's a 7-day forecast. Spotty storms tomorrow, sun and storms on Wednesday, and spotty on Thursday. Some drier air is going to come in on Friday and Saturday. Don't get out the sweater, but hey, lower humidity is coming. It looks like for the weekend, that is good news. And away from the lake, I think we start to see lows in the 60s. As we turn towards September, that's going to be more possible as we're getting our lower sun angle, and then back to the spotty storms as we go to the end of the weekend and the beginning of Monday, which is the Labor Day holiday. So here was the track on Hurricane Ida, the infamous bend back to the northeast that we talked about since it happened last night, and then how it continued right through Livingston Parish. But remember, the track shifted from 48 hours before from Baton Rouge to Livingston Parish, but that is well within the forecast era. But as a result, it pushed even higher winds over a higher population center. Let's talk about the tropics. I do need to talk about the tropics tonight because while we were dealing with Ida, 2 more storms formed, but those are not going to be our storms. Julian formed. Julian moved on out, or Julian. It was Julian. Julian moved in the North Atlantic. Tropical Storm Kate has formed in the Central Atlantic. That doesn't look like it's coming here. The next storm is Larry, and Larry looks like it's going to be a Cabo Verde system. It has a high chance of development. That's likely going to be our next depression. And then last but not least, you see this yellow area in the Caribbean Sea. That has a low chance of development. There's nothing there right now, but it's possible that we could see some low pressure develop in the Western Caribbean Sea over the next 5 days. So that's really the only thing we're going to be watching. Yes, it's a busy map. There's Ida, a depression that's moving away from us, but the only thing I'll have my eyes on is the Western Caribbean Sea, and right now there's not anything that's currently there. Here's the satellite and radar. Again, the big picture showing Ida moving north into Mississippi and Alabama. Lee.
Well, I want to get back to you in a few minutes to get some questions for me, but first we're going to go. I have a phone call now with Jim Donlin, the State Insurance Commissioner. I know that's important for a lot of people who have repairs and things like that, and we want to get him on the phone. So, Mr. Donlin, thanks for joining us.
Glad to be with you, Lee.
Yeah, and you are live.
Sorry it's under these circumstances.
Yeah, no kidding. I know, and you are live on the air right now, just so you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just tell us, what are you hearing from insurance companies so far?
Not a word. Not a word. It's too soon. The first thing that we'll get is an estimate from their reinsurers as to the totality of the event. But last year at this time, the Laura expectation was $15 billion in insured losses at the outset, and it's going to end up $10 billion instead of 15. So it's the best they can come up with, but it's not an accurate by any means of the measure of the insured loss. And of course, keep in mind, insured loss is much less than total loss.
Meaning what?
Meaning that insured loss doesn't include deductibles, and there are significant named storm hurricane deductibles on these kinds of losses, and of course other insured, uninsured property losses. Folks that are underinsured or not insured at all for the damage that they incurred.
What and you know, look, people think about Katrina, and we don't like to compare storms, but still, Katrina was such a water event, and this certainly has some water issues in some parishes. But there's a lot of, when you look at a lot of the shots that we've seen, obviously there's a lot of wind damage, roofs coming off, trees going down on things like that.
Absolutely. Let me correct the misimpression, and it's common. Yes, Katrina was a horrific flooding event. $16 billion the NFIP paid for Katrina and Rita insured losses, but the all-time record insured loss event in the history of insurance happened in New Orleans, in Louisiana, 16 years ago, Katrina. Still today, unadjusted for inflation, $23.3 billion paid to Louisiana policyholders for Katrina damage. The all-time still pure dollars record insured loss event ever.
Okay, Kim Holden joined me back here on the set, so we're going to bring her into this interview as well, Mr. Donlin.
And you know, one of the questions I know a lot of people are going to, of course, they're going to ask is, will this make our insurance rates go up? Having back-to-back storms like Laura and Ida, you know, we see rates going up all the time. And will some of these insurance companies pull out because they fold as a result of this?
The latter is a greater risk, truthfully, Kim, than the first, because insurance rates for homeowners insurance, for property insurance, are based on a projected loss experience, driven by what's called CAT models, catastrophe models. These are relatively new vehicles, 25, 30 years old, that predict for insurers based on where their book of business is concentrated, how old and how well constructed their exposure is, how close to the coast, what the history of that area is for the past 100 years with hurricane landfalls. Auto insurance, for example, is based upon losses looking backward. But for risk for property insurance, it's a go forward based on, they get to collect it, if you will, in advance by using these CAT models to justify their exposure going forward, and then of course add a 7 or 8% profit margin to what those CAT models predict. That's how it's done all across America in all coastal states. But to your point, there is a cost exposure for increased cost of reinsurance. And almost all of these insurers, except the big giants who sometimes reinsure themselves, most of the time back in Katrina did, but for the majority of the companies, they buy from the international reinsurance marketplace insurance for insurers. And they also have a retention or a deductible that they have to come out of pocket for and then go to their reinsurers. That allows us to spread our significant coastal exposure all around the world because 2/3 of reinsurance is located offshore from the U.S. And so far this year, what I predicted a year ago after Laura was that we would see perhaps double-digit rate increases of 10% because of the 5 named storms last year, 3 major hurricanes. It has not happened. Through 7 months this year, homeowners rates statewide have come in at a 3% rate increase compared with the first 7 months of last year, a 2% rate increase. And I do want to add, we went 5 years before last year with no hurricane events. And rates went up only 1% per year for those 5 years. So I know this is horrific and we're exposed and it could happen again next week. I'm painfully aware of that.
Don't say that. Don't say we're not ready for that yet.
No way. But it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen next week or even next year. After Andrew set all the records back in '92 by hitting Florida and us, Florida went 11 more years before another hurricane hit the state of Florida.
What's your advice to people who have damage right now?
Five points. Number one, immediately contact your agent or insurance company and file your claim. The sooner, the better. No question about it. You get in line first, you get an adjuster first. When that's over with, you get a contractor before the rush. Number two, for a flood claim or for a homeowner's or commercial property claim, you have a duty to minimize your exposure. But what that means is, within reason and without putting yourself at risk, you have to put a tarp over your roof or cover over the front door if it blew in. Whatever you can do to prevent further damage from happening to your property before you get it adjusted and repaired, you have that duty, but you also have the right to get your receipts from any help you have to hire to do that repair work, for any expenses, for supplies, whatever you incur as a result of doing that. That's reimbursable under your claim. Number three, film your contents and your damage. Use your cell phone, walk through your house, take pictures and film if you can of the damage and frankly of the undamaged property to buttress your claim for what you're entitled to. Number four, don't fear to file a claim because, quote, your rates will go up. They will not go up based on an act of God claim, which this in a hailstorm or a tornado, all of those are by law prohibited to be used to justify a rate increase, a reduction in coverage, or a cancellation of your policy. Won't happen to you. So don't fear filing your claim. And remember, we passed after Gustav in '08 a 1 per hurricane season named storm or hurricane deductible. We copied that from Florida, which had done it the year before, and a couple of years before actually. And when we were threatened with Ike right after Gustav, we went to the legislature the next session and got that passed. It's a very important protection. Lastly, number five, call us. We have volunteers in the office tomorrow answering the phones, 800-259-5300. That's what we do. That's our main responsibility. We're happy to be there and to help folks during this horrific time that we're all experiencing.
All right. Well, we appreciate you spending a few minutes with us.
Sure.
I know you live in Jefferson Parish too, so I hope.
I do.
Yes. You're without water and electricity then, I'm sure, right? Yes. All right.
We are.
Well, stay
Right
safe.
out there by East Jefferson Hospital, which is depending on their well water, the governor said on our call this morning.
All right. Well, you stay safe, and thanks for the update. And if you have anything else you ever want to update, please give us a call, okay?
Thanks, Lee.
Okay,
Will
you bet.
do.
Take care.
Good
Bye.
night, Kim.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, State Insurance Commissioner Jim Donlin with some, a lengthy explanation, but also some good tips on
It
what
is really-
people need to do.
Absolutely, and people get so overwhelmed with the damage and what am I going to do about the repairs, and you forget that these are steps you have got to take to make sure that you get reimbursed, to make sure that you get the right contractors, to make sure you make the right calls in the right order and have the documentation.
And actually, he pushed. I mean, we had some, quite frankly, we had some roof damage, and I didn't file any claim today. I probably should have, right? Because he said,
Sooner
once
the
you know,
better.
soon it, get in line and whatever. So when I get,
You want to be front of the line for that.
You definitely want to be front of the line for that. I think we're going to go back. Are we ready for the council member? Okay, we have New Orleans council member Joe Giarrusso, who's with us now, so we can get an update on the situation in New Orleans, and if there is any update on energy, because I know a lot of people are wondering about those power outages in Orleans Parish. So, Councilman Giarrusso, thanks for joining us. Are you able to hear us?
I can hear you. Leave some friendly lawyer advice. File your claim.
You are an attorney too,
right.
so you do know, right?
Forget that.
Yes. Well, just start early and get in line before everybody else. So what you're saying is true. Listen, we had 3 separate calls with energy today. Not a tremendous amount of updates, unfortunately, at this point, largely because of how much of the transmission lines were affected by the hurricane and were right near where the hurricane not only hit but then continued to flow. So we know Energy was able to get a helicopter out today. They have vehicles out inspecting the lines, but of course the paramount question that everybody wants to know the answer to is, when will power be restored? That is the thing that we keep on asking repeatedly, because we know we've said that it could be as long as weeks, but I think people want to know, what is the process going to be? What are the lines that are going to be replaced? What's going on with power that's close to the city? And I think, candidly, Energy doesn't know the answer to all of those things right now. So we're going to keep on trying to make sure we ask the questions, and obviously as the investigation and their surveying unfolds, that it becomes public as quickly as possible.
Let me ask, because, and I had told you this before the interview, I texted you this before the interview, but from Jefferson Parish Council member Scott Walker, he says Entergy, and I will say, you deal with Entergy New Orleans, they deal with Entergy Louisiana, so it's 2 different entities under the same big umbrella company, so that is important. But the Entergy Louisiana folks are telling him that transmission tower that fell, there will be some workarounds, and the time frame is expected to be 3 weeks for 90% of customers in Jefferson Parish who could receive, power to be restored. Some will be quicker, some will be take a little longer. But from the Orleans side, you're not hearing something concrete like that yet, right?
I mean, not that concrete yet. I mean, I think the first priority, like in Jefferson Parish, is making sure that all of our first responders, hospitals, sewage and water board, nursing homes are taken care of. But I know that there's been these estimates of potentially 2 to 3 weeks, but I think before we start saying things to people, we want to make sure that we have something that's incredibly realistic. I was speaking with Representative Hilferty today, and the last thing I think we want to do is communicate to people power will be restored on date X, and then it's 2, 3, 4, 5 days later. That's not a good recipe. So we want to make sure that we have something that's a little bit firmer, and making sure that we know the deadline in good shape.
And Councilman Giarrusso, I asked Kristen Palmer this a little bit earlier about lessons learned from every storm. We go through these storms, and we can play Monday morning quarterback, and we can look back and say, well, I wish we would have done this differently. In your mind, is there anything that stands out as something that you wish we would have done differently, or a lesson learned from Ida?
Well, I think it's a great question, Kim, and I think one of the things we're obviously going to do is want a post-mortem of what happened here. one of the issues that I think we need to really be fair about is that the city withstood a Category 3 from the hurricane just last year, and there were some outages, but not to the same degree that happened from this storm. So I think it's much kind of like we're doing right now, the load shedding event that happened in Mardi Gras, where we learned that one thing after another happened. Was it that the series of events and the ways that they happen was problematic? Is it possible that maybe bearing a line or two will bring better resiliency along the way? Some of these, as Lee just pointed out, cross the river, which already creates problems, but is there ways to harden them or do something different in the transmission system? So I wish I had the answer tonight about what is the lesson learned at this point, but I think you're asking the right question.
I'm going to build off of what Kim asked and somewhat of what you said. Is infrastructure in building our infrastructure to be more robust the key to all of this? Because while Kim, these storms are getting stronger, faster, and at the end, but you can't. I mean, people can't afford to evacuate 2 to 3 to 4, most people 5 times a year, and so it's impossible for most people. So do we need to, invest and maybe hold some people accountable to try to make a more robust infrastructure that, quite frankly, doesn't, power doesn't go out in an afternoon rainstorm in New Orleans?
Yeah, I mean, Lee, like two different things there. One is you're absolutely right, and that's one of the things that drives us nuts is on a clear day or just a regular rainstorm, power goes out. That's typically the distribution lines, and obviously this council has already fined energy for not taking care of that. But the second point about the robustness of the system that you and Kim are both asking, I think is right on point. And one of the things I think we're all going to really look at extraordinarily hard is with former Congressman Richmond now leading this for the White House and potentially more money flowing into the city for infrastructure. I know people sometimes have a more finite definition. They think it's just maybe streets or pipes or drainage, but you're right. Making sure that this infrastructure, our power, our transmission lines are protected, making sure that we're also looking how we can use renewable sources where at all appropriate is incredibly important. And I think the key to all of this is making sure we're maximizing the money that we get from the federal government without making people's bills skyrocket at the same time.
And I just have one more question for you right now. You kind of hinted towards this, and we were talking about this in the newsroom last night. Is Cedric Richmond, in a way, the key here and the key for this area and in repair for this? I mean, he has the ear of the president. He's from here. He served people here. If we're going to get what we need and things like that, and I think you paused, hopefully you're still there, but if we're going to get what we need, is he maybe the key to all of this, or the most powerful person to help us?
I think the answer is yes, for all the reasons you just stated, Lee, which is he's from here, he served in the legislature, he served in Congress, he has relationships both with the Democratic Party across the aisle, and he's, 7 or 8 doors down from the President of the United States. I don't know anybody who can make a clearer or better case of what's going on. Congressman Richmond has been a tremendous supporter also, along with the mayor, about making sure we get money for Sewage and Water Board. That's obviously another utility that we are trying to strengthen and have to be more robust. So I think obviously making sure that you have your complete congressional delegation working with the president is important, but we really have something unique here with having one of the president's closest advisors being from this area.
All right. Councilman Joe Giarrusso, thanks for joining us again. We appreciate it, and we'll probably check with you again in the next day or two to get an update on things, too.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Stay safe.
All right, do you want to take a look at some other video, or what else do we have happening here? I know we got some things in from Nicandra Norwood. She's been out and about.
Actually, we do have some. Okay, you want to do that? Okay. Hold on, we'll do that.
George is going to get some Nicandra. We have Nicandra in Laketown. We have Nicandra in Rivertown. Gas stations. We can just do a couple of those.
Here we have some. We can do some Lafourche damage that we're just getting in.
Oh, this is what we were talking about. David was telling us about the Lafourche Highway 1. I thought he said he had a better
I don't know
video
if this
that
is,
we could look at.
This may be something else, I think.
Yeah, so this is, you know,
A quick video.
That was short.
That was short. Let's see.
In any case, Highway 1 is the only way in and out of Lafourche. And, you know, that is
it's a concern to see how much damage there is and things like that.
Absolutely.
For sure.
This is Lafourche as well. We'll back up and see this a little bit better.
You can see the damage to the vehicle there.
Okay,
All right,
these are
pretty
really
quick videos.
short videos.
Okay, George is ready for us. George, by the way, George Gant is our director who is working some new equipment and doing a fantastic job. So I wanted to give a shout out to him as well too.
All right.
He's ready. Did you want it? Which one did you want? Nicandra, right?
Yeah, let's take a look at Nicandra in Laketown.
Quite a bit of serious damage all along Williams Boulevard. We're down in Rivertown, the historic end right along the levee, and we see the bricks just sheared off of the wall there. But another place that folks are feeling about, we see a lot of pictures over here at the covered bridge in Heritage Park, which is no longer.
All right, so that was Nicandra actually in Rivertown, which is in Kenner, and you know, Kenner was one of those places where, in a lot of places were relentless. We keep saying that word, but it just kept pounding Kenner and that western side of Metairie.
You know, one of the things, gas has been really hard to get. I mean, there's no electricity. I drove by a bunch of gas stations today, and they are all closed. And we have a report from Nicandra Norwood on the gas situation.
Most places we passed today are shuttered, all in dark, but we found one gas station that's open, this one at Basin in St. Louis, and there's a line down the street, really just about a block from Canal Street. Folks have been waiting to get this coveted gas, and apparently it's been quite a while. This is a couple of guys that talked to us. Sir, what's your name? Hi, Kevin. Can you tell us how long have y'all been waiting in line? You finally making it to the front?
I say about an hour and 45 minutes.
You know, were you trying to get gas before the storm, or you just thinking you want to top off? You got generators?
We got a generator. We're trying to get gas to top off, so we don't know how long it's going to last. We say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we don't know how long, so we just want to get gas. Top off.
Well, thank you so much, sir. I tell you, it's kind of tense out here for some folks. I think they've been waiting a really long time. The lines are long, but there is at least gas at a couple of gas stations. I heard from some folks that were saying, you know, some places have gas, but they have no power. There's some places that have generators, but they don't have any gas. So it's an interesting combination to come by. So we'll continue to monitor what's going on from out here. For now, I'm Nicandra Norwood, Fox 8, Local First.
Like you, Lee, we passed a lot of gas stations that were closed today, and actually, when I found out we were coming to Baton Rouge, the first thing I thought was, oh my gosh, I hope I have enough gas to get there.
Here, yes.
And I don't want to go take the gas that's meant for the generator to go put in the car, and so we ended up getting gas here in Baton Rouge, which...
Thankfully, they had some.
They had some. Not a lot. There's not a lot. There aren't that many stations open, but we were able to find one.
Before every storm, my dad still will always go, did you fill up your gas tank? And, you know, these are obviously reasons why.
But honestly, today, driving back from the station to Slidell and then having to drive around in floodwaters, trying to get home, and then not being able to do that, I felt, in my mind, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, how much gas am I burning? And I don't usually think like that, but during a storm, you think, I need to conserve.
Every mile counts. You know, last night when we were on the air, we actually had Caitlin Rush, one of our reporters, who was down in Plaquemines Parish, that situation with the Alliance levee breach.
And the parish put out an email, an alert to residents who lived down that way off of Highway 23 to get out. It was an emergency alert. Get out now. The water is rushing up Highway 23, and that water comes up pretty fast. So Caitlin has an update for us on that.
We're back where we were around 11:30 last night on LA 23 near Alliance in Lower Plaquemines, where there was a major breach in this temporary sandbag levee they set up across the highway. the sheriff's office had to come out here and try to rescue some people because there was a decent amount of people in the area that stayed behind. They were able to get some people out of their homes and get them into a shelter. The rest just got in a caravan and left on their own. But today it seems a lot better. They're making a lot of progress here. We have the Air National Guard as well as some average citizens hopping on some cats and helping out, trying to get this all plugged up. And the water is already starting to recede. It really hasn't gotten into too many homes around here, maybe a few. It didn't really get too far up LA 23. The sheriff's office has deputies on boats checking on Ironton and Myrtle Grove, seeing if anyone is stuck down there because there is a significant amount of flooding on the other side of this levee. And that's because it may be an actual breach in the levee system. This is actually part of what's going to be the Venice to New Orleans system that the Corps is working on, but they haven't begun work on this section just yet. So officials out here worry that there must be some breaches somewhere because the levee definitely overtopped in more low-lying areas, but they're concerned that it breached. So the sheriff has a chopper up in the air to check on that levee system. Last night, the sheriff told me he hasn't seen water come up this far and as quick as it did last night, even during Katrina. It only happened in just about a half hour before it started getting to this home and creating a dire situation where they needed to get the men that lived inside out. We're going to continue to keep you updated on the work out here and the situation around Plaquemines. But for now, reporting from Belle Chase, Caitlin Russ, Fox 8 Local First.
And imagine how scary that is.
Oh
If
my
you decided
goodness.
to ride this storm out, how scary it is to get that alert at 11 o'clock,
11 o'clock at night.
11:30.
It's dark and ugh.
And you can't see the water coming, but they're telling you that water is rushing up Highway 23.
Yes, it is. All right, I just want to kind of update everybody. It's 9:15 right now. We're going to be on with you tonight until 11 o'clock and then take a break, and our morning crew will be back tomorrow morning. We'll update you more on the schedule coming up a little bit later. I do want to let you know we're going to get an update from Jefferson Parish Councilman Scott Walker coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. For those in Jefferson Parish, that will be important to know because he had put out a statement that 90% of the parish should have power restored
Within 3 weeks.
So
We just want to clarify,
yeah.
a little bit more on that, just to, everybody wants their power on quickly, and we don't want people to think, oh, well, I'll definitely have my power on in 3 weeks, but we want him to be able to kind of explain the talks that he's been in with Entergy.
Yeah, so we will get that coming up at 10 o'clock. Also, we'll continue to visit all the parishes in our area and discuss all the parishes in our area to get more in that. And then David gave a forecast a little while ago, and we'll do it again, but he did say this weekend it will be less humid.
Less humid, but tomorrow
Will be a heat advisory.
Is a heat
right?
advisory, which is they lowered the bar a little bit for that heat advisory because they know people will be outside working to really kind of assess the damage and start doing repairs around their house. And 100-degree heat in Louisiana with the humidity, we know what that does to a lot of people. And so
we don't have power.
And you don't have a place to go cool off
Yeah.
unless you have a generator and you can run an air conditioner.
All right. Are we ready, y'all? We are. Okay, so we're going to go to St. Bernard Parish, news conference there to update you on the situation there.
Come on up, Joni. All right. Thank you guys for attending the press conference today. We are post-storm here in St. Bernard Parish. Today is Monday, August 30th. We are blessed here in St. Bernard Parish on the inside of our levee system with a 14-hour relentless hurricane that I've never seen before in my life. The amount of debris on the ground, the amount of electrical poles down was minimal compared to what we thought we were going to see. So for those of you who aren't here, it's about what happened, it's about exactly what happened in Zeta. So we expect to have all this debris picked up. And one of the problems we have is most of you are not here, but you need to get back here, and we need to get your debris to the street, and we need to pick that up. So we have a few challenges. One of them is power, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. So first of all, I would like to call up our Sheriff Jimmy Pullman to give us an update.
Thank you, Guy. Yes, I am wearing shorts. The sheriff does not have electricity yet, but working with my friends at Entergy, they said it shouldn't be too long. Thank y'all for that, my friends. So, first, let's keep our thoughts and our prayers with our friends who just to the west of us that really got hit hard from the hurricane last night. I spoke to many of my sheriff friends, and they going through some tough times. Lafourche and Terrebonne, St. Charles, St. James, St. John, and we kind of feel a little guilty on our end that we fared out pretty good here in St. Bernard Parish, but nonetheless, we had a very scary night, a very long night, and including today was a very busy day. I spent my morning working along with our fire chief and AT&T trying to get our 911 system up. It was out throughout most of the night and most of the day today, and I just couldn't imagine that somebody needed to call for help and call 911 and not able to reach us. I can't imagine what they went through. But nonetheless, we did respond to several life-threatening emergencies last night, including 2 calls where people were supposed to be trapped in houses. It didn't turn out that way, thank God, but we had a special team of deputies that respond to those calls along with our fire department, and we owe them a deep gratitude and thank you for risking their lives to go out to try to save someone else's lives through this very horrific event that we had last night. But most the remainder of my day, I spent some time just correcting stuff on Facebook. People are saying St. Bernard Parish is shut down. People are saying the state is shut down and that they can't get back home. But that's all false information. If you can come home and you have a generator and you think you can be comfortable without electricity for at least a few days, and come on back, we're here to protect you and we want you back. But if you're not comfortable by doing that, you may as well just spend a couple more days like my family. And actually, they're trying to extend it either further than that because they're in Florida. But if you don't feel comfortable coming back, just stay away a few days. We're still cleaning some things up and getting some things straight. So in a discussion with our parish president, we decided to have a parish-wide curfew tonight from dusk to dawn. The reason being, without electricity, it's very dark out there. And in the early morning hours, we discovered a couple of business burglaries overnight during the storm. Some punks went out there and burglarized a couple of our businesses. And I want to tell those punks, keep looking over your shoulder every moment, because I guarantee it's not going to be long before one of these deputies snatch you up and put you in handcuffs and put you in my jail out on Parish Road. So, which don't have air conditioning either. So be on the lookout for us. But, all in all, things went well for us here in St. Bernard Parish. I finished my evening up by dealing with some things in the eastern part of the parish. As y'all know, outside our levee protection system had a lot of water. And this afternoon, was able to send a couple of sheriff's boats out, airboats out, to do an assessment both on the Delacroix side, the Waclosky, Hopedale, Shell Beach, and Florissant as well. Now, I do understand and do sympathize with our commercial fishermen who have some big investments down there, whether it's a dock, a fishing boat, or business interest down there, and they really want to get down there to go check on their business. But it's my job as sheriff, as in charge of public safety, is to make sure that you can do that safely. And sometimes these commercial fishermen and others come to the wall and I'm wasting a lot of time arguing with my deputies about when they can go down there and when they can't. So when my deputies deemed it safe to let these guys down there, they will let them down there. But until then, you're not going. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with the councilman. I just want to let you know that if I'm going to be in charge of that mission down there, when my guys say you can go, that's when you can go. Other than that, you are simply not going. Don't get mad at anybody else. Get mad at your sheriff. He's the one that makes that call. Thank you very much.
Well, Sheriff, you pretty much just said everything I wanted to say to wrap it up, so I have nothing to say at the end. Thank you, Sheriff. Your service has been great. Please extend our thanks and gratitude to your deputies for the fine job that they're doing. Right now, I would like to call up our council chair at the moment, Councilmember Richie Lewis.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First, let me just say that, these guys behind me working tirelessly 24 hours to keep us safe and to keep our parish on track through this event, and they did an amazing job. I know a lot of people that evacuated are trying to get back home, and President McGinnis touched a bit on the roads being open, but when you come back home, you need to know what to expect here in St. Bernard Parish. We still have debris on the roads. We still have power lines down in the streets. We have Cox cable lines down in the streets. So you have to take the utmost caution when you come back into St. Bernard Parish. Don't be in a rush. The sheriff's doing a good job of keeping everything safe. And we don't want anybody to get hurt or injured when they come back home. I think we have 1 or 2 gas stations that are open, and it's probably a 4 or 5 hour wait to get gas. I don't know if they're limiting on how much gas each customer can get, but I can tell you the lines are long. We don't have a grocery store open just yet. So when you're coming home, get your supplies together, get what you're gonna need for a week or so, and be prepared to settle in with those things until we can get a few more of our businesses up and running. I can tell you from the business community, every one of these local business owners are doing everything they can to get up and service our community. And that's a real special thing to see happen as well. Also, I wanted to address the water in St. Bernard Parish. Our water systems are on generator backup. We have clean and safe water for you to, take a bath in. We blessed a little bit more than some of the other parishes to have that. I've gotten a lot of phone calls today asking about what the water situation was in St. Bernard Parish. Our administration has done a super job. You did not see an interruption in water at all, and we do not expect you to see an interruption in water at all. So with those things being said, I just want to say God bless us all, and St. Bernard strong. God bless.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. The eastern part of our parish has been devastated outside of our levee system. The representative from that area does a great job, has been engaged from the beginning, and she is not arguing with the sheriff about getting down to Delacroix and Hopedale. So I would like to bring up at this time Council Member at Large, Eastern District, Kerry Kelly.
Thank you, Guy. I just want to kind of reiterate what Sheriff Pullman said. Really, the biggest issue we have seen in this storm is the effects that we have and are still having outside of our levee system. We fared well. Our levee system held up. It was the first or the biggest test, I believe, we've had on this levee system, and we are so happy in the results of how that went, and it did its job in the levied part of St. Bernard Parish. However, we knew the storm surge was going to be significant outside of the levee, and that's definitely what we saw. Still now, President McGinnis touched on this on social media, we have the MRGO rock system that is holding water in. So we are not able to have that water flow out quickly, so we are still seeing that elevated water sitting on the roads in the eastern part of the parish. So everything outside of the levee system right now is not drivable. Sheriff Pullman said he had, trucks down there, and it's absolutely everything past the junction, past last stop. You cannot get anywhere down there. As soon as it is possible and safe for us to let residents down there, you all will be the first to know. We want to get everyone to their camps, to their boats, to their property outside of the levee as soon as possible. So as soon as we can safely do that, we will. The sheriff has started doing assessments down there. As soon as we can get that information to you about the extent of the damage, we certainly will. From what he has seen with his crew down there, the water is still on the roads, and completely impassable once you get past the levee. So that levee wall is going to stay closed, and we're going to keep people from traveling down there. And just please caution everybody, if you're coming down here to check on your boats, check on your camps, please just wait. Please give us some time, let the water go down, let us make sure it's safe, and as soon as that is possible, we will let y'all know. I just want to thank all of our commercial fishermen and all of our residents that live and work and play outside of the levee system for their support and their help during this whole thing. They know what to do. They got as much of their assets out as possible. And as far as we've seen, most of them came in for the event, and it went as smoothly as possible. So we just need that water to go down, and we can get out there and get back to work on putting our community out there back together. And we know how to do it. We've been through it many a times, and as soon as that's possible, we'll be out there to be able to do that again. So thank you to the sheriff. Thank you for President McGinnis and the council and the administration for working with us and doing everything we can to make that possible. So God bless y'all, and I hope to see y'all back here soon, and us rebuilding and putting everything back together outside of the wall as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. The first thing we think about and the last thing we think about during these storms and the aftermath is power. And here to represent Entergy, which is probably the largest task that we have going region-wise and St. Bernard Parish-wise, is getting our power turned back on. Here to represent Entergy today is Joni Bethel and Curtis Navis. What are you talking today?
Hello. First of all, let me thank each and every one of our services, President Ms. McGinnis, the sheriff, the fire department, and everybody in between. It was a long day and a long night. Things just seemed like they wouldn't go away. As bad as it might seem, no lights, no electricity, tree limbs all over the place. At the end of the day, we're in a good place. Most of us been through worse. So be grateful for what you have. Please say prayers for our neighbors just across the river and down the bayou, because they don't have the same situation. We've been doing assessments. We've been working out plans since last night. We've been assessing the damage. There is some damage out in the community. Our guys are addressing it as we speak. We will have more resources rolling in. Please be vigilant with the work that's going on. Please stay out of their way. We do have COVID restrictions at this point, so the more people who come up and ask when the lights are coming on, the longer it's actually going to take. When these guys come in, they know what they're doing. We're probably the best at what we do. That's what we train for. We're trained professionals. So they're going to come in. We're going to put everything back together. You hear a lot of horror stories on Facebook, social media about what's true, what's not. Just recently, somebody addressed a post from last year from Zeta that said we wouldn't get power back until November. So yeah, there is a lot of challenges out there on the distribution side and the transmission side. Everybody's working to do the best they can. We don't want to have our community without power. I personally don't have power. Most of my guys don't have power. So, they work 16 hours a day. They go home, they sleep in a dark, non-air conditioned house, and they come back once again tomorrow morning to complete the task that we've been handed. We will do that. We'll do it safely. Just think about what you're doing around your house, because, my guys have to take the time to perform a task, but if they don't get to come back the next day, they can't help anymore. So they will do it safely. We'll do it efficiently, and we'll get through this before, hopefully the next event comes, but we don't know how that turns out every day. So thank you.
He did so well. I really don't have much to add, though just to let y'all know that while the assessments are being done and while they're working on the transmission, we are making repairs to distribution. Everything's being done simultaneously, and while we have no estimated times to share with you, we will have them as soon as the assessments are complete and everybody has a chance to develop the plan and provide those information. Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. We were expecting y'all to tell us it was going to be turned on next week. I was joking, Curtis. I was joking.
My goal is today.
I know that. I know that. You know, going through this and working with Entergy to try to get our power on, remember we have, I think it's 8 parishes, maybe 9, that are totally without power. Don't know if that was the first time that this ever happened, but there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen with that. Senator Bowie has been calling us off and on for the last 3 days. Senator Hewitt, already before the storm came in, working on getting St. Bernard Parish power turned back on. So, you know, what we're trying to tell through our representatives, to the governor, to the leadership at Entergy, is that we believe we're low-hanging fruit here in St. Bernard Parish. It's easy. Our system is fairly easy to put back together, and we were blessed. So the sooner they get us up and running, the sooner we can help some of these other parishes in southeast Louisiana get going. So we're asking them to get us up and going so we can help others. And at this time, I want to recognize our state representative, Ray Garofalo.
Thanks, President McGinnis. I've been speaking to my colleagues from around the state pretty much all day when I wasn't touring the parish, and it seems like we were truly blessed. There's no question. We had, I believe, the 3rd test of our wall. Was this the 3rd test? We had Isaac, last year we had Zeta, and this year we had Ida. And we had no flooding. And there was a possibility with all the rain bands that were coming in that we could have had some rain flooding, but that wall stops the storm surge. So I want everybody to know that we are blessed in St. Bernard Parish to have that, and that if you're considering St. Bernard, you want to come down here, and this is the prime example, where it could have been a lot worse depending on how the hurricane came in, but because we're protected by that blessing, that wall out there, we had virtually no flooding. So please keep that in mind when you're looking for a good place to live. But before I go, I want to thank, I don't want to take a lot of time, but I want to thank everyone behind me. I want to thank all the parish employees, all of our deputies, all of our firefighters. All night long, I could hear them on the radio. They were talking, they were out monitoring, they were watching people, they were watching our businesses, and that's exactly what a community needs. You need to feel safe when you go to sleep at night, even when there's a hurricane in the Gulf. And I felt very, very, very safe, even though I didn't go to sleep. So thank you guys very much, and please keep up the good work. And of course, our friends at Entergy, I know you guys were out too, and I appreciate what you guys did for us, and I know you're going to get the power back on soon. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you, Representative. All right, so we're going to summarize it up. I hope I don't double up on anything here. You know, when you're out and about, thank an employee of St. Bernard Parish government and thank a lineman without interrupting their work, right? So, you know, these guys are going to work for the next days and maybe weeks to get us back up and going. Your employees and the linemen are going to be out there working hard, so please show your appreciation to them. A lot of people went over a lot of these things. Our main thoroughfares are basically open, especially after the end of today, but you still need to be careful. Our sewer lift stations will be manned, if you will, with vacuum trucks. They will be coming in today and tomorrow. And once we make one circle on all of our lift stations, we will be up to date. And if there are any problems, please call 278-4200. Our residents' safety is our #1 concern, and that's what Councilman Lewis, Sheriff Pullman was talking about earlier today, that we still need to be careful if we're in and about St. Bernard Parish. We have extremely limited services here in St. Bernard at this time, food and restaurants. We have maybe 3 or 4 with a few coming back on, and fuel is limited at this time. So we're hoping to get that up and going a little more as we go down the road here. If you know some elderly residents, or if there's family members that you know of, please go check on them. Right now is the time to check on them. It's hot, they don't have power, and they may be in need of assistance. And if there's something we can do to help in that situation, please call, again, 504-278-4200. There are no shelters open in St. Bernard Parish at this time. We have had no requests. That means our citizens heeded the advice of our leaders. And, you know, you guys did a great job by evacuating, by getting with family, and getting to a place where you were safe. So we appreciate that. As of now, garbage collection will resume Thursday. Any update on that, Ronnie? Okay. All right. So Thursday, we will resume garbage collection. All non-essential government offices will be closed until further notice. Public schools are closed until further notice, and Nunez Community College is closed through Wednesday. Please visit NCC Nunez Community College social media for additional information. Again, our contact information is 278-4200 for emergencies. It's 504-271-1681, and we ask you guys to keep up with our social media and up to date on everything that's going on. And St. Bernard Christian Academy is closed through Wednesday as well. You know, Sheriff Pullman touched on it a little bit. You know, our friends to the west are going through some traumatic times right now. If you know someone, reach out, try to help them. And I know that that's what the sheriff's doing with his buddies, and I've talked to the leaders of those parishes, and I can tell you Southeast Louisiana is going to come back stronger and better. We all need to do this together. So God bless each and every one of you, and let's stay, hold on. Our courthouse in St. Bernard Parish will be closed until next Tuesday. Again, God bless each and every one of you, and stay safe. Any questions? And I do want to say that the sign language interpreter, we tried to get them to come today, and they couldn't make it. All entries into St. Bernard Parish are open. Thank you for that question. Any questions? Thank you guys so much. God bless. All right. Thank you.
All right, that is our update from St. Bernard Parish today, just kind of running down everything that has happened in the parish and what the parish is doing to try to move this recovery forward. And you know, a very powerful message from Guy McGinnis, the parish president, that this is the time to really check on people and help your neighbors. And we're all in this together, and so it's really the time for everybody to come together and move the recovery in the right direction. We're going to shift gears right now and go over to David Bernard with a look at the weather. And we understand it is raining somewhere tonight, but not a whole lot. So tell us about that, David.
Well, we have a flash flood warning that's just been issued for Hancock County. But as I show you the radar in just a second, and you guys know if you're there around Diamond Head, this is going to be until 2:30 in the morning. Those storms have moved by the area already. So the flash flood warning is for the entire Mississippi Gulf Coast. So it runs from Bay St. Louis all the way over to Jackson County. But once we go to the radar and we take a look at that, here's that line of storms that moved very quickly along I-10 and is now moving off to the north and the east. So obviously with 7 to 13 inches of rain falling along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, they're going to pull the trigger pretty fast tonight on a flash flood warning. But luckily this is moving out quick and we don't see anything behind it as of right now. But we got to watch because there's a moisture tail that's stuck along the coast. It's been raining in Grand Isle most of the night in Lower Plaquemines Parish. This boundary may lift to the north overnight a little bit, but not as far north as the city. It may stay down here near the coast, but that's where we could, again, possibly see some flooding rains. There's the tail right there. There's what's left of Ida. It's a tropical depression that is bringing very heavy rain tonight to northern Alabama, Mississippi, also into Tennessee, and eventually this is going to end up in the northeast. But as far as our weather is concerned for tonight and for tomorrow, and a little bit on Wednesday, but really tonight and tomorrow, it's these little bands that are left behind. I think tomorrow is the main day that we'll have to be concerned about it. And here's the flood risk for tomorrow. Everybody is in a level 1 marginal risk, generally along and south of Interstate 12 for the possibility of some flooding because that moisture tail will get stuck across the area. There could be some spotty areas of training storms. I'm not expecting it to get too out of control, but obviously we are extremely vulnerable now in light of what has happened. In addition to that, we're going to have a west wind. That is a hot wind for us. It is typically very hot after a hurricane for that reason. Today wasn't so bad. We had a few showers around. Tomorrow will be worse. Now the heat index is going to be over 100 degrees, and typically we wouldn't issue a heat advisory for a heat index of 100 when we don't have air conditioning, when we're outside more than normal, when we've got thousands of people on the street trying to help with cleanup and power restoration. We're that much more heat sensitive, even though we're typically pretty resilient for it. So heat advisory is going to be in effect for tomorrow as it stands right now. There's the wind gust forecast. The breeze is going to come down. We're still gusting tonight at times in the 20s and the 30s. There's still a breeze behind Ida. Tomorrow, though, not so much, but we'll have a west wind, as I said, and that tends to add a few degrees to the thermometer. So when we look at the 7-day, you know I've got to bring you some good news tonight. You know I wasn't going to go negative on you the whole night. I can't do that. Spotty storms, sudden storms the next couple of days. Yep, it's going to be hot, low, maybe even a few mid-90s. But look, on Thursday, I don't know if I want to call it a front, but some kind of lower humidity boundary could be coming in, and I'm going lower humidity Friday and Saturday. You see that? 60s away from the lake. We need it. We need it. It's going to be hard to cool off by the lake, but away from the lake, temperatures could be in the 60s as we begin to turn the page into September. That's going to become more common, and then by the end of the holiday weekend, that's Labor Day, this next Monday, could have some spotty storms coming back into the forecast. But the good news is at least the chance of seeing extreme heat starts to decrease as we go into the month of September. Again, here's the track of Hurricane Ida that it took last night. We've seen this many times, and there's that infamous bend back to the north and east that brought more of those hurricane force winds across the immediate South Shore. Do need to talk about the tropics tonight. All right, there's a lot going on, but not very much we need to pay attention to. So you're probably seeing a lot of different things on your phone and wondering what is what and do I need to worry about this? We've got Julian, which is now no longer a tropical storm. Julian formed in the North Atlantic. It's a fish storm. Out it goes. Behind it, we have Tropical Storm Kate. Again, Kate does not appear that it is going to make it across the Atlantic, so don't have to deal with that. We know about Ida, of course, that's moving out. Now, there's an area of red, a high-risk development off the Cabo Verde Islands. That does look like it's going to be our next storm. That name would be Larry. It's just coming off the coast of Africa. Most of these never make it all the way across, and it's 2 weeks away. No way to know at all if this will ever threaten the United States. Last but not least, the only area close to home is this area marked in yellow in the Western Caribbean Sea. That is being watched for low pressure development over the next 5 days. It's a low chance, as I mentioned, in yellow. There's nothing even there yet right now. There's some disturbed weather on the other side of Central America that's going to be staying in the Pacific. So as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing there right now, and so there's nothing to worry about. But of course, we'll keep a close eye on it. But as far as going through the weekend, it looks like as far as the tropics go, we're going to be okay. So again, Kim, we've got this flash flood warning that's been reissued till 2:30 in the morning for the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but it's primarily for this band of rain that has just moved through Hancock County. It's now over in Harrison County, north of I-10 and moving out. What we will watch is if there's more development back to the south and west, but right now it doesn't look like that's what's happening.
And we want the rain to stop, but we also know when the rain stops, the heat comes, like you said, and that's a huge concern moving into tomorrow and the next day.
Absolutely. Again, we're usually pretty heat resilient, but without air conditioning, it's going to be a beast on everybody. But hopefully a little break later in the week with some lower humidity.
All righty. Thank you, David. We want to do what we like to call kind of a round robin, so to speak. We call it that. It's a TV term, but it's where we kind of just go around and check in with different reporters throughout different places that they've been checking on today as far as the recovery and just assessing the damage. We're going to start out with Amanda Roberts, who spent some of the day in St. John Parish.
Well, we are here off of US 51, where Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries is just helping a whole lot of families here who have left their homes, as describing extreme flooding situations, dangerous wind conditions, collapsing houses, and flooding inside their homes. They say that they were lucky to get out, feeling so lucky that their family members are also okay, and describing to us how fortunate they feel to now finally be getting to some rescue.
The water started coming in, and I am not exaggerating. When that water started flowing through my front window that you could see out into the street, it looked like rapids. The water was literally doing this. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. This water was flowing so fast, and then it started coming underneath the baseboards and started seeping in. And me, dummy, I get towels, okay, like I'm gonna stop it, okay? And before you know it, it was 3 feet and then 4 feet. I just thank God we survived. My mom and dad, that's all I cared about, saving them.
From what we understand, these families are going to be transported to a shelter on Airline Drive, where they will hopefully receive some help, water, and food at that point. So for now, reporting, I'm Amanda Roberts, Fox 8 Local First.
And you know, you hear that lady say, "Oh, I got towels because I thought I could stop the water from coming in." And I think a lot of people, that's your natural instinct. Like, let's see what we can do to stop it. And we were driving in Slidell today, and we saw one house that had just towels lined up along the fences, drying, where they had clearly tried to stop the water.
I remember growing up, living in Broadmoor, and I mean, our house flooded so many times growing up, and every time we'd stack the towels up against one of the, and it never works.
No, it doesn't. And then you just have a bunch of really wet, heavy towels.
Disgusting towels.
Right, and now with no power, no way to dry them except for outside.
Yeah, speaking of power, one update. So obviously you see the power grid. It is a lot of red, as I did a bad job there. A lot of red. Obviously one of the issues is the transmission tower by Entergy, right, that's right around here across the river from Ochsner Hospital. Entergy sent out a text to people tonight saying 8 high-power transmission lines providing power to generation systems servicing New Orleans have been damaged. And which one did I put that on? That one right there. And that kind of shows you, you know, the extent of the damage. And we've seen some other pictures on this as well too. That's as big as it gets. But it's
incredible.
I mean, it's incredible damage.
And to think it fell like that. I mean, it would
just like that. And one important note on this, so you know, we had been telling the New Orleans side, so it's impacting. Let's pull this out. You know, that is impacting Jefferson on the East Bank, and then New Orleans on the East Bank. The transmission lines power that area. The Orleans Parish. So Orleans Parish regulates Entergy New Orleans. The Jefferson Parish is Entergy Louisiana, so two technically separate entities under the umbrella company of Entergy. The New Orleans City Council really hasn't been provided with more than we are still assessing the situation from Entergy New Orleans, whereas Entergy Louisiana is giving a little more information to, or a lot more information, it sounds like, to Jefferson Parish. We're going to be speaking with Councilmember Scott Walker in about 10 minutes, who put out a statement on this, so we'll be able to get some more details on when power will be restored in Jefferson Parish from him.
All right, in the meantime, we are going to go to Lafitte, where Caitlin Rust was actually reporting on a rescue there earlier. A lot of people stayed behind and needed to be brought to higher ground.
We're a little over 2 miles outside of Jean Lafitte, but this is as far as you can go on Lafitte-La Rose Parkway. I'm joined here by Jason Rivard with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. Jason, you've been out here all day, right?
Pretty much. We've been out here since very early this morning.
Of course. When did the water creep up this far?
So during the storm, it's probably the first time I've seen it encroach this far onto the highway. But you can see if you look behind you from here to the caution light, there's a raise at the caution light, and then on the other side of the caution light, it's flooded all the way down to the intercoastal waterway.
Oh my gosh, so is there any exposed road at all down there?
Past the caution light, no. Past the caution light, all the way through, down under the big bridge, all the way through, all the way around, it's all underwater.
How much water would you say is in the city right now?
I have no idea. A lot. I've never seen this much water down there, and this is the highest I've seen it, and it's both in the city, inside the city limits, and outside the city limits in the rest of the area.
And we were talking a little bit before about there was a lot of people down here that were pretty confident they could ride this storm out. You guys are performing some evacuations today. Tell me a little bit about that. How many people have you been pulling out?
So I'm not sure the exact number. I actually didn't get back too much longer ago myself. This is a community that deals with these kind of things on a regular basis. Storm threats are always storm threats for an area that's surrounded by water and is outside of the hurricane levee protection. So these are people that are used to dealing with these kind of things. So it's not surprising that a few people wanted to stay, and we did see some evacuations prior to, and the sheriff's office even went door to door on Friday night to see who was staying behind. So we had a better idea of how many people were going to be there. But I mean, we did rescue quite a few people today. A lot of them were surprised at the amount of water, how quickly the water came up, and didn't want to deal with it anymore and wanted to get out.
Of course, because this storm, it seems like none other so far.
No, I mean, this is definitely the worst I've seen it in Lafitte personally.
Of course, and I'm seeing all types of agencies out here. Is this kind of a joint effort that you guys have going?
This is a joint effort by anybody and everybody who was willing to come out and help. The fire department's here, Wildlife and Fisheries is here. We've had quite a few civilians who loaded a deputy onto their boat and took a deputy out. That way there was radio communication with the boat. And it's, we've been doing it all day. We're doing a little shift right now because the water levels are starting to recede. So we're not able to get the same number of boats in at this point. So we're just shifting a little further down the road, and we'll keep continuing to put boats in the water to get out there to pick up folks that want to come out.
Of course. Are you going to do that kind of into the night too?
I don't know if we're going to continue at night. We're starting to slow down a little bit now. We've been at it all day, so we've gotten the majority of people out that wanted to come out. But we'll continue to do it as long as we need to.
Of course, that's good news. Where are you evacuating these people to?
Right now, they're being taken from this point to the shelter that the parish has set up at Pard Playground.
Of course, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jason. Cool. I know you've been working real hard. I'll let you get back to that. All right, reporting live from Lafitte, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks a lot, Caitlin. Want to give an update on one thing. Some people are maybe trying to hit the road or trying to get back in or out of town. The State Department of Transportation and Development announced that I-10 is open between Baton Rouge and New Orleans for emergency responders only. There's debris in the roadway making this portion of the interstate unsafe for the traveling public. So again, I-10 between Baton Rouge and New Orleans is open only for emergency responders. No word exactly when it would reopen for everyone. We'll have to wait and see.
And part of that reason is, what happened in Laplace, in St. John Parish. We always see, not always, but in a storm like this, we always see the water coming over the roadway, coming out of Lake Pontchartrain, and covering the roadway there, making the exits nearly impassable. Rob Krieger actually filed a report on that a little bit earlier.
Hey everyone, we are here on the side of I-10 right now, in between the two Laplace exits, Belterre to my left and over I-55 over here to my right as you approach the Bonnie Carey Spillway. And you can see water is just completely covered the eastbound side of I-10 here, making it virtually impassable for most cars. Right in the center lane, it is fairly passable, but clearly this was a situation that actually was much deeper here earlier in the morning when we passed through. We saw some wild things on the road, not just debris, an alligator lying on the interstate, nutria earlier this morning, and then just take a look behind me here. This is Laplace, and those are the neighborhoods that are just on the other side of the interstate there. And we had reports of just a massive amount of flooding that impacted potentially some of those homes. We spoke with people in the River Forest subdivision, a subdivision that flooded back in 2012 during Isaac, and they tell us that some of that floodwater came up so quickly, almost 6 feet in 15 minutes for some folks. One woman said it was 5 minutes from her knees to her chest, and they went in the attic waited out there until a family member was able to come and get them. And so there were a lot of rescues that we heard about throughout the night. We actually just left Belterre. Over there, we saw several first responders gearing up to go out, potentially for more water rescues. Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, State Fire Marshal's Office. We saw fire departments from around the area, from Monroe, Central, just north of Baton Rouge. I'm sure there's a lot more out here right now that are helping with this effort. And what we heard from someone with the State Fire Marshal's Office at one point last night was that they had completed all of the emergency rescues. Now there's folks that are just stuck in houses with feet of water in some places, and some of those roads are impassable, so they're going to have to use some sort of big heavy machinery to try and pull some of those logs and really trees that are in the road. But again, I mean, you can see, look, I'm walking, and I am on the side of the interstate, but this is the interstate right here, and it's covered in water. So certainly a dangerous situation, something you certainly want to avoid. But I want to give you one last look before we let you go here. On the opposite side, the westbound side of I-10, that shows you kind of the wind field as it came through. The storm blowing almost a east to west. Likely when, you know, the eye was coming through. These are just heavy winds that were blowing on the top of that hurricane as it came through. And Ida made her mark here on southeast Louisiana. And you can even see, I'm not sure if you're able to actually see that's an interstate sign that was toppled over by one of the trees that came down. So you can see several folks were out here with boats helping out, trying to see if there's anything they could do to alleviate this situation. It appears, at least right now, in the majority of the bulk of LaPlace that we have driven through, most of those roads wouldn't even be able to take a boat like that at this point. So hopefully most of the folks that were in an emergency situation were cleared out, and there's several crews right here that are ready to assess the scene. Obviously, this is a situation that we're still learning what's happening here. We did hear that some of the folks who were rescued were taken to New Wine Church on Airline Highway, but when we actually saw the St. John the Baptist Parish Sheriff's Office out along the way, that they were making water rescues in a high water vehicle and clearing logs and really doing good work out here for their community. One guy told me that they had been on since noon yesterday, and we talked to him just a couple hours ago. So a lot of work happening out here. A lot more work needs to be done, and we still are starting just to scratch the surface about what Ida did to this area here in St. John. Reporting from LaPlace, Rob Krieger, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks for that report. As we take a look at the map, this is the Entergy outage map, and there is red everywhere.
This is not going to change very much, probably tonight or tomorrow, so
No.
This will look like this for a little bit.
And look, we've been talking throughout the last couple hours about a statement that Scott Walker, the council member in Jefferson Parish, put out about when power will be restored. Some people probably saw it on social media, and we wanted to get some more detailed information from him and get that. So we actually have him on the phone the old-fashioned way. We're going to put it on speakerphone and hold it up next to the microphone and ask questions. So Councilman Walker, thanks for joining us. And kind of for people who haven't seen your post or are tuning in later right now to us, tell us, you spoke to someone with Entergy. Tell us what they told you.
First of all, when I wrote it this afternoon, I didn't think it was going to have 7,000 shares. A few hours later, I just looked back at it, but I get the information that people are looking for right now. And we have a really good relationship with our Entergy contact, Patrick Hamby, and he's always transparent and tells us what's going on. And I had a long conversation with him around midnight last night to talk about this transmission tower that fell into the river and how impactful that was going to be. Had another conversation with him tonight. And in between all of that, I saw the misinformation on social media, some posts saying that we're not going to have power until November and we're uninhabitable and the power and water isn't coming back for months. I'm like, oh man, the good information, the real information is coming from right here at the EOC. You know, it's available and we have it. So trust it and don't put out your own information. Don't put out old information. But that post just got to the meat of it and said, you know, within 21 days, 90% of the people who are able to receive power will have received power. If the power is disconnected from your house, if it got ripped off by the storm, then it's going to take a little bit longer because you need an electrician to address it before it can be addressed by Entergy. A lot of people will get power sooner. Restoration will start in the next few days, and power will gradually come up over those 21 days. But Entergy is confident that in a 21 or so day period, they will have 90% of the customers who can receive power back up and running. They said they prepared for this. They prepared for a 4. This isn't a surprise. They're ready. They have people coming in from all over the place, and it's just another storm for Entergy.
What about the transmission towers? Because, you know, obviously there's extensive damage. We just showed some video of those. Is there a workaround that they're going to be able to do? Because that provides power, you know, to the East Bank of Jefferson, as we understand it, and also the East Bank of Orleans, too.
Right, and obviously it's not ideal. You'd rather have that tower standing because it gives you other options. But I was told that even with that tower going down, it's not as big of a catastrophe as it was framed at the beginning. Certainly it's not good, but they can do some workarounds where transmissions can be sent to other places. I don't know how it all works. Electricity and how it works is above my head, but I do know that they can make the repairs on the tower, which will take a considerable amount of time, not 21 days. And at the same time, they can be restoring power while they're repairing the tower, and it won't impact the restoration time very much.
And Scott, with so many people, I mean, it's 98% of the parish being without power. Is the council or Jefferson Parish government looking to do anything to help with, you know, maybe cooling areas or, you know, water, food, anything that's going to help people really kind of get a little more comfortable?
I was just brainstorming in my office right before this call, in fact, and we were talking about trying to find a charging station, trying to set up charging stations for people, and trying to do a few other things like you're talking about. That's a conversation that I'm going to start up tomorrow, and hopefully we can set up something. There's just so much going on right now, and you know, I don't want to say that's an afterthought, but it's a little bit of an afterthought with all the major things going on. But I think now that we've kind of gotten our feet under us a little bit after the landfall, we can start to look at how we can make things a little bit more comfortable for people while they sit for potentially 3 weeks in early September in southeast Louisiana.
What about the water situation? I know there's a boil water advisory, but then also there's the. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, people I know in Jefferson Parish, in the East Bank, there's no water. I mean, it's not even running. What's the latest on that? What's the state of it, and when will that be, you know, restored? I think we just lost them.
Well, call him back.
We'll call him back. Let's. We'll get our producer Amy to get him. And that wasn't, oh my gosh, I don't want to answer this question.
No,
let me hang up.
no.
That is, you know, it
I've
is
had
after
that happen
a
to
storm.
me. I can't even tell you how many times today, talking, and all of a sudden the call just fails. So
Okay.
we have him back.
Here
on
we
the
go.
phone.
Okay, Scott, did you hear my question or not?
I did.
Okay.
About the water situation.
Yes.
About most of it. So, 200 breaks in water lines across Jefferson Parish from falling trees. I said earlier at the news conference, the problem was not within our control, but the solution is. And we're going to work as hard as we can as a parish to make sure water is safe to drink and use as quickly as possible. But it's a process. The whole system has to be, it first loses pressure, so it's not safe to drink. And then the system has to be flushed to find where all the leaks are. And then the water department has to start repairing the leaks, as many as they can, as quickly as they can, to a certain point where the water can be repressurized and stable once again, so it can then be safe to drink. And that process could take a few days. It could take up to 5 days, hopefully sooner.
Wait, 5 days to get water back, or?
Yeah, 5 days to have water. And, you know, I was talking to people today, and they said 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, that's, you know, how can we deal with that? I said, I don't know, but we have to. We don't have a choice, because this is not something we would have elected to do. This is the hand we were dealt, and there's no faster way to deal with it. You just have to repair the breaks in the water line and get it done.
Is that 5 days from today, or like?
It would have been 5 from yesterday. I mean, the assessment process started today, and the repairs will likely, if they didn't start late today, then the repairs will likely start tomorrow. And you know, some people have water. It's not all of Jefferson Parish that doesn't have water. I know a lot of people who have called and said they didn't have any water, but there is a large number of the population that has water. They don't have much of it. It's not nearly the pressure that normally is, but it's a situation that, again, certainly isn't ideal, but it's one that we're going to work through as quickly as possible and safely as possible, because you can't mess around with water. I mean, the law requires certain things, so we have to follow that.
Okay, what can you tell us about Grand Isle? We're looking at some aerial shots of Grand Isle today. So what can you tell us? What are you hearing from the island as far as the extent of the damage there?
We had not heard anything until this afternoon. We lost contact yesterday afternoon with the island during the storm. Couldn't get in touch with anybody. Mayor Carmodell had moved off the island at the height of the storm and finally got back on the island today. We still don't know how he got back on the island because there was a helicopter that wasn't able to get him there, but he managed to get on the island somehow. There were some people on the island for the storm, about 40 people. About half of those we understand were civilians. The other half were first responders, fire, police. And they were seen today as the sheriff's office helicopter flew overhead. They gave a thumbs up sign and they were seen. So everybody there is accounted for. Sheriff Lapinto said today he doesn't believe there were any fatalities on Grand Isle related to the storm. It's just a challenge for them now because this is a hit like they haven't had in a very long time, if they've had a hit this hard. The multiplex in the center of town lost its roof. The structure remained, but losing your roof in the middle of a hurricane when that's the place where everybody goes to ride it out is not a good thing. A lot of the camps that were there were destroyed or have significant damage. So, you can see the damage on the video that you're showing. I'm seeing some of it out of the corner of my eye. It's significant and it's a lot, but Grand Isle's a resilient group and they will persevere and they'll come back and they'll build and they'll make it what it once was.
And just one more question for you. Do you know anything about the debris removal, like with trees and things like that in the streets, like the process for that, when that will, has it started, when you think it would finish, or any update on something like that?
It will start soon. A date hasn't been established yet. My guess is that it will be this week sometime. We activated the emergency contract with one of the contractors. There are 4 contractors who are qualified to do the debris pickup, and we activated with one who was the lowest bidder. And as soon as that process is straightened out, they'll get started in the next few days, I would imagine. There should be an announcement coming on that pretty soon, I think. And garbage pickup itself, which was suspended, will resume on Wednesday in Jefferson Parish for the regular garbage pickup.
All right. Councilman Scott Walker, we appreciate you joining us.
Can I mention one more thing real quick?
Yeah.
30 seconds?
Yeah, for sure.
The people of Lafitte, I hate to not mention them because they've been through a heck of a lot since the storm. Grand Isle got hit, Lafitte got hit really hard. 480 people or so remained behind on Lafitte, in Lafitte, and they did some late night rescues last night. Mayor Tim Kerner and a few other guys went in and rescued people from their attics. And
we're showing Lafitte video right now too from last night.
Houses that are elevated. You can see how high these houses are. Some of these houses were taking on water at their elevation last night, and people were trapped in attics. We got tweets from people who were panicking in their attics trying to get out, and eventually everybody was rescued, and there were no fatalities that we know of that were related to the storm. Sheriff Lapinto said there was a fatality in Lafitte that they discovered today, but they are not sure of the causes surrounding it. He was going to check into that. He had just heard about it right before our news conference. So it was one fatality, but not sure if it's storm related. Whatever the case, a tremendous job by Mayor Tim Kerner and the people of Lafitte to just dive into their community like they always do and save people, literally save people from this hurricane.
All right, Councilman Scott Walker, we appreciate it. Keep us posted on things, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll do.
All right, take care.
All right, so we want to give you an update really quick on the New Orleans airport, Armstrong International. The airport is closed. We got this update just about 40 minutes ago that the airlines have canceled all of their incoming and outgoing flights for tomorrow. That's about 197 cancellations reported so far, also for Wednesday, all due to Hurricane Ida. Of course, one of the things they're really stressing is if you have put your vehicles at the airport parking garages, that you need to come get them. Your vehicles can be retrieved. They are safe to bring home. And so they are asking you to come get your vehicles if you park them there to keep them safe from the hurricane.
You know, I'm thinking about, Kim, is thinking back to the night before the storm. I guess this was what, Friday night? Or everything's running together.
Saturday night.
Okay, Saturday night, yes, and isn't that crazy? I know. The airport lines. Remember we showed those lines at the airport, people trying to go through security, and what, 3-hour wait for TSA, and so many.
And then all of a sudden the lines disappeared.
Yeah, well, because they canceled flights, people missed them, and people were stranded. Like, they can't get a rental car. Like all those people who, you know, if they want to fly out and fly home, I mean, they're still going to have to wait.
Right, and what we have not received yet is an update on the structure of the airport,
Yeah.
and if there was damage. A lot of times they'll move those planes to a safer place. They like to get them out of town. They can't always get all of them out of town, but we do want to see what sort of damage the brand new airport, which is the wall of windows, you know, it's beautiful.
You said it, yeah.
What sort of damage the airport took during Hurricane Ida, if any. So we're waiting to hear on that.
All right, let's continue our look around and take a look at some of the you know, reports from different parishes, and we're going to go now to I believe Olivia Vidal, who has this report from Mandeville.
Residents here at the Roquette Lodge Senior Living Community in Mandeville say they're waking up this morning to no electricity or running water. St. Tammany Fire Department and medics responded to the Roquette Lodge late Sunday evening after reports of roof damage. Nearly 30 residents were affected. Officials say there were no reports of injuries, but those residents were displaced. I'm told living arrangements were made for those residents. But the folks we spoke with this morning after Hurricane Ida's landfall say it was a traumatizing experience.
It's a real scary experience because it's loud. You know what's going on, what was falling, or anything like that.
Especially when it's in the middle of the night like that.
Yeah, they couldn't see nothing, you know. But yeah, that's what it was for me. I'm running around and scared to death because the wind and the howling, and no.
My whole apartment is covered. It's all wet, everything. And now they're telling us, I'm shaking, we have to leave, and I have no place to go. They're making us get out. Where are we going to go? I don't have any place to go.
Take a look over here and you can see the roof that just peeled off this wing of the Roquette Lodge. It's a tin roof, and residents say it was loud, scary, and it just, you can't see it from this angle, but it literally just peeled off the top of the building, exposing those apartments to the sky. So again, 30 residents were displaced. No injuries were reported. We were told that those 30 residents did find alternative housing for the time being. But for now, reporting in Mandeville, Olivia Vidal, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Real Juan Belogan was down in Lafourche Parish talking to some residents there today about what they've gone through and what's ahead.
In Lafourche Parish here in Matthews, a lot of people are spending the day coming outside and inspecting their homes just to see what damage Ida may have brought. Joining me now is Joey. Joey, just first, talk to us a little bit about what was last night like for you?
It was terrifying. I mean, I've never heard anything like that for a hurricane, and it just was unrelenting. It never, you know, usually a hurricane comes through and it goes through. It kind of just idled for a very long time, and just the sounds the wind made, and it was terrifying. That's all I can say honestly about it.
Now we're standing in front of your home. You told us you've lived here for a while. For the first time in a while, you have no water, like a lot of the people and like a lot of your neighbors here.
Yeah, it's scary, you know, turn on the sink and nothing comes out, you know. I mean, it's water. Everyone needs water to live. And of course we prepared. We have bottled water, but you know, it's just washing your hands is more difficult than it ever has been before.
Now, the parish did issue a mandatory evacuation. They tell us about 50% of the parish list followed. Why did you all stay?
Well, we've as you can see, the windows and the roof they're hurricane ready. They've been all upgraded. We have a generator that powers the whole house, so we are fine. You know, I understand that we generally don't flood here, so we felt we were okay, and we were okay. I get that, you know, we are very lucky though. I will say that, and I think if I could go back now, I would have left.
Why is that?
Just the uncertainty of the storm coming through during the day yesterday. You know, normally at night you can kind of sleep or you're less conscious, and during the day you're hyper aware the entire time that you might die. I mean, it's just honestly what can happen. You know, you just don't know. So, yeah.
Well, Joey, fortunately, you are alive. You survived this whole thing. So did his wife. And many people here in the neighborhood are still out and about trying to assess just exactly what Ida left behind. Reporting from Matthews, Roman Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Rowan, we are going to check back in with Chief Meteorologist David Bernard for a look at some really hot weather, but some good news ahead, too.
We're going to have a little bit of all of that, Kim. We're going to start with the rain to begin with. We told you about this during Fox 8 News at 9. We're going to watch this carefully overnight. There is a new flash flood warning that has been issued for the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It's primarily in Harrison and Jackson counties, but it does include Bay St. Louis and Diamond Head in Hancock County until 2:30 in the morning. If I widen out, you can see it does extend across the entire coast. Now, what happened in the last hour or so is that moisture tail associated with Ida that extends along the coast to Grand Isle, that quickly moved across the area. We got to remember we had 6 to 12 to 13 inches of rain over portions of this area last night. So to say that it's saturated is an underestimate. But look, there are some more showers that are developing down to the south and west. And I think I'm going to be able to, let me see if I can try to move this just a little bit more along. Let's see here. Well, that's a pointer, and that's a good thing to have. I don't want to do that either. Well, I'm trying to do this from a distance, and that's not working out so well. But let's see. Well, I don't know what's happening. But at any rate, I do know what's happening, but it's not working the way I want it to. All right, good news here. So we had two tails, right? That moisture tail across the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then another one along the coast here. That's breaking up around Grand Isle. We did have some big storms there earlier, but that has gotten better. All right, here's the big picture. This is Ida moving away. It's moving into northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, into Tennessee. There's one moisture tail right there over the Mississippi Gulf Coast. There's another one from Grand Isle to Boothville right now, but both of those appear to be weakening. The farther Ida's circulation gets away from us, the more difficult it's going to be for these to maintain themselves and possibly produce some heavy storms. However, there'll be enough of a moisture tail there tomorrow. This is for Tuesday, the flood risk, that we're keeping a level 1 marginal flood risk up across all of South Louisiana and the Mississippi Gulf Coast, primarily along in south of Interstate 12. So I'm not expecting widespread problems tomorrow, but obviously if we get a couple of spots that are training storms, then that may become an issue. It's going to be hot tomorrow, hotter than we had today. Now, the humidity may drop a little bit tomorrow because it's going to be a west wind, so it'll be sort of a dry heat, but the heat index could still be around 100. Typically, we wouldn't issue a heat advisory for that, but because of the lack of power and because of the number of people that are going to be outside cleaning, working on electric restoration, all of these issues, we're going to be more sensitive to the heat than we typically are, so a heat advisory is going to be in effect during the day. Wind gust forecast, still some pretty good gusts and breezy tonight, especially near the lake and the Gulf. But the main reason I was showing this for you tomorrow is to show the wind direction out of the west, which should help to heat us up. But maybe even though it's going to make us a little bit hotter, we'll take a little bit of an edge off the humidity. Now, speaking of taking an edge off the humidity, we're going to do that, all right? Because Kim said I was going to have some good news, okay? And remember, we're going into September now, okay? We're not July to August, September. So we're getting a lower sun angle, and it's getting hotter to have those extra hot days. Now, it's going to be plenty hot the next couple of days in the 90s with some spotty storms. But on Thursday, there's going to be a push of dry air coming in, enough so that I'm forecasting 60s away from the lake on Friday and Saturday morning. And without power, we'll take anything at this point in time. So maybe a little bit of a break for the start of the holiday weekend, and then spotty storms are going to be returning. Here we go Sunday into Monday, Labor Day. Spotty storms are going to be returning those days with temperatures in the upper 80s to near 90, which is pretty typical for this time of the year. Again, here is the track that Ida took last night. We're very well of that. The infamous bend back to the north and the east, and then resuming that track through Livingston Parish. If you remember, 48 hours before landfall, the line was going more Houma to Baton Rouge. That's well within the forecast era, and unfortunately that just shifted everything deeper into southeast Louisiana, where most of us were already going to have some pretty significant impacts. Now, I do need to talk about the tropics tonight. All right, so there's a lot going on this map, but I'm going to walk you through it, and there's only one area we need to talk about, and it's not that big of a deal. So while Ida was going on, Julian formed in the Atlantic, but that's already moving out, and that's done. Kate is in the central Atlantic, but Kate looks like that's going to stay over the Atlantic and not bother us. We've got another area that is coming off Africa that's going to have a high chance of development. and it has a red X on there. This is likely going to be our next storm if it develops, and the name is going to be Larry. That's 2 weeks away from the United States, and most of these don't come across the Atlantic, so I'm not worried about that. Last, we've got this yellow area outlooked in the Caribbean. There's nothing there now. It's just saying over the next 5 days, some low pressure could develop there, and it's a low chance for development. So obviously, we're hypersensitive to any kind of developments in the tropics, but tonight I'm telling you, there's not anything at this time that we need to be concerned about as we head into the end of the week. So that's the good news there. Just a very low chance. And again, that flash flood warning till 2:30 in the morning for the Mississippi Gulf Coast, Kim. But the good news there is that even though this moisture tail looks like it's trying to redevelop, and we've got some showers, I wish I could, I wish I could move this thing along. Let me see if I quit this real quick, because if I do this, I might be able to, well, I guess I'm not going to be able to move it tonight. I thought I was going to be able to move it, but this is not my usual computer. But I was going to try to show there are some showers that develop over Lake Pontchartrain around Slidell, but they're broken up. We don't see one big solid line, so there's good news there.
Okay, so two things.
Okay.
We can't have Larry. We can't have a Hurricane Larry. That's not even, that's not even okay. But the other thing is, you just made me realize that we only have one more day in August, so we are starting September in 2 days. And you know, you get caught up in these storms like this, and you don't even know what day it is. And Lee said earlier, was it Friday night or Saturday night before the storm? You just get all discombobulated.
Yeah, and you know, yeah, that is true. You do lose track of time. But the good news is September, I mean, it starts to get less hot on average. We have plenty of heat, even in early October sometimes, but hopefully we'll get some sort of mini breaks in here over the next week.
All right, we certainly hope so. Thank you, David. We want to take one more look at a reporter in the field. Natasha Robin is giving us an overview of St. Bernard and how St. Bernard fared during Hurricane Ida.
The gathering that suffered some damage from Ida, a lot of damage, and I'm actually here with the founder of this place here. This is Matt Woodward. If you can just tell me what happened here and what you guys are going through.
Well, it looks like last night we had some type of tornado that came through. We had severe roof damage. It looks like the entire roof is gone, peeled back and pulled off completely. We have daylight in many spots of the building. So all of the building last night took on water, and we have standing water throughout the building. We have a daycare here. All of the places in the rest of the community center look like there's water everywhere. And so with more rain coming, you know, we don't know what to expect. So that's pretty much where we are right now.
And as you said, this is a community center, so you guys serve the community, and there's a lot that goes on here. If you could just talk about, I know, everything from birthday parties, as you said, to a preschool.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of the place where life happens in the community. And so we start with the daycare. We have over 30 some children that come here every single day. We do a fitness center where people come every day from the morning to evening. We have birthday parties, inflatable birthday parties where people celebrate life. We do wedding receptions and all kinds of stuff for that, as well as we have a counseling department. We have 5 LPC counselors that we have that people are working with every day, and we have a spiritual community. Church meets here, and so this is where life pretty much happens for the community of St. Bernard.
A lot of work will need to be done, but you know, we should mention that you are also on the other side of this, your home. Tell us where you lived and what happened to your property.
So I lived in Braithwaite Park, and we got reports last night that it was taking on a lot of water, and a couple of videos showed that the water was up the wall and the levee, and so we were able to go check it out this morning. It looks like some of the water had receded and gone back, but we still couldn't get to it because there was so much water back there, and it was still coming over one of the canals there, and so it's pretty bad shape. I mean, I don't think we're coming back to that.
Any idea what the future holds for you, the near future? Where do you start to pick up the pieces here?
That's a difficult question because I moved here 15 years ago to be a part of the rescue and rebuilding process after Katrina. And so that's what I've spent the last 15 years doing, is helping people get back on their feet. And now we have to start over with ourselves in this building too. And so where do we start? just like we eat an elephant one bite at a time, I guess, and just keep moving forward and do what we can. I mean, I live in a community that's resilient, and people are always working hard and helping each other, and the community is a big part of what I love here. And so I'm just, I'm happy to be in this place because of that idea, but what that holds, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Okay, well, we wish you luck. There's a lot of work ahead. I know for you and for other people in this community who lost a lot for Ida. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
In St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, so that is Natasha. She spent the entire storm covering St. Bernard, which is where she is from, and she knows the places to go, the people to talk to, and so we certainly appreciate that. We have some a new interview with St. John Parish Sheriff Mike Trigg. You know, his deputies were out there rescuing people throughout the night, people who were trapped in their homes, in their attics because of rising floodwaters.
Text messages during our broadcast last night.
Yeah, absolutely, and as soon as those texts started coming in, we were trying to reach the parish president, Jacqueline Hotard, who was in a meeting with Sheriff Trigg at the time, and then, you know, things just really escalated really quickly last night. So let's listen in to Mike Trigg and what he had to say today.
I'll tell you what happened. The dispatchers were answering the phones, and they were hearing people screaming for help with children. And they kept saying, Sheriff, we got to do something. And we were like, we can't. The weather, we're going to risk our own lives. And people were calling and screaming for help. People were sending us, social media was still working at that time, so we were getting social media live posts of people in their attic and calling for help and want to know where we at and please help us. And at some point it just took its toll, and we made a decision, look, we just got to do it. We couldn't wait. Everybody kept saying wait for the sun to come up, back up, was saying we'll be here for the sunrise, and everybody showed up. Now we got people showed up from the whole state, the whole region, from all over the place, showed up with boats here today. When the sun came up, they were all here, but we had already gotten pretty much the job done.
All right.
And thank goodness, because, you know, we always tell people, you know, don't expect first responders to come out and get you during the storm. They can't. They don't usually. But
especially a storm like last
these
night.
calls were so terrifying.
In the attic, having to go up there, water rising, and as we've discussed, you don't know if the water is going to, or when the water
and
is
they
going
weren't
to stop.
expecting
No,
the storm to take that little jog and to do what it did, and so people were not prepared in St. John.
And that's why, I mean, one of the lessons learned from this one is you just never know. You don't know, those little jogs can make a huge difference for you, and you have to be prepared and know about that worst case scenario, and know, like, you know, if they say it's a 3, you better prepare that a 4 may be coming as well.
And just because you're not in that cone doesn't mean you're not going to get really the worst of it, because in this case it really did happen.
Yeah, we got some again, if you have video or pictures or something like that, go to our news app or our website. There's a place there you can upload them to us, and we've been literally showing them on the air throughout the day. It's pretty cool, and you know, we have reporters everywhere like we talked about, but we can't be everywhere, and sometimes you see stuff that's great and you're taking pictures and video to share with relatives and things like that, or just to document so you have it.
This is a really cool video here.
So
this is a drone video from Mandeville. This was from Tanner Morton, Vantage Point Media. I mean,
this is
just,
I mean, look at I guess that's a Burger King with a sign.
A lot of people out, tree damage, which, you know, we've told you about. I don't want to make an assumption, but, you know, the Tchefuncte River runs this way, and look, these boats. Well, these are some condos that I believe these are in Madisonville, as you're heading Highway 22 towards Madisonville, where that one looked like it was under construction, actually. I mean, just a lot of different viewpoints of the damage done on the North Shore. And again, just really cool drone video, which, you know, you don't get to see very often. We get to see it more and more.
We do. But it gives you a great perspective.
Like a bird's eye view of what happened. Okay, so Ochsner Hospital, a lot of the hospitals in the area, especially the Tier 1 hospitals, you're always concerned about wanting to make sure that they have the power they need to take care of the patients who are there. And Governor Edwards said yesterday that the Tier 1 hospitals did not have to be evacuated, but clearly there's still concern when you see 98% power outage in Jefferson and Orleans.
Yeah, and Ochsner had a news conference, I guess via Zoom, a little while ago to update on their facilities. And look, we know people have loved ones in hospitals right now, and really with the COVID situation, you know, learning what is going on in those hospitals is critical to us. So we want to play that for you so you can get an update on the situation with the Ochsner hospital system.
Been a busy day, you know, kind of assessing things across our system and moving lots of patients that we've been getting evacuated and helping, you know, our partner facility, Terrebonne General, get evacuated. So it's certainly been a busy day. We did complete the evacuations of both St. Anne and Chabert. I believe the evacuation of Terrebonne General is just about complete, if I'm not. I know we took how many patients, Mike, at the end of the day? We took quite a few out of there.
Within Ochsner Health System, a little over 60.
Yeah. And then, you know, basically they kept getting more patients in the ER. And so the state then got involved and is now helping to distribute patients kind of throughout the region. So that process is continuing. We worked in great partnership with Acadian Ambulance on that. We've also been going through and assessing our clinics throughout the day. And, you know, I think we can give an update on the clinics. Maybe what makes sense, Mike, is turn it over to you. And why don't you do a rundown of all of our clinics, you know, when we see opening them kind of across the region, kind of where we are with that process, just to update folks, if you don't mind.
Sure. Some of our clinics in regions that are less affected, like Lafayette, Lake Charles, Shreveport, Monroe, are all as is, business as usual, as you would expect. In Baton Rouge, we are able to open our Grove facility and the clinic there, as well as our Iberville facility. And so the rate limiting step there in Baton Rouge, though, is getting power back. So we've assessed our facilities there. Not a tremendous amount of damage. We just need electricity so we can get all of our clinics going. And the South Shore, we will be closed Tuesday and Wednesday at all of our clinic sites. We will be providing more information on a daily basis, and we will have a gradual reopening process for our clinics in the New Orleans region. Down in the Bayou at St. Anne's and at Chabert, those clinics are closed certainly tomorrow. We will begin to offer clinic hours, though, at our Morgan City location at St. Mary's, and so that's progressing. And then on the North Shore, Slidell clinics will remain closed tomorrow on Tuesday, likely to reopen on Wednesday. Again, we will provide more information as it comes closer. We're working this on a day-to-day basis. Again, power being the rate limiting step in many instances. And then on Western St. Tammany, we would anticipate maybe a walk-in clinic tomorrow and then ramping services up more broadly on Wednesday. Hancock clinics in Mississippi will be fully open with, again, business as usual there. So it's a process. Various markets look different, again, based on their impact associated with Ida, and we continue to work through it.
Mike, can you give an update on our Team A, Team B move? I mean, I know that's been kind of a question, kind of how we're going to handle that.
Yeah, that will also depend on the region. Some regions more effective than others, but Team A is the group of essential staff and personnel that show up and came in either Saturday night or Sunday morning. They will be here for 3 to 4 days, depending on the region, and most will go home Wednesday or Thursday to be replaced by our Team B folks, who we will welcome and look forward to having them on campus as well.
Do you guys, I don't know, Robert or you or Mike, can you guys go through the free virtual urgent care and behavioral health visits that we're doing on the hurricane evacuees? Do you guys want to hit that briefly?
Sure, I can hit that. We are offering some free virtual urgent care visits. These are telemedicine visits done through Ochsner Anywhere Care. We're doing it for Louisiana and Mississippi residents who might be displaced. A lot of people left, obviously, with the storm coming through. So these are people that left. We'll be doing this through September 6th, so through next Monday. You can do it. You can do these on phone, tablet, iPad, any of these type of things. You can do these visits. Email anywherecare@oxnard.org, and they'll be able to get you seen and taken care of. So just offering this away. We know this is these type of storms are incredibly stressful. I would also add that for a lot of people coming on the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, there's an additional amount of anxiety and stress that came with the anticipation of the storm and the fact that the storm was quite a difficult storm to weather. So we're offering that to those people, and hopefully will be useful to them.
And we'll be sending out the link to Oxnard Anywhere Care and the codes that people can use for their free visits. So we will include that in the recap so you can get that out to everybody.
Great. So happy to, I think the facility updates we have, Mike, I know we've been assessing damage, as we said, evacuated the Bayou facilities. Our West Campus, which is our rehab facility that's on Jefferson Highway. I know we thought we may have to evacuate that, but that is not going to be the case. We now have got that, up and running, roof getting fixed. So our facilities are solid. We're getting temporary roofs put in place. Backup power, water, all of that is coming along fine. So now we'll start assessing clinics and other kind of outpatient areas. I know Mike, Robert, you guys are working on the team on, obviously we've got emergency surgery capabilities, but start scheduling surgeries and whatnot in the coming days. I don't know if you can just give a brief update as to what your thinking is around that.
Yeah, we got a lot done today. As Warner mentioned, roof repairs, a lot of cleanup, really made a lot of progress. And so we feel good about how that played out. As Warner also mentioned, a lot of our campuses do remain on generator power, but they're stable and progressing well. And then each campus will go through a process over the course of the next couple of days to relook at its staffing and begin to ramp back up surgical procedures. So we're also, again, we are doing emergent cases at all of our campuses. That hasn't stopped, and we will continue to provide that service and serve the community.
Robert, any thoughts on that?
No, I think he summarized it well. We just have to, just like Mike talked about the clinics reopening, how we do Team A, Team B, different regions, we're spread out. So different regions are hit differently by this storm, and some are able to come back online much quicker. So those ORs where we're able to come back, we will prioritize because we've got a lot of surgeries over the past several weeks, as Warner has spoken to you all about many times before. We've had a lot of surgeries that have been delayed. So we've really got to prioritize some of those things, some of the more urgent ones or time-sensitive ones, to really get those on the books earlier and get those moving. And then as we gradually open up more ORs, we'll be able to do more of that, catch up.
Warner, do you want to jump into questions?
Yeah, let's just take questions. I think we've covered what we have at this point, understanding that, it's, we're still trying to continue to get our handle on all of the facilities, but certainly we feel like we've got a good handle of the hospital facilities. But yeah, let's just jump into questions and see where the folks want to go.
All right, if you want to drop your questions into the chat, or feel free to come off mute this evening.
Hi, this is Deborah Bayless from the Shreveport Times. Can you say again the number of patients that have been moved? And were any patients evacuated to Shreveport?
Yeah, we can go over that. Go ahead, Dick. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, the total number of patients that we relocated today was about 125. And there were, I don't know the exact number, Deborah, but there were some patients relocated to Shreveport.
Okay.
We've been relocating really across the state and even beginning to lean on some partners in Mississippi as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I would say that there's still evacuations underway. It's still very possible we may be sending more patients north to Shreveport. That is continuing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi there, Emily Woodruff with The Advocate. Thanks for doing this. So you said patients kept coming into the ER at Terrebonne General. What people were coming in? Is the ER still open? Do you know what kind of care is available for people who remain there?
So I cannot speak specifically the type of patients. I just know that they continue to have a flow into the ER. I believe they're continuing to run their emergency room now. Mike, I don't know if you can confirm that. I know we also are running our ERs at Chabert and St. Anne. But Mike or Robert, maybe you can comment on the types of patients that we're seeing and perhaps what they may be seeing as well.
Robert?
Yeah, I can take that. So I think the point, Emily, is that there were a certain number of patients when we started the process of transferring them out. There were a certain number of patients there. And then obviously as the day went on, what we saw across all of our emergency rooms by mid-morning, people were really starting to show up. And this is things like, you know, care that they may have put off for the last 36 hours and or injuries from getting out and starting to clean up the yard, that sort of thing. And so, and obviously as we were moving those patients out of the facility, the EDs continue to remain open. So they're continuing to treat people and take care of things. But then if they have to stay in a facility, we have to find a place for them to be transferred to. So I think that's the only thing that it's not a static number. It continues to grow as more people show up in the ED, which was pretty significant today.
All right, I see another question in the chat. Does the 125 patients evacuated